On this breezy day, a cool young boy donned in sunglasses stood at the entrance of Konoha Court, gazing up at the faces of the Hokage carved into the mountain. He felt an overwhelming surge of ambition. From this day forth, I shall become Hokage. The vigilant shinobi guarding the village noticed the boy's forehead protector emblazoned with the symbol of Konoha, but chose to ignore him. Casually, the boy strolled into the village, and upon clearly observing the emblem on the back of his attire, one of the shinobi vanished in an instant, while another, similarly, slipped away into the shadows. The boy was acutely aware of their movements, but felt powerless, as his identity was too astonishing. Report to the Hokage, there is a boy from the Uchiha clan who has entered the village. The third Hokage abruptly rose from his seat upon hearing the guard's report. Given the events of the past, only Sasuke Uchiha should remain of the Uchiha clan, with a newcomer whose identity was unknown to the guard. It cannot be Itachi. Who could it possibly be? Report to Danzō, a boy from the Uchiha clan has entered the village. Shimura Danzō calmly opened one eye and spoke in a flat tone. There cannot be a second survivor from the Uchiha clan. This must be an infiltrator. Eliminate him. Understood. The Uchiha boy suddenly halted as he found his path obstructed by the third Hokage. Kakashi Hatake, Asuma Sarutobi, Kurenai Yuhi, Anko Mitarashi, Shikaka Nara, and several elite shinobi. Gazing at the once familiar figures, tears welled in his eyes. Removing his sunglasses, the boy exclaimed with fervor, "Teacher Anko, it has been so long." Upon hearing that familiar voice and seeing those distinctive white eyes, Anko collapsed to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Everyone present was astonished at the sight of the boy's eyes, for he was believed to have perished. Uchiha Hyūga, a prodigious talent among Konoha's recent history, alongside figures like Obito, Shursui, and Itachi, was the offspring of a union between the Hyūga and Uchiha clans. And a student of Anko Mitarashi, he was a student who had met with a tragic fate during the Chunin exams. A deceased individual appearing within the village must be an infiltrator. Apprehend him, Danzō stated as he approached slowly. Let's see who dares to lay a hand on him. Hinata Hisashi declared with an imposing presence. Hello, uncle. Uchiha Hyūga smiled. Hisashi, looking at Uchiha Hyūga, unexpectedly activated his Byakugan, examining Bayu's chakra pathways with precision. Turning to the third Hokage, he respectfully stated, his chakra pathways are normal, and there are no signs of damage around his eyes, that he is indeed alive. Since that is the case, Hyūga, you may join us and clarify the matter. In the Hokage office, Uchiha Hyūga stood calmly before the third Hokage and Mitarashi Anko, stating, I apologize, Anko Sensei, for my deception during the Chunin exams that I sought vengeance for my parents, but since you would not permit it, I had no choice but to feign my death and escape the village's constraints to quietly pursue my retribution. While tracking those despicable rogue ninjas, I gradually became a bounty hunter. You may not have suspected my survival, but you have certainly heard of the renowned bounty hunter, the Cross-Eyed Hunter. The name Cross-Eyed Hunter resonated powerfully, leaving them astounded, as they could scarcely believe that such a legendary figure was the boy standing before them. Ha, young man, you must learn humility. Boasting is not commendable. I doubt Anko would teach you such things, scoffed Shimura Danzō with disdain. Oh, is that so, Lord Danzō? Uchiha Hyūga replied, and within his originally gentle eyes, a tiny black dot emerged, rapidly expanding until it formed a dark cross. Lord Danzō, do you still harbor any doubts? Uchiha Hyūga inquired coolly. Under Bayu's gaze, Danzō felt as though all his secrets were laid bare, and he let out a cold snort. Hyūga Hisashi observed Bayu's eyes, noticing something glistening within them, murmuring, Sister, I never imagined you were right. An anomaly between the Sharingan and Byakugan. It seems a fascinating pair of eyes. Well, the matter is clear now. You may all return to your posts. The third Hokage stated calmly, as everyone gradually exited the room. Only the third Hokage and Uchiha Hyūga remained. Young man, that was quite an intriguing tale, but deceit is not virtuous, the third Hokage remarked sharply. Huh, is lying truly so wrong? If I were to speak the truth, where would your dignity reside? Third Hokage, Uchiha Hyūga replied coolly. Should I publicly slay you, or would you prefer to slay me? Ha, it seems you are quite the braggart, Danzō sneered from the doorway. Shimura Danzō, I advise you not to leave the confines of Konoha otherwise. I will assuredly take your life, Uchiha Baiwa warned, his tone laced with a murderous intent as he fixed his gaze upon Danzō. Faced with the piercing gaze of Uchiha Baiwa and the palpable aura of death, the head of Konoha's Umbu retreated 2 steps, pressing himself against the door, rendered speechless by the overwhelming pressure. Enough, Baiwa. Please articulate the purpose of your return. The third Hokage inquired, astonished as he appeared before Shimura Danzō. There is nothing of significance. I merely grew weary while abroad and have returned to rest. Uchiha Baiwa replied with remarkable composure. If there are no pressing matters, I shall retire to sleep. Rest assured, my intention upon returning is to assume the role of Hokage, and I harbor no intentions that would jeopardize Konoha, save for the act of eliminating Shimura Danzō. Beyond the village's borders in that case, you may proceed. The third Hokage declared, gesturing for Shimura Danzō to grant Uchiha Baiwa passage as he exited the room. Who would have thought that a 6th individual was privy to the events of that year? Should we consider eliminating him? Shimura Danzō inquired, a sense of trepidation evident in his voice. Danzō, do not act rashly, simply keep a watchful eye. The third Hokage advised solemnly. If Baiwa were to perish, it would pose complications with the Hyūga clan. Should any misfortune befall him, it would surely dampen the spirits of the Hyūga family. We have already suffered the loss of one of the 3 great ocular jutsu. We cannot afford any. Further losses Konoha cannot bear it. Very well, I understand. For the time being, I shall heed your counsel. If he dares to jeopardize Konoha, I will not hesitate to eliminate him. Shimura Danzō responded gravely. Agreed. When the time comes, I shall permit you to act. The third Hokage nodded affirmatively. Uchiha Baiwa emerged from the office only to find Mitarashi Anko waiting at the door. Teacher Anko, he greeted respectfully. Anko patted Baiwa on the shoulder, then suddenly pinched his ear, exclaiming, You little rascal. How dare you fake your own death to deceive me? Ouch, ouch. Teacher Anko, please let go. My ear is about to fall off. Baiwa pleaded in agony. It would serve you right for being so disobedient, Anko retorted with a smirk. In an instant, Baiwa transformed into a puff of white smoke and vanished. Teacher Anko, I'm tired. Goodbye, he shouted excitedly from a distance before darting away. Anko watched him go, muttering to herself, such an impressive shadow clone technique. I didn't even notice. It seems he has been working hard over the years. Baiwa returned to the Uchiha clan's compound but hesitated and chose not to enter. He felt an overwhelming sense of bloodshed in this place, which he deemed ominous, fearing the presence of malevolent spirits. Joking aside, Baiwa was an atheist and did not believe in ghosts. He simply wanted to avoid the abode of Uchiha Sasuke. Who are you? What brings you to the Uchiha clan's territory? Sasuke's cold voice interrupted as he appeared at the entrance. Baiwa turned to face him, smiling. Sasuke, it's been a long time. Baiwa, I never expected you to still be alive, Sasuke replied, his tone icy. Come now, Sasuke, must you be so distant? After all, there are only 3 of us left in the Uchiha clan, Baiwa said with a gentle smile. The Uchiha clan didn't give birth to the 3 of us. I'm the sole survivor. One day, I will kill that butcher Itachi. As for you, an outsider of the Hyūga clan, despite sharing the Uchiha name, I do not acknowledge you, Sasuke scoffed disdainfully. Ha ha ha. Your words are quite audacious, Sasuke. Well then, farewell to the head of the Uchiha clan, Baiwa said decisively before turning to leave. Sasuke watched Baiwa's retreating figure, his gaze filled with determination. Teacher Anko, when do you finish work? I'm so tired. Baiwa lazily appeared before Mitarashi Anko once again. Baiwa, why are you back? Anko asked. I was driven out by that little brat Sasuke. He refuses to acknowledge my identity as a member of the Uchiha family, Baiwa shrugged. That cold-hearted boy has changed since that incident. He's lost all his charm. Anko shook her head. Seeking revenge on Itachi, and he hasn't even awakened his Sharingan yet. He still has a long way to go, Baiwa remarked, shaking his head. Teacher, let's not speak of Sasuke anymore. Please hand me the key. I wish to sleep. Here is the key. Go ahead. Anko tossed the key to Baiwa. Teacher, I don't eat sweets. Baiwa returned the key to Anko. Eating apples is beneficial for your health, Anko said, fiddling with the key. Teacher Anko, there is no need to waste your efforts. Nothing escapes my keen eyesight, Baiwa asserted confidently. Uchiha Hakutsuki spoke softly. Is that so? Arrogant little brat. The key is in my possession. If you can seize it from me, I shall allow you to share a bed with me. Upon finishing her words, Mitarashi Anko transformed with a puff into a wooden log. Another Mitarashi Anko appeared on the rooftop outside, exclaiming, "Teacher, you are far too slow." Uchiha Hakyu embraced Mitarashi Anko from behind, saying, "Is that so? You little rascal, taking advantage of your teacher is quite the rogue behavior." Mitarashi Anko materialized behind Uchiha Hakyu, delivering a heavy elbow strike. With a resounding thud, she impacted the dummy version of herself. Is the substitution technique truly impressive? Mitarashi Anko questioned, somewhat incredulous. "Teacher, you still have a long way to go." Uchiha Hakyu retaliated with a kick, which Mitarashi Anko swiftly blocked with her arm, yet she was still sent flying backward. "What tremendous power. It seems your physical training has been quite effective," Mitarashi Anko remarked. "I suppose I must thoroughly assess your skills today." "Anko-sensei, I'm going to sleep now," Uchiha Hakyu declared triumphantly, twirling the keys in his hand before leaping into the air, bounding across the rooftops and quickly disappearing into the distance. When did he make his move? Such swift actions, Mitarashi Anko queried, turning to Kakashi. Kakashi, leisurely standing and perusing a book, replied, "His skills are quite remarkable. He has already attained the strength of a Genin. It appears he has endured considerable trials outside. Indeed, his rapid maneuvers are difficult to capture, and with his swift and precise movements, coupled with those all-seeing eyes, I doubt anyone in Konoha could rival him." Mitarashi Anko affirmed. That is excellent. Only by strengthening the ninjas of Konoha can we ensure the safety of our village," Kakashi remarked, closing his book. Mitarashi Anko's room did not exude the warm pink hues typically found in a young woman's abode, but was instead shrouded in deep black, imparting a rather oppressive atmosphere. Uchiha Hakyu lay on the bed, feeling quite relaxed as he remarked, "I never expected Anko-sensei's taste in decor to be so poor. Truly an unrefined teacher." Upon returning home, Mitarashi Anko gently opened the door, only to find Uchiha Hakyu sprawled on the bed with a kunai in hand, causing her to feel a sudden pang of concern. A child venturing alone in the world, always prepared for life and death battles, it was difficult for Mitarashi Anko to fathom how Uchiha Hakyu had managed such a journey. As Uchiha Hakyu lay on his side, he opened his eyes when the door creaked open, using his Byakugan to survey his surroundings, confirming it was Mitarashi Anko. He then closed his eyes once more. Unbeknownst to her, Uchiha Hakyu had subconsciously instilled a sense of calm within himself. Otherwise, she might have met with dire consequences. In the depths of darkness, Shimura Danzō received a report from his shadowy agents, his expression growing increasingly grave. He touched the area of his right eye, realizing that during their encounter in the office, Uchiha Hakyu had discerned the transplanted Sharingan in his right eye through his unique ocular abilities. Thus, when he had threatened that if he dared to leave Konoha, he would be killed, he was not jesting. The report from the shadow agents further confirmed that Uchiha Hakuyu's ocular techniques held secrets yet to be uncovered. Beneath the mask of the Dark Guardian, Shimura Danzō had no inkling that his once ebony eyes had transformed into pale orbs. The tantalizing aroma of delectable food wafted through the air as Uchiha Baiwe stretched languidly, while the shadowy clone of the Konoha Umbu vanished into the obscurity of the dimly lit corner. "Teacher Akamatsu, the food smells delightful," Uchiha Baiwe exclaimed in admiration. "Indeed, I have devoted considerable study to the art of cuisine," Akamatsu, Ardu replied with pride. Upon hearing Ardu's words, Baiue's lips quivered slightly, forcing a strained smile. To be frank, Ardu's culinary skills left much to be desired, bordering on the realm of dark cuisine. After reluctantly sampling a few bites, Baiue declared himself satiated. "Teacher Ardu, your dishes are quite high in sugar," Baiue complained. "Haha, one must endure hardship in work and indulge in sweetness in food. Only then will life not be discouraging," Ardu stated with utmost seriousness. Upon returning home, Ardu donned a rather casual attire, oblivious to the cursed seal that had revealed itself on her shoulder. "Teacher, is that the cursed mark left by Orochimaru on your shoulder?" Baiue inquired. Ardu's expression shifted uncomfortably as she tugged at her clothing. "No, you are mistaken. It is merely an ordinary tattoo," she replied. "Oh, I see. Teacher Ardu, I have encountered such marks numerous times during my years of training. They belong to individuals who are quite unique, or rather, monstrous," Baiue remarked casually. "Oh. It seems Orochimaru has never been one to act with integrity, persistently engaging in nefarious deeds," Ardu stated vehemently. "It appears that Teacher Ardu has an untold story with Orochimaru. Is it a tale of a beautiful romance?" Baiue questioned. "You insolent child, what are you speaking of? Orochimaru was once my mentor. He was an exceptionally powerful and talented shinobi, Yet he betrayed Konoha, Ardu replied, her tone tinged with melancholy. Oh, I must seize the opportunity to meet this Orochimaru and ascertain what manner of person he is, to have such formidable individuals under his command, Baiwei declared. Orochimaru is an exceedingly dangerous figure. It is best you do not entertain thoughts of encountering him. The night is waning, and I have work tomorrow. It is time for rest, Ardu admonished. Teacher Ardu, you should sleep. I am not tired just yet. I will return home for a while, Baiwei responded. Very well, I shall retire, Ardu nodded in agreement. As Uchiha Baiwei strolled alone along the street, he silently mused over the audacity of Danzō to transplant the Sharingan, truly a sign of impatience with life. His right eye was likely that of Shirsui's Sharingan. He pondered whether the eyes of the clan members slain by Itachi were laid to rest alongside their bodies, or if they had been secretly collected by Danzō. The Third Hokage and Danzō remained vigilant of the Uchiha clan, yet they leaned heavily upon the power of the Sharingan. It appeared that the possibility of the eyes being gathered was exceedingly high. Regardless, Danzō must be eliminated. Unbeknownst to him, Baiwei had wandered into the territory of the Uchiha clan, hearing the sound of a kunai striking a wooden post, a clear indication that Uchiha Sasuke was engaged in practice. Uchiha Hakutsuki pondered for a moment before employing a transformation technique to assume the visage of Uchiha Itachi. His eyes, a fusion of the Byakugan and Sharingan bloodline limits, displayed the typical characteristics of the Byakugan, yet retained the unique traits of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan, albeit lacking the ability to cast illusions. Nevertheless, all Genjutsu held no sway over his sight. Upon transforming into Uchiha Itachi, his eyes shifted to the ordinary Sharingan state. With a sudden clash, Uchiha Sasuke's kunai was deflected by a shuriken. Sasuke turned towards the shuriken, his eyes widening in an expression of boundless hatred. It has been a long time. My beloved brother, I did not expect you to be so inept, still unable to awaken your eyes. This is truly disappointing. It seems you lack the caliber to measure up to me. Perhaps I should end your life instead, Uchiha Itachi mocked, his gaze filled with derision. Sasuke charged swiftly at Itachi, unleashing a barrage of shurikens that encircled Itachi, blocking all avenues of escape. Itachi moved with remarkable agility, effortlessly raising his arm to thwart the oncoming shurikens. Landing gracefully, he propelled himself forward, his kunai aimed directly at Sasuke. Sasuke reacted with astonishing speed, parrying Itachi's kunai with his own. Itachi, looking down upon Sasuke, scoffed, "You are truly feeble, incapable of even forcing me to utilize my Sharingan. It would be best for you to perish." With that, he unleashed the fire release, great fireball technique without warning, hurling it directly at Sasuke's face. Sasuke responded almost instantaneously, evading the attack by leaping aside, observing the charred crater left in its wake. The hatred that had clouded his heart began to dissipate, and he recognized the chasm that lay between him and his brother. "Ah, it seems you have regained your composure. Are you feeling fear now, pitiful brother? The disparity between us is vast. Your insignificance fills me with disappointment. The notion of bearing the Uchiha clan upon your shoulders is nothing short of a farcical joke. Today, you shall descend into oblivion," Itachi declared with a chilling calm. Before his words had fully settled, Itachi appeared before Sasuke, his kunai mere centimeters from Sasuke's throat, only to be thwarted at the last moment. Itachi gazed into Sasuke's blood-red eyes, now adorned with tomo. Swiftly, he leaped back, sheathing his kunai, and remarked with satisfaction, "At last, you have awakened." Transforming back into Uchiha Hakutsuki, he coldly addressed Sasuke, "So it is you, wretched spawn. What are you truly up to?" "Sasuke, I hope you reconsider your previous words, for I would not hesitate to turn you into a genuine corpse." "I apologize. I spoke out of turn," Sasuke replied, feeling an overwhelming pressure, as if it could obliterate him in an instant. He suppressed his anger and spoke calmly. Uchiha Hakutsuki entered the room and retrieved a mirror, positioning it before Uchiha Sasuke. What was his intention? Naturally, it was to aid him in awakening his eyes. As a prodigious youth of the Uchiha clan, entrusted with the monumental task of reviving his lineage, he must possess the clan's unmistakable trait, the Sharingan. Uchiha Sasuke gazed into the mirror, observing his own Sharingan. And in that moment, hope for vengeance surged within him. "All right, it's time to retract the Sharingan and get some rest," Uchiha Hakutsuki advised. Utilizing the Sharingan demands considerable chakra. Engaging in battle with it now would be tantamount to courting death. Uchiha Sasuke complied, stowing away the Sharingan and carrying the mirror back into the room. "Youngsters these days lack proper upbringing," Uchiha Hakutsuki lamented, gazing at the starry sky. "I kindly aided him in awakening his eyes. Yet he shows no gratitude by inviting me to sit. In an instant, Uchiha Hakuyu vanished from his spot and appeared in a small courtyard, his former home. Since the tragic demise of his parents, he had never returned. The room was impeccably tidy, clearly having been organized by someone, with fresh bedding, likely prepared that very day. It seems that little rascal tidied up. He must feel quite lonely, longing for my company, Uchiha Hakuyu mused to himself. The sounds of clashing kunai echoed through the courtyard as Uchiha Hakuyu and Uchiha Sasuke engaged in a fierce bout. Uchiha Hakuyu delivered a swift kick that sent Uchiha Sasuke sprawling. Undeterred, Sasuke rose, wiping the blood from his lips, his Sharingan glaring defiantly at Hakuyu. Do not regard me with such eyes. I have already instructed you not to use the Sharingan. Your chakra is insufficient to sustain both combat and observation at this juncture. What you must learn now is the art of battle, not merely to exploit your enemy's weaknesses with your gaze, Uchiha Hakuyu admonished, shaking his head. The Sharingan is meant for combat. How can one claim to be of the Uchiha clan without employing it? Uchiha Sasuke retorted. Combat is instinctual. Only by ingraining the skills of battle into your very essence can your Sharingan truly be wielded in combat, Uchiha Hakuyu schooled him. Do not lecture me on education. You refuse to bear the weight of our clan's hatred, leaving me to shoulder it alone. You self-righteous fool, Uchiha Sasuke exclaimed in anger, charging at Uchiha Hakuyu. Their kunai clashed fiercely, and in a flash, Uchiha Sasuke appeared behind Hakuyu, thrusting his kunai with ferocity. With a resounding thud, the kunai struck Uchiha Hakuyu, only for him to transform into wood. Fire release, great fireball technique. A colossal fireball surged toward Uchiha Sasuke. He executed a nimble roll to evade, but ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness. Uchiha Hakuyu, exasperated, lifted Sasuke in his arms and shook his head. Truly a stubborn individual. At this rate, he shall lose his light before ever attaining the strength to defeat Itachi. It seems I have been rather naive. He cannot yet reign in the hatred that resides within him. Uchiha Baiwei gently placed Uchiha Sasuke upon the bed, biting his finger to draw blood, which he then pressed around Sasuke's left eye, inscribing a complex seal. With hands deftly forming intricate hand signs, he ultimately sealed Sasuke's left eye. After completing this arduous task, Uchiha Baiwei sank to the ground, utterly exhausted, feeling more fatigued than after a grueling battle. The sealing technique, known as the eye sealing jutsu, demanded an extraordinary amount of chakra. This ancient Uchiha clan secret had been developed to protect infants born with the Sharingan, many of whom awakened their eyes at birth but, lacking chakra, lost their sight at a tender age. The eye-sealing jutsu was crafted to seal a considerable amount of chakra, both to contain the Sharingan and to subtly enhance the chakra of the sealed individual. As Uchiha Sasuke awakened, he felt an overwhelming heaviness in his eyelids and attempted to activate his Sharingan, only to find himself unable to do so. At that moment, Uchiha Baiwei entered the room. You are awake, splendid. Let us eat, he said. What have you done to me? Why can I not use my Sharingan? Sasuke demanded angrily. Nothing of consequence. I have merely employed the eye-sealing jutsu to seal your Sharingan. Until the chakra from the sealing technique fully integrates with your own, your Sharingan will remain dormant. I advise you to exert yourself diligently from this day forth, consuming your chakra and drawing upon mine. Otherwise, your Sharingan shall remain forever closed, Baiwei replied. Sasuke glared at him fiercely. Do not look at me with such anger. Rest well and train earnestly to strengthen yourself. Otherwise, you may encounter Itachi only to meet your demise at the hands of your adversaries, Baiwei remarked, setting the food aside. Sasuke approached and devoured the curry rice voraciously, finishing rapidly. In a fit of anger, he hurled the plate aside and stormed out of the room, his temper quite evident. I hope your willpower is as formidable as your temper, Baiwei thought. From this day forward, we shall solely focus on physical training. Exceptional physical fitness and ample chakra are the hallmarks of a distinguished shinobi. In any battle, regardless of life or death, it is not the quantity of chakra that determines the outcome, but the strength of one's physical prowess, Baiwei stated. Anything you propose. As long as it expedites my awakening of the Sharingan, Sasuke retorted furiously. You impulsive youth. Very well, don this and let us commence, Baiwei said, handing Sasuke a weighted vest. Baiwei then led Sasuke into the depths of the forest to begin their physical training. What are you doing? It has been a month. Yet your punches remain devoid of power, Baiwei chided, gripping Sasuke's fist with a hint of disdain. How dare you underestimate me? Witness my prowess, Sasuke exclaimed, swiftly lifting his leg to kick Baiwei in the stomach. In response, Baiwei unleashed a powerful punch, forcefully colliding with Sasuke's kick, sending him crashing to the ground. Uchiha Hakutsuki gazed down upon Uchiha Sasuke. His power had increased significantly, and his physical stamina had vastly improved. However, he still lacked the instinct for combat. Each technique required contemplation, which was untenable. There is little more I can teach you. The true essence of battle can only be grasped in the throes of life and death struggles. Return now. You have been absent for a month, and your teachers at the academy are likely quite anxious. Uchiha Sasuke rose, dragging his weary body towards the edge of the forest. Come out, Itachi, Uchiha Hakutsuki said calmly after Sasuke had fully departed. Uchiha Itachi emerged, speaking with an air of indifference. So you are indeed alive. Ah, it is nothing of consequence, Hakutsuki replied, observing Itachi, whose eyes had transformed into the Sharingan. With a tinge of concern in his voice, he asked, is this truly wise? Will Sasuke comprehend your intentions? Should he be manipulated and tread a path contrary to yours? What then? It matters not. I have faith that he will understand me. Itachi responded with a smile. Take good care of yourself. Your eyes have evolved into the Mangeki Sharingan. They cannot be closed again. When the time comes for blindness, I shall procure 2 of Danzō's collected Sharingan for you. Thank you, Itachi said before transforming into a crow and vanishing from sight. Uchiha Hakutsuki made his way back to the village entrance, where he spotted Mitarashi Anko, seemingly preparing to depart. Anko-sensei, where are you headed? He inquired. Nothing of great importance, but the number of shinobi in the village is insufficient for ongoing missions. And there is an urgent task at hand, Anko replied tersely. Oh, I see. Would you like me to assist? Hakutsuki asked languidly. No need. Return home and behave. If you disappear along with Sasuke again, be wary of my return, Anko admonished, pinching Hakutsu's ear. Anko-sensei, please let go. That hurts. Rest assured. I have taught him all I can. The rest is up to him. Should he vanish again, it will not be my concern, Hakutsuki asserted. Very well. Be obedient and return home. I must take my leave now, Anko said, releasing her grip on his ear. Ah, Hakutsuki, you're back. Kakashi greeted as Hakutsuki entered the village, holding a copy of Ika Paradise. Kakashi-sensei, you truly are quite leisurely. Was it not said that the village is short on shinobi? Why do you appear so relaxed? Hakutsuki queried. Who claims I am idle? I have been quite busy. I have been engrossed in missions and have fallen behind in my reading of Ika Paradise. I must make up for lost time, Kakashi replied lazily. Kakashi-sensei, do not squander your time on such trivial literature. You ought to find a suitable woman and engage in a proper internship, Hakutsuki teased. Women are troublesome beings. Perhaps it is best to avoid them, Kakashi grumbled. Kakashi-sensei, you are quite insincere. You indulge in reading such literature yet profess disinterest in women? Who would believe that? Hakutsuki scoffed. Ah, matters of the young are beyond your comprehension, so refrain from inquiring, Kakashi chuckled. Perhaps it is best for you to focus on your own affairs. In terms of rank, you are merely a newly graduated genin, barely qualifying for the status of a lower ninja, and thus lack the authority to meddle in the matters of your superiors, Kakashi Hatake remarked bluntly. Kakashi-sensei, it is unbecoming of a teacher to expose the wounds of others. I find myself questioning your character, Uchiha by way retorted with a hint of mockery. To disparage the character of a teacher is hardly the conduct expected of a good student. The sun sets. Farewell, Kakashi responded before departing. As Uchiha by way watched Kakashi's retreating figure, he turned his gaze towards the entrance of Konoha village, contemplating for a moment before vanishing from his spot, reappearing at the door of the Third Hokage's office. Nara Shikaku, taken aback by Bayue's sudden appearance, inquired, Bayue, what brings you here? I have an unsettling premonition. I wish to know what mission teacher Akane is undertaking, Bayue asked earnestly. It is nothing of great importance. Merely a task involving a village in the land of waves, where it has been snowing continuously and cries have been heard at night, Shikaku replied nonchalantly. Oh, I see. What are the coordinates of that village? I intend to go, Bayue persisted. If you are determined to go, I will provide you with a copy of the mission details. Shikaku said. Thank you, Bayue acknowledged before departing. The Third Hokage set down his pen and stood by the window, gazing out at the entrance of Konoha village. Indeed. Bayue has gone to pursue Akane, Shikaku confirmed. That is reassuring. It would be too much for Akane to handle alone, the third remarked indifferently. Uchiha Bayue swiftly navigated through the woods, leaping effortlessly between the trees, each jump measured, and his speed remarkable. In merely half an hour, he was confident he would catch up to Mitarashi Anko, reaching the perimeter of Konoha's defenses, where he found her unexpectedly waiting. Bayue leaped down from the tree and, with surprise, asked, Anko-sensei, what brings you here? Nothing much, just waiting for my teammates, Anko replied. What about you? Nothing in particular, I haven't been active for a while. So I thought I would join you for some training, Baiwei responded casually. Ah, then let us depart, Anko smiled. Weren't you waiting for your teammates? Why are we leaving now? Baiwei questioned, puzzled. Since you are here, it is no longer necessary, Anko stated. Realization dawned on Baiwei. Anko-sensei, you trickster. You weren't waiting for anyone at all. It seems I have been deceived. Don't say that. If you hadn't come, I would have applied to the village for additional teammates. Anko said, patting Baiwei's shoulder earnestly. As a snake, my senses for danger are quite keen. Anko-sensei. You claim to have no connection to Orochimaru yet refer to yourself as a snake. Clearly, there is some hidden intrigue between you two, Baiwei exclaimed dramatically. Mitarashi Anko lightly touched the cursed seal on her shoulder, her tone grave as she remarked. Although he betrayed Konoha, he indeed imparted many skills. Regardless of his intentions behind leaving this cursed seal on me, it has undeniably heightened my awareness of danger. Oh, Anko-sensei, what was the release of your cursed seal like? Uchiha Hakutsuki inquired. The release of the cursed seal? I cannot say. This seal was left by Orochimaru when he defected from Konoha. I've managed to endure it. And afterward, the Third Hokage sealed it. Thanks to my exceptional abilities, I have yet to encounter a situation that necessitated its release, Anko replied with a sense of pride. I see. Since there are no other team members joining us, shall we proceed, Anko-sensei? Uchiha Hakutsuki stated coolly. Sensei, you truly are stingy. Only booking a single room for us. It's rather risky for a man and a woman to share accommodations, Hakutsuki complained. Anko had indeed reserved only one subpar room at the inn. What is the big deal? Justifying expenses is unnecessary. Anko retorted nonchalantly. Anko-sensei, saving costs is one thing. But what about those rice dumplings beside you? Are they to be our dinner? If so, I won't hold back. Hakutsuki pointed at the 3 boxes of rice dumplings nearby. Immediately, Anko shielded the rice dumplings protectively, her expression serious as she declared, These are my dinner. You must fend for yourself. You are being too unreasonable, Anko-sensei, Hakutsuki exclaimed, storming out of the room in frustration. Chapter 6. Ambushed Konoha has only dispatched 2 individuals. What should we do? Will the plan proceed? Why so few? Is it due to the mission's rank? Or has Konoha caught wind of something? They should harbor no suspicions, especially since our mission is genuine. It must be the mission's rank that is insufficient. We can eliminate these 2 along the way, elevate the mission's rank, and resubmit it. Very well, let us proceed. They are staying here tonight. Should we act now or wait until we are outside the land of fire? Let us observe for a moment. Someone is coming out. It seems Konoha has been quite busy lately, and indeed, there is no one left, just a mere child. Since it is a child, there is no cause for concern. You 3 go deal with this young one. The rest of us will look for an opportunity to eliminate Konoha's snake woman, Mitarashi Anko. Understood. Uchiha Hakutsuki had lived on the edge of life and death for these past few years, his senses finely attuned to danger. He entered a tavern, choosing a seat by the window, and ordered some appetizers along with a plate of curry beef rice and a pot of sake. He casually savored the appetizers and sipped his drink, his gaze naturally drifting to the scenery outside. As night fell, the streets grew sparse with pedestrians while the tavern buzzed with a lively atmosphere. After finishing his last cup of sake and heartily devouring the plate of curry beef rice, Hakutsuki rose from his seat, briefly pausing at a nearby table of patrons before making his way to the restroom. In the restroom, Uchiha Baiwei utilized his Byakugan to discern the situation of the patrons within the tavern clearly. The table he had just vacated indeed harbored shinobi, judging by their chakra levels. 2 were Genin and 1 was Nin. Uchiha Baiwei was unaware of their intentions, but it seemed they had followed him inside. Exiting the restroom, he casually walked out of the tavern, and the 3 individuals, upon seeing him emerge, rose to follow suit. Rather than heading towards the inn, Uchiha Baiwei directed his steps towards the outskirts of the town. The trio cautiously concealed themselves in the shadows, trailing him, poised to strike at the opportune moment. What a fool, completely oblivious to being followed, muttered Mitarashi Anko in her room. Concerned for Uchiha Baiwei's safety, she discreetly unleashed a serpent to shadow him. The serpent relayed clear information back to her. Just as she prepared to leave, a barrage of shurikens pierced through the door, accompanied by another volley from outside the window. Anko swiftly performed hand seals, activating her jutsu, Serpent's Wrath, summoning 2 massive snakes that materialized out of thin air. Their blood-red maws devouring the incoming shurikens and lunging towards the door and window. With 2 loud crashes, Anko was enveloped in a cloud of dust. Seizing the opportunity, she dashed into the street, intent on avoiding a confrontation with the adversaries, her instinct driving her to pursue Uchiha Hyūga's direction. Anko leaped from rooftop to rooftop, closely pursued by the unidentified foes, who continuously hurled kunai at her, impeding her speed. In a relatively open area, Anko halted, realizing that now was not the time to seek Uchiha Hyūga, but rather to deal with her relentless pursuers. Surrounded by 8 enemies, Anko calmly inquired, "Who are you? What audacity drives you to assault a Konoha ninja within the land of fire? What's the big deal? Your Konoha ninjas are far too self-important to stop us. Attack." No sooner had the words left their lips than they simultaneously hurled kunai equipped with explosive tags. Boom! Echoed the sounds of 8 anguished cries as Anko stood composed amidst the explosion's dust, disdainfully gazing at the night sky. Fools! Engaging in a life-and-death struggle while conversing with the enemy. Do you not realize how swiftly they can employ their tactics? In truth, it was at the moment of her descent that Anko had activated her jutsu, Shadow Snake Hands. 8 small snakes stealthily ascended their bodies as they landed. And just as they launched their kunai, the snakes appeared and clamped down on the weapons, triggering the explosive tags. Anko swiftly ascended to the rooftops, hastening towards Uchiha Hyūga's location. Meanwhile, Uchiha Hyūga had exited the town and stood in a clearing amidst the woods, calmly declaring, "Come out. You have trailed me long enough. Do you not feel weary?" The 3 figures sprang forth, surrounding Uchiha Hyūga. With a languid demeanor, he remarked, "Do you not find your actions rather superfluous? Beneath my piercing gaze, the actions of you all cannot escape scrutiny. How audaciously you step forth. Do you consider yourselves wise? Or do you assume I am a fool? Humph, merely a child, yet we truly do not regard you with any seriousness. You are indeed a simpleton. How dare you provoke me? Today, I shall make you comprehend the consequences of your insolence." Uchiha Hyūga swiftly formed hand seals and pressed his hands against the ground, summoning the Earth Release, Cross Monument. Though the 3 individuals remained vigilant, they were nonetheless too late. Just as they sensed something amiss, the earth surged up beneath them, swiftly encasing their lower bodies. The soil quickly enveloped their upper halves, forcing their arms apart, ultimately transforming them into 3 earthen crosses standing erect. Mizuhashi Azuki descended gracefully, and upon seeing Uchiha Hyūga unharmed, exhaled a sigh of relief, followed by an outburst of frustration. "You fool! You followed me to such a desolate place. Are you seeking death? Do you think yourself invincible? What if something were to happen to you? Have you even considered the feelings of others?" Uchiha Hyūga, observing the deep concern in Mizuhashi Azuki's eyes, felt a profound sense of emotion. He had not experienced such care for a long time. In the face of her fervent admonitions, he lowered his head like a schoolboy caught in wrongdoing, attentively listening to his teacher's guidance, his eyes glistening with a thin mist of emotion as he softly replied, "Thank you for your concern, Teacher Azuki. I am truly touched. As for your feigned tears, I am weary. Perhaps I should find a place to rest." Mizuhashi Azuki smiled and replied, "Teacher Azuki, shall we not return?" Uchiha Hyūga inquired. "Return? That was destroyed by an enemy ambush. Returning now would mean incurring substantial expenses. I possess neither the means nor the funds." Mizuhashi Azuki leaned against a tree, explaining, "Oh, I see. Then let us rest here." Uchiha Hyūga approached and leaned against the tree, asking, "Teacher Azuki, this mission is clearly a trap. Should we continue? Do we need to consult the Third Hokage?" "Indeed. That is a prudent thought. I shall write a letter inquiring." Mizuhashi Azuki summoned a message hawk to relay the events of the day back to Konoha. After completing her task, she leaned against the tree, her breathing becoming faint as she slipped into slumber. Uchiha Hyūga, who never slept outdoors, typically meditated instead, entering a state of chakra cultivation. Mizuhashi Azuki quietly opened one eye, glanced at Uchiha Hyūga, and then closed her eyes, thinking to herself, "No wonder this boy is so formidable. Few still dedicate themselves to continuous training." At dawn, the message hawk returned with a note stating, "The mission continues. Remain in place for 1 day, after which reinforcements will arrive." Mizuhashi Azuki released the hawk and said softly, "Let us return to the village." After a humble breakfast, a room was booked, a shower taken, and a rejuvenating nap enjoyed. Uchiha Hyūga, feeling somewhat helpless, trailed behind Mitarashi Anko as they selected an affordable inn at the city gate, where a room was secured. Anko, burdened with an array of sweet delicacies, marched ahead, completely oblivious to the notion of breakfast. Hyūga, choosing a few of his favorite snacks, followed her into the room. Anko, without a hint of modesty, began to disrobe right before Uchiha Hyūga. What are you doing, Red Bean? I'm still here, he exclaimed hurriedly. Oh, I'm aware. You're just a child. I don't mind, Anko replied nonchalantly, soon shedding her garments and donning only her undergarments as she sauntered into the bathroom. Baiwei turned his back to the bathroom. His gaze lowered to his own tinted trousers, internally lamenting that insufferable Red Bean. I'm a man, and you're pushing me towards mischief. Shortly thereafter, Anko emerged from the bathroom, resting her head on Baiwei's shoulder, her hair fragrant and inviting. The large stuffed rabbit in front of Anko pressed against Baiwei's back as she reached over to snatch a red bean bun from his snacks, savoring every bite. After drying her hair, Anko lazily reclined on the bed. Observing her somewhat translucent lingerie adorned with lace, Baiwei felt a rush of blood surge to his head and elsewhere. Hurriedly, he retreated into the bathroom, discarded his clothes, and turned on the cold water to cool down. Only when he had regained his composure did he turn off the water, dry himself, and redress before exiting the bathroom. Seeing Baiwei emerge, Anko complained, Baiwei, how long has it been since you last bathed? You're slower than a woman. It's been about a month since I had a proper wash. I've been training Sasuke, and it's always just a quick rinse and washing my clothes, Baiwei replied, somewhat embarrassed. Oh, I see. The treats you bought are delicious. Remember to get more next time, Anko said with a blissful expression. Baiwei approached the table, where a plethora of snacks had vanished. And upon noticing Anko's empty sweet stash, he couldn't help but exclaim, Red Bean, are you a pig? You've devoured everything in no time. They were delicious. I simply couldn't resist. I'm a super beauty. I can eat without gaining weight. It's fine, let us sleep, Anko declared, lost in her self-admiration. Ignoring Baiwei's protests, she pulled him onto the bed, embracing him as they drifted off to sleep. Now a young adult, Baiwei was determined to refrain from any improper conduct, so he slipped away. You've come to join the team, right? Hello, I am Uchiha Baiwei. He introduced himself with an outstretched hand. Hello, I am Asuka, a mid-level ninja from the Umbu, she replied, her cheeks flushed as she shook his hand. Umbu? Why do the members of the Umbu remove their masks? Could it be that Konoha is truly overwhelmed and devoid of ordinary shinobi? Uchiha Baiwei inquired. There are indeed some, but they are all tasked with safeguarding Konoha, which is why I have been sent in their stead, Asuka replied, tilting her head slightly. Ah, Red Bean Sensei, you are awake. This is our new team member, Uchiha Baiwei announced as he rose to his feet. Ah, good to have you here. After we have eaten, we shall set off. Mitarashi Anko remarked, her demeanor lacking vitality. Red Bean Sensei, have you perhaps overslept? You seem rather lethargic, Asuka questioned. Nothing of the sort. I have not encountered you before. You must be from the Umbu, correct? Mitarashi Anko queried. Indeed, Red Bean Sensei. The shinobi of the village have various reasons for their assignments. And the Third Hokage has dispatched me, Asuka elucidated. Members of the Umbu are elite shinobi selected from the village, primarily tasked with protecting the Hokage and preventing external threats from invading the ninja village. They occasionally engage in reconnaissance and assassination missions as well. The nature of these tasks is often exceedingly arduous or monotonous, such as guarding high-profile suspects, due to the sensitive nature of their missions. Members wear white masks that mimic animals, and all mission-related information is kept confidential. The Umbu operates under the direct command of the Hokage, receiving orders solely from them. The unit is subdivided into several teams of 4 or 5, with a team leader responsible for communicating orders and overseeing the execution of tasks. The Third Hokage has sent you alone this time. It appears this mission is rather exceptional. Pray tell, what has the Umbu discovered? Mitarashi Anko probed. Sensing an oddity in Asuka's discourse, our investigation has revealed that a cursed blade is the cause of the incessant snowfall in the village, along with cries echoing in the night. Which legendary cursed blade it is remains uncertain. This mission was originally designated for the Mist Village, but someone covertly intercepted it and redirected it to Konoha. On the surface, it appears that the three of us are undertaking the mission, while secretly the Umbu will be in action. The Third Hokage intends for us to act as bait to draw out and eliminate the hidden adversaries, Asuka explained. Ah, I see. It seems the situation is becoming quite intriguing. Let us proceed, Mitarashi Anko said, finishing her last dumpling with a relaxed demeanor. However, Uchiha Baiwei detected a sanguine excitement in her eyes. The trio swiftly traversed the path, with Uchiha Baiwei leading and Mitarashi Anko bringing up the rear. Throughout the journey, Uchiha Baiwei remained vigilant, utilizing his Byakugan to survey the surroundings. As the sun began to set, Uchiha Baiwei came to a halt. What have you discovered? Mitarashi Anko inquired. As Asuka and she stood beside him. There is an ambush ahead, replete with numerous explosive tags and nearly invisible wires. The enemy consists of 10 individuals. 3 are concealed underground, 6 are hidden among the trees, and 1 is lurking in the river ahead, Uchiha Baiwe replied. His expression grave as he assessed the chakra levels of the foes, each displaying Jonin-level prowess. Mitarashi Anko's demeanor turned serious. They had already crossed the borders of the Fire Country, and the enemies exhibited no restraint. Asuka, have the Umbu followed us? No. Asuka shook her head in response. The situation appears rather precarious, and their positions are quite dispersed, Uchiha Red Bean remarked with a solemn expression. Faced with 10 elite shinobi, she felt a surge of confidence. However, confronting 10 others lurking in the shadows, meticulously orchestrated, left her uncertain about her ability to manage the encounter while also safeguarding the 2 youths beside her. Our immediate objective is to detonate the explosive tags to create a massive explosion, guiding the shadow guards, and secondly, to sever the intricate threads. I have no desire to be ensnared, Uchiha Baiwe calmly assessed. As for the 10 shinobi, those submerged in the water are likely formidable opponents. Possibly ninjas from the Mist Village or rogue shinobi. Nightfall will soon envelop us, and our vision will be further impaired in the darkness. If the battlefield becomes shrouded in fog, our disadvantage will be magnified. Hence addressing the one in the water is our second priority. Uchiha Red Bean wholeheartedly agreed with Uchiha Baiwe's analysis, but found herself at a loss for a solution. I shall take on the tasks of detonating the explosive tags and severing the threads, while Asuka will handle the 3 adversaries in the earth. Teacher Red Bean, you should deal with the one in the water amidst the chaos. No problem, Asuka eagerly replied. Are you too confident in facing the former elite shinobi? Uchiha Red Bean inquired with concern. Rest assured, Teacher Red Bean, we are capable. Our primary role is to hold off these 9 shinobi while you eliminate the one in the water, and then assist us, Uchiha Baiwe assured her. Very well. Let us proceed as such, Uchiha Red Bean nodded. Uchiha Baiwe retrieved several shuriken from his pouch, casting them into the air as he swiftly formed hand seals. Wind release, Gale Blade. The shuriken became enveloped in wind, spinning rapidly and emitting a piercing sound as they shot forth, severing the threads. The shuriken, cloaked in wind, intensified their shrill noise, catching the 6 elite shinobi perched in the trees off guard, causing a temporary deafness. At that moment, Uchiha Baiwe altered his hand seals and shouted. Explode. The shuriken detonated instantaneously, igniting the concealed explosive tags. Baiwe quite impressive. Uchiha Red Bean was taken aback by the ferocity of Uchiha Baiwe's technique. Teacher Red Bean. Quickly deal with the adversary in the water while Asuka takes this opportunity to handle the 3 in the earth. Without hesitation, Uchiha Red Bean and Asuka dashed forward. Asuka swiftly approached, leaping into the air, forming hand seals with remarkable speed. The wind caressed her form, allowing her to float momentarily. Wind release, Thousand Feather Plume. In an instant, a pair of wings appeared in the sky, only to vanish in the blink of an eye, transforming into feathered blades that rained down upon the ground. Dust quickly swirled around her as Asuka landed triumphantly. As the dust settled, a significant amount of blood was revealed. Uchiha Baiwe, observing from the treetop with his Byakugan, could see clearly that what seemed to be a successful ambush had only claimed 1 victim. The other 2 had seized the opportunity amidst the chaos of the explosion to escape. Asuka, watch your footing, Uchiha Baiwe called out. As the earth spikes erupted beneath Asuka at the very moment she relaxed, she instinctively leaped up upon hearing Uchiha Baiwe's shout. In an instant, Uchiha Baiwe dashed forward, intercepting Asuka's descent just as she landed. The earth spikes, towering at a height of 1 person, glimmered coldly below, awaiting her arrival. Uchiha Baiwe placed Asuka gently on the ground, and soon, 8 individuals encircled them. How vexing, the intelligence report did not mention a boy with the Byakugan. However, this could work to our advantage, as it presents an opportunity to test our ocular prowess. A resounding explosion echoed as the forest, ignited by the detonating tags, blazed with increasing ferocity. In the midst of the encirclement, Mitarashi Anko appeared. Anko-sensei, what brings you here? Wasn't it agreed that you would deal with the one in the water? Uchiha Baiwe inquired. It's nothing. The flames are too intense. His mist techniques are rendered useless. You are my student. I cannot allow you to be harmed, Mitarashi Anko replied. Very well, Anko-sensei, I entrust Asuka to you. The 6 who were affected by the explosion and sound waves are my responsibility. You handle the other 2, Uchiha Baiwe proposed. 6 opponents? Don't be reckless. You should confront those two while I manage these six, Mitarashi Anko insisted. But Anko-sensei, there is still one in the water. You must ensure your combat effectiveness. Allow me to take care of this. 6 opponents are hardly a challenge for me, Uchiha Baiwe declared, charging forward. He unfurled 3 small scrolls, unleashing 3 weapons into the air. 1 short blade graced each of his hands, while he held a double-edged sword between his teeth. Despite their injuries, the 6 adversaries did not regard Uchiha Baiwe with concern. Only 2 approached him, while the other 4 advanced towards Mitarashi Anko. In a flash, Uchiha Baiwe obstructed the path of the 4, arms outstretched, dual blades angled downward, his gaze serene. Vile brats, if they seek death, I shall oblige. The 6 surged forward, opting to settle their dispute with sheer swordsmanship rather than ninjutsu, which aligned perfectly with Uchiha Baiwe's intentions. He wielded his blades with relentless precision, parrying their strikes while occasionally whipping his head back, compelling them to retreat, as his dual-edged swords threatened their throats. The clashing of blades produced a cacophony of sounds. Seizing an opportunity, Uchiha Baiwe expelled the double-edged sword into the air, while his hands deftly met the oncoming strikes. Suddenly, he delivered a kick that connected with the descending sword, sending it hurtling towards 2 unfortunate foes, severing their legs and causing them to collapse. My apologies, the sword slipped. Uchiha Baiwe remarked with a wicked grin. Without hesitation, he dashed towards the 2 remaining adversaries, his dual blades slicing through their throats, extinguishing their lives. With a swift kick, he launched the double-edged sword into the air and propelled himself towards the last 2 opponents. The dual-bladed sword was intercepted by the enemy. Just as they were preparing to assist, Uchiha Baiwe deftly flicked his right foot forward, sending the dual-bladed sword soaring through the air. With a powerful leap, he drew the opponent's gaze, and the sword sliced beneath him, severing the legs of 2 adversaries. As they lost their balance, Uchiha Baiwe seized the moment to decapitate them. The dual blades flew forth, dispatching 2 more foes. A chilling smile graced Uchiha Baiwe's face as he surveyed another battlefield. The enemy was evidently intent on exhausting Itachi Uchiha's chakra, relentlessly assaulting her with ninjutsu. Itachi Uchiha continuously thwarted their attacks, while simultaneously keeping a vigilant eye on Asuka. Asuka, merely a chunin, possessed limited chakra, and her reserves were nearly depleted, rendering her unable to assist. Uchiha Baiwe resolved to intervene. At that moment, the side-wielding ninja, with a cross-eyed gaze, revealed himself to be a Konoha shinobi, surprisingly a bounty hunter willing to do anything for money. Uchiha Baiwe turned to face this ninja, coldly stating, "My affairs do not require the input of a rogue ninja. Hey, I will not afford you the opportunity to intervene. Remember my name, for I am Akatsuki Manue." Akatsuki Manue, Uchiha Baiwe exclaimed in disbelief. "The versatile ninja from the Mist Village, what brings you here?" "It's nothing. I could not allow someone to snatch the emblem of the next Mizukage, Hiramiki Ch. Hence, I shall make this world tremble with my own strength." "Ah, I see. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Uchiha Baiwe. My father belongs to the Uchiha clan, while my mother hails from the Hyūga clan. Thus, I possess both the Byakugan and the Sharingan," Uchiha Baiwe declared with an enigmatic smile. "Oh, the combination of Byakugan and Sharingan. This promises to be an intriguing battle," Akatsuki Manue said excitedly. "I am certain it will be most engaging. However, I wonder if you, senior, can withstand what is to come?" Uchiha Baiwe replied, brimming with fighting spirit. Uchiha Baiwe closed his eyes, activating his Sharingan before reopening them, revealing a cross within his Byakugan. Akatsuki Manue swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing the jutsu, water release, water serpent bullet technique. Simultaneously, Uchiha Baiwe initiated his own jutsu, water release, water serpent bullet technique. 2 water serpents materialized behind them, hurtling toward each other, the collision resulting in a brief downpour. Water release, water flowing star. Akatsuki Manue utilized the momentary rain to form seals and execute his jutsu. In tandem, Uchiha Baiwe formed his own seals, water release, hail star. Half of the rain transformed into hailstones the size of peas, pelting Uchiha Baiwe, who became immobile as if turned to wood. Meanwhile, the pigeon egg-sized hail struck Akatsuki Manue, swiftly encasing him in ice. As Uchiha Baiwe approached Akatsuki Manue with the intent to cast a jutsu, the water beneath him suddenly enveloped him, ensnaring him in the water prison technique. Akatsuki Manue appeared behind Uchiha Baiwe, initiating his jutsu. "Kid, I admit the Sharingan is formidable, capable of swiftly replicating my techniques. Yet, you are still too inexperienced. With a sense of pride, Hozuki Suigetsu declared that the frozen form of Hozuki Suigetsu had transformed into water, which ultimately crystallized into ice. Uchiha Hakutsuki remained unfazed, disdainfully responding, "It's merely a water clone technique, esteemed elder. My Sharingan possesses not only the full range of Uchiha clan's ocular abilities but also the complete attributes of the Hyūga clan's Byakugan, with a 360-degree surveillance capability. Your every action is beyond your concealment from my gaze." In an instant, a short blade pierced Hozuki Suigetsu's body, which swiftly morphed into water, reforming behind Uchiha Hakutsuki, where a shuriken was poised at Hakutsuki's neck. "You are still too inexperienced, little one." "Oh, is that so?" "Ice release. Hail blade." Uchiha Hakutsuki smirked, exuding a sense of cunning triumph. Suddenly, Uchiha Hakutsuki transformed into an ice sculpture. Hozuki Suigetsu instinctively sensed danger and hastily retreated, just as the ice sculpture shattered, unleashing a flurry of ice blades towards Hozuki Suigetsu. In the blink of an eye, Hozuki Suigetsu's body was riddled with injuries, his water transformation technique thwarted by the freezing onslaught. As the water prison technique was shattered, Uchiha gasped for air, pale and seated upon the ground. The clash between Hozuki Mangetsu and Uchiha Hakutsuki appeared brief. However, each jutsu unleashed consumed chakra at a transformative level, particularly for Uchiha Hakutsuki, whose dual capabilities of Sharingan and Byakugan not only posed a significant drain on chakra, but also burdened his physique immensely. At this moment, Uchiha Hakutsuki sat on the ground, pallid, not merely recovering stamina but rather mitigating the latent dangers posed by the intense chakra output to his meridians. While he recuperated, he remained vigilant of the ongoing battle. Asuka had become a burden, her body afflicted with multiple injuries, rendering her unable to evade enemy strikes. Mizuki Izuki not only engaged in combat, but also had to divide her attention to tend to Asuka, all while employing a serpent to sense the conflict between Uchiha Hakutsuki and 6 adversaries, particularly keeping a close watch on the skirmish with Hozuki Mangetsu, for her own safety depended on it. Upon witnessing Uchiha Hakutsuki conclude his battle, Mizuki Izuki seized the opportunity to cast Asuka aside. With a cold expression, she proclaimed, "Regardless of who you are, as enemies of Konoha, you must perish. Extinguish the chaos serpents." The ground erupted with numerous serpents surging towards the two foes. Earth release, earth flow wall. Earth release, earth spike. The technique to extinguish the chaos serpents was obstructed by the adversaries, rendering it ineffective. Unfazed, Mizuki Izuki swiftly formed hand seals, fire release, fire serpent dance. The serpents, previously halted, instantaneously transformed into small flames, coalescing into fiery serpents that fiercely struck towards the enemies. The opponents, having overexerted their jutsu, found their chakra and physical stamina depleted, and with this area attack, they were swiftly engulfed by the fiery tongues, reduced to ashes. Mizuki Izuki, dragging her weary form, approached Uchiha Hakutsuki, patting his shoulder with excitement. "Hakutsuki, I never imagined you possessed such prowess. Truly, you have astonished the teacher." "I too am surprised. It is indeed a remarkable physique." At that moment, a voice, cold yet imbued with exhilaration, echoed through the air. White-Heart Akatsuki cradled Uchiha Hakuyoru and leapt forward. "Hakuyoru, my dear student, such is the reaction one ought to display upon encountering their mentor." Orochimaru stood before them, and as Uchiha Hakuru gazed at the strikingly enigmatic young man, disbelief washed over him. Orochimaru appeared far too youthful to be the teacher of his own instructor. "Orochimaru, how is it that you remain so young?" White-Heart Akatsuki exclaimed in astonishment. "Ha, why? Eternal life is my pursuit. Merely becoming youthful is no challenge for me." Orochimaru replied, a predatory glint dancing in his eyes. "This quaint little town belonging to the Uchiha clan is quite delightful. It shall be mine." No sooner had Orochimaru's words faded than his neck elongated like that of a giraffe, his tongue flickering like a serpent, and he bit down fiercely onto Uchiha Hakuyoru's shoulder. A searing pain coursed through Hakuyoru as an eerie mark materialized upon his skin. "What have you done to him? If you dare to harm my student, I shall not hesitate to kill you," White-Heart Akatsuki declared, fury igniting within him. Now, dear student, do not be so wrathful. I merely bestowed upon him a gift akin to yours. Unexpectedly, it has yielded unforeseen results," Orochimaru replied with excitement. "Despicable. What are your intentions?" "Orochimaru?" White-Heart Akatsuki inquired. "Nothing of consequence. I seek only immortality, to perpetually study ninjutsu, to continuously develop my techniques, ultimately aspiring to become a being akin to the Sage of Six Paths," Orochimaru stated in a rather indifferent tone. Yet the weight of his ambition left Itachi Akatsuki deeply awed. As a token of our reunion, this blade shall be your gift. Farewell, my student. Orochimaru placed a dagger, imbued with an icy aura, upon the ground before vanishing from sight. Uchiha Hakutsuki succumbed to a profound unconsciousness, while Itachi Akatsuki tended to Asuka's wounds before vigilantly remaining by Hakuyoru's side. Uchiha Hakuyoru's spirit seemed imprisoned within a realm of darkness, with naught but blackness surrounding him, devoid of any light. In this abyss, he perceived a glimmer and approached it, discovering an alternate version of himself adorned in peculiar attire. A voice within urged him to touch this figure, promising liberation from the shadows. Heeding his inner call, Hakuyoru reached out to the distinct version of himself. In an instant, the two selves collided, banishing the darkness and heralding the arrival of light. Uchiha Hakuyoru awoke to the joyous expressions of Asuka and Itachi Akatsuki. Yet, he gazed around in bewilderment, disbelief etched upon his features. Sensing Hakuyoru's confusion, Itachi Akatsuki remarked, "It is inevitable that your body will undergo transformation due to the curse mark. This is something you must experience for yourself." Seated by the water's edge, Uchiha Hakutsuki gazed at his reflection in the moonlit water, gently caressing his cheek. Elation surged within him. "I cannot believe I have traversed into the world of Naruto. And in such a bizarre manner. Wasn't the powerful sage supposed to be in a womb for 3 years? Why must I endure 16, simply because I am a recluse? This defies logic." Byakugan, a recluse on Earth, found himself engrossed in an episode of Naruto on a stormy night. In an unexpected turn of events, a lightning bolt struck, damaging his computer and claiming his life in the ensuing explosion. To his astonishment, he was transported to the world of Naruto, blissfully unaware that 16 years had passed. Fortuitously, his prior knowledge of the plot allowed him to evade the massacre of the Uchiha clan, thus surviving until the moment when the curse mark left by Orochimaru triggered the unsealing of his dormant memories and soul. As Byakugan activated his Byakugan, he observed the veins pulsing around his eyes, which he felt diminished his allure. He then manifested the Sharingan, yet found it less appealing than a case of conjunctivitis. He began to keenly experience the transformations his body underwent due to the curse mark, forcibly activating it. A searing pain engulfed him. As his body rapidly changed hue to a pale blue, his hair turned white, and his eyes transformed to a striking blue. His clothes tore apart, and a pair of fleshly wings, exuding a chilling aura, emerged from his back. Gazing at his reflection in the water, Byakugan marveled at his alluring yet sinister appearance, his eyes sparkling with excitement. However, as his stature diminished, his transformation swiftly unraveled, and he collapsed, drained of strength. Uchiha Akane rushed to catch him as he fell. Inside the inn, Byakugan and Asuka lay sprawled on the floor. Uchiha Akane held the blade left by Orochimaru, feeling a coolness emanate from it. This short sword was roughly the width of 2 fingers, with an ancient scabbard adorned with intricate seals, likely of a sealing nature. The hilt was white, offering a gentle chill to the touch. As Uchiha Akane slowly unsheathed the dagger, a sudden drop in temperature enveloped the air, accompanied by a mist that manifested alongside the blade. She promptly returned the sword to its sheath, sensing its ominous and eerie presence. Now tasked with caring for 2 injured individuals, Uchiha Akane refrained from making any rash decisions. After comprehending his physical condition and circumstances, Byakugan's momentary excitement was overshadowed by a profound sense of worry. Though the plot had yet to unfold, time was of the essence. Should he adhere to the storyline and usurp the protagonist's spotlight, or carve out his own path? Regardless of the choice, certain events seemed inevitable. With a soft sigh, Byakugan resolved to cease his pondering, for a common trait among recluses is to avoid overthinking, opting to confront matters as they arise. At last, he returned to the village of Konoha, excitement evident in his demeanor as he proclaimed, "Indeed, I have finally returned. Farewell, I must report on this mission." Asuka donned her mask and vanished at the village entrance. "Let us proceed to report to the Third Hokage and recount the events of this journey," Uchiha Akane suggested. "Red Bean, you can handle this. I am exhausted and wish to return to sleep," Byakugan replied lazily. "That is not an option. You are cursed by Orochimaru, and only the Third Hokage can lift such a seal," Uchiha Akane insisted firmly. "Oh, very well," Byakugan conceded with a sense of resignation. "As I passed by the park, I beheld Kakashi Hitaki conversing with Sakura Haruno, Sasuke Uchiha, and Naruto Uzumaki." Byakugan was aware that, according to the narrative, Team 7 had officially been established. "Kakashi, what brings you here?" questioned Mitarashi Anko, feigning ignorance. "The students have graduated from the academy, and the Third Hokage assigned me to lead them." They have just completed my trials and have officially become ninjas. I am currently engaging in a heart-to-heart with them. Kakashi replied nonchalantly. Oh, I see. Sasuke, you all should return home and rest, Anko said, turning to Kakashi with a look of urgency. Kakashi, I need to accompany you to the Third Hokage. I must report on this mission in detail. Very well, Kakashi nodded in agreement. Within the Hokage's office, the Third Hokage sat, flanked by Asuma Sarutobi, Kurenai Yui, Might Guy, Shikaka Nara, and Danzō Shimura. Anko and Byakugan stood at the center as Anko recounted their experiences along the journey. The Third Hokage approached Byakugan and instructed, Show me the cursed seal on your shoulder that Orochimaru placed upon you. Byakugan revealed his shoulder. The Third Hokage scrutinized Byakugan's shoulder. His brow furrowed and his expression grave. Orochimaru's research on cursed seals has become increasingly profound. This is far more complex than the one on Anko. What is Orochimaru attempting to accomplish? Shikaku inquired. He is in pursuit of immortality, the Third Hokage replied solemnly. Is there truly a method of achieving immortality in this world? Kurenai asked. I cannot say. There are mentions of it in ancient texts and within certain forbidden techniques. However, those are exceedingly dark and cruel ninjutsu. Orochimaru can be regarded as a genius in this regard, but he is also a scientific madman. I do not understand his motivations for researching cursed seals. But there must be a profound purpose behind his actions, the Third Hokage said, somewhat disheartened. Then what we must do now is seal the cursed mark on Byakugan. Asuma stated. Indeed, Kakashi, this task falls to you, the Third Hokage assigned. Very well, Kakashi responded with a hint of resignation. Kakashi swiftly inscribed a formation on the ground, activated his Sharingan, bit his finger, and utilized the Sharingan to discern the structure of the cursed seal. He quickly performed the necessary hand seals and finally touched the cursed seal, culminating in the formation of a new sealing array. Once sealed, Byakugan felt an overwhelming sense of diminished power. Upon further reflection, he sensed an anomaly within his chakra. Just as Byakugan lamented his misfortune, a unique energy began to converge at the sight of the sealed mark within him. While the Third Hokage and the others were unable to perceive the internal situation of Byakugan, they witnessed the activation of his Sharingan, its cross-shaped pupils emanating a sanguine aura. Shikaku employed the shadow binding technique to grasp Byakugan, sensing his condition. The energy within Byakugan began to gather near the seal, causing the sealing effect to gradually diminish. As soon as Shikaku finished speaking, the seal on Byakugan's shoulder was suddenly scorched away, and the cursed mark swiftly spread across Byakugan's entire body. In an instant, Byakugan's body transformed into a pale blue hue, her hair turned white, and a pair of icy wings shattered her garments, emerging from her back. With a demeanor that betrayed a cold indifference to life, she sat there like a sovereign surveying the realm beneath her. The short dagger she had brought back quivered violently, swiftly lifting off the table and hovering before her. Byakugan grasped the dagger and unsheathed it. The cursed marks on her body reappeared as her wings gradually retracted into her form. She pierced her fingertip with the dagger, offering her blood to it. The blade trembled in her grasp. Releasing her hold, the blade and sheath collided with a resounding thud, and the dagger returned to its sheath, causing the cursed marks to dissipate, restoring her to her normal state. It seemed the intricate sigils on the sheath acted as a seal, capable of containing the dagger's chilling aura as well as the cursed marks left by Orochimaru. Asuma Sarutobi remarked. It appears so. Very well. I shall entrust this dagger to you, Byakugan. In the Hidden Leaf Village, aside from you, no one else possesses the ice release technique, the Third Hokage stated. Thank you, Third Hokage, Byakugan replied with enthusiasm. You may leave now, the Third Hokage instructed. Byakugan exited the office with the dagger in hand. As night fell, Byakugan gazed up at the sky, aware that the first crisis of Konoha was imminent according to the narrative. Though she was cognizant of the unfolding events, she had no intention of intervening, for they bore no relation to her. Within her veins flowed the blood of the Uchiha clan, even though she did not wish to destroy Konoha in vengeance for her kin. Her desire to eliminate Danzō Shimura was fervently strong. Thus, the only course was to allow the story to progress, ensuring that Danzō would not remain hidden in the shadows. According to the anime's depiction, the world of Naruto harbors three treasures: the Jinchuriki, the bloodline limit, and Orochimaru's cursed seal. A Jinchuriki, an individual possessed by a tailed beast or its chakra, serves as a vessel for sealing the beast or its chakra, utilizing tailed beast transformation and chakra as unique offensive techniques. The bloodline limit bestows special abilities inherited through lineage, granting descendants of the same bloodline extraordinary powers. Such abilities, once inherited, enable the bearer to exhibit superhuman strength, While the potential unleashed during the use of ninjutsu by the inheritor is incalculable, curse seals, on the other hand, are techniques that impose binding effects. Typically established through contact, the individual mark becomes subjugated by the caster. The binding effect may vary in intensity, capable of immobilizing a person or allowing for freedom, and can control the target if necessary. The duration of this binding can be fleeting or endure for a lifetime, as exemplified by the Hyūga clan's branch family seal. Conversely, it can be brief, lifting after a short period. The heavy clan, along with its members, naturally possesses a unique physiology that allows them to integrate natural energy, often leading to violent outbursts, a phenomenon they term sage transformation, akin to sage mode. Drawing energy from the dragon's cave, Orochimaru facilitated the acquisition of this ability through cursed seals, enabling others to learn it. The activation of this sage mode through replicas is referred to as cursed seal transformation, manifesting in two distinct states. Byakugan lay in bed, silently contemplating her advantages. Bloodline limit, a unique fusion of two bloodlines within oneself, the Byakugan and the Sharingan. The Byakugan, a hereditary bloodline limit of the Hyūga clan, possesses the remarkable abilities of distant vision and the penetrating insight to see through objects. In terms of perception alone, it surpasses the Sharingan, as it allows its wielder to observe the opponent's chakra pathways and vital points, enabling the use of the Hyūga clan's distinctive martial art, the gentle fist. This technique is revered as the most formidable martial art style in the Hidden Leaf Village. Unlike conventional attacks that inflict fractures or external injuries, known as the hard fist, the gentle fist targets the enemy's internal chakra system, causing damage to their internal organs. Additionally, the Byakugan possesses the ability to see through obstacles, and when combined with ninjutsu, it can extend vision up to a kilometer, with a training-enhanced field of view approaching 360 degrees. Note: pressure point strikes can obstruct an opponent's chakra pathways, affecting chakra flow. There are a total of 361 chakra points in the human body, each the size of a needle tip. The Sharingan, in the ancient era of the ninja world, is steeped in legends of the Rinnegan and the legendary artifacts of the Sage of Six Paths, Kusanagi sword, Yata mirror, and the Six Paths jewel. The sage, through his own body as a vessel, successfully sealed the primordial beast, the Ten Tails, into the moon, distributing its chakra among the nine-tailed beasts, Shikaku, Nibi, Sanbai, Yanbi, Gobi, Rokubi, Nanabi, Hachibi, and Kyubi, thus establishing the order of ninjutsu in the ninja world. The methods of this sealing system were secretly passed down, saving the world from peril. However, upon the completion of the sealing, the nature of the Rinnegan transformed, with each eye developing a tomo, becoming cursed eyes. At the time of the sage's death, he bestowed his ocular power upon his elder son, the progenitor of the Uchiha clan, while passing the power of love to his younger son, the ancestor of the Senju clan, thus giving birth to the Sharingan. Once awakened, the Sharingan enters an evolutionary phase, which can be categorized into three stages: the ordinary Sharingan, the Meijiki Sharingan, and the eternal Meijiki Sharingan. Each new stage retains all the abilities of its predecessor, while also generating new ocular techniques and capabilities. Although my Sharingan is unique, it seems to belong to the ordinary type, possessing only the abilities of hypnosis, replication, and insight. Nevertheless, the combination of the Byakugan and Sharingan has rendered my ocular prowess exceptionally unique, alleviating concerns of potential blindness. Orochimaru's cursed seal upon me grants access to a special sage mode, enhancing my abilities. However, emotions can easily become tumultuous, and I must remain vigilant against Orochimaru's latent threats. Now, endowed with Orochimaru's cursed mark, the hybrid eyes of Byakugan and Sharingan manifest as the crossed eyes. Coupled with the enigmatic demon blade, the Snow Village's Muramasa, which can suppress my cursed seal transformation, I am equipped as a top-tier player. The next step is to slay monsters for profit and charm beautiful women, to earn a stellar reputation and elevated status, gazing down upon this world of ninjas. As the sun ascended to its zenith, Byakugan remained ensconced in slumber. Having spent the previous night meticulously reflecting upon his own strengths, he came to the exhilarating realization that he was indeed an extraordinary individual, which left him so invigorated that sleep eluded him until the dawn began to break. Coupled with the exhaustion from his recent mission, he succumbed to a profound slumber. Unbeknownst to him, Yusho Hondo had arrived, a scenario that starkly contradicted his usual demeanor. Observing Byakugan, who was blissfully relaxed in his repose, Hondo's mood brightened significantly. The former Byakugan, even in sleep, would grasp a kunai, ever vigilant, During missions, he often forewent sleep in favor of rigorous training, a testament to his relentless dedication and a reflection of his previous lack of security. Bayu's current ability to sleep so soundly without trepidation indicated that he had found a sense of belonging in Konoha, or perhaps in those he trusted. This realization brought immense joy to Hongdo, as it signified that his student was no longer a solitary figure. Should Byu be aware of Hongdo's sentiments, he would likely find it both amusing and perplexing, for the complete Byu had returned, seemingly carefree. Hongdo prepared an array of delectable dishes for Byu, who awoke to the enticing aroma that beckoned him. His stomach rumbled in protest, and he greeted Hongdo with warmth. "Good morning, Teacher Hongdo. The food smells divine," he remarked, visibly touched. As he savored a piece of meat, he chewed thoughtfully before swallowing, noting its sweetness. However, his hunger proved too great, and he devoured the meal with gusto. Seeing Byu clear the table of all the food, Hongdo felt a sense of satisfaction. "In light of your abilities, Lord Hokage has decided to promote you directly to Genin. Here is your new attire," Hongdo announced. "Genin, I've jumped 2 ranks. The third Hokage is quite generous." Byu replied, astonished. "You silly boy, it's adorable. Remember, upon graduating from the Ninja Academy, you were a Genin, and the leap from Genin to Nin constitutes 1 rank," Hongdo teased, pinching Bayu's cheek. "Oh, I had forgotten," Byu said, looking somewhat bewildered. With time on his hands, Byu strolled through the streets and encountered Uchiha Sasuke. "Sasuke, you've become a ninja. What are you up to?" Byu inquired. "Nothing much. Just the usual training," Sasuke replied coolly, harboring displeasure regarding Bayu's role in both awakening and sealing his Sharingan. "Brother Byu, I am Uzumaki Naruto, the future Hokage," Naruto exclaimed with enthusiasm, bounding over. "Isn't it fascinating to go on missions?" "Fascinating? No, it is a matter of life and death," Byu replied, patting Naruto on the shoulder before taking his leave. "Sasuke, your brother Byu is so cool," Naruto remarked, somewhat confused by Bayu's earlier words. "If you like him, then he shall be your brother from now on." "I have no need for that," Sasuke retorted disdainfully. "Hello, uncle," Byu greeted. "You little rascal. You've been back for quite some time, yet have only attended to your Uchiha matters without visiting your uncle," Hinata Hisashi said with a rare smile. "I apologize. It completely slipped my mind," Byu replied. "Not a problem. It's just good to see you. You are increasingly resembling your mother," Hinata remarked. "Such an exceptional ninja." "I am truly pleased for her," Hinata Hisashi remarked. "I have avenged my mother, yet she cannot return," Byu said, a hint of sorrow in her voice. "Indeed. Let us not dwell on past sorrows. What are your plans now?" Hisashi inquired. "Plans? I have none yet. The third Hokage has just promoted me to Nin. Surely there must be some purpose behind it," Byu replied. "Indeed, the third is a man of great wisdom. He will undoubtedly place you in an appropriate position." Hisashi nodded in agreement. "Uncle, in this generation of the Hyūga clan's secret techniques, there are only Hinata and Hanabi as successors. Have you considered seeking another to inherit the secret arts?" Byu asked. "You cheeky child, is that your intention? You truly are one who seeks the temple for every trivial matter," Hisashi chuckled, amused by Bayu's inquiry. "How disheartening it is to see you come with ulterior motives. Much like your younger self." Byu, feeling somewhat embarrassed, rubbed her nose. Hisashi, observing Bayu's flustered demeanor, smiled and said, "The techniques of our secret arts are not to be shared lightly. The bloodline limit is a powerful inheritance, if need be. We could simply wait for the next generation to marry in. I could certainly wait for a successor." "Uncle, is that really a feasible option? You are quite cunning," Byu replied, somewhat exasperated. "Uncle, I have yet to battle anyone with the Byakugan. Perhaps you could enlighten me?" "Oh, is that so? Very well. Hanabi, go fetch your brother Neji. Tell him to spar with Byu," Hisashi instructed the little girl beside him. "Yes," Hanabi replied cheerfully for inner memories. Her father had never smiled. "Such a lively child," Byu remarked as she watched Hanabi bounce away. "Humph, she has never acted this way before." "It is quite a rare occurrence," Hisashi huffed. "Uncle, could it be that you were too stern with them? Today, seeing you smile for the first time." "Perhaps that is why she behaves so joyfully," Byu suggested. "It seems so," Hisashi admitted, feeling somewhat guilty. For years, he had enforced strict discipline upon his 2 daughters for the sake of the Hyūga clan's secret arts, maintaining a demeanor of seriousness and sternness. Before long, Neji arrived, and Hinata was also summoned by her sister. "Neji, you will utilize the Byakugan to spar with Byu." "Understood," Niji replied succinctly, positioning himself in the center. Ready to receive Bayue's attack. Niji, there is no need for such seriousness. I am primarily here to spar with Uncle and, in the process, use the Sharingan to replicate the secret techniques. I do not intend to engage you seriously, so do not take it to heart. Lest you find yourself unable to rise after defeat, Baiwei said with a smile. Niji activated his Byakugan, and Baiwei, resigned, did the same. Observing Niji's reluctance to initiate the attack, Baiwei understood his intent and charged forward, launching a punch at him. Niji, with deft agility, aligned his fingers to strike at Bayue's chakra points. Aware of Niji's purpose, Baiwei retaliated with her own punch, but just as Niji seized the opportunity, his fingers were unexpectedly deflected. Hinata Niji reacted swiftly, his other hand quickly blocking Bayue's assault. Baiwei launched another strike aimed directly at the meridian on Niji's shoulder. Niji released his grip and swiftly retreated, evading the attack with remarkable agility. Very impressive. Your reflexes are commendable, Baiwei remarked nonchalantly, but that's still insufficient. You may see through others, yet failing to perceive your own shortcomings is unacceptable. Enough with the grandstanding. This time, Niji took the initiative to attack Baiwei. The gentle fist technique of the Hyūga clan, when employed at close range, posed a significant threat to an average opponent. Niji's every assault was met with Bayue's precise counters, targeting his chakra points and hampering his offensive capabilities. Ultimately, Baiwei struck Niji's arms and legs, sealing their chakra points. Stop, Hinata Hizashi commanded, halting the battle. Uncle, what do you think? Will you offer me some guidance? Baiwei inquired. It's commendable that you can grasp the gentle fist technique thoroughly, but as for the esoteric martial arts, do not even entertain such thoughts, Hizashi replied sternly. Baiwei approached Niji and gently tapped his back, using subtle vibrations to unlock all the seals on his chakra points. Niji immediately felt a surge of relief and looked at Baiwei in astonishment. Are you curious as to why I couldn't seal your chakra points? Baiwei asked. Indeed. Niji replied softly. With a swift motion, Baiwei tapped Niji on the head. Enough of your arrogant genius posturing, he scolded angrily. When seeking knowledge, one must adopt the right attitude. Kid, I too wish to understand, Hizashi added. What's so complicated about it? It's quite simple, Baiwei explained. Since the Byakugan can perceive the opponent's meridians, it can also discern one's own. During chakra cultivation, one can clearly see the chakra being absorbed into the body through the chakra points. Thus, it can be utilized in reverse. By releasing chakra through the points, one can protect oneself. I merely expel the chakra in an instant. Therefore, before the battle, Niji's Byakugan cannot detect it. Even if the Byakugan captures the moment of chakra expulsion, it would be too late to adjust his attack. It seems you're not here to learn, but to show off, Hizashi teased with a chuckle. Baiwei stood to leave, but Hinata Hanabi grasped his arm, pleading, Brother, please don't go. Baiwei gently patted her head and replied, All right, I won't leave. I will stay for dinner and prepare something delicious for you. How does that sound? Great. I want to eat something tasty. My kitchen is right here, Hanabi exclaimed excitedly, tugging Baiwei towards the kitchen. Hizashi made no effort to stop Hanabi's exuberance, for he was genuinely pleased today. Observing Hanabi's joyful expression and glancing at the timid Hinata, he began to question his own upbringing, wondering if he had overlooked something important. Niji had intended to depart, but Hizashi called him back. Bayue's culinary skills were commendable, relying on his memories. He prepared dishes reminiscent of his past life in China. Hanabi was overjoyed, her little mouth constantly munching, her face smeared with grease. Hinata Hizashi reveled in the joy of drinking and dining, surrounded by laughter, except for Hinata Niji, who remained somber. After dinner, Hinata Hanabi was taken away by Hinata to sleep. Niji and Shirayuki rose to depart, while Hizashi gazed out at the moonlight, seemingly reminded of some sorrowful memory. Choking back silent tears, Niji, you should head home. I have matters to attend to, Shirayuki remarked. Niji, puzzled by Shirayuki's sudden shift from joviality to seriousness, nodded and left. Shirayuki did not return home, but instead walked straight out of the village, standing in an open space, gazing up at the sky. Her eyes filled with sorrow as she spoke. Come out. I know you have been following me all along. That scoundrel Danzō has truly gone too far, forcing you, who have shared life and death with me, to confront me. I did not wish to be here either, but I cannot defy orders. I am curious to know how you discovered I was tailing you, Asuka replied, her tone laced with sadness. No matter how well you conceal it, the sin of your femininity cannot be hidden, Shirayuki replied calmly. Ah, is that so? Asuka said, her eyes clouded with melancholy. Since you intend to kill me, it is best we do not reminisce. Otherwise, my emotions may spiral out of control, and those lurking in the shadows would meet their demise. Shirayuki's voice was frigid. Asuka drew forth the kunai, addressing the void. You all may return. Inform the elders that Shirayuki poses no threat to the village. With that, the kunai pierced her own body, ending her life. The Umbu, witnessing Asuka's actions, contemplated rushing forward to execute their orders. But the chilling aura of death that permeated the air instilled fear in their hearts, causing them to retreat. Shirayuki, her gaze icy, approached Asuka's lifeless body, lightly touching it, causing a bloom of blood to erupt from her heart. In the darkness, Shimura Danzō sat alone, his eyes filled with turmoil. He had already overestimated Shirayuki's strength. Yet her prowess exceeded his expectations, as she had single-handedly intimidated 8 elite Umbu with mere presence. This was merely a warning, should he attempt to eliminate her forcefully. It was highly likely she would retaliate, betraying Konoha. Failing to act now would only complicate matters in the future. Danzō wrestled with his thoughts throughout the night, unable to reach a definitive conclusion. The following day, troubling news emerged among the ninjas on their missions. Casualties had occurred. As a ninja, one must accept the inevitability of sacrifice, yet upon learning of the strange circumstances surrounding these deaths, the Third Hokage was suddenly unable to remain composed. In the shadows, Danzō quietly wept, his eyes flickering with madness. No more reckless actions, otherwise, the demise of the Shimura clan will not be limited to the second's disciples. The third's disciples, both those who attended the academy and those who did not, may also face dire accidents, including food poisoning. Danzō gazed at the cold, ruthless white eyes of the Umbu standing in the darkness, knowing precisely who stood there. Anger surged within him, a violent fury that yearned to rend that figure to pieces. However, for the sake of the continuation of the Shimura clan, he suppressed his wrath, simultaneously burying the fear that he dared not acknowledge. In the Hokage office, the Third Hokage scrutinized Baiwe with a piercing gaze. Did you orchestrate all of this? Indeed, Lord Hokage, Baiwe replied with unwavering composure. Tell me why. Why would you do this? They are all ninjas of Konoha, the Third Hokage exclaimed, his voice laden with fury. It is not my fault. He sought to take my life. I merely imparted a lesson. They may be ninjas of Konoha, but they are also my kin. If he is intent on killing me, I can only allow him to perish in fear, Baiwe stated resolutely. It was I who commanded the annihilation of your Uchiha clan. If you seek vengeance, you should come for me, the Third Hokage declared with unwavering conviction. This is not about hatred. It is a matter of unmasked ambition. Those who lack the ability and are slain have brought this upon themselves. I do not intend to seek revenge. But the dignity of the Uchiha clan is not to be trampled, Baiwe asserted with authority. He dares to extract the Sharingan from the deceased and implant it into himself. He deserves death, Baiue's voice dripped with palpable malice. What? What did you say? The Third Hokage, taken aback, sat in disbelief. Do you doubt my words? Go and see if there lies a Sharingan beneath her eye patch, Baiwe challenged. I wish to hear no more. I do not wish to entertain any justifications. The departed have passed, their souls deserve repose. Should there be a next time, do not blame me for my ruthlessness, Baiue's tone was icy. Itachi could annihilate the Uchiha clan for the sake of his brother, bearing the title of a rogue ninja and leaving Konoha. That is his nobility. I am not he. If Shimura Danzō persists, denying the deceased their peace, I will ensure he suffers, living in dread each day, until he is driven mad enough to drag Konoha into ruin in his pursuit to kill me. Alas, it appears Danzō spoke the truth, the Third Hokage lamented. His spirit dampened. It is true, their clan deserves extinction, yet Konoha must not lose the Sharingan. To safeguard our village, our home, I am willing to bear all sins. Shimura Danzō spoke with resolute finality. Since it has come to this, it must be so. Do not pursue Baiuwe any further. He has stated that if you cease your attempts on his life, he will not trouble you, the Third Hokage advised, aware of Orochimaru's lurking intentions and the enigmatic Akatsuki. We cannot afford to lose any combat strength now. Let time dictate our course. Very well. For the sake of Konoha, I shall acquiesce. Danzō nodded in agreement. Half a month after that incident, Baiuwe spent his days honing his ninjutsu and his nights training his chakra, living a life of serene contentment. Just as Baiuwe prepared to go for a run, a chunin appeared before him, stating, Baiuwe, the Hokage seeks your presence in his office. With a sense of resignation, Baiuwe returned to the village and made his way to the Hokage's office. Upon arrival, he found all of his instructors present. Baiuwe, you have arrived. The Third Hokage greeted him casually. I am here, Lord Third. What is it that you require? Baiwei inquired. The matter is as follows. Kakashi and others are engaged in an urgent mission, and there is no one to lead. I entrust you with the responsibility of guiding these 6 individuals, Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura from Team 7, and Lee, Neji, Tintin from Team 9 for the time being. The third Hokage explained. Teaching students? Are you joking? For years, I have been on my own, and the only thing I can impart to them is the way of solitude. They are 2 separate teams. How am I supposed to educate them? Baiyu said, clearly exasperated. There is no other choice. It must be done this way. Just keep an eye on them, and as long as nothing goes awry, it will suffice. I will do my utmost to assign the tasks to other groups, said the third Hokage. Baiyu, I believe in your capabilities. Yashitaya Akane nodded in agreement. Very well then. You are truly pushing me into a corner. Be cautious, lest I inadvertently lead them astray. Do not hold it against me, Baiyu warned, preemptively. Off you go, the third Hokage instructed. In the park, Kakashi, Itachi, and the spirited guy faced their students. From today onwards, Kakashi and I have an urgent mission. For a considerable period, you are to heed Baiyu's guidance. Sensei, what is the mission? Is it dangerous? Can I come along? Naruto Uzumaki eagerly inquired. Absolutely not. You would be a burden on this mission, with not even the qualifications to serve as cannon fodder. Remain here and follow Baiyu's orders. Especially you, Naruto. If you dare to cause trouble while I am away, I assure you, I will discipline you upon my return, Kakashi sternly admonished. Watching Kakashi and Guy depart into the distance, Baiyu turned to face the 6 students, whose eyes sparkled with excitement, concern, and anticipation. All right, let us return. You will only engage in activities this morning. I need to formulate a proper plan. In the afternoon, assemble at Hokage Rock. Baiyu, is your training strict? Sakura Haruno inquired. Not strict, but quite exhausting, Sasuke Uchiha replied succinctly, glancing toward Hokage Rock. How about we test Baiyu's strength? Naruto suggested enthusiastically. Testing Baiyu? Are you trying to get yourself beaten up? Be careful, Sakura warned. What is the harm? It's been a while since I've pulled a prank, Naruto retorted. Bolting away. Sasuke, intrigued, watched Hokage Rock, aware that Naruto's idea of a prank would likely be something unoriginal, like drawing on the monument. Before long, they saw Naruto dangling from a rope, paint bucket in hand, making a bold stroke on the statue of the third Hokage. That fool Naruto is up to something trivial again, the trio, consisting of Tintin and others, remarked as they passed by. Well done, splendid work. I was just pondering how to train you all, Baiyu said, a smile gracing his lips as he observed Naruto on Hokage Rock. Your training for today is to capture Naruto. Remember, you must do so without damaging anything or disturbing others. If I receive any complaints, you will find yourselves tied to Hokage Rock for the night. Sakura, Sasuke, Tintin, Lee, Neji, how come you all are here? Shall we not join forces? Naruto exclaimed excitedly. Idiot, we are here to catch you. Baiyu has commanded us to capture you, and neither you nor we can cause any disturbances. If complaints arise, we will all be bound to Hokage Rock for the night, Sakura snapped in frustration. How cunning is Baiyu? You shall never capture me. With the technique of multiple shadow clone jutsu, Uzumaki Naruto swiftly formed hand seals, instantly creating dozens of clones who leaped from Hokage Rock, scattering in all directions around the village. Naruto, stop right there. Today, I shall teach you a lesson. Haruno Sakura exclaimed as she dashed after him. Hyūga Neji and others, equally compelled, pursued in different directions. Baiyu appeared atop Hokage Rock, intrigued by the multiple shadow clone jutsu. Let me give it a try, he said, performing hand seals rapidly and summoning 5 clones of himself. Each of you, pursue him and guide them, Baiyu instructed, and the 5 nodded before scattering in pursuit. With so many clones, distinguishing the real Naruto became impossible. Haruno Sakura leaped across rooftops, chasing Naruto's clones. Any clone she caught was swiftly dispatched with a punch, fading away almost immediately. What a violent girl. Impulsive actions easily succumb to emotions, Baiyu remarked as he appeared beside her. Baiyu, how did you get here? Sakura asked, puzzled. Oh, merely observing your actions up close. You're doing well, though a bit too aggressive. While you haven't caused any damage or affected the bystanders, be mindful of how they perceive you. You might find it challenging to marry in the future, Baiyu teased. I'm not violent at all. I am a refined lady, Sakura retorted, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Farewell, Baiyu said as he departed. The utilization of ninja tools is indeed quite versatile. Yet don't you think you are being overly extravagant? Baiyu appeared beside Tian, who was startled while collecting her ninja tools. Byakugan-sensei, what are you doing here? She asked, a hint of fear in her voice. Nothing much, just came to see if I could teach you something, Baiwei replied. Oh, Byakugan-sensei, what am I doing wrong? Tian inquired nervously. I often ponder the similarities between ninjas, bounty hunters, and assassins, Baiwei mused. Regardless of their roles, I believe they should aim for a decisive strike against their targets. Your release of ninja tools is excessive. This is a widespread attack. When facing a single opponent, have you considered that you might miss your target and inadvertently provide them with weapons to defeat you? Baiwei explained. Byakugan-sensei, what should I do then? Tian asked eagerly. You must learn to exercise control, not only over the quantity of tools you deploy, but also over the range of their attack. Observe, Baiwei said, producing a scroll and deftly unfurling it. 6 shuriken emerged, flying in the same direction toward the various positions of Naruto's clones, targeting the legs, arms. One aimed at the head, and another at the heart. Naruto evaded with remarkable agility, yet one shuriken struck him at the heart, causing him to vanish in a puff of smoke. Tian clearly witnessed the 6 shuriken targeting 6 different positions on Naruto, and despite his evasive maneuvers, he could not escape being hit. As Naruto Uzumaki's clones managed to evade capture, they could not escape the designated area. With the sun setting, Naruto was brought back by Sakura Haruno. The 5 clones also returned, vanishing in an instant. It was then that Baiwei rose from the ground. You all performed commendably today. I will devise a training plan starting tomorrow. Every day heralds a new beginning, and I trust you will not disappoint me. With that, Baiwei departed, leaving behind Naruto and his 5 companions. Each of them bore a solemn expression. Despite having captured Naruto, Baiwei's extensive guidance throughout the process had illuminated their own shortcomings. Rock Lee, gazing at his enthusiastic teammates, lamented, why didn't Byakugan-sensei provide me with guidance? Am I truly that foolish? Not at all. It is not that you lack intelligence, but rather that you have focused on taijutsu, developing your physical abilities quite well. At present, I have yet to identify any areas for improvement. Baiwei suddenly interjected from behind them, placing a weighted object on the ground. This is what you will wear during tomorrow's training. I encourage you to experience its effects thoroughly. Brother Baiwei, you haven't guided me yet, Naruto protested. Naruto, with the shadow clone technique, you can bring back your sensory experiences to your original body after the clones are dispelled. In facing 5 individuals, you certainly received ample guidance. Reflect on today's experience of being pursued and having your shadow clones eliminated. This will provide you with greater clarity, Baiwei advised. Observing the 6 donning the weights, Baiwei smiled and announced, I shall treat you all to ramen. I will be waiting for you at Ichiraku Ramen. With that, Baiwei vanished. The 6 felt the heaviness of their bodies, grimacing as they summoned their remaining chakra to descend the mountain. Employing the shadow clone technique, Naruto created 2 copies of himself, adorning one with the weight. You head down first, and once you disappear, the next can put it on. Farewell, everyone. I'm off to enjoy ramen, Naruto exclaimed, leaping off the cliff in excitement. However, he was promptly caught by Baiwei. Earth Release, Earth Pillar. Baiwei executed the technique, swiftly binding Naruto with an earthen pillar. I initially thought there would be none left. I didn't expect to encounter another. Naruto, you shall remain here, hungry, tonight. You fool. Have you forgotten what Kakashi-sensei taught us? That incident was merely a few days ago, and yet you repeat the same mistake, Sakura scolded angrily. All right. The 5 of you may descend to eat. Your assessment has concluded, Baiwei stated. Do not worry. This serves as yet another trial for you. Some lessons must be learned through experience. With Baiwei's departure, the 5 glanced back at Naruto before trudging down the mountain. Hey, Sakura, Sasuke, please help me. I really don't want to spend the night here. I'm so hungry, Naruto pleaded. Who told you not to remember? You can stay here, Sakura retorted angrily, continuing her descent. The mischievous Baiwei, you are truly incorrigible. Just wait and see how I will deal with you tomorrow. Meanwhile, Naruto Uzumaki's incessant chatter filled the air. But soon his stomach betrayed him, rumbling audibly. An hour later, the 5 companions finally arrived at Ichiraku Ramen, shedding their burdens as they entered, each drenched in sweat and utterly fatigued. After a brief respite, they devoured their noodles, eager to return home for a restful slumber. If perseverance allowed, it would be best to engage in rigorous training. When chakra is depleted and physical limits reached, growth through training occurs most rapidly. This is a special snack for you. Remember to indulge in it after your meal. With that, Baiwei departed, having tucked away his weights. Baiwei is truly stern, even fiercer than Kakashi-sensei, Sakura Haruno lamented weakly. I am so hungry. I could eat 3 large bowls. Lee Rock exclaimed wearily. Let's focus on our meal. After eating, I shall enjoy a good sleep. Training can wait until tomorrow, Tintin suggested. The five soon finished their ramen, each consuming far more than usual. After finishing, Itachi Hyūga silently departed. Tintin and Lee Rock also prepared to leave. Sasuke Uchiha and Sakura Haruno, having completed their meal, synchronously reached for the snacks, opting not to return home just yet, but instead headed for Hokage Rock. Sasuke, Sakura, you've come. I knew you wouldn't abandon me, Naruto exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion upon seeing his friends. Sakura, taking a piece of the snack from the box, offered it to Naruto, who hastily took a bite and immediately choked. Naruto, you fool, don't rush. Drink some water. Sakura gently urged as she provided him with a sip. Sitting nearby, Sasuke observed Naruto's gluttony and muttered under his breath, what a fool. Soon, Naruto polished off the snack, and Sakura along with Sasuke prepared to depart. Your teammates are quite remarkable. You should protect them with your very life. Baiwei appeared before Naruto, untying his ropes. Return home and reflect on everything that transpired today. Integrate your insights, and you will experience significant growth. Now, go get some rest. Baiwei, you truly are incredible. When will I ever be as formidable as you? Naruto inquired. Only when you have genuinely faced life and death will you reach my level. Now, go to sleep. Baiwei replied. As Naruto descended from Hokage Rock, Baiwei's words echoed in his ears, clenching his fists tightly. He was filled with a resolute conviction. I will protect them with my life, without fail. Ever since that training session with Baiwei, Sasuke had been carrying weights. And when he finally removed them to chase after Naruto, he felt considerably lighter and faster, a thrill coursing through him. The weights Baiwei had provided were not merely burdensome. They had significantly enhanced his strength and speed upon removal. Following Baiwei's teachings, Sasuke dedicated himself earnestly to his training. Itachi, just wait. I will surely avenge you. Sasuke murmured to himself, clenching his fist. Baiwei gazed outside at Uchiha Sasuke, shaking his head at his words. This obsession had taken root in his heart like a tenacious seed. As he stepped inside, he remarked, it's late. You should rest. Tomorrow's training won't be easy. Mind your own business. I can take care of myself, Uchiha Sasuke retorted, displaying his disdain. Do you know that many ninjas from Konoha have recently perished? Baiwei inquired. I'm aware. As a ninja, one must accept the reality of death. Which mission is devoid of casualties? Uchiha Sasuke replied coldly. Indeed, missions are fraught with peril. However, they did not die in the line of duty. I am the one who killed them, Baiwei stated calmly. What? You? Why? Uchiha Sasuke asked, disbelief etched on his face. Do you know? My eyes possess the ability of clairvoyance. On the very first day of my return, I saw that the leader of the Umbu, Danzō Shimura, had a Sharingan implanted beneath the covering of his right eye, Baiwei explained. What? He is courting death, Uchiha Sasuke exclaimed, anger flaring within him. Yes, he deserves to die. He has been worried about my growth, secretly sending people to kill me. As a lesson, I annihilated all of his second-generation clan members. If he dares to plot against me again, I will eliminate the third generation as well, Baiwei stated matter-of-factly. Uchiha Sasuke looked at Baiwei in confusion. Why are you telling me this? Those who have passed should find peace. As a member of the Uchiha clan, one must understand that the dignity of our lineage cannot be trampled upon. We must uphold the honor of the Uchiha. Your current focus should not solely be on seeking vengeance against Itachi, but rather on diligent training to become a formidable force in the world, to become Hokage, and to protect the dignity of the Uchiha clan, allowing the deceased to rest in peace, Baiwei articulated. I care not for such matters. I only wish to kill Itachi, Uchiha Sasuke insisted resolutely. I do not wish to hinder your desire to kill Itachi. Rather, I urge you to aim for the highest pinnacle. Killing Itachi, avenging our clan and your parents is certainly valid, but what comes after? What is your ultimate pursuit? You should strive for greater, more distant goals. Eliminating Itachi is merely one phase in your quest for the highest ambition, Baiwei advised. Noticing Sasuke's clenched fist beginning to relax, Baiwei discerned that his words had resonated, yet he understood that such sentiments alone would not liberate him from his hatred. Sasuke, why did Itachi spare you? Baiwei asked. Uchiha Sasuke grimaced as he recalled the painful memories. His expression contorted in anguish. Itachi said he wanted me to become a measure of his own worth. Our Uchiha clan first appeared on the battlefield during the First Ninja War, led by Uchiha Madara, gradually quelling the chaos and ultimately establishing Konoha alongside the Senju clan. Since then, the Uchiha clan's reputation has soared. holding an unparalleled position in the world of ninjas for many years. Itachi seeks higher aspirations, yet as a member of the Uchiha, no matter how great your achievements, you can never surpass Uchiha Madara. To eradicate the Uchiha clan and harness the power of the Sharingan, thereby allowing oneself to start anew and even surpass the existence of Uchiha Bido, could very well be Itachi's pursuit. He has left his beloved younger brother behind, intending for you to become his vessel, as you bear the weight of the clan's annihilation and the responsibility of restoring the Uchiha lineage. Although your paths appear divergent, they ultimately converge. Itachi's hatred has forged a grotesque bond between you, binding you together in a singular destiny. You have become each other's vessels, measuring one another's capabilities. If your sole ambition is to eliminate Itachi without a broader vision, then you stand little chance of overcoming him, as White Moon remarked. I understand, you are quite bothersome. I need to sleep, Uchiha Sasuke retorted, deeply shaken by White Moon's words, his anger palpable. White Moon exited the room, gazing up at the sky. He had done all he could, but whether Sasuke's hatred would diminish or cease to be an obsession in his heart remained uncertain. He held a fondness for Itachi and hoped fervently that he would not meet his end. White Moon's words resonated in Sasuke's mind like the tolling of a bell, lingering as he tossed and turned in bed, unable to find solace, prompting him to reflect on his future path. As dawn broke, Uchiha Sasuke awakened. Sasuke, you've risen quite early. Why do you have such dark circles under your eyes? Did you not sleep well? White Moon inquired with a smile. You wretched fellow. It's because of you. Uchiha Sasuke snapped back. Haha, Sasuke, neglecting sleep will adversely affect your health, White Moon replied. Come, let us eat first. Consume plenty of meat to replenish your strength. This is essential for your healthy development. White Moon, like a caring guardian, served Sasuke a portion of food. Humph. Uchiha Sasuke grumbled, taking a hearty bite and chewing vigorously. White Moon couldn't help but smile at Sasuke's demeanor, which had diverged somewhat from the animated portrayal. Hey, when will the seal of the sealing technique be lifted? Uchiha Sasuke asked. I'm not certain. It depends on your level of diligence. If you do not apply yourself, it may take a long time. However, if you exert enough effort, I believe it could be lifted in about 3 months before the Genin Exams. White Moon replied nonchalantly. Atop Hokage Rock, White Moon observed the 6 individuals before him, a smile gracing his face as he announced. Today's training will be quite special and will take place in a secret location. Follow me. The 7 swiftly traversed the forest, with White Moon's speed remarkable. Each time his toes touched a tree, the trunk bent slightly, propelling him forward. The 6 behind him chased diligently, but no matter their efforts, they could not catch up. Soon, they arrived at a low mountain, beneath which a raging current flowed, with another small mountain across from them, connected by 4 parallel iron cables. Here we are, White Moon declared, setting down his backpack, which landed heavily on the ground, creating a substantial crater. Brother White Moon, what on earth did you carry that is so heavy? Naruto Uzumaki inquired. Nothing much, just the weights from your training yesterday, White Moon responded. Today's training involves both of your teams carrying weighted packs across a rope bridge to the opposite mountain. You concluded with ease, leaping effortlessly to the other side. The gap between the 2 mountains measures 5 meters. Under normal circumstances, without the added weight, we should be able to clear it effortlessly. However, with the burden of our weights and considering Bayu's earlier deliberate haste, which drained our chakra, our jumping distance is likely halved. Hyūga Niji activated his Byakugan, scrutinizing the opposite side, and remarked that the river below was tumultuous, and falling in would likely sweep us away. Hence, we must devise a careful plan. Tion interjected. There are ropes here, tie one around me, and I shall attempt to cross with the weight. All right, rest assured, I will hold the rope tightly, she replied. Once Lee Rock secured the weights and fastened the rope around his waist, he leaped, landing on the iron cable. However, the added weight made it challenging to maintain balance, and he soon lost his footing and fell. Lee Rock's reflexes were remarkable as he grasped the cable with both hands, hanging in midair. He reached forward with one hand to secure the cable, then released the other hand to grab the cable again. Yet, it wasn't long before his arms grew weary, and he succumbed to gravity, crashing onto a small hill. Tion and Hyūga Niji struggled to pull him up. It's no use, the weight is too much, and we quickly lose strength. We need to consider another approach. Haha, how difficult can this be? Watch my shadow clone technique, exclaimed Uzumaki Naruto with pride. His clone sprawled across the cable, forming a human bridge. Naruto, burdened with weights, swiftly advanced across his clones, reaching the opposite hill in no time. Sakura, Sasuke. Hurry over here. he called excitedly. Haruno Sakura and Uchiha Sasuke, donning weights, stepped onto the clones and quickly made their way across. By you, this training is a breeze. It's no challenge at all, Naruto boasted triumphantly. Upon witnessing their success, Hyūga Niji's eyes lit up. We can replicate their method. With me and Lee as a launching pad. Tion, you go first, then Lee can leap onto my back, and we'll shift to the other side. That sounds good. Let us proceed as you suggest. Tion agreed. Lee Rock, with his weight secured, lightly leaped onto the cable, positioning himself. Hyūga Niji, carrying his weight, stepped onto Lee Rock's back, causing him to feel an immediate strain, yet he gritted his teeth and clung tightly to the cable, wrapping his legs around it. Niji then leaped onto the cable, lying flat, gripping it tightly with his hands and intertwining his legs. Each weight Byakugan assigned was 100 pounds, and with them on their backs, it felt akin to having another person atop them. Tion then leaped onto Lee Rock's back, which made him feel considerably heavier, nearly toppling him. He gripped the cable fiercely, his legs straining to hold on. Tion adjusted herself and then jumped onto Hyūga Niji, regaining her breath before leaping to the other side. Upon arrival, she swiftly discarded her burdens. Lee, hurry over. Niji can barely hold on. Tion called out anxiously. Lee Rock attempted several times. His body now utterly devoid of strength, he exclaimed. Ten, quickly use the rope to pull Niji over. I can no longer rise. Little Lee, what are you saying? Hurry over here. Believe in yourself. You can do it. If you don't come, I won't get up either, Niji Hyūga retorted, gritting his teeth. The trio of Naruto Uzumaki and his companions observed the struggle of the other three, as if struck by an unseen force. While you watched Niji Hyūga enduringly wait for Lee Rock to arrive, while Lee Rock painstakingly endeavored to stand, feeling a sense of satisfaction. All right. Today you have all qualified in your training. Byakugan leapt onto the iron chain, embracing Lee Rock, and jumped back up the mountain, also bringing Niji Hyūga along. The objectives of today's training were fourfold. First, to instill the importance of unity and cooperation. Second, to help you recognize your own strengths. Third, to test your willpower. And fourth, most importantly, to learn to harness chakra absorption. Your own strength? Byakugan-sensei, are you referring to the accumulation of chakra? Tintin inquired. No. Your own strength refers to physical power. I have previously taught Sasuke about this. Today, I will impart this knowledge to you as well, Byakugan explained. While bearing the weight, lying on the iron chain, grasping it with your hands and entwining your legs around it, this embodies your own strength. The burden I provided is 100 pounds, akin to lying there with a child on your back. You have not even begun to utilize chakra in this regard. In our usual training, we absorb the energy particles from the air, forming our chakra. Sometimes, while engaged in tasks, we can also absorb these energy particles as if we were training. Just like this. Byakugan produced a piece of paper, palm down, the white sheet adhering flatly to his hand without falling. Niji Hyūga, utilizing his Byakugan, gazed at Byakugan's palm, clearly perceiving the chakra from the air penetrating the paper into his palm. Each time the paper was about to leave the hand, the chakra would push it back, ensuring it remained adhered to the palm. The cultivation of personal strength and the practice of chakra absorption are not achieved overnight. Today, I merely wish to provide you with an intuitive understanding through this training. As for how to practice and grasp the nuances, that is up to you, Byakugan remarked. Lee Rock, shouldering the weight, resolved to commence his training in personal strength. Little Lee, wait a moment, remove the weight, Byakugan instructed. Lee Rock looked at Byakugan in confusion. Byakugan clarified, practicing with weights now is merely to develop your leg strength. Your legs are already sufficiently strong. It is now time to focus on your arm strength. Only with a balanced physical strength can you fully realize the potential of your taijutsu. I understand. I will strive to improve, Lee Rock responded with great enthusiasm. Byakugan turned to Naruto and his companions. You are quite clever and adept at finding shortcuts. Well done. I will reward you appropriately. Sasuke Uchiha, catching a glimpse of Byakugan's smile, felt a sense of foreboding. Byakugan, really? What reward will you give me? Where is it? Hurry and show me, Naruto exclaimed. Naruto, you fool, what are you getting so excited about? Sakura Haruno delivered a punch to Naruto Uzumaki's head, causing him to crouch on the ground in confusion, lamenting, Sakura, a girl shouldn't be so violent. Otherwise, how will she ever find a husband? In light of your recent performance, I shall reward you with another attempt, but Naruto is prohibited from utilizing the shadow clone technique, Byakugan stated, lowering his gaze towards Naruto. Brother Byakugan, you're deceiving me. This is not a reward. It's clearly a punishment, Naruto protested, feeling aggrieved. Indeed, it is a punishment. Who told you to use shadow clones? Carrying 100 pounds of weight while jumping onto another person requires that individual to bear the weight of at least 10 people for a brief moment. By using shadow clones as a human bridge, your body only bears the weight of 3 individuals, while your clones may withstand it. What happens when they must bear the weight of 10? Are you certain they can endure it without endangering your companions? Today, you will practice diligently, just like those 3. And everyone must pass, Baiwei declared with great irritation. What is Baiwei doing today? The third Hokage inquired. Shikaka Nara replied. He took Naruto and 5 others out early this morning for what seems to be a special training session. That is excellent, having drifted outside for many years. He possesses considerable experience in life and death combat. I hope through his guidance, they will grow swiftly, the third Hokage remarked. Lately, I cannot shake the feeling of unrest. Something seems imminent. Given our last mission, it appears there are those secretly plotting against Konoha, the third Hokage continued. Indeed, aside from Orochimaru, we are unaware of who else lurks in the shadows. This is not a favorable sign. Dangers hidden in darkness are the most insidious. Sometimes, I wish they would mature quickly to help share our burdens, Shikaka said. It is unwise to rush growth. I will not do so, Baiwei remarked from outside the window. Baiwei, what are you doing here? Where are the children? The third Hokage asked. They are, of course, training. I will not teach them any skills of killing. I will only help them establish a solid foundation. If you wish for me to instruct them in the art of murder, they must first learn to be ruthless. Which I assume is not what you desire to witness, Baiwei replied calmly. Certainly not. Teach them as you see fit. Be cautious, for Naruto is not a compliant individual. He may cause you trouble, the third Hokage said with a somewhat awkward smile. Rest assured, my true self is present. They will not cause trouble nor dare to trouble me, Baiwei stated before departing. True self, shadow clone technique, or perhaps multi-shadow clone technique, Shikaki muttered to himself. To allow the shadow clones to operate so independently at a distance, it seems I have underestimated him. The third Hokage shook his head in disbelief. Sakura, you're so heavy. I cannot endure this any longer, Naruto exclaimed, lying on the iron chains and gritting his teeth. What did you say, Naruto? Just wait until I get over there. You'll see, Sakura retorted angrily. With that, Sakura leapt onto Sasuke Uchiha's back and then jumped to the mountain opposite. Soon, Naruto and Sasuke completed their task. Every day, Tion practiced the art of ninja tools in solitude, yet each attempt culminated in a broad attack, failing to embody the precise control of range that Baiyu had described. Master Baiyu, where have I faltered? Why am I unable to achieve this? Tion inquired. Perplexed. In order to master the art of utilizing ninja tools for controlled range attacks, you must first learn the technique of hand throwing, Baiyu replied. With a deft motion, Baiyu held 4 shurikens, each positioned at varying angles and grips. With a gentle flick of his wrist, he propelled the shurikens into the air, which spun gracefully before striking a tree. To Tion's astonishment, the shurikens did not align in a straight line, whether horizontally or vertically, as they ensnared a snake perched upon the tree. Indeed, it's all about the angle of the ninja tools, the grip, and the force of the throw. These elements require practice. Only by mastering them will you be able to effortlessly control the range of your ninja tool attacks, Baiyu elucidated. Understood, Master Baiyu. I shall dedicate myself to practice, Tion declared, admiration evident in his expression. Baiyu nodded encouragingly. Meanwhile, Lee Rock was engaged in arm exercises, while Hinata Niji focused on chakra absorption techniques. Sakura Haruno practiced hand seals, and Sasuke Uchiha also worked on chakra absorption. Naruto Uzumaki was immersed in shadow clone training, with his original self seated nearby, honing his physical abilities. Through the Byakugan, Baiyu discerned a troubling issue. Naruto's chakra was unevenly distributed among his shadow clones, with one clone possessing an excess and another a deficit. You are currently training in the wrong direction, Baiyu remarked. What do you mean I'm training incorrectly? Isn't this what you advised, Baiyu? When the shadow clones return to the original, they gain insight. If that's the case, I can accomplish many things, Naruto replied nonchalantly. I did utter those words, but I hadn't anticipated your level of foolishness. The chakra distribution among the 2 clones is fundamentally unequal. Yesterday, witnessing you disperse so many clones running in various directions, I assumed you had learned to control chakra distribution. However, it seems you merely stumbled upon success by chance. Baiyu said bluntly. Naruto retracted his shadow clones, reformed his hand seals, and once more created 2 clones. Unfortunately, one clone still possessed a surplus of chakra while the other had significantly less. This won't do. You must truly understand the flow of chakra within your body before attempting again, Byakugan instructed. Multiple shadow clone technique. Naruto formed the seals once more, producing 3 clones. 2 clones exhibited equal chakra levels, while the third appeared markedly weaker, its spirit visibly diminished. This is still inadequate. If you cannot rectify this issue, you will face considerable disadvantages in future battles, Byakugan cautioned. Byakugan, what's the problem? Shadow clones are meant for combat. If one disappears, I can simply create another. Naruto replied, his impatience evident. Learn to allocate your chakra wisely, and your shadow clones will be capable of numerous tasks, much like I can. With my own multiple shadow clone technique, Byakugan said, instantaneously summoning 5 clones of himself. Naruto, send one of your shadow clones along with my shadow clone to explore that area, and you will understand, suggested Byakugan. Confused. Uzumaki Naruto dispatched one of his shadow clones alongside Byakugan's clone into the depths of the forest. After merely 10 meters, Naruto's shadow clone vanished, while Byakugan's clone continued onward. Byakugan, what are you trying to convey? I still do not comprehend, Naruto remarked. If you remain perplexed, then pursue my shadow clone and follow it until it disappears or returns, Byakugan instructed. Despite his confusion, Naruto followed Byakugan's clone. As they traversed the path, Byakugan's shadow clone hunted 3 rabbits and killed 2 snakes. It was not until they had walked 1,000 meters that Byakugan's clone halted, only to turn back. Soon, both returned, and Byakugan's clone placed the rabbits and snakes on the ground before vanishing. Naruto, did you see that? With a reasonable distribution of chakra, shadow clones can accomplish a multitude of tasks, hunting, battling, and sometimes even communication, Byakugan elucidated. To think such a thing is possible. Byakugan, you are truly remarkable. Naruto exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed, it is impressive. You must practice diligently. Your chakra exceeds mine, and you can create more clones. If you master chakra distribution, you can achieve numerous feats, essentially multitasking, Byakugan advised. Byakugan's mentorship was not without its costs. He had no intention of seeking anything from Kakashi Hatake or Rock Lee. Instead, he seized this opportunity to gain significant access to the records on ninjutsu from Konoha. While forbidden techniques were off-limits and certain powerful jutsu were not available, most others were accessible. Currently, Byakugan was not particularly interested in ninjutsu. After years of wandering, he had encountered many extraordinary techniques, and aside from bloodline limits, he could replicate them with his Sharingan. His current fascination lay with cursed seals and their formations, experimenting daily with various effects of these arrays. The multiple shadow clone technique was based on the quantity of chakra in the clones and the connection with the original body. Byakugan aspired to transform the multiple shadow clones into independent entities through his studies of formations. Perhaps pure cellular cloning could achieve this, but that would equate to the creation of life, a prospect Byakugan wished to avoid. An independent personality would no longer be himself. This was a bold notion and an intricate process, particularly in determining whether the release of cursed seals could synchronize with the shadow clones. Each day was filled with an exploration of various ninjutsu formations, the drawing of binding arrays, research into summoning arrays, and experimentation with teleportation techniques. Byakugan immersed himself in these pursuits with great joy. Byakugan, look, I can now create 3 shadow clones with the same amount of chakra, Naruto proudly declared. Very impressive. What is the maximum distance they can exist apart from your original self? Byakugan inquired. Within 100 meters, they can operate independently, capable of engaging in other tasks. Naruto replied. Oh, that is splendid. With your efforts, you will soon surpass them, Byakugan remarked. Don't worry, brother Byakugan. I aspire to be Hokage. And I shall be the most exceptional one, Naruto Uzumaki exclaimed, exhilarated by Byakugan's encouragement. Now, go practice, Byakugan instructed. Yes, Naruto dashed away with enthusiasm. Every day, he diligently practiced controlling the usage of ninja tools, and he was already witnessing significant progress. Rock Lee trained fervently in taijutsu, particularly after heeding Byakugan's advice to enhance his arm strength. Sasuke Uchiha and Itachi Hyūga dedicated their days to physical training and chakra absorption exercises, both of whom intriguingly concealed their true capabilities, refraining from showcasing their unique practices before others. Byakugan turned a blind eye to this content as long as they were training. Sakura, you seem a bit distracted lately, Byakugan inquired. They all possess their unique traits and dedicated paths, while I am just an ordinary ninja. Brother Byakugan, I am uncertain which direction I should pursue, Sakura Haruno confessed, troubled. I have heard that your Jinjutsu skills are formidable. Why not develop in that direction? Byakugan suggested. Jinjutsu? Once Sasuke awakens his Sharingan, his eyes will inherently possess genjutsu abilities. In future team missions, it may not hold much value. Naruto and Sasuke are truly working hard, and I long to assist them in subsequent battles, Sakura replied. Oh, I see. You have a natural affinity for immense strength, making you well-suited for surprise attacks. I believe you should focus on enhancing your speed. In future missions, injuries are inevitable. If you feel your combat prowess is insufficient to support them, you might consider studying medical ninjutsu, Byakugan advised. Following the anime's progression, Sakura recognized her shortcomings, and it would be months later when she would train in medical ninjutsu under Tsunade Senju. Byakugan's insights prompted her to acknowledge her inadequacies, realizing she must voice her concerns if she wished to contribute to the team's continuity. Medical ninjutsu, why didn't I think of that? Thank you, brother Byakugan. Sakura's face brightened as she discovered her new direction, her spirits lifting instantly. However, do not rejoice too soon. I am not proficient in medical ninjutsu myself. Over the years, I have relied on traditional medical practices for healing every injury. If you wish to learn medical ninjutsu, you must consult Kakashi-sensei, Byakugan cautioned. Oh, I see. So what should I do now? Sakura's exuberance abruptly diminished. Regardless of the type of ninja, chakra is of utmost importance. As a medical ninja, you must possess a greater chakra reserve than others. Only then can you effectively treat various injuries. Inadequate chakra may allow you to diagnose, but it will be of no help in providing aid. It would be utterly futile, Byakugan explained. I understand now. My training goal will focus on accumulating chakra and enhancing my physical abilities. Yes, just like this, and then here, complete, Byakugan exclaimed, rising with excitement as he gazed at the intricate formations depicted on the scroll. At the moment of Byakugan's excitement, an immense surge of chakra coalesced within the scroll, resulting in a resounding explosion that caused Byakugan's shadow clone to vanish instantaneously. The explosive sound attracted a multitude of ninjas, and Uchiha Anko approached, furrowing her brow as she inquired about the situation. What happened here? Nothing significant. It was merely a failed experiment, Byakugan replied as he stepped forward. Byakugan, what are you doing here? Who is watching over Sasuke and the others? Anko questioned. My original self is their supervising. I am but a clone, Byakugan explained. A clone? Are you jesting? Anko retorted, delivering a swift kick that sent Byakugan sprawling. She then seized his ear, scolding him. You've grown quite audacious, learning to lie. Instead of diligently completing the tasks assigned by Lord Hokage, you engage in reckless destruction. Do you think your meager skills can deceive me? Are you dreaming in broad daylight? Ouch, ouch, ouch. Teacher Anko, please release me. I am truly not lying, Byakugan pleaded, feeling aggrieved. Anko, cease this at once, the third Hokage interjected as he approached. Lord Hokage, Anko replied respectfully, releasing Byakugan. I overheard your conversation. Byakugan has not lied. His original self is indeed outside caring for the children, the third Hokage affirmed. The shadow clone operates independently over a considerable distance. I find myself increasingly underestimating you. Anko regarded Byakugan with a mixture of astonishment and admiration. Byakugan smiled and rubbed his nose, remarking, it is only to be expected. What mischief are you up to now to create such a commotion? The third Hokage inquired. It is nothing but a research into a chakra gathering formation. Unfortunately, I lacked a suitable container, leading to an excess of gathered chakra and thus the explosion, Byakugan elucidated. There are designated areas for researching new techniques. From now on, you shall practice there. The third Hokage nodded and turned to leave. Byakugan, you performed admirably. The fact that the third Hokage defended you indicates your growing prowess. I am increasingly fond of you, Anko commented with a somewhat sardonic smile. Byakugan, sensing an undertone of menace in her demeanor, felt a chill run down his spine, as if an invisible threat loomed over him. You little rascal. Explain to me clearly when you learned the technique of multiple shadow clones. Have you been peeking at forbidden texts? Anko demanded, kicking Byakugan down and towering over him. Teacher Anko, please let me explain. I did not peek at forbidden texts. With my Sharingan, I can replicate any jutsu I have observed without resorting to dangerous methods. Byakugan clarified. Oh, I see now. Your original self is instructing Sasuke and the others while your shadow clone is here studying. It seems the distance between shadow clones and the original can be quite extensive. How far apart can they be? Anko asked. Not too far, merely within a 5-kilometer radius. Allowing the shadow clone to operate freely, Byakugan responded. Ah, I understand now. That is indeed a considerable distance. I happen to have some tasks that I cannot accomplish alone and require assistance. Come with me, Anko instructed. Teacher Anko. Is this what you meant by tasks that one cannot handle alone? You jest. You are perfectly capable of doing this on your own. Why then do you summon me? Only to leave me to do all the work? Baiwa protested, clutching a cardboard box. You are my student. Assist your teacher with some tasks. What is the matter? Who led you to deceive me? This shall be your punishment. Hurry along now. There are still many boxes that need to be transported from the office to the storage room, Yashiro Akane stated. A month swiftly passed. And aside from the first day of training, Baiwei allowed them to practice independently, merely offering corrections as necessary. Today's practice concludes here. You may return home early, Baiwei announced. What is the occasion today, Baiwei? Why are we being dismissed so early? Sakura inquired. It is nothing significant. Simply that Kakashi-sensei and Gai-sensei have returned. My shadow clone encountered them in the village, hence you are granted a day off. You may head home now, Baiwei replied. Kakashi-sensei is back. How wonderful. I must show him my progress and demonstrate how strong I have become, Naruto exclaimed excitedly. Naruto, don't act foolishly. Kakashi-sensei will not be easily fooled. Be cautious, or you may face dire consequences, you fool, Sakura warned. Sakura, don't you wish for Kakashi-sensei to see how strong we've become? Don't you want to surprise him? Naruto asked. I must astonish Kakashi-sensei and prove my strength so that I can accompany him on future missions. Enough of your bickering. Quickly return home. They are currently in the Third Hokage's office, reporting on the mission, Baiwei urged. The 6 of them removed their weights and excitedly sprinted towards the village. Baiwei sighed as he watched them disappear, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Itachi, how have you fared during this time? Have you come to secretly observe your brother Sasuke, or to gather intelligence on Konoha? Baiwei inquired into the void. I'm not here for anything specific. I merely heard some news and wanted to see how you were doing. It appears my concerns were unwarranted, Itachi Uchiha emerged, speaking softly. I am well. The Hokage has chosen to endure that incident. They do not dare to take action against me. On the contrary, they prefer that I remain in the village. Are you aware of the situation regarding the Sharingan? What do you intend to do about that wretched dance? Baiwei questioned. I am uncertain. The origins of this matter lie with me. At that time, I only wished to protect Konoha and Sasuke. I never anticipated such consequences, and I find myself powerless. Allow the deceased to rest, and let the dignity of the Uchiha clan remain unscathed. This burden must fall upon you, for I am a sinner of the Uchiha clan. Itachi said with a tone tinged with sorrow. Alas, you have suffered greatly. What is the current state of Akatsuki? What developments have they made? Do they pose a threat to the village? Baiwei asked. I am unaware of their specific plans. They are still in the preparatory stages. I will inform you at the first opportunity. Please take good care of Sasuke. I must take my leave now, Itachi replied before vanishing. Why must life be so burdensome? Is it not better to live joyfully each day? Alas, now is not the time for such thoughts. The narrative is about to unfold. I shall return and diligently study my energy-gathering formation, Baiwei murmured to himself. White Moon summoned you this time to lead the team on a mission, Third Generation stated. A mission? Led a team? But I have no squad. Are we to form one on the fly? If that's the case, I could manage the task alone. White Moon replied. It's not a temporary team. You should be quite familiar with them. They are Akai's 9th squad. Akai was injured during a mission and is currently recovering, unable to undertake any tasks. Thus, this mission is primarily entrusted to you. I hope you can take good care of them, Third Generation explained. Oh, I see. In that case, I have a request. Please double my remuneration beyond the mission reward, White Moon stated. No problem. After this matter, I will personally ensure you receive additional compensation. This mission is quite perilous. I hope you can bring them back unscathed, Third Generation replied. It seems this task exceeds the usual regulations and ranks. Are you certain you want them involved? I cannot guarantee their safety, White Moon cautioned. We must try. They cannot remain sheltered like flowers in a greenhouse. How can they grow without facing adversity? Third Generation remarked. Since you put it that way, very well. Please provide me with the details of the mission, White Moon requested. White Moon looked at Hyūga Neji, Rock Lee, and Tintin with a serious expression. This mission involves the eradication of bandits and exceeds the prescribed level. I hope you are all adequately prepared. What you will soon confront is not merely toil but life and death. I can only assure you that I will do my utmost to protect you and accomplish our objective. However, there are times when danger must be faced alone. I cannot cover every angle. So I urge you to mentally prepare yourselves for the possibility of bloodshed and sacrifice, White Moon conveyed. Teacher White Moon, we are ready. Rock Lee declared confidently, clenching his fists and raising his arms. In that case, let us depart, White Moon said, gesturing toward the village entrance. As the 4 exited Konoha village, they began to advance swiftly. White Moon led the way, his Byakugan keenly observing their surroundings. Upon exiting the village's confines, White Moon halted, prompting Neji, Lee, and Tintin to pause in confusion and look toward him. We are about to leave the safety of Konoha. Beyond this point, we will enter danger. We must remain vigilant and aware of our environment. Countless eyes may be watching us from the shadows, and ninja from other villages could appear, White Moon warned sternly. During our formation, do not stray. I will guard the front, while Neji watches the rear. We need to sprint for 3 hours to reach a populated city. Pay attention to your breathing rhythm and chakra application. Forward, we go, White Moon commanded. Understood, Neji and the others replied, falling in line closely behind White Moon. Akai, aren't you supposed to be recuperating? Why are you here drinking? Asuma Saratobi entered the tavern, surprised. Recovering? I'm not injured at all. What recuperation could I possibly need? The spirited Akai laughed. Not injured? Then why are you lying to the old man? Asuma asked, puzzled. Upon my return, I listened to the reports of those children. To be candid, I was unfamiliar with the teachings of Baiwe. They are indeed intricate matters. I could only impart to them 3 methods of combat, nurturing their fervor for battle and encouraging teamwork. However, I am unable to teach the foundational methods that differ from mere techniques. The passionate Akai remarked that this mission is quite formidable for them. Yet it appears effortless for Baiwe. This serves as an excellent practical task, allowing Baiwe to provide superior guidance. Ah, I see, you are taking the easy route. Asuma Saratobi chuckled. Given your admiration for Baiwe's capabilities, it seems I must arrange for him to instruct my students someday. Hiki, the opportunity has already passed you by. I have heard that after this mission concludes, Baiwe will be assigned to Team 7, Akai stated. Then it seems I must accept that I have missed my chance. Asuma replied with a hint of regret. Lee, you are applying too much force with your feet. You are leaving traces that could easily allow the enemy to track you. Baiwe said as he sped ahead, his eyes keenly observing the path while also keeping an eye on the rear members of the team. Hinata Neji admired Baiwe's superior use of the Byakugan. Yes, Lee Rock replied nervously, his foot slipping, causing him to fall from the tree. Baiwe halted and turned back. Lee stood there, feeling quite embarrassed. I'm sorry, Teacher Baiwe. It was my fault. It's all right. No need to be so anxious. It's your first mission, and it's natural to feel tense. What I mentioned earlier was not a reprimand, but rather a means of safeguarding your life. Remember this principle. If you cannot win, it is not shameful to flee. Escaping is not something to fear. The key is to ensure you leave no trace for the enemy to follow, for otherwise, your retreat is meaningless and merely presents the opportunity for them to pick you off one by one, Baiwe explained. Sometimes, retreat can be a strategy, a way to confuse the adversary, or a means to draw the tiger away from its den. By diverting the enemy, you can relieve pressure on your comrades and create an opportunity to shake off your pursuers, only to return and vanquish the remaining foes, thereby enhancing your team's chances of victory. Teacher Baiwe, I understand now, Lee said. All right, let us proceed. Be mindful of your chakra output and ensure you leave no traces behind, Baiwe commanded before swiftly dashing forward. The 3 exchanged glances and immediately followed suit. The 4 moved quickly, arriving at the outskirts of a town. Baiwe stated, the mission we have accepted is to reach Hongia village, located 100 miles beyond this town. When we enter the town shortly, do not be overly vigilant. Do not let anyone perceive that you are here on a mission. We must appear as though we are merely passing through, so refrain from inquiring about the surroundings. Rest assured, Teacher Baiwe, we will not cause any trouble, Tion affirmed. The 4 leisurely strolled into the town, which exhibited a pristine street with very few pedestrians. Teacher Baiwe, there are so few people on the street, Tion remarked. Indeed. It is only midday. Why are there so few people? Neji pondered. I am uncertain. Let us find an inn to settle in. As the situation appears to be somewhat complex, and I shall need to investigate thoroughly, Baiwe concluded. 4 individuals arrived at an inn and selected a spacious room, perfectly accommodating their party of 4. Their mission was to eliminate bandits, as every autumn during the harvest season, the newly gathered grain of Hongia village was subject to plunder. Yet, each time, there remained enough provisions. With the harvest approaching once more, the village harbored concerns regarding the safeguarding of their grain, hence the assignment was bestowed. Baiyu remarked, observing the passers-by on the streets, that the situation appeared to be more than a mere bandit problem. The banditry had begun to impact the town itself. Hinata Neji concurred, noting their apparent predicament. Why do you say that, Teacher Baiyu? Tion inquired, puzzled. I have come to comprehend the truth of the matter. The foes we are to eradicate are not mere bandits, but rather rebellious marauders preparing for insurrection, Baiyu expressed with concern. Rebellious marauders? How do you know this? Teacher Baiyu? Li Lok questioned. It is of no great consequence. Earlier, whilst registering for our room in the lobby, I took a brief respite in the restroom and dispatched a shadow clone. The clone utilized transformation techniques to gather intelligence, Baiyu elucidated. Teacher Baiyu. Employing a shadow clone alongside transformation techniques to gather intelligence is a brilliant idea, Tian remarked with admiration. It is nothing extraordinary. You all possess the ability to utilize transformation techniques. It is merely that you have yet to engage in reconnaissance through disguise. Whenever you embark on missions, it is paramount to thoroughly comprehend the task at hand and devise appropriate strategies. When gathering information, always conceal your true identity. And remember to masquerade as an ordinary individual devoid of any occupational traits, lest you be scrutinized based on your professional characteristics and terminology, Baiyu instructed. What should we do next, Teacher Baiyu? Li Lok inquired. This indeed presents a challenge. Although the adversaries' numbers are not vast, they still amount to 3,000. Undertaking this with merely the four of us is undeniably perilous. Therefore, let us rest here today, and I shall send a message to Lord Hokage to ascertain his thoughts. Baiyu proposed. I never anticipated that our first mission would pose such a daunting challenge. I am quite anxious, Li Lok confessed, his excitement palpable. Calm yourself, Shaoli. Focus on resting. It is possible that Brother Baiyu will devise a night raid for us, Niji Hinata advised. Baiyu had just relayed news indicating that the original bandits were a faction of rebels threatening the internal peace of the Land of Fire. Given their substantial numbers, assistance was requested. The Third Hokage addressed Kakashi Hitaki and the others. What is the specific number of adversaries, Lord Hokage? Nara Shikaku inquired. The report indicates a force of 3,000, the Third Hokage replied. Such a multitude exceeds the number of available ninjas. For the safety of the village, we can deploy at most 3 Jonin and over 70 Chunin, Nara Shikaka stated. The available ninja count is exceedingly limited, and any hasty actions may alert the enemy. Issue orders to deploy 3 Jonin and 50 Chunin, instructing them to assemble quietly within 10 days. It is imperative to eradicate those rebellious marauders in the mountains. The Third Hokage commanded. Understood. I shall relay the orders immediately, Nara Shikaku affirmed. The esteemed Hokage has replied, stating that the village cannot spare an abundance of ninjas. They can muster 3 Jonin and 50 Chunin, who will assemble at the foot of the mountain where the bandits are located within 10 days to avoid alarming them. Baiwei entered the room and spoke. 10 days? According to the mission's description, Honya village will commence its harvest in just 3 days. There is simply no time. Niji Hyūga remarked. Even if we eliminate the bandits, the mission will remain unfulfilled. Moreover, who knows what events may transpire during this time? With so much grain stockpiled, a rebellion could very well erupt within 10 days. Niji, your concerns are valid. Yet we are merely 4 in number and can hardly make a difference, Ten replied. Baiwei, what do you propose we do? Niji inquired. Your thoughts and apprehensions are well-founded, but I too am at a loss as to how to proceed. Our strength, as just 4 against over 3,000 foes, is inconsequential, despite our status as ninjas, Baiwei said, his voice tinged with despondency. The room fell into a contemplative silence, each person pondering their next move. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Rock Lee abruptly sat up from his bed. Baiyu-sensei, we cannot let this matter rest. We should launch a night raid. Our numbers may be few, but as ninjas, our purpose is to protect Konoha and the weak. Baiwei, I believe Lee is correct. Even if it leads to our demise, it is preferable to inaction, Niji asserted. Baiyu-sensei, they speak the truth. This situation is utterly stifling, Ten added. Very well. If that is the case, let us first have a hearty meal before we embark on a surprise attack against the bandits, Baiwei declared. On a moonless night, ideal for stealth, Baiwei gazed at the starless sky and remarked on the darkness. Today's night is particularly dim. Stay close behind Niji and me. And do not act independently. Understood, Lee and Ten affirmed. The 4 ninjas proceeded cautiously through the shadows, and after half an hour, they reached the base of the mountain. The foliage is dense and the terrain complex. It is impossible to discern the situation atop the mountain, Niji stated. Excellent work. We advanced for half an hour without revealing ourselves, and your Byakugan has remained activated. You performed admirably, Baiwei commended. The mountain was indeed thickly wooded, devoid of clear pathways. While the bandits' lair lay within a cave halfway up the slope, 10 guards were stationed at the entrance, with sentries concealed within the trees. It would be exceedingly difficult for the four of them to approach undetected. Byakugan-sensei, what shall we do now? Tenten asked. At this juncture, we must retreat, Baiwei replied. Retreat? What significance does that hold now? Niji questioned. Of course it holds significance. Sometimes the knowledge gained at night surpasses that of the day. We must withdraw. Baiwei stated with unwavering resolve. Instead of retracing their steps, Baiwei led them away from the mountain's base, seeking refuge in the woods across the way. Byakugan-sensei, are we not retreating? Why have we come here? Tenten queried, perplexed. Refraining from action, the purpose of retreat is to prepare for a counteroffensive. We have thoroughly assessed the preceding situation and the lay of the land. A surprise attack would be futile. Therefore, if you wish to execute your mission to eradicate the bandits and protect the vulnerable, we must advance head-on, Baiyu declared. Baiyu, what is your plan? Lilac inquired. You will remain here while I go to create a distraction and lure them out, Baiyu responded, making his way toward the opposing mountain. Alone at the mountain's base, Baiyu swiftly formed hand seals, fire release, great fireball technique. A torrent of flames erupted from his mouth, igniting the trees immediately. He then formed hand seals once more, wind release, wind surge. With a flick of his hands, the flames surged higher, rapidly merging into a formidable inferno. Baiyu is truly a man of fervor. I never imagined he would employ such intense tactics, Lilac exclaimed with excitement. The fire is intense and will soon reach halfway up the mountain. In due time, the disarrayed bandits will descend in a panic. We must be prepared to confront them and eliminate them at the first opportunity, lest they escape and pose a threat to others, Hinata Niji remarked. The flames blazed fiercely, quickly spreading to the mid-slope. Despite their fear, the chaos anticipated by the bandits failed to materialize. The area before the cave was expansive, and their leader appeared to be a ninja adorned with a forehead protector. Water release, torrential stream. A deluge cascaded down the mountainside, swiftly extinguishing the fierce flames. To think a gathering of bandits would include ninjas. Are today's ninjas so dull as to engage in such antics? Baiyu mused. Ice release, cold current. With swift hand seals, he pressed his hands to the ground, instantly freezing the rushing water. Ah, a leaf ninja proves formidable indeed, Daquan remarked as he slid down the ice. The rogue ninjas of the Mist Village. Are you so incapable of retaining talent? Or has your Mizukage cast you out of jealousy? Humph, my matters are of no concern to a leaf ninja, Daquan retorted. While I may not meddle in the affairs of your Mist Village, your incursion into the land of fire to provoke Konoha is my business. Truth be told, I am not particularly adept at night battles, but since fate has brought us here, I cannot allow you to leave alive. That would be too embarrassing. Baiyu asserted resolutely. We must depart swiftly. Tonight's ambush has faltered, and we need to return to devise a better plan. Baiyu suddenly declared as he emerged from behind. Baiyu, how did you end up here? Tion exclaimed in surprise. Baiyu covered Lilac's mouth, silencing the startled boy. Keep your voice down. That was merely a shadow clone. We need to leave quickly, or we will be discovered, Baiyu urged. The four of them cautiously retreated into the woods. Baiyu, the night raid has failed. What should we do next? Lilac asked. Do not fret. Just a moment. My shadow clone is still engaged in battle with that rogue ninja from the Mist Village, and the outcome remains uncertain. I cannot make a judgment just yet. Baiyu replied, a hint of exasperation in his voice. Baiyu, when did you create a shadow clone? I was unaware of it, Hinata Niji inquired. At the foot of the mountain, I perceived the fluctuations of chakra through a sidelong glance, leaving behind a shadow clone as I retreated. With the nightfall, coupled with my ambiguous demeanor and your discontented sentiments, I easily deceived your vision, Baiwei remarked. Teacher Baiwei, have we alarmed the snakes? Will they launch an attack on the surrounding villages? Tion expressed her concerns. Rest assured, they shall not act until dawn, Baiwei replied. I am already aware of the strength of that rogue ninja, Daching. For now, you should find solace in sleep. At daybreak, we shall execute a frontal assault, ensuring they do not unleash their wrath upon the nearby villages. The four fell into silence. Waiting is indeed a torturous endeavor, yet sometimes one must learn to endure it, or else accomplish nothing. Baiwei did not merely wait. She dispatched 3 shadow clones to further investigate the bandits' hideout in the mountains. After confirming the area and jotting down the formations, she prepared for the impending confrontation. As dawn broke, the 4 moved like leopards, unrestrained in their speed, swiftly advancing towards the bandits' stronghold. Within 5 minutes, they reached the base of the mountain. Adjust your chakra, Baiwei instructed, removing her outer garment and embedding the Snow Village emblem into the ground. As she activated the seal, her entire being transformed into a pale blue hue. Her hair turned white, and her eyes became a soft blue. Simultaneously, the 3 shadow clones activated their seals as well. The 4 Biwes swiftly performed hand seals, ultimately pressing down on the ground, causing a straight line to glow. 4 lines converged to form a grand square, and a brilliant white light shot skyward, materializing into a colossal ice wall. Phew, ice release. Super ice prison is complete, Biwes said, her complexion pale. Teacher Biwes, are you alright? Tian inquired. I'm fine. Just a bit drained from chakra consumption, Biwes replied. Now, you need not worry about the bandits escaping. Adjust your mindset and prepare for the attack. You must kill the enemies without mercy, or else we shall perish here. You truly are delusional, Daching approached, scoffing at the 4 facing over 3,000 foes, akin to eggs striking against stones. Are all of you from Konoha so stubborn and foolish? Who shall meet their demise today is yet to be determined. Biwes retorted coldly. You 3, assault the mountain from another direction. Niji, be cautious of the traps they have laid. Leave this to me. Niji and his companions swiftly ascended the mountain from an alternate route, while Daching paid them no heed, dismissing their potential against the overwhelming numbers of bandits. It seems you have great faith in your subordinates, allowing them to march to their doom, Daching taunted. To their doom? Not necessarily. Enough of your prattle. Today, I shall end you here, Biwes declared. Is that so? Releasing such a formidable jutsu must have drained a considerable amount of your chakra. Let us see how you handle my next few techniques, Daching challenged. Bring it on, Biwes replied, activating her Sharingan, the cross-shaped pupils appearing in her eyes. Daching, glancing into Biwes' eyes, felt a sudden wave of anxiety wash over him. He swiftly performed hand seals, water release, water serpent jutsu. The Great Spring's hand seals were just completed, and Biwes' technique was simultaneously executed. The 2 ninjutsu collided and mutually negated each other. Water release, water chaos wave. As the Great Spring initiated his jutsu, Biwes' water release, water chaos wave reached completion, resulting in yet another mutual cancellation of their ninjutsu. I neglected to mention that I possess the bloodlines of both the Hyūga and Uchiha clans. My eyes are currently in the state of the Sharingan. I can effortlessly replicate my opponent's techniques, so whatever jutsu you employ, I can easily imitate and perform, Biwes remarked calmly. Damn it, your eyes not only possess the ability to copy, but also the power of hypnosis, right? It appears as though my jutsu and yours were released simultaneously. The Great Spring responded. Quite astute, you are correct. I did hypnotize you, but not because my technique was slower than yours, rather it was faster. I didn't wish to undermine your confidence, which is why I allowed our jutsu to synchronize, Biwes explained. Do not speak nonsense, I will not be deceived. The Great Spring retorted angrily. What does it matter? Before my return to Konoha, I was a bounty hunter known as Cross-Eye. During my wanderings, I eliminated numerous ninjas and copied their techniques. Incidentally, I encountered the most rogue ninjas from the Mist Village, hence my proficiency in water release. May I inquire as to why ninjas from the Mist Village are so prone to betrayal? Is it because the Mizuki's jealousy drives them away? Or is it due to poor rations in your village? Biwes questioned. You bastard, perish. Water release, twin dragon water bombs. The Great Spring, in a fit of rage, unleashed his strongest jutsu, ice release, ice mountain sealing technique. Biwes swiftly formed seals, placing both hands on the ground. In an instant, the Great Spring was rapidly encased in ice, his jutsu rendered ineffective. What a fool. I already told you I can use ice release. Yet you still resorted to water release. Biwes returned to his normal state, sitting weakly on the ground. Look, 3 reckless little brats are charging at us. Eliminate them. One of the bandits shouted. The bandit rushed forward, while Tian immediately activated his ninja tools for a large-scale area attack, knocking down more than 10 in an instant. Rock Lee barreled through, demonstrating his Leaf Iron Fist, Leaf Flying Kick, and Leaf Whirlwind, further incapacitating over 10 foes. Hinata Niji, surrounded by bandits, disdainfully declared die. As he unleashed the 8 trigrams, heavenly rotation. Chakra surged from him as he rapidly changed positions, injuring and dispatching dozens of bandits in a heartbeat. As the saying goes, 2 fists cannot contend against 4 hands. Soon, the 3 were encircled by bandits. Those 3 little fools, and a girl too. It has been a while since I exercised my waist. I shall eliminate these 2 boys, and the girl will be for my brothers to enjoy, one bandit brazenly proclaimed. Damn it, there are too many of them. What do we do now? Tian asked. Charge out, rush downhill, and quickly reunite with Biwes. Otherwise, We will all perish here, Hinata Niji asserted. Even while weakly seated on the ground, Byakugan utilized the little chakra remaining to activate his Sharingan. Observing the situation on the mountain, he was fortunate to witness Hinata Niji employing the 8 trigrams, heavenly rotation, a secret technique passed down through the main branch of the Hyūga clan. At the moment of the assault, a significant amount of gentle fist chakra surged forth from the chakra points within, executing a circular rotation akin to a spinning top, capable of rebounding all physical attacks, thus epitomizing absolute defense. Hinata Niji, truly a prodigy, ingeniously devised a secret technique of the Hyūga clan to compensate for the blind spots of the Byakugan. Byakugan observed all of this, having successfully gleaned knowledge from it. He retrieved a special military ration pill from his bosom, which not only rapidly restored stamina, but also replenished chakra. With a sinister grin, Byakugan produced a spherical bomb the size of a ping-pong ball, a creation born from his studies of a failed energy-gathering array. He dashed swiftly towards the mountain, activating the bomb with chakra and hurling it away, resulting in a thunderous explosion that claimed the lives of several bandits. Byakugan swiftly maneuvered through the chaos, launching additional spheres that triggered a series of explosions, decimating the bandits further. Hearing the blasts, Niji and his companions realized reinforcements had arrived. Utilizing their dwindling strength, they fought their way down the mountain. Yet their physical limits had been reached, and their chakra reserves were nearly depleted, their bodies bearing numerous injuries. In their moment of despair, Byakugan emerged through the billowing smoke, resembling a demonic figure, his blade dancing through the air, taking a life with each swing. However, the sheer number of bandits was overwhelming, and by the time he reached them, Niji and his comrades were on the brink of death. With arms outstretched, Byakugan began to spin his body continuously, resembling a colossal top, charging towards the mountain with lethal intent, harvesting the lives of the bandits like a reaper. Bloodied and battered, he approached the trio and handed them military ration pills, gasping, "My chakra is nearly exhausted. I can no longer utilize ninjutsu, so we must charge ahead. You go first. I will hold them off." "No, let me take the rear," Niji insisted. "Niji, do not be reckless. Your injuries are severe. As your teacher, it is my duty to ensure your safety, a responsibility I must uphold as both a mentor and a ninja," Byakugan replied. Niji wanted to protest further, but Hachiyu interjected angrily, "Stop the nonsense. We are trapped on this mountain with no escape. We must fight desperately. This is beyond your capacity. Hurry." Niji and the others forged ahead while Byakugan defended their rear, battling fiercely, drenched in blood. Finally, they reached the base of the mountain, yet Byakugan bore numerous wounds. "Teacher Byakugan, you are hurt," Tian exclaimed anxiously. "It's all right. Now that we are at the foot of the mountain, I can unleash my ultimate technique, Ice Shield." "Avalanche ice daggers," Byakugan panted. Placing his hands upon the ice wall, it shattered, transforming into countless ice daggers that surged towards the bandits. All the bandits fell, and a sense of relief washed over Byakugan, who then collapsed. Konoha. At this moment, Byakugan was entirely wrapped in bandages, lying unconscious. Hinata Niji and the others, also injured and bandaged, sat nearby. Had it not been for the timely arrival of the first group of infiltrators, the 4 of them might have perished in the mountains. Hinata Niji recounted the events that had transpired, and the passionate Eikai was astonished by the extent of their ordeal. "Children, you have performed admirably. The unfolding of events has exceeded my expectations. Otherwise, I would not have feigned illness to allow Byakugan to accompany you," Eikai remarked. "No, it was our impulsiveness. We should have awaited reinforcements," Hinata Niji replied. "Indeed, if only we had been stronger," Tian added. "We have burdened teacher Byakugan. We are the ones who have harmed him," Lilac said, clenching his fist weakly. "You need not blame yourselves. This is not your fault, Byakugan, now awake," stated feebly. "It is I who failed in my duties as a teacher, who did not timely deter your foolish notions and foolishly joined you in your folly. Teacher Byakugan, you are awake." "This is wonderful," Hinata Niji and the others exclaimed with joy. "All is well now. You two are injured. Return and rest," Byakugan said with a smile. "Now that Byakugan is awake, all is well. You should return and allow him to rest," Mitarashi Anko entered and said. The 3, resigned, exited the infirmary, with Eikai casting an apologetic glance as he too departed. "Anko, what did the doctor say?" Byakugan inquired. "Merely excessive blood loss. There is nothing serious. As long as you rest well, you shall recover," Mitarashi Anko replied, her expression somewhat uneasy. "Anko, are you concealing something from me?" Byakugan asked. "You cannot deceive me. The doctor mentioned that your meridians are damaged, your acupoints blocked. It is impossible for you to continue as a ninja. Fortunately, there is no danger to life. Baiyu sighed in relief. Knowing that brings me comfort, Mitarashi Anko responded. I had anticipated this outcome. I suspected it while executing that super ninjutsu. When I simultaneously channeled 2 different chakras to form ice release, I was prepared for the consequences. This was the result of my prior use of the shadow clone technique to establish an energy convergence formation. Had I not done so, I might have perished. Baiyu stated calmly. The Uchiha clan's bloodline limit not only bestows the Sharingan upon you, but also grants you fire attributes. Wind fuels fire, while water extinguishes it. The combination of wind and water attributes creates ice. In ordinary ninjutsu, this would be manageable, but the super ninjutsu you unleashed disrupted the chakra within you. Leading to this outcome, Mitarashi Anko explained. This is still quite commendable. I am grateful I persevered, or else Niji, Tion, and even Lee might have perished. Baiyu said with a smile. Rest here well. I shall see if there are any solutions, Mitarashi Anko stated. Becoming an ordinary person is already a favorable outcome. Upon the return of Baiyu's true self, he fully comprehended his situation. The immutable law of the 5 elements' mutual restraint cannot be altered, even within such an animated world. Fortunately, he is still alive and retains the myriad theories he encountered in his past life. He can still conduct various experiments. Brother Baiwei, how is your injury? Entered Haruno Sakura, Uzumaki Naruto, and Uchiha Sasuke. You all have arrived. I am physically well, Baiwei responded. I have heard that you are incapacitated now. Reduced to an ordinary person, Uchiha Sasuke remarked coolly. Indeed, I am now an ordinary person. Henceforth, the burden of reviving the Uchiha clan rests upon you, Baiwei stated. It has always been upon my shoulders, Uchiha Sasuke retorted. Ah, you. Ha ha ha, Baiwei chuckled at Sasuke's words. What a pity. This means Brother Baiwei cannot accompany us on missions. I wanted him to witness my prowess, Uzumaki Naruto lamented. It is all right. I believe you will excel, Baiwei encouraged. Of course, I am destined to become the Hokage. Uzumaki Naruto declared with pride. Have you been assigned any missions lately? Baiwei inquired. We did undertake a mission, but it was merely cat-catching and dog-finding. We have yet to embark on an actual assignment. I truly envy Niji and the others in this regard, Haruno Sakura replied. I see. Only through the trials of life and death can one truly be considered a ninja. I am confident that you will soon return to the field, Baiwei asserted. I believe our turn will come soon, Uzumaki Naruto stated. What are you all doing here? Shouldn't you be training? Suddenly interjected Kakashi Hatake. Kakashi-sensei. We just came to check on Brother Baiwei. We will leave shortly, Haruno Sakura explained. I have matters to discuss with Baiwei. You must leave now, Kakashi Hatake instructed. Reluctantly, the trio exited the infirmary, though they did not stray far. Why are you still here? What are you doing? Kakashi Hatake suddenly appeared, tapping Naruto on the head. Kakashi-sensei, that hurt. Uzumaki Naruto exclaimed, crouching on the ground, cradling his head. If you fear pain, you should depart quickly, Kakashi Hatake advised. This time, the trio truly departed. Kakashi-sensei, what brings you here? Baiwei asked. I have come primarily because Lord Hokage wishes to consider you for our Team 7. I wanted to assess your physical condition. Kakashi Hatake explained. My meridians are blocked, rendering me incapable of utilizing chakra. I have become an ordinary person. I believe I can still employ my taijutsu. Though the extent of my recovery remains uncertain, Baiwei elaborated. As for my eyes, I have yet to test them. Upon finishing his statement, Baiwei activated his Byakugan, which functioned normally, then transitioned to his Sharingan, revealing a cross-shaped pupil. It seems a significant amount of chakra is obstructed nearby. I am uncertain how many times I can activate it. I understand. I will report this accurately to Lord Third, and the decision will rest with him, Kakashi Hatake replied. Kakashi-sensei, where did you obtain your Sharingan? Baiwei asked, his tone laced with a chilling inquiry. My Sharingan is a relic from my childhood. One of my teammates belonged to the Uchiha clan. Unfortunately, during a mission, he was gravely injured and did not survive. Bequeathing his eyes to me, Kakashi Hatake recounted. His voice tinged with nostalgia and sorrow. Regrettably, I was unable to fulfill the promise I made to him. I hope you speak the truth, otherwise I shall make things quite unpleasant for you. You may leave now, Baiyu spoke softly. Teacher Hongdo, could you please go out and bring me a bowl of ramen? Baiyu requested. What's wrong? Is my cooking not to your liking? You should, Hongdo replied. It's not that it's inedible, rather, it is excessively sweet. As I am currently unwell, I require a balanced diet, Baiyu expressed with a hint of grievance. I see. You make a valid point. I shall go get it for you right away, Uchiha Hondo said. As Uchiha Hondo exited the ward, Hanan and Niji and the other two stealthily entered. Have you all recovered? Are you ready for discharge? Byakugan inquired. Yes, teacher Byakugan, we are set to train. Do you have anything to say? Tian asked. I have imparted all I can. Through this experience, you have recognized your own shortcomings. There is little left for me to teach you. If you feel there is still room for improvement, reflect thoroughly on that battle, Byakugan advised. Teacher Byakugan, I have decided to explore ninjutsu beyond taijutsu. But I truly struggle in other areas. Do you have any suggestions or methods? Lilac lowered his head and asked. He felt profoundly inadequate after the battle. Realizing that despite his prowess in taijutsu, he could barely take down a foe. Aside from taijutsu, you lack proficiency in other ninjutsu, which is quite deficient, isn't it? Byakugan questioned. Indeed, I am quite lacking. In this regard, I am similar to Naruto. Were it not for Teacher Guy, I would not have graduated at all. Lilac replied. Oh, I see. Then focus on mastering taijutsu. Additionally, you should learn to wield a weapon, be it twin blades or a staff, and diligently practice the summoning technique for your weapon. I understand that during that fierce battle, you felt your taijutsu held back your teammates. However, you need not harbor such thoughts. Taijutsu is suited for close combat, which merely limits your attack range. Once you learn to wield a weapon, you can expand your range of attack. But remember, do not push yourself too hard. Otherwise, your taijutsu may regress. Byakugan pondered before speaking. A month passed, and Byakugan removed all the bandages and donned fresh attire, stepping out of the hospital. The air outside is truly invigorating. The scent of alcohol is much improved. I feel almost intoxicated, Byakugan exclaimed with excitement. Teacher Byakugan, congratulations on your discharge. This is wonderful. We shall fight side by side in the future. Tian rejoiced. What? Byakugan is joining our 7th team and will fight alongside us, Haruno Sakura chimed in. Cease your bickering. I do not intend to undertake missions at present. I am well aware of my physical condition, and my priority now is to address my health issues, Byakugan stated. Such a pity. We are about to embark on a mission, and I had hoped to battle alongside you, Byakugan. Isn't that right, Sasuke? Uzumaki Naruto expressed his regret. Uchiha Sasuke merely scoffed and remained silent. Thank you for coming. I shall treat you all to ramen, Byakugan offered. Byakugan. Lord Hokage requests your presence, Irika Hyūga announced as he approached. Teacher Irika, Byakugan just promised to treat us to ramen, and now you are taking him away. What about my ramen? Uzumaki Naruto complained. This is an unavoidable situation. It is the order of Lord Hokage. How about this? I shall treat everyone to ramen. Irika Hyūga said, scratching his head in embarrassment. Yay, let us go. Ramen awaits, exclaimed Naruto Uzumaki with excitement. The main reason I called you here is to inquire about your intentions, spoke the Third Hokage. I merely wish to focus on strengthening my body for the time being and have no desire to undertake any ninja missions, replied Byakugan. In that case, let us set aside matters regarding Team 7. You remain a teacher, and you possess the authority to study ninja techniques and scrolls, the Third Hokage stated. Thank you, Third Hokage, but I am more concerned about whether my safety can be assured. Though I may be incapacitated, I sensed a murderous intent while in the hospital. I suspect that the treacherous Danzō will not let this opportunity slip away, Byakugan asserted with conviction. Rest assured, I shall issue a warning to him, the Third Hokage assured. Very well, I shall place my trust in you for now, Byakugan replied. Good, if there is nothing further, you may leave, the Third Hokage said. Byakugan spent his days engrossed in the scrolls concerning formations. Could he truly be unconcerned about his physical condition? That was implausible. On this particular day, Byakugan set down his pen and leapt with uncontainable joy. He had finally devised the gravity scroll he had long desired. Meticulously crafted based on various concepts from novels of his past life. The body is the very foundation of a person's strength. Only with a robust physique can one unlock their boundless potential. There are numerous methods to attain a powerful body, with the most economical being training under the influence of gravity. If the body's meridians and acupoints are obstructed, one cannot cultivate chakra. To survive in this world of ninjas, one must possess formidable strength. Byakugan delineated a specific area and established a gravity formation. As soon as the formation was completed, the gravity within its confines altered significantly. Every day, Byakugan exercised within this formation, engaging in basic physical activities such as skipping rope, doing push-ups, sit-ups, kicking, and punching. During each session, his unique Sharingan would involuntarily awaken, initially causing him concern, but after observing for some time without incident, he became indifferent and continued to practice diligently. Under the bright moon and sparse stars, Baiwei trained vigorously today, leaving him sprawled on the ground like a rag. He harbored a premonition that if he pushed himself just a bit more, he would achieve unexpected rewards. As he quietly admired the moonlight, it was suddenly obscured. The figure of Danzō Shimura appeared before Baiwei. "Damn Uchiha brat. I've been waiting for this opportunity after lurking for so many days. Your eyes are quite special." "I shall take them." Baiwei wished to scream, but his body was utterly fatigued, as if ensnared by some ninjutsu, rendering him voiceless. Danzō crouched down, seized the snow village's blade embedded in Baiwei, and drew it forth. A frigid aura swiftly permeated the surrounding air, and the icy blade glimmered in the moonlight. As Danzō unhesitatingly thrust the snow village's blade toward Baiwei's eyes. At this moment, the Sharingan activated once more, its cross-shaped pupils spinning rapidly. The frigid aura surrounding the area was swiftly drawn into the eye, while the latent medical energy within the snow village surged into it. Shimura Danzō had not anticipated this transformation in Hakuyuki's Sharingan, especially such an unusual influx of icy energy. In an instant, the surrounding ninjas were alerted. Danzō realized there was no way to eliminate Hakuyuki now. He discarded his dagger and vanished from the courtyard. Mizuki Azuki arrived promptly at the scene. The courtyard where Hakuyuki resided was now unbearably cold. Despite the chill, Azuki pressed forward. At that moment, Hakuyuki was encased in ice. Without hesitation, Azuki approached, only to be intercepted by Hyūga Hisashi, who grasped her hand. "Let me assess his condition," Hisashi declared, activating his Byakugan. Through his eyes, he clearly observed the pervasive icy energy coursing through Hakuyuki's body, with all his meridians and chakra points reopened. "He is fine. His physical condition is excellent," Hisashi stated. "Fine? What is going on with him then?" Azuki inquired. "I'm uncertain. This should be a manifestation of a bloodline limit awakening," Hisashi speculated. "An awakening of a bloodline limit? That is impossible. He has already awakened the Byakugan and later the Sharingan. He possesses the fire affinity of the Uchiha clan. What further bloodline limit could he have? Could the Byakugan possess some peculiar characteristic?" Azuki questioned. "I cannot say," Hisashi replied. This night was destined to be tumultuous. The third Hokage later arrived, yet discerned little of significance. However, he did sense the location of the snow village and understood that someone had attacked Hakuyuki. He instructed Narashikaka to investigate, but no substantial findings emerged. As dawn broke and sunlight poured in, the ice encasing Hakuyuki began to crack, and he emerged from within. He was enveloped in a cold aura, with white hair and pale blue eyes, his cross pupils tinged with a faint purple hue. "Hakuyuki, are you all right? How do you feel?" Azuki asked anxiously. "I'm fine, sensei. My body feels quite well," Hakuyuki responded. "That's a relief. You truly scared everyone." "You must have much to ponder. I shall not intrude further," Hisashi remarked. "Uncle, take care. Once I have clarified my thoughts, I will seek your counsel," Hakuyuki replied. Hisashi nodded and departed. Azuki recognized that Hakuyuki indeed needed to comprehend his situation, so after offering some advice, she took her leave. "Have you come to any conclusions?" Hisashi inquired. "I believe I have an inkling, though I am unsure if it is accurate. I hope you can assist in analyzing my thoughts," Hakuyuki stated. "Speak your mind." "Let us see if I can grasp your reasoning," Hisashi encouraged. "I sense that the Byakugan and Sharingan originate from the same source. I was born with the Byakugan, and awakened its bloodline limit at the age of 6. At 12, I awakened the Sharingan bloodline limit. The succession of these two bloodline limits exists in a state of equilibrium or perhaps parallelism. The Uchiha clan possesses a lineage imbued with the power of fire. Yet during that extraordinary ice release, it resulted in the blockage of vital pathways, creating a dichotomy between ice and fire that disrupted the equilibrium of physical attributes. In recent days, I have been diligently training my body, causing the Sharingan to awaken spontaneously. It seems my cultivation has disturbed the balance within my physical energy, coinciding with the intensified cold power of the village of snow, which further stimulated the Sharingan, allowing it to absorb the frigid energy and utterly shatter my body's inherent equilibrium. The village of snow boasts a history spanning over a century, its icy aura being remarkably dominant, thus altering my physical attributes anew, Baiwei remarked. "Your analysis appears to be flawed, indeed gravely incorrect," Hinata Hisashi interjected. "Incorrect? Uncle, I am unaware of where my reasoning falters," Baiwei responded, perplexed. "Both the Byakugan and Sharingan can be awakened through training within the Hyūga and Uchiha clans, albeit with varying degrees of effort leading to different timings. There has never been a case of inability to awaken them. The collision of the dual bloodline powers is uncertain in its outcome. When I first encountered you, I thought it was the fusion of these two bloodlines. Today, upon my return from your place, I perused the ancient texts of the Hyūga clan, where our ancestors boldly speculated that the Byakugan and Sharingan are merely different manifestations of the bloodline descended from the Sage of Six Paths. It seems correct to assert that the Sharingan and Byakugan share a common origin. Your current state is likely an awakening of a phenotypic ancestral trait, Hizashi elucidated. Baiwei walked discontentedly along the street, initially intending to impress Hizashi with his knowledge of the anime's plot, only to be met with a deluge of words from him. No wonder his role was so minor. He certainly was verbose, seemingly oblivious to the art of praise. You're back? You appear rather downcast. Oh, do I sense chakra within you? And of the ice attribute, no less. What could be the cause of this? Baiwei inquired. Do not worry. I shall explain, he continued, placing his hand on the shadow clone of Baiwei. Who would have thought this would work? Is this what they call a legendary golden finger? The shadow clone remarked. Who knows? Regardless, how do you feel now? Baiwei asked. I feel splendid, just as we hypothesized. The shadow clone is a division of the soul. Though it does not harm the soul, upon the clone's disappearance, the soul will return intact to the original body, the shadow clone replied. That is reassuring. Once your soul matures to a sufficient degree, I shall seek an appropriate vessel for you, allowing you to exist as an individual, as a person, Baiwei declared. Don't forget to grant me a Sharingan, the shadow clone reminded. Rest assured, for you are me, and I am you. I shall not shortchange myself. This soul growth formation seems adequate, or shall we consider a more potent energy source? Baiwei proposed. For now, it suffices, haste makes waste, and with your newly acquired chakra, I assume I need not engage in battle, correct? This state is excellent and remains undetected, the shadow clone asserted. Do as you wish. I hope you grow swiftly. For you are the only friend with whom I can speak candidly. At times, this solitude is overwhelming, Baiwei expressed. Friend? Did you not say that you are me and I am you? How is it that you now refer to me as a friend? The shadow clone queried. We are but fragments of the same soul. You possess your own independent persona, and as long as our destinies converge at the conclusion of our life's journey, all shall be well. In battle, regardless of whose demise it may be, our souls will return to one another, Baiwei remarked. So be it, as you have suggested. Should you not bestow upon me a name? The shadow clone Baiwei inquired. A name, indeed. Since you aspire to wield the Sharingan, you must embody the fire element. Thus, I shall enhance your abilities with a fire attribute convergence formation. Once you have fully matured, you shall be known as Uchiha Hakutsuki, Baiwei declared. Huiyu. I find that name quite appealing. Henceforth, I shall be called Huiyu, he replied. Baiwei maintained a meticulously structured daily routine. Even though his chakra had replenished, he diligently engaged in physical training and the study of formations. He was in no rush to explore the state of his body, the characteristics of chakra, or the new transformations brought forth by the Sharingan. One day, Lee Rock arrived with great excitement. Baiwei-sensei, I've done it. I have finally mastered it, he exclaimed. Baiwei, puzzled, asked, what exactly have you achieved? It's the summoning ninjutsu with the tools you mentioned, Baiwei-sensei. Look, Lee Rock exclaimed as he retrieved 2 scrolls from his waist and tossed them into the air. In an instant, they transformed into 2 blades. Quite impressive. Have you neglected your taijutsu? Baiwei inquired. My swordsmanship is somewhat lacking, but I have not neglected my physical training, Lee Rock responded. Oh, is that so? Then let us practice and see how much you have progressed, Baiwei suggested. Lee Rock assumed a stance. Please, Baiwei-sensei. Baiwei casually stood there, replying. Why don't you go first? Under my Sharingan, your movements will not escape my gaze. Without hesitation, Lee Rock charged forward, initiating with a flying kick. Baiwei observed the kick and, curiously, noted how Lee Rock executed a downward strike following the blocked kick. In an instant, Baiwei instinctively caught Lee Rock's flying kick with one hand while his other hand grasped the opposing foot. The initial collision struck Lee Rock in the abdomen, effectively neutralizing his subsequent action. Baiwei-sensei, you are incredible. I feel utterly inadequate, Lee Rock lamented. Ah, there is no need for such despair. With experience, you too shall attain such prowess. Your combat experience is still quite limited, but I believe that with diligence, you will undoubtedly become a master of taijutsu, Baiwei reassured him. Rest assured, Baiwei-sensei, I shall not lose confidence. I will prevail and, in the future, I will defeat you. I must take my leave, Lee Rock said, leaving with a heavy heart. Baiwa sat down, reflecting on the earlier skirmish. The series of actions he had executed were not merely products of combat experience. It felt as though he had witnessed them and instinctively performed the next movement. Anticipating the enemy's actions relies on experience and prior arrangements. It cannot simply be achieved through instinct alone. The reason I was able to perform such actions was that I had observed them. Thus, I could say that the ability awakened by my new Sharingan is to glimpse the future, although the duration is brief, merely a second into the future. Such a power is indeed astounding. The Byakugan possesses the capabilities of insight, X-ray vision, and distant sight, while the Sharingan grants insight, hypnosis, and replication. Now, my Cross Sharingan has also acquired the ability to reveal the next second of the future. Baiwei was quite exhilarated but still felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. Wishing for the ability to cast illusions, Baiwei accepted an independent mission, yet again a bandit extermination task, with the number of bandits clearly defined and the reward quite reasonable. He completed the mission alone within 3 days, including a bounty task where he battled rogue ninjas from the Sand Village. Baiwei confirmed the techniques of his Cross Sharingan, X-ray vision, insight, distant sight, hypnosis, illusion, and foresight. Content: Baiwei returned to the village, where he encountered Kakashi Hatake and Naruto Uzumaki coming back together. Baiwei, what were you doing outside the village? Naruto inquired. Greetings, Kakashi-sensei, Baiwei replied respectfully. I was merely engaging in some exercise. You, an ordinary person. Sasuke Uchiha began, but then fell silent. Sasuke, I didn't expect your Sharingan to awaken. Truly commendable, Baiwei remarked with a smile. Weren't you supposed to be incapacitated? How do you possess such abundant chakra? Sasuke was astonished upon realizing that Baiwei's condition was quite the opposite of what he had anticipated. It's nothing. My eyes merely underwent a second awakening, Baiwei replied nonchalantly. What second awakening? You seem perfectly fine, just pretending to be pitiful, Sasuke retorted skeptically. Haha. There is no need for me to deceive you. By a stroke of fate, my Cross Sharingan awakened, absorbing all the icy powers of the Snow Village. I have now attained the pinnacle of ice. My future bloodline will possess a new Kekkei Genkai, marking the emergence of 2 branches within the Uchiha clan, Baiwei declared. Pinnacle of ice. Who would believe you? I never expected you to become such a braggart, Sasuke scoffed. Believe it or not, you will see. I now place the burden of reviving the Uchiha clan entirely upon your shoulders. I was once unwilling to bear it, but now, even if I wish to, I am powerless to do so, Baiwei stated. Humph, I never thought you would carry the burden of reviving the Uchiha clan. I'm tired. I need to return to sleep, Sasuke asserted confidently. As Baiwei watched Sasuke's retreating figure, he felt as though a mountain weighed heavily upon his shoulders. With a hint of resignation, Baiwei murmured, Sasuke, you are right. I never considered bearing the weight of reviving the Uchiha clan. This path is too exhausting. I hope you can tread it well. Naruto, what mission were you all on? What adversaries did you encounter? I can't believe Sasuke's Sharingan has actually awakened, Baiwei inquired. We were tasked with escorting an elderly gentleman. But he turned out to be a fraud, leading us to confront formidable opponents, Zabuza Momochi and Haku, Naruto explained. Had it not been for Sasuke awakening his Sharingan, I might have perished. At the onset, Naruto Uzumaki was brimming with enthusiasm, yet by the end, his spirits had significantly waned. I see, Baiwei remarked. Mizuki Zabuza is indeed a special Jonin-level ninja. I never anticipated you would triumph over him. You are truly remarkable. It is Kakashi-sensei who is impressive, possessing the Sharingan, capable of flawlessly replicating Zabuza's jutsu. Sasuke was able to keenly observe Bai's movements. Otherwise, we would not have emerged victorious, Naruto said. I hardly contributed anything of significance. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Sakura Haruno felt a mix of shame and anger. Damn it, Naruto. If you claim you did not help, does that not render me utterly useless? I must find an opportunity to teach him a lesson. Enough of that, for the past is behind us. Focus on recalling the battle to gain experience. Do not dwell on the trivial, Baiwei advised. Understood, Naruto replied. Sasuke has already borne enough burdens. Why add to them? Kakashi Hatake interjected. If his load is not heavy, how will he progress? When I first returned, I aided him in awakening the Sharingan, but alas, his sole desire was to exact vengeance on Itachi for the Uchiha clan. Later, I sealed his Sharingan, compelling him to build a solid foundation. The arduous fundamentals did not extinguish the hatred within him. He was solely fixated on revenge. Eventually, I spoke of Itachi's motives, asserting that Itachi's massacre of the clan was intended to restore the Uchiha to greatness. The original Uchiha clan had become his shackles. and so he severed those bonds. To vanquish him, one must surpass him and rejuvenate the Uchiha clan, allowing it to resonate throughout the ninja world. It was then that I extricated him from his hatred, guiding him towards a broader path. However, at that time, he still relied on me, which concerned me greatly, fearing that Itachi might reemerge and draw him back into darkness. Now, I can no longer consider myself a member of the Uchiha clan. I wish for him to understand that he alone must restore the Uchiha to its former glory, Baiwei stated heavily. Whom do you worry for? Are you not concerned that your actions may yield contrary results? Kakashi questioned. I do not fear that he will tread a path opposite to my wishes, for I merely provide him with a belief. How he chooses to pursue that belief is his own affair, Baiwei replied. Orochimaru's obsession with the Sharingan is well known. He cannot obtain it from Itachi. I have endured much, and his words do not sway me, yet Sasuke is still young, fervently seeking power. I dread the day Orochimaru may come for him. Orochimaru? Why do you say that? Kakashi inquired. For no particular reason. Merely a strong intuition stemming from his excitement upon encountering me, Baiwei said, choosing not to elaborate further. Fear not. I shall ensure Sasuke's safety, Kakashi assured. Kakashi-sensei, relying solely on you to protect Sasuke is an impossibility. Allow me to safeguard him instead. The seal on Naruto remains intact. Yet the power of the Nine Tails has indeed leaked out, correct? Baiyu inquired. Yes, the seal on Naruto has not been broken. But the energy of the Nine Tails has certainly escaped. How do you know this? Kakashi Itachi asked. It is evident from the chakra within Naruto, which is intermingled with other chakra, Baiyu responded. Sometimes, it is better to allow for some release rather than to block it entirely. If you, Kakashi-sensei, could manipulate that seal, it would be best to create an opening, enabling Naruto to harness the chakra of the Nine Tails. I cannot do that. And it is fraught with danger. It would not benefit Naruto, Kakashi Hitaki replied. Perhaps, but the situation remains the same, as the saying goes. It is better to allow for some flow than to create a dam. If the seal remains unbroken, the eruption of the Nine Tails chakra could potentially engulf Naruto in an instant. And even if we could save him then, it might be too late. Considering Naruto himself, as the son of the fourth Hokage, his potential should not be lacking. However, the seal of the Nine Tails has diminished his abilities, and I suspect this is a result of the Nine Tails' influence at the time of its sealing. The invasion of the Nine Tails chakra means that most of the chakra Naruto has cultivated is used to combat the Nine Tails energy. His current ability to stand alongside you in battle is entirely propelled by his indomitable spirit and relentless determination. However, should he ever face an adversary of true strength, his will might falter, and he may find himself unable to rise again. Baiyu asserted, You speak truthfully, yet I genuinely lack the proficiency in that sealing technique. I will report this matter to Lord Third and allow him to decide. Kakashi Hitaki nodded in agreement. If you are to protect Sasuke, then you must join Team 7. I will also petition Lord Third regarding this matter. Very well, Baiyu agreed. What brings you here today? Shouldn't you be training? Baiyu asked as he looked at Naruto and his companions. Brother Baiyu, we have come to seek vengeance today, Naruto declared. I will certainly defeat you. Ha ha ha, Naruto. I truly do not wish to discourage you, but your strength is quite lacking, Baiyu replied. You may come at me first, one by one. I shall witness your growth. Brother Baiyu, I am coming, Naruto exclaimed as he dashed forward, throwing shurikens with remarkable speed. Baiyu swiftly dodged, and at that moment, Naruto closed the distance, launching a punch. Baiyu sidestepped, grasping Naruto's arm and executing a throw, sending Naruto crashing to the ground, rendered momentarily immobile. At that instant, Naruto reappeared behind Baiyu, delivering a swift chop. Baiyu crouched, swiftly kicking backward and striking Naruto in the abdomen, sending him flying. Baiyu turned and said with seriousness, Come again. Naruto dusted himself off, formed hand seals, and unleashed the shadow clone technique, summoning 6 additional Narutos. Brother Baiyu, be on your guard. I am coming. The 7 Narutos charged simultaneously at Baiyu, each throwing shurikens, completely sealing off Baiyu's avenues for evasion. Baiyu had no choice but to leap into action. At that moment, a shadow clone of Naruto, with fists clenched, descended upon him with great force. The remaining 6 shadow clones of Naruto leaped into the air, encircling Baiyu. Seizing the opportunity, Baiyu grasped one of the clones and lifted it effortlessly. Just as another clone came crashing down, causing it to vanish, Baiyu then seized the falling Naruto clone and forcefully propelled it downward, slamming it into the ground. With a powerful descent, Baiyu landed heavily on the clone, then leaped backward to safely touch the ground. The 5 clones that had jumped collided with one another. Yet miraculously, none dissipated. The 5 Naruto clones landed on the ground and charged at Byakugan once more. Instead of retreating, Byakugan advanced, dispatching them with a flurry of punches and kicks until they lay defeated on the ground, utterly exhausted. Gazing down at the fallen Naruto clones, Byakugan remarked sternly, "I never expected that after enduring so much, your skills remain so lacking. While you have achieved a balanced distribution of chakra among your shadow clones, your offensive techniques are far too limited. Although sometimes quality trumps quantity, your repetitiveness in attacks prevents your multi-shadow clone technique from realizing its full potential." Naruto, with a downcast expression, responded, "I understand, Byakugan." Ignoring Naruto, Byakugan turned his attention to the others and coldly inquired, "Who else wishes to step forward? Today, I shall unreservedly shatter your pride." "I will," Byakugan-sensei declared rockily. "Ah, Lee, splendid. Draw your blades. I have great confidence in your martial arts. You are bound to experience significant growth. I shall not hold back. Show me your swordsmanship," Byakugan instructed. "Understood," Lee replied, as he unfurled a scroll and produced twin blades. With a speed akin to that of a leopard, he charged forward, launching an initial strike. Byakugan deftly evaded the blow, but another slash quickly followed. Byakugan's toes touched the ground, allowing him to leap backward just in time. Lee pressed on relentlessly, his blades slicing through the air like the wind. Each strike aimed at Byakugan, who narrowly dodged each one. After evading over 300 of Lee's strikes, Byakugan finally decided to counter. He seized the opportunity and, with swift precision, caught the blade between his fingers, rendering Lee immobile. With a powerful kick, Byakugan sent Lee flying, then effortlessly planted the twin blades before him. "Your speed is commendable, and your control over the blades is impressive. However, your technique is overly defensive. Each move is predictable. In a duel against a master, they will discern your entire strategy in mere moments. Lee, you must strike with the swiftness of the wind. Not only should your speed be unmatched, but your spirit must be wild and untamed. Each of your techniques should evoke the ferocity of a storm. Remember your past encounters with bandits. While a methodical approach may yield results, one must also embody an unstoppable momentum. Sometimes it is not merely technique that determines success, but the unwavering audacity to advance." Byakugan advised. "Yes, Byakugan-sensei, I understand," Lee affirmed. "Who else wishes to challenge me?" Byakugan inquired. "Niji, why are you leaving?" Inada Niji asked, turning to depart. "What shall we do if we cannot proceed? Byakugan has already inflicted such a devastating defeat upon them using only physical techniques. What further options do we have? We have witnessed the formidable power of Byakugan's ocular technique, and his ninjutsu is equally impressive. How are we to challenge him? Rather than face a crushing defeat that shatters our confidence, it would be wiser to depart now and devote ourselves to rigorous training, strengthening ourselves further," suggested Hyūga Niji. "Haha. It seems, Niji, you possess a commendable awareness of your own limitations. However, I need not compete to know the outcome, unless you employ your ultimate ninjutsu. Physical techniques will suffice. The gentle fist, combined with the Byakugan, targets chakra points and meridians. You might consider studying medical ninjutsu to expand the impact of your gentle fist into the realm of nerves," Byakugan contemplated. "Tenen, I believe you have mastered all that I have taught you. You must grasp one crucial thing. If the enemy evades your critical attacks to the utmost, and even while injured, seeks to eliminate you, what will you do then? You need to enhance your close combat capabilities. During this period, you should engage in frequent sparring with Lee, mutually enhancing your practical skills," Byakugan instructed. "Sakura, your foundation is solid, and you excel in illusion techniques. While your strength is remarkable, what you need to focus on now is learning to convert chakra into power. Regrettably, I cannot teach you the intricacies of medical ninjutsu." Byakugan stated. "Sasuke, your Sharingan has awakened, granting you the clarity to perceive the enemy's movements and vulnerabilities. This is advantageous. Your next task is to engage in continuous combat, allowing your insights to transition from thought to instinct, becoming second nature to your body," Byakugan articulated. "Very well. You all may return now. I believe your instructor will provide you with further guidance," Byakugan said with a hint of disappointment in his tone. "Let me add one more thing. During missions, do not carry excessive weight. While training with burdens can enhance your physicality, even the slightest weight during combat could jeopardize your speed or even your lives." The 6 of them felt thoroughly exposed, as if stripped bare before Byakugan, leaving them with a profound sense of vulnerability as they departed. Kakashi Hatake emerged from the shadows. "Kakashi-sensei, I did not expect you to have a penchant for eavesdropping," Byakugan remarked. "Ah, I merely wish to observe their progress," Kakashi replied with a nonchalant demeanor. "Are you not already aware of their progress?" Kakashi-sensei, are you not merely contradicting yourself? Byakugan inquired. Kakashi touched his nose, saying, not at all, it is merely a matter of gaining insights from the sidelines. Is there something you wish to discuss, Kakashi-sensei? Byakugan asked, moving past the previous topic. The Third Hokage has granted your request and entrusted me with this scroll, Kakashi said, cautiously handing it over. Byakugan opened the scroll, revealing a complex formation. His eyes widened in disbelief as he questioned, Reaper Death Seal, for symbol seal. A trigram sealing technique? Indeed, this has been specially approved by the Third Hokage for your study, Kakashi replied, a hint of envy in his voice. Byakugan possessed an astonishing memory, swiftly committing the contents of the scroll to memory before handing it over to Kakashi Hatake. Teacher Kakashi, please return this. I have already memorized it, he said. Kakashi, incredulous, inquired, you remembered it so quickly? Your memory is remarkable. Indeed. Now hurry and return it to Lord Third, otherwise Naruto might snatch it away, Byakugan teased. Turning around, Kakashi spotted Uzumaki Naruto standing there, his eyes filled with eager anticipation as he gazed at Kakashi and Byakugan. Kakashi accepted the scroll and approached Naruto, gently patting his shoulder, saying, I believe you can harness that power effectively. Encouraged by Kakashi's words, Naruto exclaimed joyfully, Yes, Teacher Kakashi. I will certainly succeed. Once Kakashi departed, Naruto approached Byakugan, excitement radiating from him as he asked, Byakugan, when do we start? Start? Start what? Byakugan replied, puzzled. Unseal the seal on me, Naruto said, tugging at his clothing. Naruto, you are too impatient. I have merely memorized the corpse demon technique. It does not mean I have mastered it. I cannot unseal you yet. Otherwise, if the Nine Tails were to be fully released, it would consume you. And the beast would wreak havoc on Konoha, Byakugan explained. I see. How long will it take, then? Naruto asked, somewhat disheartened. Naruto. A ninja's growth is achieved through personal effort, not external forces, Byakugan remarked. It is disappointing that you wish to rely on outside help to prove yourself. I apologize, Byakugan. I merely want to become stronger so that Sakura will like me instead of Sasuke, Naruto admitted. Oh, so that is your motivation. I did not realize you were so preoccupied with romance. It seems you need to train diligently, Byakugan said, his expression turning serious. Byakugan, please don't smile like that. It makes me feel cold, Naruto pleaded. Naruto, your offensive strategies are too limited. Today, I will teach you a new jutsu, Byakugan said with a smile. Great. Please teach me, Byakugan. Naruto exclaimed, brimming with excitement. In his simplicity, Naruto completely overlooked the potential danger behind Byakugan's smile, eagerly awaiting instruction. Unfortunately, I cannot yet perform the Rasengan, as that is a technique that Jiraiya, the pervy sage, will teach you in the future. Thus, it is better not to overshadow him. Byakugan explained. This technique is suitable for close combat and is called the blade slash, Byakugan continued. It is a melee ninjutsu that instantaneously releases chakra, forming a sharp blade upon impact. With that, Byakugan's arm emanated a pale blue glow, gradually extending into a remarkably sharp blade. Since I possess ice attributes, it manifests as an ice blade. Depending on the chakra's nature, the blade slash will take on different forms. Byakugan said, the blade slash is a sudden burst technique, unsuitable for prolonged combat, as it would quickly deplete chakra. Demonstrating, Byakugan unleashed a powerful strike, piercing through the trunk of a tree in the courtyard. Incredible. I want to learn it. Please teach me, Byakugan. Naruto exclaimed, filled with enthusiasm. Naruto Uzumaki approached the pierced tree trunk with immense excitement. Very well, however. We must now assess the nature of your chakra. Only through understanding its characteristics can we provide targeted guidance, said Byakugan, as he handed Naruto a leaf. Place the leaf in the palm of your hand, and in an instant, release your chakra to alter its original form. Naruto, somewhat puzzled, complied. He placed the leaf in his palm, released his chakra, and opened his hands, causing the leaf to be severed in an instant. Ah, you possess the wind attribute. Thus, your first task is to learn to release chakra instantaneously. Follow me, Byakugan instructed. They arrived at the woodshed, where Byakugan pointed to the unchopped logs. Your task now is to split these logs with your hands. Byakugan, aren't you supposed to be teaching me ninjutsu? Why chop wood? Naruto queried, bewildered. Byakugan, somewhat exasperated, thought to himself that this was an extraordinary level of foolishness. He picked up a log and, with a swift motion of his hand, split it effortlessly. Do you see? Your goal is to externalize your chakra, enveloping your hand in a sharp protective layer to cleave the wood. Naruto nodded. I understand, Byakugan. Then proceed. I shall study the corpse sealing technique. Remember, do not use the shadow clone technique, Bai Wei added before departing. Alone, Naruto sat in contemplation, recalling the sensation from earlier, and attempted to release chakra onto his hand. As he struck the wood, pain surged through him. "Ah, that hurts," he exclaimed as his chakra dissipated upon impact, causing his hand to strike the log forcefully. Yet, Naruto did not relent. He remembered the feeling of slicing the leaf and Bai Yue's instructions, repeatedly trying to externalize and control his chakra. However, each attempt ended in failure, his hand crashing into the wood, resembling a pig's trotter. With one hand incapacitated, he switched to the other, continuously endeavoring to release chakra and split the wood. Bai Yue's shadow clone observed from outside, genuinely impressed by Naruto's perseverance. At last, he successfully cleaved a log, but in his exhilaration, his chakra vanished, leaving his hand stuck in the wood. Bai Wei entered, effortlessly splitting the log and observing Naruto's injured hand with a bemused expression. "Come on, let's apply some medicine," he said. Glancing at Naruto's bandaged hand, Bai Wei jested, "Naruto, if the Ninetales has taken over your body, wouldn't it feel quite disheartened to see its claws transformed into pig's trotters?" "That hurts, Bai Wei. I'm in this condition." "And you still mock me," Naruto retorted, "but I imagine it would be quite vexing for him." "Ha ha, that is quite painful indeed," Bai Wei replied. "All right. The medicine is applied. Let us eat," Bai Wei announced after tending to Naruto's hand. "But Bai Wei, how can I eat in this state?" Naruto lamented, looking at his bandaged hand. "How can you be so foolish? Just use the shadow clone technique to create 2 clones to feed you," Bai Wei suggested. As Naruto's shadow clone grasped the chopsticks, it painfully faded away. "Bai Wei, you're playing me," Naruto cried in agony. "Ha ha, who knew you would be so naive? This is to help you remember," Bai Wei chuckled. "Chakra emission, when mastered, can envelop the palm, aspiring to become an air blade. There is no need to exert force in a strike. Observe." Bai Wei picked up a chopstick and with a mere flick of his finger, the stick snapped into 2 without any contact. "Is it truly this simple? Mustn't one apply physical strength?" Uzumaki Naruto exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Indeed, that is exactly how I instructed you. Have you forgotten?" Bai Wei replied. "All I recall is you piercing a large tree with a single thrust, so I assumed physical strength was necessary," Naruto responded. "Enough of this, let us dine." "I shall feed you," Bai Wei declared. "All right." Naruto opened his mouth, eagerly awaiting Bai Yue's offerings, who fed him mouthful by mouthful. Naruto's face radiated excitement, relishing the moment. After dinner, Naruto, with utmost sincerity, said, "Bai Wei, would you be my brother?" "Am I not already your brother?" Bai Wei queried, puzzled. "No. I truly feel that you are exceptionally kind to me, and I wish for you to be my real brother," Naruto proclaimed, his excitement palpable. "Do not be absurd. That is simply unattainable. To be your biological brother, I would need to be born to your parents and before you, and moreover, I must bear the Uzumaki surname." "What a jest. I am of the Uchiha clan," Bai Wei jested. "Ah, the time reversal jutsu. I do not know that," Naruto said, his confusion evident. "What then?" he added, appearing utterly oblivious. Bai Wei playfully flicked Naruto on the forehead. "Such a fool. Sleep now," Bai Wei said as he stood to leave. Naruto, clutching his sore head, wore a grin of pure delight. Bai Wei turned to the charred wood and asked, "Sasuke, how long have you been here?" "I arrived quite some time ago." "Did you not realize?" Uchiha Sasuke replied. "Yes, you came long before Kakashi-sensei's arrival." "Is there something you need from me?" Bai Wei inquired. "I wish for you to teach me to wield the Sharingan, but I have stumbled upon something intriguing," Sasuke stated. "You mean to say you have mastered the blade of edge?" Bai Wei remarked. "Indeed, it is quite simple. It is merely an evolution of the foundational technique you taught me," Sasuke said, presenting the wood he had successfully cleaved. "Well done, yet your direction is flawed." Bai Wei shook his head. "In what way am I mistaken? Are you implying I am inferior to that fool inside?" Sasuke retorted, slightly irked by Bai Yue's dismissal. "No, I meant your direction is incorrect. The wind attribute emphasizes speed and sharpness, hence I taught Naruto that particular practice. Your chakra affinity is fire, which is fierce and invasive. One cannot expect fire to slice as sharply as wind. Rather, you must comprehend the nature of fire and develop your version of the blade of edge," Bai Wei elucidated. "Oh, how should I proceed?" Sasuke inquired. "How should you proceed? How would I know? However, I can demonstrate," Bai Wei replied. "Ice can be as sharp as wind and as ferocious as fire." With that, Bai Wei struck the tree, and in an instant, frost enveloped its entire trunk. It is approximately as follows. Naruto has mastered a technique known as wind release, blade of the wind, while you have achieved fire release, Fiery palm. Baiwei remarked. Throughout these years of wandering and combat, I have replicated numerous ninjutsu using my Sharingan. I would only employ the same techniques in battle when I wish to toy with my enemies or confuse their judgment. I comprehend the principles behind these techniques and utilize them in their most fundamental chakra form. The essence of ninjutsu lies not in quantity, but in refinement. As long as you can adeptly wield a few signature moves, that suffices for combat. Spare me your lectures, Uchiha Sasuke retorted disdainfully. Whether you listen or not is up to you. I have my own research to pursue, Baiwei shrugged. Are you truly going to lift the seal on Naruto? Uchiha Sasuke inquired. No, merely a slight unsealing, allowing Naruto to access the chakra of the Nine Tails. Fully releasing the seal would mean unleashing the Nine Tails, which would spell disaster for both Naruto and Konoha, Baiwei explained. And what potential would he reach? Uchiha Sasuke asked. It appears you are concerned about being surpassed by him. Opportunity and peril are proportional. The more chakra he acquires from the Nine Tails, the greater the risk of being consumed by it. It ultimately depends on his willpower. Should he fail to conquer the Nine Tails, I would not hesitate to eliminate him. Baiwei declared. Would you truly go so far? Uchiha Sasuke questioned. Who can say? If Naruto's resolve is steadfast enough, the transformation into a tailed beast might never occur. Baiwei replied. Are you so invested in Naruto now because you view him as a friend? Before Baiwei could finish, Uchiha Sasuke interjected. Who is friends with that fool? How could a mere underachiever befriend a genius of the Uchiha clan? Not friends? Then perhaps it is a bond of a kiss, Baiwei teased. What do you mean by a bond of a kiss? Are you talking nonsense? Uchiha Sasuke retorted angrily. Nothing much. I merely heard that you two couldn't help but kiss back in school, Baiwei continued to jest. Utter nonsense. How trivial. I'm returning to sleep. Uchiha Sasuke fled in embarrassment. What a delightful day, Baiwei smiled up at the sky. The Shiki F-Gene is a highly powerful sealing technique originating from the Uzumaki clan. The practitioner forms seals in the order of the zodiac and then clasps their hands together to summon the Shinigami. The Shinigami will then sever the target's soul with a sword and devour it, thereby sealing the target's soul. The magnitude of the soul being sealed is determined by the practitioner. Upon completing the seals, the practitioner forms a pact with the Shinigami, selling their own soul in the process. This means that after the Shinigami consumes the target's soul, the practitioner's soul will also be devoured, leading both their souls to eternally harbor hatred and conflict within the Shinigami's belly, condemned to never be reborn. Additionally, the Shiki F gene can be undone. Baiyu, possessing a profound understanding of the anime, was familiar with the technique of Shiki F gene. However, upon encountering the intricate sealing array, his thoughts did not dwell on memorizing the sealing technique. Instead, he contemplated deconstructing the formation. Unlike one who would willingly barter his soul to the Grim Reaper, he sought a different path. With the assistance of his soul's formation, Huiyu had made significant progress in his spiritual growth. He pondered the means to transfer a soul into a corporeal form, a privilege he had not previously possessed, leading him to contemplate the seals residing within Naruto Uzumaki. This contemplation sparked a dialogue with Kakashi Hatake. Upon witnessing the Shiki F gene technique, Huiyu resolved not to devour Baiyu's soul but rather to modify the Shiki F gene, aiming to seal Huiyu's soul into a body, thereby facilitating his transformation into an independent entity. Baiyu diligently researched and validated his theories, tirelessly scouring through materials. Each day, Naruto dedicated himself to practicing the blade slice technique that Baiyu had taught him. One day, inspired by Baiyu's demonstration of splitting chopsticks with a single finger, Naruto began to train with a single chopstick, achieving commendable results. However, upon attempting to use 3 fingers, the chakra's external manifestation became unstable, causing the air blade to waver. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred, devoting himself to his training. Baiyu, have you succeeded in your research? Naruto inquired with eager anticipation. I have completely mastered the Shiki F gene technique, Baiyu replied with a smile. That's wonderful. Please release my seal, Baiyu. Naruto exclaimed excitedly. Not yet. Currently, I merely comprehend the Shiki F gene technique. Applying it to you would only intensify the seal. My intention is to partially release the seal, allowing you to access the chakra of the Nine Tails, Baiyu clarified. When will I be able to fully break the seal? Naruto pressed. Naruto, personal strength must be earned through one's own efforts, not through external forces. Your current mindset is detrimental. If you persist in this manner, I shall refrain from releasing the seal, leaving you as the underdog, which is preferable to unleashing the Nine Tails and wreaking havoc upon Konoha, Baiyu admonished sternly. Baiyu, I understand my mistake. I will practice diligently, Naruto nodded, retreating to the training grounds. Time can often be tranquil. Yet at times it can compel one into a frantic pace. After half a month, Naruto finally completed his training in the blade slice technique. He was now capable of executing it, albeit with a limited number of uses, only 5 times in a day while his chakra was abundant. Naruto. Congratulations on mastering a new ninjutsu, Byakugan announced. Thank you for teaching me, Byakugan. Naruto replied respectfully. Humph. It took you so long to learn such a mediocre ninjutsu. You truly are the underdog, Sasuke Uchiha remarked without reservation. Sasuke, Naruto claims it is a formidable technique. What is it like? Sakura Haruno inquired. Sakura, if you wish to see, I will demonstrate it for you, Naruto responded excitedly, noticing her anticipation. I don't want to see yours. I want to see Sasuke's, Sakura retorted. Sasuke, please demonstrate. I too wish to see the extent of your training. Byakugan requested. Watch closely, Sasuke replied. Uchiha Sasuke raised his hand and struck the tree trunk, instantly engulfing it in flames. Ice release, ice sealing. Byakugan executed the ice release, encasing the entire tree in ice. Ice release, ice shattering. The grand tree transformed into glistening ice crystals. You all. With so many trees in the courtyard, why must you destroy just one? Byakugan remarked. It's you who caused the destruction, Byakugan, Uzumaki Naruto said, feeling aggrieved. This is all you're doing, Byakugan. Well then, you've showcased what you wanted and performed your little acts. You may leave now. Do not disturb my research on the formations, Byakugan declared, ushering them away. Uchiha Sasuke disdainfully scoffed and departed, followed by Haruno Sakura. Uzumaki Naruto turned back to glance at Byakugan several times, to which Byakugan shook his head and said, Behave and return to your training. The rest is none of your concern. Hard work is the only truth. Understood, Uzumaki Naruto nodded and left. Once one comprehends the method of casting, unraveling the technique becomes relatively straightforward. However, the 4 symbols sealing and the 8 trigram sealing techniques are considerably more intricate. Byakugan spent half a month grasping their complexities. On this day, Hatake Kakashi brought Uzumaki Naruto, Haruno Sakura, and Uchiha Sasuke to Byakugan's courtyard. I heard you were ready, so I brought them along, Kakashi stated. I believe I am prepared. The remaining part is merely an attempt. Are you ready, Naruto? Byakugan inquired. Byakugan, I am ready. Uzumaki Naruto exclaimed excitedly. Very well then. Multiple shadow clone technique. Byakugan created a clone. Byakugan-sensei, what are you doing? Haruno Sakura asked. One clone will seal, while the other will release it. Releasing the Nine-Tails chakra is no trivial matter. Byakugan is merely taking precautions to prevent excessive unsealing, Kakashi explained. Precisely, let us proceed, Naruto, Byakugan encouraged. Uzumaki Naruto lifted his shirt, while Byakugan bit his fingers, drawing blood to inscribe symbols on his other hand. He swiftly formed hand seals and pressed them onto the seal's location. The seal manifested, rotating slightly, as wind, fire, lightning, and water appeared upon Uzumaki Naruto's abdomen, reforming a new seal. The Nine-Tails roared within Uzumaki Naruto's belly, clearly perceiving the external situation. Just as the seal had loosened, it prepared to break free. Only for the loosening to cease. Damn humans, but it matters not. Once it has tasted power, it shall eventually free itself, the Nine-Tails muttered to itself. Well, the seal has been partially undone. Naruto, you may now attempt to harness the Nine-Tails chakra. However, this stage must occur under my watchful eye until you can fully control this chakra. Otherwise, you are forbidden from using it, Byakugan instructed. Byakugan sat in the back row of the cinema, thoroughly engrossed in the film Princess Phonyan, while Uzumaki Naruto and the others lounged atop the roof, watching the movie. Byakugan found himself at a loss for words regarding Naruto's absurd thoughts, but what was most significant was that both Haruno Sakura and Uchiha Sasuke had joined him. Observing their interactions, Byakugan recognized that despite the lack of kind words from Sakura and Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto had gained their acknowledgement. For this, Byakugan felt a profound sense of joy for Naruto. In the original narrative, there exists no self. The seal of Naruto Uzumaki remains unbroken. However, due to my arrival, the seal on Naruto has been prematurely lifted. Should no one accept him, his emotional turmoil may easily render him susceptible to the temptations of the Nine-Tails. A splendid endeavor. As justice triumphs over evil, courtesy of Princess Phongyun's remarkable efforts. As Naruto observes the triumphant scenes of Princess Phongyun in the film, he cannot contain his excitement and exclaims loudly, "This fool!" Byakugan gazes at Naruto with exasperation. At that moment, the administrator rushes over, inquiring, "What are you all doing? Watching a blockbuster film?" Startled by the administrator's imposing presence, Naruto tumbles to the ground. Sasuke Uchiha and Sakura Haruno leap down, with Sasuke brandishing a movie ticket, stating, "We possess tickets." If you have tickets, why are you still acting this way? The administrator questions. "We are training, you see. We train while watching the film." Naruto responds, "You are ninjas from Konoha?" The administrator asks, "Indeed, I am Naruto Uzumaki, a ninja of Konoha. Destined to become a super ninja and earn the title of Hokage." Naruto boasts with audacity, just as he revels in the thought of his self-proclamation being impressive, anticipating applause. The audience hurls beverage bottles at them, ultimately expelling them from the cinema. Kakashi Hatake surveys the chaos outside the theater and the bound individuals, asking what transpired. "Nothing much. Merely passing the time," Sasuke replies. Kakashi swiftly unties everyone, stating, "This gentleman is our client." "Ah, so it seems we apprehended the wrong person. The villain is the Princess Fengyun accompanying by you," Naruto retorts, somewhat irked. "Haha, not quite. That lady is our esteemed Miss Fenghua Xiaoxue," Matabe Asakusa chuckles. "Where is Byakugan gone?" Kakashi inquires. "Byakugan was exceedingly impressive just now. He kicked over the horse of Princess Fengyun and then leapt high to carry her away," Naruto exclaims, gesturing animatedly. "Oh, I see. Mr. Matabe, you and the production team should prepare to leave. We shall seek them out," Kakashi states. "By the riverside." Fenghua Xiaoxue angrily questions, "You scoundrel, what have you brought me here for?" "It has been a long time. I wish to spend some time alone with an old friend." Byakugan replies, "Who do you think you are, presuming to connect with me?" Fenghua Xiaoxue scrutinizes Byakugan, her familiarity with him deepening, leading her to exclaim in astonishment, "You are Jiko." "Indeed, I am Jiko. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Uchiha Byakugan, a ninja of Konoha," Byakugan states calmly. "I never anticipated encountering you here. Do you have a family now?" Fenghua Xiaoxue inquires. "Indeed, those whom I wish to protect, and those who wish to protect me are my family," Byakugan responds. "Oh, I see. How profound," Fenghua Xiaoxue remarks. "What was the purpose of your swift horse riding earlier?" Byakugan asks. "Nothing much. The production team is scouting locations, and they are heading to the land of snow. You know what that means for me. I do not wish to return." Fenghua Xiaoxue replies, her expression laden with sorrow. "I understand, yet ultimately, one must confront what cannot be evaded." Byakugan remarked, "Let us return. For we must not cause those who care for you to worry. The journey to the land of snow is still quite long, and we have ample time on the road to muster the courage to face the past." "Very well, but I insist on being carried back by you," Fenghua Xiaoxue replied. "All right," Byakugan acquiesced, crouching down. Fenghua Xiaoxue climbed onto Byakugan's back. "Who would have thought you possessed such strength?" "You are remarkably soft," Byakugan commented with a playful grin. "What did you say?" Fenghua Xiaoxue suddenly realized the implications of Byakugan's words, tightening her embrace around him. "I never expected that the little brother from back then has grown up and knows about women." "Hiki, let us depart," Byakugan said, swiftly carrying Fenghua Xiaoxue, occasionally leaping across rooftops. "Riding you is far more enjoyable than riding a horse," Fenghua Xiaoxue observed. "All right, we have arrived. You may dismount," Byakugan instructed. "Teacher Kakashi, we have returned," Byakugan announced. "Miss, are you unharmed?" Asamamida asked anxiously. "I am fine. I merely encountered an acquaintance," Fenghua Xiaoxue replied. "Acquaintance? Is it Josie?" Asamamida inquired, glancing at Byakugan with uncertainty. "It is I, the true name being Uchiha Byakugan." "It has been a long time, Uncle Mida," Byakugan responded. "It has indeed been a while. You are a ninja from Konoha. Your presence among the protective detail is quite fortuitous. The young lady is displeased. Please assist in persuading her," Asamamida requested. "Now that everyone has returned, we shall set off," the director interjected. "Very well, we shall depart at once," Asamamida affirmed. "Byakugan, how do you know Princess Fengyun? Could you procure an autograph for me?" Uzumaki Naruto asked eagerly. "Certainly, I shall ask for you shortly," Byakugan assured him. "Byakugan, you seem to have a close relationship with Princess Fengyun. Are you two romantically involved?" Haruno Sakura inquired with great curiosity. "Little girl, are you quite precocious? At such a tender age, you already contemplate romance. Do you fancy someone? Shall I assist you?" Byakugan teased. "Stop it, Byakugan. Cease your teasing and quickly address the matter at hand," Haruno Sakura replied, feeling quite bashful as she discreetly glanced at Uchiha Sasuke. "Haha. It seems you may indeed have an interest in someone," Byakugan said. "You all seem remarkably relaxed. This journey is lengthy, and the enemy lurks in secrecy. I expect you to remain vigilant," Hatake Kakashi admonished, glancing at the magazine Intimate Paradise. Ah, Kakashi-sensei, you are reading that kind of book again, Naruto exclaimed, pointing at Intimate Paradise. Naruto, keep your voice down, Kakashi chided, covering Naruto's mouth. However, it was too late. Everyone was now looking at Kakashi. Kakashi, it is time for you to consider romance as well. We have suitable actresses. Shall I introduce you? The director suggested. No, that is unnecessary, Kakashi stammered, his face turning crimson. Ha ha ha, there is no need for embarrassment, young man, Byakugan remarked, flipping through Intimate Paradise. The content was not salacious, resembling the early days of online novels, often suggestive but not explicit. Ah, Byakugan, you two have taken a liking to such literature, Naruto exclaimed as if he had discovered a new world. Byakugan closed the book and replied nonchalantly, do not be overly dramatic, young one. Focus on your training. The director's team was equipped with numerous filming tools, and a procession of carriages extended for quite a distance. Fenghua Xiaoxiwei and her escort occupied the center, while Byakugan's carriage was positioned ahead of theirs. Uzumaki Naruto and his companions were engaged in training, while Kakashi Hatake observed the film Paradise of Affection with great interest. Byakugan, feeling rather bored, gazed around. The area was surrounded by a long stretch of forest, home to many birds. However, at that moment, numerous birds circled above the treetops. Stop, Byakugan shouted. The director, unsure of the reason, nonetheless halted the carriage and approached to inquire, why must we stop? This segment of the forest is inhabited by many birds, yet the ones above are circling, indicating that something frightens them, preventing them from landing. We should pause and investigate before proceeding, Byakugan explained. Oh, I see. Please be quick. We must reach the next town before nightfall, the director replied. Kakashi, Naruto, and Byakugan, investigate the forest ahead. Sakura and Sasuke, protect the princess, Kakashi commanded. Understood. In an instant, Naruto dashed forward, while Byakugan utilized the shadow clone technique to follow suit. Sasuke Uchiha activated his Sharingan. Why not use your Byakugan? Sasuke queried, looking at Byakugan. Why bother? From experience, I can discern that there are people in the woods without needing the Byakugan's abilities. The purpose of our investigation is to ascertain the identities of those present and assess any potential threats, Byakugan responded. Sometimes, what the eyes perceive does not provide the most accurate judgment. Byakugan, you're quite cunning for using shadow clones, Naruto exclaimed upon his return, pointing an accusing finger at Byakugan in frustration. Haha, so, did you find anyone? Byakugan inquired. Indeed, there were ambushers, but I've dealt with them, Naruto said, rubbing his thumb against his nose. Well done. However, did I not instruct you to shed your burdens while on a mission? Byakugan chided, glaring at Naruto. Yes, Naruto muttered, lowering his head and avoiding Byakugan's gaze. Director, the situation has been resolved. We may proceed, Byakugan announced. Byakugan, why hasn't your shadow clone returned yet? Naruto asked, having discarded his burdens and seated himself beside Byakugan. It's nothing. I was merely scouting ahead. Byakugan replied. Oh, I see. Had I known, I would have used a shadow clone for reconnaissance as well, Naruto remarked. Not to worry. You'll know for next time, Byakugan said. My shadow clones have already neutralized 3 ambushes. Besides the one we just encountered, all 3 were ninjas disguised as bandits. It appears someone is intent on causing disruption. Thank you for your assistance today, Fenghua Xiaoxiwei expressed gratefully. It is nothing. As a ninja, one must uphold their responsibilities. This mission is to escort you, and I shall ensure your safety throughout, Byakugan assured her. Is it merely a task? Fenghua Xiaoxiwei inquired. Certainly not. We are also friends, Byakugan replied. However, I cannot remain by your side at all times. Do you still remember the ninjutsu I taught you? Ninjutsu? I'm afraid I lack the talent and time to practice since then, Fenghua Xiaoxiwei admitted. It's all right. I shall protect you. If you can confront your fears with courage, I will seize this opportunity to eliminate those lurking shadows, Byakugan proclaimed. I need to think it over, Fenghua Xiaoxiwei replied. Very well. The hour is late. You should rest early, Byakugan suggested. In the dead of night, the sound of an explosion jolted the slumbering individuals awake. Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke sprang into action, positioning themselves protectively outside Fenghua Xiaoxiwei's door. Haruno Sakura stood before Fenghua Xiaoxiwei, kunai in hand, vigilantly watching the entrance. I am dressed. Let us find another location, Fenghua Xiaoxiwei stated. Agreed. This room is too cramped. We shall seek a more spacious area. The trio, with Fenghua Xiaoxiwei at their center, scanned their surroundings cautiously as they exited. Kakashi Hatake and Byakugan stood outside the hotel, each facing an opponent, their vigilance palpable. Kakashi activated his Sharingan, his hands crackling with electricity, ready to unleash Chidori at any moment. Ha ha ha, Kakashi Hatake, the copy ninja of Konoha, truly lives up to his reputation, exclaimed Tai Lang, brimming with excitement. What brings a rogue ninja from the Cloud Village to the Land of Fire? That is not your concern. Your lightning techniques are impressive. Let us test them further. Lightning release, thunderclap palm. Tai Lang charged forward, and Kakashi surged to meet him. Their hands collided with a resounding explosion, both warriors leaping back in unison. Kakashi regarded Tai Lang with a furrowed brow. Maintaining Chidori was taxing on his chakra, and prolonged use of the Sharingan could adversely affect his vision. Tai Lang engaged Kakashi in rapid succession with his lightning release, realizing that his opponent excelled in high-speed combat, which proved taxing for him. His robust physique was ill-suited for such swiftness. He needed to devise a strategy for close combat to maximize his potential. Byakugan faced a nimble, lean opponent, a wolf-like figure. The wolf's speed was astounding as he darted around, and were it not for the predictive abilities of the Sharingan, Byakugan would have struggled to remain so composed. Observing the wolf's antics, Byakugan remarked, "Could you refrain from bouncing around like a monkey? You are quite the useless primate, and your duo is indeed tiresome." "Humph, you think you can catch me? Prove it," the wolf retorted, sensing the target's presence. In an instant, he vanished, reappearing before Naruto and his companions. With a swift thrust, the wolf was pierced, collapsing at Naruto's feet. Naruto, looking bewildered, exclaimed, "He ran right into me." Byakugan approached, exasperated, and said, "Naruto, it appears you have not practiced diligently. Had I not reacted swiftly, you would have pierced me instead." From the side, Sasuke noticed a thick layer of ice forming behind Byakugan. "Naruto, you fool. Can't you control yourself?" Sakura shouted in frustration upon witnessing the scene. "What happened? Sakura, why are you scolding me?" Naruto responded, feeling quite aggrieved. Byakugan turned around, and Naruto Uzumaki noticed a thick layer of ice on Byakugan's back, marked by a deep fissure. Filled with remorse, he said, "I am truly sorry. Byakugan, I failed to maintain control." "Byakugan, how can you dream of being a hero while protecting a princess? Regardless of what you are endeavoring, you must cultivate a calm and composed heart. Your emotions can easily cloud your judgment, leading to unwise decisions," Byakugan admonished. "Yes," Naruto replied. "Byakugan, what are Kakashi-sensei and the enemy doing? Why are they not moving? Could they be ensnared by a petrification technique?" Naruto inquired, his expression tense as he observed Kakashi Hatake and Tai Lang Quan. "They are not petrified. Rather, they are both seeking each other's vulnerabilities. That rogue ninja from the Cloud Village does not seem adept at swift attacks." After clashing with Kakashi-sensei's lightning techniques twice, he hesitated to approach, for Kakashi-sensei's Sharingan can distinctly perceive his movements. The reason Kakashi-sensei refrains from advancing is due to the subtle lightning he has deployed around himself. This is a technique that channels one's chakra outward, akin to what I have taught you, albeit his is for defense while yours is for offense. Should Kakashi-sensei hastily attack, he would be paralyzed by the lightning, granting the enemy an opportunity, Byakugan elucidated. Without any discernible flaws, the opponent possesses formidable strength, and their defenses are immaculate, Uchiha Sasuke remarked, observing with his Sharingan. "Indeed. But alas, the opportunity shall soon present itself," Byakugan responded. Sasuke cast a puzzled glance at Byakugan before turning his attention back to the battlefield. In an instant, Kakashi Hatake vanished from sight, reappearing behind Tai Lang Quan, thrusting a Raikiri towards his heart. Tai Lang Quan yearned to retaliate, yet his body reacted too slowly, leaving a deep gash on his back from the lightning strike. Following the failed attack, Kakashi swiftly retreated to a distance. What transpired? Why did Kakashi-sensei retreat after a single assault? Sakura Haruno inquired. The opponent utilized chakra to defend, but their chakra is of the lightning nature. Prolonged exposure can induce paralysis in the body. Kakashi-sensei exploited this fleeting moment of incapacitation to strike. After the attack failed, he quickly withdrew because the enemy deliberately set this trap to initiate their jutsu, Byakugan explained. "Ah, it seems our opponent is quite formidable, managing to deceive even Kakashi's Sharingan," Naruto remarked. "Not quite. The paralysis is a flaw, albeit for a brief duration." This interval exceeded Kakashi-sensei's expectations, prompting him to withdraw swiftly after his initial attack. Sasuke clarified. "Kakashi, I didn't expect you to see through my ploy." Tai Lang Quan turned to face Kakashi. "Huh, you are quite impressive yourself, devising a strategy to lure me with the pretense of paralysis." "Had I not reacted in time, I would have met my demise," Kakashi replied. Kakashi, though your assault did not yield the desired outcome, you have still emerged victorious. Blood trickled from the corner of Tai Lang Quan's mouth, surrounded by crackling electricity. He proclaimed with manic fervor, Kakashi, you have defeated me, yet you have failed to protect anything. Tai Lang Quan dashed toward the entrance of the hotel. What a madman! The ice release, ice wall technique was unleashed. Byakugan swiftly formed hand seals and placed his palms upon the ground, causing the earth to crack open and rapidly sprout a series of ice walls. Tai Lang charged recklessly, shattering through layer upon layer of ice. But one more wall stood in his path. As the lightning chakra dissipated, he met his demise, entombed within the ice. Phew, that was close. Haruno Sakura breathed a sigh of relief. Uzumaki Naruto glanced at Hatake Kakashi, then at Byakugan, exclaiming, Byakugan, you're truly impressive. I chose the wrong teacher. Kakashi stumbled at Naruto's words. Naruto, you little rascal, clarify what you mean. Kakashi pressed a hand on Naruto's shoulder. Kakashi-sensei, I didn't say anything. Naruto responded in a flurry of panic. After the events of the previous night, none had slept well, and everyone rose with a lack of energy. They hastily consumed breakfast and made their way to the port to board the ship bound for the land of snow. Fenghua Xiaoxue looked at Byakugan, asking, Am I really going up there? Of course, I will protect you. Besides, as a movie actor, if you don't go, the film cannot be made, Byakugan reassured her. What if someone attacks me once we board? What if they puncture the ship? Fenghua Xiaoxue expressed her concerns. Do not worry. With me here, you will be safe. Byakugan replied confidently. All right, I'll board the ship, but you must stay by my side, even while I sleep, except for filming, she insisted, clutching Byakugan's sleeve. Okay. No problem. Hurry aboard. Everyone is waiting for you, Byakugan urged. As the grand vessel set sail, though it was steady at first, Byakugan soon began to feel seasick, sitting there as dizziness overcame him, clutching the rail and retching repeatedly. I never imagined you would be seasick, Byakugan, Sakura remarked. Seasickness is something everyone experiences, Byakugan began to explain, but he turned away again, heaving. What a useless fellow, Uchiha Sasuke remarked coldly. Are you all right? Should we turn back? The ship hasn't gone far yet, Fenghua Xiaoxue suggested. It's fine. I can hold on, Byakugan replied, feeling increasingly unwell, his head spinning. The journey to the land of snow still lay far ahead, and he worried that he might faint aboard the ship. Ice release, winter sleep seal. Byakugan initiated the ice release, enveloping himself in a thin layer of ice, encasing himself within. Kakashi-sensei, will this freeze Byakugan to death? Naruto asked. His words tinged with foreboding. No, this is a protective measure. He is entering a state akin to hibernation, shielded from environmental effects, Kakashi explained. Just take him back to his room, and we will awaken him upon arrival. Byakugan is quite heavy. Sasuke, you must manage him. If he falls, what will become of him? Naruto exclaimed. He will be fine. There is no need to worry, Sakura reassured him. The ship had sailed for merely a day when it was forced to halt the next morning. Frustrated and concerned about the delay in reaching the land of snow, Byakugan stepped out to inquire, Hey, what is going on? The director, filled with frustration, was taken aback by the sudden emergence of a towering iceberg. The crew pointed towards the magnificent ice formation obstructing their path, and upon noticing its striking resemblance to his envisioned scene, the director swiftly commanded a script alteration. Excitement surged through him as he urged everyone on board to disembark without delay. Naruto awakened Hakuyu, who stepped onto the iceberg, instantly sensing the lingering chakra. Kakashi observed Hakuyu and cautioned, The appearance of this iceberg is quite peculiar. Remain vigilant. At the director's command, the entire crew disembarked. With the assistant director directing on-site, the main cast will proceed first, while the support staff will follow. All right, Scene 36, Segment 22, Action. The villainous Dark Lord stood atop a small ice mound, unleashing a sinister laugh. His presence prompted the Princess of Wind and Cloud's team, en route to the rainbow's edge, to enter a heightened state of alert. Sanjiro and Shishimaru led the charge, and had it not been for the props, one might have believed the scene was genuine. As justice and evil clashed verbally, the Dark Lord pointed his staff forward, triggering a massive explosion at the iceberg's peak. Kakashi leaped into the scene, shielding Kazahana and Yukino from the blast. As the smoke cleared, the Wargu avalanche welcomed everyone to the land of snow. Kakayuki Fubuki and Higashikuma Fuyu emerged from the snow. Fubuki, looking down at Kazahana Yukino, smugly remarked, Welcome back, Princess Yukino. I wonder if you brought the hexagonal crystal with you. Kakashi, recalling Fubuki's reference to the princess, suddenly grasped the implications and glanced at Hakuyu, who shrugged and spread his hands in a gesture of ignorance. Kakashi turned and shouted, All personnel, retreat to the ship. Sakura. Sasuke, Naruto, protect Yukino. Hakuyu, prepare for battle, he instructed. Without hesitation, Kakashi dashed toward the mountain summit, while Wargo Avalanche descended. The two met halfway. With Wargo Avalanche disdainfully stating, "Long time no see, Kakashi. You don't seem to be running away this time." Kakashi responded with silence, launching an attack instead. Wargo Avalanche countered. And they collided repeatedly, progressing toward the peak. Upon reaching the summit, Wargo Avalanche rapidly formed hand seals, declaring, Ice Release, Breaking Dragon, and Fierce Tiger. Kakashi swiftly retaliated with Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. In an instant, ice shards transformed into a ferocious tiger charging forward, while a water dragon erupted from the depths, clashing in a display of power that shook the very land of ice. Continue filming. Do not stop. This is an extraordinary opportunity. I intend to showcase what true cinema is, what genuine shock feels like. Throughout the return to the ship, the director remained fixated on the unfolding battle, refusing to allow the crew to cease their work, urging them to capture every moment despite the peril, an epitome of madness. Meanwhile, Higashikuma Fuyu swiftly glided down the slope on a sled, while Haku, well-versed in the plot, understood the unique characteristics of their armor. The armor amplifies the chakra within, enhancing a myriad of ninjutsu, while establishing a defensive barrier of chakra around the body. It possesses the ability to counteract chakra attacks, and even reverse chakra itself, rendering all forms of ninjutsu and genjutsu ineffective against it. Baiwei understood that to eliminate her adversary decisively, she must rely on taijutsu. With a swift application of ice release, she conjured an icy slope beneath her feet, allowing her to glide effortlessly towards Dongxiang Dongyu. As Dongxiang Dongyu raised her right arm to launch a thread, Baiwei nimbly evaded and, in a rapid motion, executed the ice release, beetle nut hammer. Their arms collided with tremendous force, causing both to stagger backward. To my surprise, you possess considerable strength. Today, I shall demonstrate my prowess, declared Dongxiang Dongyu, invoking the ice release, Ice Spirit Beast. Baiwei, quick to respond, formed seals and unleashed the same technique. The two ice beasts clashed violently, erupting into a flurry of ice shards. Now, ice release, ice prison. Baiwei exclaimed confidently as the falling ice enveloped Dongxiang Dongyu. Your ninjutsu may not affect my armor, but that does not imply it is harmless to the surroundings, she retorted. Turning her gaze toward Fenghua Xiaoxue and her companions, she noted that Chun was positioned protectively in front of them, while Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke ineptly faced Hiichueshue. Avoid using ninjutsu. Her armor can withstand it. Employ taijutsu against her, Baiwei instructed. Damn it. I've wasted my efforts, Naruto exclaimed, summoning multiple shadow clones to charge at Hiichueshue. Overwhelmed, she managed to dispatch the last clone only to be attacked from both sides. Seizing the opportunity, Sasuke struck with a fire release, Fireball Jutsu, while Naruto unleashed a wind release, Blade of Wind. As Hiichueshue prepared to taunt them, she was suddenly engulfed in flames, suffering a grievous wound that left her in disbelief as she succumbed to her fate. Witnessing the demise of her comrade, Lang Yin Shuebing seethed with rage. You will pay for this. Ice release, Horned White Whale. A colossal white whale with horns emerged, shattering the ice beneath. Both Sasuke and Naruto found themselves precariously positioned on shifting ice, fearing they would plunge into the frigid depths with their next misstep. At that moment, Baiwei appeared at their side, grasping their arms and pulling them to safety. Damn it! Ice release, Frozen Mountain, she cried out in fury, as the horned white whale became ensnared by the icebergs rising from the sea. Kakashi, you are formidable. Until next time, Lang Yin Shuebing declared, taking advantage of Kakashi's distraction to leap down the snowy mountain and rescue Dongxiang Dongyu, who vanished from sight. On board the ship, Haruno Sakura inquired, Kakashi-sensei, the ninja who attacked us seems to know you. Indeed, we crossed paths a decade ago during the turmoil in the Land of Snow, where I was assigned a mission. Kakashi Hitaki remarked, a mission to quell the rebellion and save this nation, perhaps? Naruto Uzumaki inquired with enthusiasm. Not quite. My task was to rescue the princess, Kakashi replied. The princess? Are you referring to the little snow princess? Naruto asked, intrigued. Ah, I never imagined you were truly a princess, dear sister. Naruto exclaimed excitedly. Rest assured, I will protect you, vanquish the enemy, and restore you to your throne. Thank you, but there's no need, Fenghua Xiaoxue said, leaning closely against Baiwei, her spirit noticeably diminished. Do not worry. As long as I am here, you shall come to no harm, Baiwei reassured her gently. Let us depart. I wish not to linger any longer. The land of snow no longer concerns me, Xiaoxue declared. Your words are disheartening, Your Highness. You are the beacon of hope for this nation. And its people await your salvation, Asama Santai interjected. Sister Princess, fear not. I shall surely defeat the villain who usurped the throne, Naruto vowed, thumping his chest confidently. Xiaoxue's face was filled with trepidation. Baiwei enveloped her in a warm embrace, softly stating, We must return. Until this matter is resolved, you will be relentlessly pursued. It would be wise to eliminate them, as it will benefit your future. Indeed, Xiaoxue replied, finding solace in Baiwei's comforting hold, her anxiety easing. Welcome to the land of snow. My niece, you have finally returned, Fenghua Nuteo proclaimed from his elevated position, surveying the scene. Baiwei recognized the man who had suddenly appeared. It was Fenghua Nuteo. For over a decade, he had devoted himself to the study of chakra armor, the very type he now donned. Proficient in ice ninjutsu such as Black Dragon Blizzard, his prowess was formidable. Kakashi, once a member of the Umbu, had found him a worthy opponent. Baiwei shielded Xiaoxue behind her, while Xiaoxue glared at Nuteo with indignation. It is splendid that you have returned, little Snow. Now I can seize that treasure and dominate the entire continent. Nuteo declared with arrogance. Hey, you delusional fool. Today, I shall defeat you to protect the princess. Naruto stepped forward defiantly. What an amusing fellow. Do you truly believe that by enlisting such a simpleton, you can reclaim the throne from me? Nuteo scoffed. How dare you speak to me with such disrespect? I am destined to be the future Hokage. Naruto retorted angrily before charging forward. In an instant, Baiwei appeared beside Naruto, seizing his arm and hurling him back. You must protect the princess properly. This is not the time for heroics. Turning her gaze to Nuteo, Baiwei said, Since we are all assembled, let us not squander time. I shall deal with you today. Another presumptuous child, are you? If you seek death, I shall gladly oblige, Nuteo sneered contemptuously. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Baiwei summoned 6 shadow clones in an instant. Foolish one, to disperse your chakra without knowing your opponent's capabilities. How utterly disappointing, Nuteo remarked derisively. Uchiha Sasuke opened his Sharingan and spoke. Sasuke, you're mistaken. Baiwei's actions have not diminished his chakra. Rather, they have enhanced it, Kakashi Hitaki remarked. Enhanced? Uchiha Sasuke questioned, his gaze shifting to Kakashi with a hint of confusion. In an instant, he turned to observe the 7 Baiwei, each drawing upon the icy power of the earth. Is it the characteristic of ultimate ice? Can one absorb the earth's cold energy in such frigid conditions and transform it into their own chakra? Uchiha Sasuke exclaimed in awe. It appears so. Such a phenomenon has never been documented in the annals of ninja history, Kakashi replied, his eyes brimming with anticipation. The 7 Baiwei simultaneously charged towards Kazahana Nato, unleashing a barrage of ice ninjutsu. Ice release, ice awakening beast, ice release, corner white whale, ice release, ice blade slash, ice release, ice seal break, ice release, ice killing sword, and ice release, ice mountain seal. 6 ice techniques hurtled towards Kazahana Nato, who allowed them to approach. Yet the techniques dissipated mere centimeters from him. He removed his outer garment, revealing armor beneath, and with a triumphant grin declared, This is the pride of the new generations. Your ninjutsu cannot inflict even a scratch upon me. You shall all be buried here today, prepare to perish. I am aware, hence I do not consider this an attack. Baiwei stated calmly. Ice release, ice prison trap. A moment later, a blinding light enveloped Kazahana Nato, and ice walls erupted, adorned with icicles of varying lengths. Enraged, he glared at his surroundings. You think to trap me with such trivial tricks? You are utterly delusional. I am well aware. Which is why I have prepared my trump card, Baiwei replied with a smile. 6 shadow clones approached the ice wall, merging into it, each facing a different direction, creating a colossal ice prison with a Baiwei at every angle. Ice release, Black Dragon Blizzard. Kazahana Nato attempted to shatter the ice wall with his own ice release technique. Ice release, Black Dragon Blizzard. The Baiwei within the ice wall swiftly formed seals, executing the same ninjutsu. The technique gathered chakra into their hands, unleashing a black dragon formed of snow and frost. As the 2 black dragons collided, Baiwei's jutsu shattered Kazahana Nato's, but the black dragon surged forward, vanishing into Nato. The Baiwei within the ice wall sneered, Your armor is formidable, yet your chakra is finite. Let us see who can outlast whom. Enjoy your time here. Suddenly, the real Baiwei moved, appearing beside Dongshun Dongyu in an instant, seizing his arm and hurling him towards Langya Avalanche. Ice release, ice prison trap. Dongxiong Dongyu and Langya Avalanche found themselves ensnared within. The last time I spared you was to keep you as training targets for Sasuke and Naruto. This time, you have chosen to trespass where heaven offers no path and hell has no entrance. Do not blame me. Ice release, ice seal destruction. The two armored figures collided, shattering into a cascade of blood. Encouraged by Baiwei, Kazahana Koyuki placed the hexagonal crystal upon the altar, causing the earth to split open and reveal towering ice columns. However, these columns remained smooth and glistening under the sun, showing no signs of melting. The earth began to rejuvenate with greenery, transforming the land of snow into a vibrant emerald landscape. It seems that it is not a guarantee for world domination, but rather a colossal heat source, Baiwei said with a hint of disappointment. Fenghua Xiaoxue gazed at the influence left by her father, taking in the surrounding greenery, filled with a sense of happiness. In Konoha village, within the Hokage's office, Kakashi Hitaki directly reported the details of the recent mission to the Third Hokage. This time, not only was the escort mission accomplished, but it also altered the course of a nation, surpassing the parameters of the task. This could potentially impact the relationship between the Land of Fire and the Land of Snow, necessitating a report to the daimyo of the Land of Fire. I did not anticipate such a turn of events. I understand, and I will inform the daimyo, the Third Hokage replied thoughtfully. How did Baiwei perform? Nara Shikaku inquired. Kakashi Hitaki, puzzled, nevertheless conveyed Baiwei's performance. In the icy plains, she formed a chakra cycle with her body, achieving ultimate ice. After a moment of contemplation, the Third Hokage decided to elevate Baiwei's ninja rank to Jonin, albeit she would remain in Team 7 for the time being. Very well, I shall attend to this matter. Nara Shikaku responded. Kakashi Hitaki regarded the Third Hokage with confusion. Evidently, you have noticed certain recent developments. He has engaged in some unconventional actions, yet has been tolerated. There is a reason for this. All I can tell you now is that the Sharingan is of great significance to the village, which is why it was implanted in you. The Uchiha clan seeks to reclaim it, and events have been forcibly suppressed. The last time, Itachi Uchiha annihilated his entire clan. And during the village's mourning of the Uchiha, a grievous error was made. Thus, this is a form of appeasement. And keeping him in Team 7 is a hope that you can discern his true nature. Kakashi Hitaki grimaced, saying, Third Hokage, this is akin to Naruto, Sasuke. And now Baiwei. I truly feel my capabilities are limited. Haha, I trust you will manage it well, the Third Hokage remarked meaningfully. Baiwei sat in her room, her previously tranquil expression now marred by a hint of ferocity. Wei asked, What is the matter? It is nothing. I cannot believe the Third Hokage would assign Kakashi to keep an eye on me. How infuriating. Baiwei spoke with indignation. Haha, it is not a great concern. After all, we know the truth of the situation and have issued some warnings. He is merely anxious that we may destroy Konoha, Huiyue reassured her. You say it lightly. But you are not yet fully independent. Emotionally, I bear the entirety of it, and you have yet to fully comprehend this feeling. Baiwei expressed. Perhaps you are right. But do not forget, you are me, and I am you, Huiyue responded. How do you feel now? Baiwei inquired. Progress is excellent. But are you certain your body will be able to withstand my soul? Huiyue asked. Certainly, Orochimaru must have cultivated many suitable vessels. It will suffice to select a few then, Baiwei replied. However, that would mean being bound by the cursed seal, and I do not relish the sensation of being constrained. Huiyue remarked. The constraints of the cursed seal are manageable. After all, it grants considerable power, and it is a form of sage mode. Baiwei said while touching the location of the cursed seal on her shoulder. In truth, is there not a suitable vessel nearby in Konoha? I find that one quite appealing. Huiyue suggested. Near Konoha, are you referring to the Temple of Fire? That aspect lies beyond the realm of the manga, and it remains uncertain whether it truly exists. If it does, it would indeed be splendid, Baiwei contemplated before speaking. Indeed, let us hope for that, Huiyue replied. However, there lies a dilemma we must clarify first. Baiwei remarked. The chakra of the Nine Tails could invade the body, potentially leading to a transformation into the Nine Tails itself, which would be a grave loss for me. I believe the Sharingan should be capable of managing this, right? With the Sharingan coupled with the chakra of the tailed beast, I would undoubtedly become an invincible entity. Huiyue declared with great pride. I have noticed your arrogance, young man. If I were to isolate you, it would surely vex me, Baiwei commented. Haha. I eagerly anticipate such a life, Huiyue replied with a chuckle. Uncle, it has been a long time. Are you once again imparting your stern teachings? Baiwei gazed at Hinata Hizashi. Brother, you have arrived. Hinata Hanabi exclaimed with excitement. Seizing the opportunity to break away from the combat circle and fluttering to Bayu's side like a little swallow. Baiwei, you mischievous rascal, have you come to stir up trouble? Hisashi said with a teasing smile. Seeing her father's smile, Hanabi felt immense joy. I merely came to visit you, Baiwei said, extending the gift he held. Please, take a seat. You have come uninvited. Last time, you sought to learn the secret techniques of the Hyūga clan, but were unsuccessful. What scheme do you have this time? Hisashi inquired. Baiwei observed Hisashi's demeanor and felt a desire to provoke him, yet he decided to momentarily forego that impulse. He had already learned the secret techniques of the Hyūga clan from Niji, and during the Chunin exams, when Niji revealed those techniques, he would take great delight in vexing this obstinate uncle. Not at all. I genuinely came to see my uncle. After returning from a mission, I felt the outside world was too perilous. There is no place like home, so I sought to bask in its warmth, Baiwei explained. Spare me your fabrications. I have heard of your commendable performance, and you have been promoted to Jonin, Hisashi stated. Uncle, it seems nothing escapes your notice, Baiwei remarked, rubbing his nose. In truth, I came to seek your wisdom. How is it that you, as a Konoha ninja, can avoid missions, forego wearing the headband, and devote yourself solely to the affairs of the Hyūga clan? Baiwei inquired. This stems from the agreement made during the founding of Konoha between the then leader of the Hyūga clan and the first Hokage. The Hyūga clan, as Konoha ninjas, participates in the village's missions, but the clan leader is exempt from this duty, focusing solely on the development and cultivation of our clan, Hisashi elucidated. In truth, your Uchiha clan has similar regulations. Alas, your clan was decimated by Itachi alone. Oh, I see. Thank you, uncle, for clarifying this for me, Baiwei expressed. What do you intend to do, young man? Hisashi asked. Nothing in particular. I merely wish to remind some individuals of the Uchiha clan's legacy, Baiwei replied calmly. Do not act recklessly, Hisashi warned. Rest assured, uncle, I shall not cause any trouble, Baiwei assured him. In the Hokage's office. What is the meaning of that headband atop your head? The third Hokage spoke with an air of anger. Nothing much, merely a reminder of the Uchiha clan. Baiyu remarked. The third Hokage pointed at Baiyu, rendered speechless. We have an agreement with Itachi, but that does not include you. Do not push your luck. The third Hokage said, his voice laced with palpable menace. Oh, is that so? Would you care to test your strength against mine, risking your life in the process? Baiyu replied, narrowing his eyes. Enough. You may leave, the third Hokage gritted through clenched teeth. As the third Hokage watched Baiyu exit his office, he slumped into his chair, overwhelmed with fury yet helplessness. Having listened to Kakashi's report, he possessed a clear understanding of Bayu's formidable prowess, which had already elevated him to the status of an exceptionally powerful Genin. The capabilities of the cross-shaped Sharingan remained unclear, and with the looming threat of Orochimaru, the third Hokage was reluctant to provoke Baiyu into seeking vengeance for the Uchiha clan. Lord Third, what is the significance of Bayu's forehead protector? Nara Shikaku inquired as he entered. Curiosity about Bayu's forehead protector had swept through the entire village. Upon hearing Shikaku's question, the third Hokage felt an immediate headache. He had not anticipated Bayu's audacity. Well, you see, after the Uchiha clan was annihilated by Itachi, our first Hokage made an agreement with the Uchiha's former clan leader that the clan leader would not partake in missions. Baiyu is unwilling to undertake missions any longer, and I believe he is still young and should engage in training. Thus, he adopts this method to assert his identity as the Uchiha clan leader and express his refusal of missions, the third Hokage mused, fabricating a plausible explanation. And what is his current status? How should we approach him? Nara Shikaku queried. He remains a Konoha shinobi, simultaneously holding the title of Uchiha clan leader. He will refrain from missions, but will step in should Konoha face peril. He currently possesses a unique status as a Konoha shinobi, and I shall leave the matter of his forehead protector to him, the third Hokage replied, suppressing his frustration. Understood, I will inform the village immediately. Nara Shikaku could sense the third Hokage's helplessness, yet some matters remained unspeakable. What is the commotion outside? Why have you chosen this course of action? Uchiha Sasuke confronted Baiyu. It is as the rumors suggest. My intention in doing this is to ensure that the contributions of the Uchiha clan to the world of shinobi and to Konoha are not forgotten, Baiyu stated. You are concealing something from me, Uchiha Sasuke asserted confidently. Indeed, there are matters I withhold from you, yet you have yet to earn the right to know. Baiyu nodded. The Sharingan can control tailed beasts, and I am perceived as an outsider, a figure who vanished for many years and has suddenly returned. Although they have accepted me, they simultaneously harbor suspicion and wariness, leading to clandestine actions that incite my anger, which is why I have acted as I have. Regardless of what the village has done to you or what you have done to the village, please do not bring shame upon the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Sasuke implored. Understood. Focus on your training. You are currently far too weak, Byakugan advised. As the night deepened into silence, Byakugan created a shadow clone to remain in his room. Tasked with monitoring the situation, the entity effortlessly deceived the shadow guards, and Byakugan swiftly departed from the hidden leaf village, traversing through the woods towards the fire temple. Not far from Konoha, Byakugan's speed was remarkable, vanishing quickly into the embrace of the night. Upon arriving at the fire temple, Byakugan employed the cross-eyes technique to scan the entire vicinity, and in a secluded corner, discovered a child possessing an extraordinary chakra, akin to that of Naruto Uzumaki. Having identified the child, named Kong, the pseudo-Jinchuriki, Byakugan confirmed the presence of the Nine-Tails chakra within him and subsequently disappeared. I have confirmed the existence of the child, Byakugan proclaimed to Hyūga. Oh, splendid. Have you decided what to do? Hyūga inquired, excitement evident in her voice. Not yet. Simply abducting Kong would raise suspicions. Complicating your future appearances in public, Byakugan replied, furrowing his brow. Indeed, making a bold entrance is equally challenging, while every village desires an additional Jinchuriki. Revealing ourselves poses significant difficulties, Hyūga concurred, also frowning. If we cannot act openly, how can we ensure our actions appear justified? Byakugan pondered. Let us put that aside for now. Have the technical aspects been resolved? How can we endow my host with the Uchiha clan's bloodline and Kekkei Genkai, allowing me to seal myself within his body, thus enabling complete control without the risk of being countered by his soul? Hyūga questioned. Most of those issues have been addressed. What remains is the practical application of theory in the acquisition of the Sharingan. Primarily, we need a workspace. This cannot be conducted within Konoha, as it would be easily discovered, Byakugan stated. If it cannot take place within the village, we must seek an external location. It seems that Orochimaru's base is the only place equipped with such facilities, Hyūga responded. Orochimaru, you truly awakened those lost in dreams. He seeks eternal life, the Sharingan, and immense chakra to wield various ninjutsu, Byakugan remarked. In that case, let us convey this information to Orochimaru and enlist his assistance. Only then can I legitimately acquire that pseudo-Jinchuriki. Are you certain you can outmaneuver Orochimaru? This is akin to courting danger, Hyūga cautioned. Certainly. The conflict between the Cursed Seal and the Nine-Tails chakra will undoubtedly provoke the host's rampage. Currently, I am the only one capable of controlling the tailed beast without endangering lives. Thus, my emergence in the abduction of the pseudo-Jinchuriki would be justified, Byakugan contemplated. As for the potential damage to Konoha, that is of no concern to me. Your plan is quite audacious, yet it seems feasible. Proceed with caution. As Orochimaru may betray you, Hyūga advised. Fear not. Should Orochimaru dare to scheme against me, I shall ensure he faces the consequences. It merely requires a shift in the narrative. What could be more trivial? Byakugan asserted. Orochimaru observed Byakugan, drooling in anticipation, never expecting Byakugan to approach him. Orochimaru. Wipe that drool away. I am here to negotiate, Byakugan stated. What business do you propose? Orochimaru inquired in a low tone. If you are willing to grant me your body, I can assist you in eliminating Itachi, Byakugan replied. I am reluctant to engage in the matter of killing the weasel. Do you not desire potent chakra? I have an excellent candidate in mind, a child within the Temple of Fire, sealed with the chakra of the Nine-Tails. If you permit me to utilize your laboratory, I can assist you in acquiring him, Byakugan proposed. A laboratory exists within Konoha, so it appears you intend to conduct experiments that society would deem unacceptable. Might you enlighten me as to the nature of these experiments? Orochimaru inquired. Nothing of great consequence. The Uchiha clan's numbers have dwindled significantly, and I wish to experiment with cellular invasion rewriting, utilizing my own cells to create replicas of myself, Byakugan explained. For such an experiment, I can assist you with cloning, Orochimaru replied. What I seek is a body devoid of independent personality, not a mere child, Byakugan clarified. Understood. I shall acquiesce to your request, Orochimaru replied, his tongue flickering in anticipation. Thus, our agreement was established. The timing of the operation lies solely in your hands, Byakugan stated. Very well, once I am adequately prepared, I shall seek you out, Orochimaru affirmed. As Byakugan departed, he expressed his hope for a fruitful collaboration. What a formidable vessel indeed. Perfectly suited for my purposes, though regrettably limited in its attributes, rendering it incapable of employing other ninjutsu, a true waste, Orochimaru mused, his eyes gleaming with avarice as he watched Byakugan's figure vanish. Returning to his base, Orochimaru selected several subordinates who had weakened due to the cursed seal. Konoha, I have returned once more. Byakugan re-entered the village, met with peculiar gazes from the guards at the entrance. Ignoring them, he proceeded into the village, only to be surrounded by the Umbu. Byakugan, we request your presence with the Umbu, one of them stated. Very well, but do stow away your useless trinkets. Lest I be forced to act unpleasantly, Byakugan replied coldly. One Umbu, undeterred, swiftly approached to administer a sedative, yet as he raised his arm, he found himself frozen in place. I have no desire to accompany you at present. I have matters to attend to at my home, Byakugan declared, vanishing from the Umbu's encirclement. Upon returning home, a shadow clone emerged, its form somewhat dim, gradually dissipating into the air. How foolishly forgetful, Byakugan thought angrily as he exited his room and swiftly made his way to the Umbu headquarters. Frost release, welcoming the snow, Byakugan intoned as he stepped into the Umbu headquarters, instantly encasing the entire building in ice. Activating his cross-shaped Sharingan, he rendered all hidden mechanisms beneath the ice powerless, dispelling all illusions from his sight. With heavy strides, Byakugan advanced into the Umbu headquarters. The Umbu, on high alert, prepared for battle, yet, in an instant, they stood frozen in place. Byakugan strode nonchalantly down the corridor, ultimately arriving at a concealed compartment, opening the door to step inside. Sitting there with composure was Shimura Danzō. You have arrived. I anticipated your true form would return post-haste, he remarked. Byakugan gazed at the countless Sharingan contained within the vessels surrounding him, maintaining a calm demeanor as he replied, you are indeed correct. And what follows? Pointing at the containers, Byakugan questioned. Are you suggesting that these represent the fate of the Uchiha clan? To dare betray the village, is this their ultimate consequence? Death holds great significance. In your quest for so-called guardianship, you have desecrated the spirits of the departed, denying them peace. Do you believe I would yield? Of course, you would not submit. But what recourse do you possess? Itachi extinguished the Uchiha clan for the sake of his brother, and today, in your pride for the Uchiha lineage, you shall meet your demise here. I find your eyes quite intriguing, remarked Danzō Shimura. Danzō, you wretched soul, do you truly believe you possess the capability to achieve this? Do not speak to me of the genjutsu you have cast upon me using the Sharingan within your right eye. Under my gaze, illusions hold no sway, scoffed Hakayuki. Ah, I am aware of that, which is precisely why I did not employ that eye. However, while you have encased the entire Umbu building in ice, my objective has already been fulfilled. The entire village now knows that Uchiha Hakutsuki has attacked the Umbu headquarters, and the Third Hokage and others will soon arrive. At that point, escape shall be impossible for you, Danzō declared with triumph. Haha, Danzō. Have you grown so accustomed to manipulating others in the shadows that your intellect has waned? Do you presume I arrived here unprepared? One of my clones is currently by Naruto's side. Should you seek to harm me, I would not hesitate to release the seal and unleash the Nine Tails, Hakayuki stated coolly. Hakayuki, you dare. The Third Hokage exclaimed in fury. Lord Third, you have come alone. It seems you are quite aware of the unsavory deeds Danzō has been orchestrating in secret. I once held a glimmer of hope for you, believing you were oblivious to Danzō's machinations, yet your solitary arrival speaks volumes. Whether you were aware from the outset or learned later, your understanding is evident. I am thoroughly disappointed in you. For the sake of the village, for Konoha, since certain events have transpired, let them continue, the Third Hokage replied with palpable exhaustion. Third, it seems your conscience has not yet been extinguished. Such words, which should resonate with righteousness, escape your lips in a tone so feeble, Hakayuki mocked. Enough with your prattle. Hakayuki, what is your true intention? The Third Hokage inquired. Haha, what is my purpose? Danzō, have you heard? Your former confidant, now the Hokage, remains utterly oblivious to the motives behind your actions. Presently, Orochimaru and a mysterious force cast their covetous eyes upon Konoha. The Hokage cannot, nor dares not, make the decisive move to eliminate me, for he desperately requires my strength. Hakayuki's gaze, fixed on Danzō, brimmed with mockery. Hakayuki, depart. Let this day be as if it never transpired, the Third Hokage said, utterly ensnared by Hakayuki's grip of anguish. Very well, since the Hokage has spoken, I shall take my leave. However, before I go, I must collect a bit of interest, Hakayuki declared, and in an instant, he appeared before Danzō, swiftly plucking the Sharingan from Danzō's right eye. Ah, you, my eye. Danzō cried out in agony, clutching his wounded eye. This is merely a punishment. Your clan is left with but children, and I cannot bring myself to harm them. Hakayuki had already utilized his cross-eyed technique to render the Sharingan within the vessel transparent. He selected a Sharingan from the vessel and placed the pair into a pre-prepared container before turning to leave. Shinira Danzō staunched the blood flowing from his eyes, his pallor betraying his frailty as he uttered, "Why did you indulge him? This was clearly prearranged." "I am sorry, Danzō. I too did not wish for this." Jiraiya has just relayed news that the enigmatic organization is called Akatsuki, which harbors rogue ninjas from various villages. Their organization is vast, and they have been covertly seeking information about the Jinchuriki from each village. "I understand," Danzō replied, "in order to protect the Jinchuriki and safeguard the village. We require the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan to subdue the Nine Tails." Indeed, certain eyes within the Uchiha clan's Sharingan possess the ability to control tailed beasts. The first Hokage was able to capture tailed beasts largely due to Uchiha Madara's considerable efforts. Only the complete bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan can truly control these beasts. None of these other eyes have the capability. "I comprehend. For the sake of protecting Konoha, I can accept this sacrifice," Danzō declared, clenching his fists tightly. The commotion within the Umbu building could not go unnoticed, yet under the Hokage's orders, none were permitted to enter. Baiwei emerged from the Umbu building with an air of leisure. "Baiwei, what has transpired? Why did you do this?" Haruno Sakura inquired. "It is nothing. Our esteemed Umbu leader, Danzō, insisted on measuring the potency of ninjutsu, and I merely came to demonstrate my own strength," Baiwei replied nonchalantly. Now that Danzō is enlightened, "I have no further business here, hence my departure." With a wave of his arm, the Umbu building, previously encased in ice, returned to its normal state, and snowflakes began to fall from the sky as Baiwei vanished from sight. "Curse you. Clarify your words." Uchiha Sasuke, furious at Baiwei's departure, pursued him. "Sasuke, wait for me," Sakura called out, followed closely by Uzumaki Naruto, who was being pulled along by Hitaki Kakashi. "What an arrogant fellow. Hinata, is he truly your cousin?" Inazuka Kiba queried. Hyūga Hinata timidly nodded. Baiwei's display that day left the entire village of Konoha in astonishment, with whispers circulating among the ninjas. The third Hokage emerged from the Umbu building, and silence enveloped the crowd. "Surely you all witnessed that? Baiwei, despite his tender age, is a formidable ninja, capable of safeguarding the village from harm. You still require protection from others, yet you squander time in idle chatter. Depart at once." The third Hokage bellowed. Upon returning home, Baiwei retrieved a container and gazed at the Sharingan within, utilizing his ice release to encase the container, preserving the eyes in their most vibrant state. "Your commotion was truly grand," Wei remarked. "It was merely to enlighten some oblivious individuals that I am not to be trifled with, lest they fail to recognize their own limitations," Baiwei stated. "And what of Orochimaru?" Wei inquired. "An agreement has been reached, however. It remains uncertain what traps Orochimaru may set in the shadows. He will certainly not fulfill the transaction honorably," Baiwei replied. "Any schemes and tricks are futile against absolute strength." Wei asserted. "You are correct. When the time comes, I shall deal with him accordingly," Baiwei affirmed. "Sasuke and the others are approaching," Wei announced. "I shall step out. It is not yet the time for them to know of your existence," Baiwei concluded before exiting. "Why are you here if you are not going to practice properly?" Baiyu approached. Uchiha Sasuke charged forward, flames dancing on his palm, striking at him and engulfing Baiyu in fire. With a dismissive flick of his hand, Baiyu extinguished the flames effortlessly. "Impressive, you've grown stronger. Using the ninjutsu I taught you against me," Baiyu remarked disdainfully. "Sasuke, do you think just because you've awakened your Sharingan, you are extraordinary? You believe your eyes can see through everything, don't you? Humph, my affairs are none of your concern. Control yourself in the future, or I shall take your life for tarnishing the Uchiha name," Sasuke retorted angrily. "Humph, how I conduct myself is irrelevant to you. You are still not in a position to challenge me, Uchiha," Baiyu replied with irritation. "Is there anything else? If not, return to your training obediently." "Sasuke, let us return to our training. We should not disturb Baiyu," Haruno Sakura said, her voice trembling with fear, having never witnessed Baiyu in such a manner. The atmosphere in the courtyard was chilling, with frost covering the flowers and grass. "Why are you still here? If you refuse to leave, then stay and train here," Baiyu said as he entered the room, ignoring them. At that moment, Hitaki Kakashi and Uzumaki Naruto arrived. Baiyu re-emerged from the room, placed a box of beans on the table, and declared, "Here is a box of yellow and green beans. Since you refuse to leave, separate them." "I'll do it." Haruno Sakura offered. No need, let him do it, Byakugan replied. Uchiha Sasuke stepped forward and forcefully overturned the beans, just as Haruno Sakura feared aggravating Byakugan. She was momentarily dazzled. Byakugan moved with the swiftness of lightning, separating the yellow and green beans into iceboxes within 3 breaths. Even if one sees it. If one cannot replicate it, it is utterly useless, Byakugan thought as he returned to his room. Kakashi-sensei, how did Byakugan do that? Uzumaki Naruto asked. He used the Sharingan to discern the yellow and green beans, manipulating their descent speed with chakra. The remaining factor is the speed of his movements, which is purely a matter of physical prowess. His speed has surpassed even that of the normal guy, Hatake Kakashi explained. What is so remarkable about that? I can do it too, Uchiha Sasuke replied dismissively. After saying this, he mixed the yellow and green beans together and tossed them into the air. His rapid action clearly fell short of Byakugan's, as the beans only partially separated, with the remainder falling to the ground. Naruto, divide the apple for me. Byakugan's voice suddenly echoed, as an apple swiftly flew towards Uzumaki Naruto. Instinctively, Naruto used his kunai to slice the apple, which then fell to the ground. If it's on the ground, then you shall eat it. Moreover, your cutting direction is incorrect. It should be a vertical cut, not a horizontal one. Kakashi-sensei. If there is nothing more, you may leave. I have nothing to teach you, Byakugan stated. Hatake Kakashi awkwardly smiled before departing. Sakura, go buy some apples. I am in a foul mood today. Since you are here, consider yourselves unfortunate. Unless I exhaust your physical stamina and chakra today, you will continue to practice relentlessly. Byakugan declared sternly. Understood. Sakura Haruno hastily took the money from Byakugan and dashed outside. Byakugan observed Uchiha Sasuke picking up the beans scattered on the ground, shook his head, and remarked, Do you intend to practice until you drop? Watch this. He bent down, sweeping his large hand across the ground, effortlessly drawing the beans into a box with his chakra. You've mastered chakra absorption, yet you fail to utilize it? How utterly foolish, Byakugan exclaimed with frustration. Sasuke shot Byakugan an annoyed glance before scattering the beans again and swiftly collecting them. Byakugan glanced back at him before turning to leave. Naruto. When it's time to divide the apples, make sure to split them vertically and place them into the bucket. A mere slice is sufficient for the sharp blade. Understood, Byakugan. Naruto replied. Why do you always devise such peculiar training methods? He inquired curiously. Peculiar? When training becomes tedious, one must find ways to infuse joy into it. Hence I devised this, Byakugan explained, though in truth, his odd methods were inspired by television and novels from his past life. Byakugan, while they train, what should I do? Sakura asked. Sakura, here are diagrams concerning acupoints, nerves, and meridians. Since you aspire to become a medical ninja, commit these to memory first, Byakugan instructed. Byakugan. How do you know so much? Sakura queried. It's merely an expansion of my knowledge, Byakugan replied. Oh, I see, she said, then sat down, focusing intently on the diagrams. Naruto, you are expending too much chakra externally. You must learn to control the quantity at will. Move your feet a bit quicker, the more apples that fall. The more dirt you shall eat today, Byakugan advised. Byakugan, this is exceedingly difficult. Could you not go a tad slower? Naruto complained as he moved about, frequently dropping apples, some of which split without being caught. Uchiha Sasuke, a rare prodigy, had already mastered the control of chakra absorption, ensuring that scattered beans remained aloft. Though his sorting speed was still somewhat sluggish, the shadow guards monitored from the periphery, but Byakugan merely shrugged, dismissing their presence. Byakugan, your ramen is exquisite. May I have another bowl? Naruto asked, a blissful smile adorning his face as he raised his bowl. Naruto, are you a pig? You still want more? Your stomach is already bursting, Sakura chastised. If it's delicious, one should indulge. My stomach is a bottomless pit. It matters not, Naruto declared. That's it. The last bowl was consumed by Sasuke, Byakugan stated. What? You dared to eat my noodles? Return them, Naruto exclaimed, turning towards Sasuke. Sasuke quickly gulped down the remaining noodles and broth, smugly declaring, all gone. Very well. If you wish to eat more, I shall prepare it for you later. After consuming so much, a little exercise for digestion is in order before sleep, Byakugan concluded. Byakugan, I intend to sleep here tonight, Naruto announced. All right, that's fine. There are plenty of rooms, Byakugan replied. Sakura, will you be my wife? Naruto lay there, pulling the blanket aside, mumbling in his sleep. Byakugan carefully tucked the blanket around Uzumaki Naruto before stepping out of the room. The moon tonight is exceptionally full. Would you care to join me for a drink? Byakugan addressed the heavens. I do not consume alcohol, replied Uchiha Sasuke as he approached. Oh, is that so? What a pity, Byakugan responded. You are not an impulsive individual, nor would you recklessly assault the Umbu headquarters without cause. You are concealing something from me, are you not? Uchiha Sasuke inquired. Indeed. I harbor many secrets from you, ones I do not wish you to know, for you lack the capacity to comprehend them at this moment. And revealing them would only hinder your growth, Byakugan replied. Yet, I am eager to learn, Sasuke insisted. You have consistently urged me to abandon my quest for vengeance and to aspire to loftier goals. What is the purpose behind this? Sighing, Byakugan said. Since you wish to know, I shall share a fragment of the truth with you today. Byakugan grasped Sasuke's hand, and with a whirl of his cross-shaped pupils, he transported Sasuke into a realm of illusion. What you are witnessing is the night of the Uchiha clan's annihilation. You have never seen the final moments of your brother. Allow me to show you. Who was the individual accompanying Itachi, and why did he assist him? Why did Itachi ultimately leave with him? Furthermore, he possesses the Sharingan. He is a man who was fated to perish. His aid to Itachi in the extermination of our clan stemmed from his disappointment in his own descendants, who had lost the prowess of the Uchiha bloodline. The notion that he aided Itachi is erroneous. He threatened Itachi with the annihilation of the entire clan, or else he would eliminate those dear to him. What you are witnessing is what I saw when I was 4 years old. Who is this individual? And what is his purpose here? The Ninetales, why has the once quiet beast become so agitated? What connection does he have to this turmoil? My eyes can control tailed beasts, and so can his. He once assisted the first Hokage in capturing tailed beasts, creating the human Jinchuriki. The individual you speak of is Uchiha Madara. Is he not already deceased? No, it is said he perished, but he vanished after losing a struggle for control over Konoha against the first Hokage, leading to the belief that Uchiha Madara had died. This is the essence of the matter. Now, let us depart. Sasuke gazed at Byakugan and asked, How do you know these things? I witnessed them when I was 4. He originally chose both Itachi and me, yet during the Chunin exams, I feigned death to escape his grasp. Afterward, I returned to Konoha, observing events from the shadows. Why did you not save them? Sasuke questioned coldly. Save them? How could I? I was weak and terrified of death at that time. The only action I took was to ensure you stumbled, preventing you from witnessing the most brutal scenes. Sasuke clenched his fists, yearning to reproach Byakugan, yet he hung his head in defeat and whispered, Thank you. Uchiha Madara, the most formidable ninja in the shinobi world, faces no rival without the first Hokage. The reason I urge you to train diligently is that we must ultimately conquer Madara, eliminate him, and consign him to the depths of hell. Otherwise, the Uchiha clan shall forever remain his plaything, Byakugan stated. Become stronger, strive diligently, or you shall never accomplish your revenge, Byakugan proclaimed. I will exert myself. I must kill him, Uchiha Madara. Uchiha gritted through clenched teeth. Very well. For now, rest well. Bury this matter deep within you. Do not allow hatred to cloud your vision, Byakugan advised. You have yet to tell me why you attacked the Dark Guard Tower. Uchiha Sasuke inquired. Did I not inform you previously? It concerns the Sharingan. They believe that an Uchiha capable of controlling tailed beasts could replicate Madara's feats. Hence they sought to eliminate me. I merely created a commotion this time, Byakugan explained, recalling that not only he had witnessed Madara controlling the Ninetales but also Danzō. Byakugan placed a reassuring hand on Uchiha Sasuke's shoulder, saying, Become the strongest man in this world, vanquish Madara, and avenge the Uchiha clan. Strive to become the Hokage of Konoha and alter the existing state of affairs. I will. I will ensure this world trembles because of me and the changes I bring. Uchiha Sasuke declared, his face resolute. Report, Lord Orochimaru. There is only one chakra response within the Temple of Fire. The rest are mere commoners, said A. Lord Orochimaru. There are no Konoha Dark Guards in the vicinity, added Gal. Establish a barrier around the area and seal it off. Eliminate everyone except our target, Orochimaru commanded. Orochimaru leisurely entered the Temple of Fire and approached the Iron Arm Tower where Sora was imprisoned. He opened the door to find Sora trembling in the corner and gently said, Come with me, child. I will take you home. Sora, filled with fear at the sight of Orochimaru, felt a hand resting on his shoulder. That large hand was warm. He looked up at Orochimaru, who was gazing intently at him. Sora's face was a mask of struggle as he extended his hand. Orochimaru stood, taking Sora's hand and leading him out of the room. As Sora beheld the blood-soaked floor, dread overwhelmed him, and he shrank behind Orochimaru. Orochimaru reassured him, Those who bullied you are gone. They are dead. Fear not, for no one will ever harm you again. Sora nodded weakly. Orochimaru guided Sora out of the Temple of Fire, maintaining contact to sense the chakra within Sora's body. It was extraordinarily potent yet corrosive, instilling fear in him. Suddenly, Orochimaru placed a cursed seal on Sora's shoulder. Sora collapsed to the ground, racked with pain as he looked at Orochimaru in confusion. "This is my mark. You must endure it to walk with me," Orochimaru declared. Sora grit his teeth, yearning for that warm hand to hold his once more. However, the power of the cursed seal clashed with the chakra of the Nine Tails. Marks of the cursed seal erupted on Sora's body, enveloped in the chakra of the Nine Tails. It seemed the power of the Nine Tails had been invoked. The outcome was uncertain. The Third Hokage noted the emergence of a barrier around the Temple of Fire and discovered Orochimaru's presence. What business does Orochimaru have at the Temple of Fire? Notify Kakashi, Guy, Anko, and Asuma to swiftly mobilize the 5th and 6th teams to apprehend Orochimaru, the Third Hokage stated with determination. Understood. I will relay the message immediately. Nara Shikake replied. I shall set forth now. The remainder is in your hands, remarked the Third Hokage. Is that truly necessary, Hokage-sama? With just Orochimaru. The 4 of us can manage, Nara Shikaku interjected. The Third Hokage replied resolutely, Orochimaru is my student. I am acutely aware of his capabilities. It remains uncertain how much forbidden jutsu he has mastered, thus it is imperative that I intervene at this moment. We are already at 3 tails. Upon the emergence of the 4th, consciousness will be entirely lost. I can no longer perceive the existence of my cursed seal. It appears we have failed, Orochimaru lamented, licking his lips. Lord Orochimaru, Leaf Ninjas are approaching, Gaara announced. Well then, since they have arrived, I shall present them with a grand gift. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with a chilling intensity. Damn it, they have erected a barrier, Asuma Sarutobi exclaimed. Barrier team, proceed swiftly to dismantle the barrier, Mitarashi Anko commanded. What is that? The fervent Rock Lee inquired. Kakashi Hatake adjusted his forehead protector, activating his Sharingan. That is a tailed beast's cloak. This chakra belongs to the Nine Tails. What? The chakra of the Nine Tails? Naruto has been brought here by Orochimaru. Asuma declared. Hurry, notify the village immediately to confirm whether Uzumaki Naruto is present. Understood. We are already at 3 tails. We must act before the 4th tail manifests, or it will be too late, Kakashi asserted. Then let us break through directly, Lee shouted. 8 gates, open the 1st gate, the rest gate, the life gate, the wound gate, and the death gate. Enough, Lee, that power should suffice. Opening more gates will adversely affect your body, and we cannot afford any after effects at this juncture, Kakashi advised. I understand. Rest assured, it will be fine. Lee replied with a wide grin. With a mighty fist, Lee concentrated all his strength and struck the barrier, shattering it as if it were mere glass. Damn it. That brute. Orochimaru seethed. After Lee broke through the barrier, he charged at Orochimaru. Meanwhile, the empty space was still desperately holding on, upon seeing Lee rush forward. It used its tail to seize him and flung him away with great force. Protect Lord Orochimaru. Orochimaru's subordinates collectively drew syringes from their pockets, injecting themselves with a special liquid. The cursed seals activated, causing some to grow enormous, others to sprout claws, some to develop fangs, and others to sprout wings. Is this the power of the cursed seals? Their chakra has surged threefold, albeit rather unstable, Kakashi noted. Damn it, today I shall have some fun with you all. Lee declared as he charged at a colossal figure. The giant, known as Kai, swung a large fan-like hand, colliding with Lee's flying kick, causing both to stagger back a few steps. Impressive strength. Let us go again, Lee urged, yet was halted by Kakashi. There will be time for fighting. Our primary objective now is to subdue Orochimaru and seal this half-tailed beast. Without defeating them, we cannot approach Orochimaru, Lee insisted. Allow me to handle this, he proclaimed. With lightning flashing around Kakashi Hataki's arm, I utilized my Sharingan to discern their weaknesses clearly, swiftly eliminating them all. Keep an eye on Orochimaru. Kakashi urged before dashing forward with remarkable speed, striking without hesitation as Raikiri pierced through the body of one opponent, then swiftly turning to confront another. Orochimaru's 8 subordinates were dispatched by Kakashi in no time. Is your arm all right? Asked Anko Mitarashi. It's fine, merely temporarily numb, Kakashi replied, touching his drooping right arm. The 8 men gazed at Orochimaru with fervent eyes. Forgive us, Lord Orochimaru. With that, they charged towards the hidden leaf, self-destructing in an instant. The series of explosions reverberated through the fire temple, creating a colossal mushroom cloud. Kakashi and his comrades reacted promptly, evading the epicenter of the blasts. Orochimaru. What on earth are you planning? Anko exclaimed angrily, observing the undamaged Orochimaru at the center of the explosion. Nothing much. I merely desire immense power and aim to obliterate the hidden leaf, Orochimaru remarked with a playful glint in his eyes. News of the Ninetales' appearance reached the Hidden Leaf Village, prompting Shikamaru and Nara to mobilize ninjas in search of Naruto Uzumaki. Simultaneously, Danzō Shimura exited the Umbu building and arrived at Hakuyu's residence. The reconnaissance ninjas were tirelessly searching for Naruto, who was currently exhausted, having depleted all his chakra, and was asleep in his room. Lord Danzō, we have not detected Naruto Uzumaki's chakra. We must diligently search for his whereabouts, one of the ninjas reported. Ah, what brings you to my humble abode, Lord Danzō? Hakuyu replied with a tone laced with sarcasm. Is Naruto Uzumaki here with you? Danzō inquired. At that moment, a tremendous explosion echoed through the sky. Hakuyu, gazing at the mushroom cloud, asked, what has happened? Orochimaru attacked the fire temple. The Ninetales have appeared. Is Naruto with you? Danzō asked urgently. Rest assured. Naruto has exhausted his chakra and is currently asleep, Hakuyu reassured him. Exhausted chakra? The Ninetales chakra? Danzō queried. Fear not. I have completely sealed the Ninetales chakra during training. The unique sealing method is undetectable by you, Hakuyu explained. I need Naruto now. Please hand him over to me, Danzō insisted. Your responsibility is to resolve the issues at hand and ensure the defense of the hidden leaf, not to oversee Naruto, Hakuyu countered. Inform everyone that Naruto Uzumaki has been located. All personnel should enter a state of heightened readiness, Danzō declared before departing. What is happening? Naruto murmured, approaching with drowsy eyes. It's nothing. Just stay here while I check things out, Hakuyu replied. The Ninetales chakra, how could that be? Naruto mused, touching his abdomen. Rest assured, it has truly emerged. The specifics are still unclear. Remain here while I investigate, Hakuyu comforted him. Brother Hakuyu, I want to go too, Naruto insisted stubbornly. Naruto, you're exhausted. You need to sleep, Hakuyu said, activating hypnosis, causing Naruto to fall asleep without resistance. At that moment, Irika Yumino entered. Irika-sensei, your timing is impeccable. I've put Naruto under hypnosis. Please assist me while I investigate, Biware remarked. Very well, Irika Yumino replied. My abilities are limited. I shall rely on you. Biware swiftly maneuvered through the forest, heading towards the Temple of Fire. Curse that Orochimaru. What chaos has he unleashed? Biware muttered furiously as he advanced. If the Ninetales chakra fully corrupts that body, all my plans will be in vain. Meanwhile, the Third Hokage arrived at the Temple of Fire and inquired upon seeing Kakashi Hatake and others. Where are the others? Orochimaru's subordinates self-destructed. The rest are dead. Asuma Sarutobi replied. Orochimaru, today I shall end you, the Third Hokage proclaimed. Ah, Sarutobi-sensei, it has been a long time. You have aged, Orochimaru taunted. I did not expect you to remain so youthful. It appears your forbidden techniques have been mastered, the Third Hokage responded. Indeed, your body has grown frail. And your chakra is waning. It would be wise for you to retire, Orochimaru suggested. Even if I can barely move, I shall defeat you today, the Third Hokage declared, removing his outer robe. Today is not the day, farewell, sensei, Orochimaru said before leaping into the air, where a bat swooped down to carry him away. Damn it. The Third Hokage seethed with fury at Orochimaru's escape, feeling helpless, yet knowing that the increasingly beastly boy was of utmost importance. Kong, witnessing Orochimaru's departure, let out a mournful cry, but Orochimaru did not glance back. Kong was engulfed in despair and rage, the chakra of the Ninetales surging uncontrollably, causing him to sprout 2 additional tails, now in a 5-tailed state. At this moment, Kong had completely lost his reason, reduced to a mere tailed beast. This is dire. The host has entirely lost consciousness. We must seal him, or Konoha will face an attack, the Third Hokage stated. You all must leave quickly, find Jiraiya, and have him become the 5th Hokage. The Third Hokage then rushed forward. Sensei, you should take on the role of Hokage. I will handle this. Jiraiya suddenly appeared. With swift hand signs, Jiraiya activated the summoning technique. Gamabunta materialized beneath him. It's been a while since you called upon me. I've been exploring and creating, not engaging in battle, Jiraiya explained. The chakra of the Ninetales is overwhelming. The Jinchuriki of Konoha is about to erupt, Gamabunta inquired. I do not know. Our priority is to subdue and seal him, Jiraiya answered. Sealing him will be quite challenging for us. I'll summon my family for assistance, Gamabunta decided, performing a practical summoning technique that brought forth his entire clan. Little ones, bind him, Gamabunta commanded. Toad Tongue Binding Technique. Numerous toads extended their long tongues to ensnare the nine tails. The beast struggled fiercely, its chakra flaring violently, causing the toad's tongues to burn and release their grip. "Boss, the enemy is too formidable. I must retreat," exclaimed one toad before they all vanished. "Jiraiya, we cannot control the movements of the nine tails, making it exceedingly difficult to deplete its power," Gamabunta remarked. "Ice release, Ice Mountain Prison." Suddenly, a brilliant blue light flickered beside the nine tails, and a colossal iceberg emerged, encasing the creature within its icy grasp. The nine tails' chakra relentlessly melted the ice, and in an instant, it broke free from its frozen prison, now even more ferocious. A whirlwind of chakra swept across the earth, swiftly creating a vast clearing around it. "What is happening, Third Hokage?" asked Baiwei. "And Naruto?" inquired the Third Hokage. "He's sleeping at my house," came the reply. "Who is this person? Why do I sense the chakra of the nine tails?" Baiwei asked, feigning ignorance. "I do not know. But we must seal him immediately. Otherwise, Konoha will face another catastrophic disaster," the Third Hokage declared. "Sealing requires a sacrifice of life. And if the other villages learn that Konoha has two Jinchuriki, it may incite their wrath and even lead to an assault," Baiwei countered. "Instead, let us eliminate him, allowing the nine tails chakra to lose its host, ultimately transferring it to Naruto. This way, we avoid sacrifices and do not provoke hostility from the other villages." "Very well. We shall proceed as you suggest," the Third Hokage acquiesced. "Since you agree, I will use my most powerful form to vanquish him," Baiwei proclaimed, removing his upper garments. As his curse mark activated, his muscles swelled, wings sprouted from his back, and an aura of icy power enveloped him, turning the surrounding air into a dense fog. "Teacher, who is this child, and why does he bear Orochimaru's curse mark?" Jiraiya inquired as he leapt down from Gamabunta. "Baiwei Uchiha, a child possessing the bloodlines of both the Uchiha and Hyūga clans. His eyes have reawakened for the second time, granting him absolute ice chakra. The curse mark was left by Orochimaru during a mission," came the explanation. Soaring through the skies, Baiwei swiftly formed hand seals. "Ice release, hail meteor." As soon as he uttered the incantation, ice pellets the size of soccer balls began to float in the air. With a wave of his hand, he directed the massive hailstones toward the nine tails. Upon impact, the nine tails let out a pained howl, its tails darting toward Baiwei like needles, but he deftly evaded the attack. "Ice release, Ice Mountain Prison, Ice Mountain Chains, Ice release, Ice Dragon Strangulation." Baiwei rapidly executed 3 large-scale ninjutsu. The nine tails found itself sealed within the iceberg, its neck ensnared by massive ice chains, while ice dragons relentlessly battered it from within. The nine tails struggled, but was utterly powerless against its confinement. As Baiwei descended, he realized that killing the tailed beast was impossible. For now, he could only maintain temporary control over it, as its chakra was overwhelmingly abundant. The Third Hokage, observing the ice-encased nine tails, spoke resolutely. "We must seal it now. Jiraiya, you shall become the 5th Hokage. Teacher, let me handle this. I cannot bear the title of Hokage." Jiraiya replied. "Enough. I am the Hokage of Konoha, and it is my duty to protect this village," the Third Hokage asserted. At that moment, the icy chains within the iceberg shattered, and the nine tails' massive claws struck the iceberg, causing it to explode. Once again, the nine tails broke free. Its enormous claws reached toward them, prompting Baiwei and the others to swiftly evade. The nine tails unleashed a powerful wave of chakra from the air, and Baiwei quickly ascended into the sky. He never anticipated that this half-tailed beast would possess such might, and inwardly, he cursed Orochimaru without end. The white moon spun gracefully in the air. Seizing an opportunity to dive fiercely, fists clenched, striking the nine tails upon its head. The nine tails, increasingly enraged, opened its massive jaws, gathering the potent-tailed beast ball. "Hurry and flee, White Moon. This is the tailed beast ball. Its power is astonishing," the Third Hokage warned. As the nine tails unleashed the tailed beast ball, White Moon swiftly evaded in midair. "Damn it! Since you show no mercy, do not expect any from me," White Moon thought, retrieving spherical devices from his pack. "Lord Third, you must leave this place at once. Today, I will confront him," White Moon declared, hurling one of the spheres into the air. The sphere absorbed the nine tails chakra before detonating violently upon contact. What a devastating technique. "We must retreat." The explosive sound wave affected the Third and his companions, causing blood to trickle from their orifices. They quickly withdrew to a tall tree, observing the battlefield. White Moon continued to unleash spherical devices, chakra bombs that absorbed the chakra released by the Ninetales, exploding around it. The Ninetales grew increasingly agitated, its chakra unstable. I cannot believe someone is battling the Ninetales to such an extent, Jiraiya remarked. Indeed, this is far more intense than the fourth ceiling battle, the third added. To fight the Ninetales to this degree without assistance is truly unexpected. White Moon sensed that the Ninetales chakra had weakened significantly. 3 of its 5 tails had already shrunk by half. Still not enough. The energy has only diminished by 1/5. It seems I must persist. Ninetales, you shall submit obediently. Or do not blame me for my ruthlessness. The Ninetales let out a mocking howl in response to White Moon's proposal. If that is the case, do not blame me. White Moon retorted, launching all the chakra bombs from his pack. Ascending rapidly, he triggered a series of explosions upon the Ninetales, which howled in agony. Its massive body collapsing to the ground, growing increasingly lethargic. Blood trickled from White Moon's lips. The immense explosions had affected him as well. The battle is over. Let us approach, Jiraiya suggested. As White Moon descended, the Ninetales' body began to swell ominously. This is bad. The tailed beast is about to explode. Jiraiya instinctively seized the third Hokage, retreating swiftly. A colossal explosion erupted, engulfing White Moon, reducing everything around to oblivion. As the dust settled, nothing remained at the explosion's epicenter. Both White Moon and the Ninetales had vanished. The third and his companions returned cautiously to the fire temple, with Naruto's eyes brimming with tears. Brother White Moon is so powerful, he cannot be dead. I refuse to believe it. Kakashi consoled him, for White Moon's sake. You must strive to control the Ninetales' power and prevent it from causing harm. Kakashi-sensei, please end my life. Without Brother White Moon's help, I cannot contain the Ninetales' power. I beg you, kill me. Naruto knelt, his voice filled with profound sorrow. Naruto, you must believe in yourself. Do you not aspire to become Hokage? A familiar voice resonated, drawing everyone's attention to its source. There stood White Moon. White Moon, you're alive. The third exclaimed with immense joy. No, the original has perished. I am merely his doppelganger, Hyūga declared. These symbols adorning my body are remnants he left behind to sustain my independence. With the original's demise, I too shall fade away. But the timing of my disappearance remains an enigma. I'm sorry, Brother Baiwei. It is my fault that you have suffered, Uzumaki Naruto lamented. Hyūga knelt and tenderly wiped the tears from Naruto's eyes, saying, This is not your doing, nor is it connected to the Ninetales within you. It seems that someone has gathered the chakra that permeated the air during the Ninetales' assault on Konoha, intending to cultivate a false Jinchuriki, but their efforts have ultimately failed. Hyūga then lifted Naruto, bringing him to Jiraiya's side, beseeching, Mr. Jiraiya, I entrust Naruto to you. Teach him to master the power of the Ninetales. I will. Jiraiya nodded in agreement. Hyūga gently ruffled Uchiha Sasuke's hair, speaking softly. You must strive diligently. The Uchiha clan is counting on you. He then removed the Uchiha headband, placing it upon Sasuke's head. Farewell, everyone, Hyūga said, as he made his way toward the village entrance. Brother Baiwei, where are you going? I will accompany you. Naruto called out as he chased after him. Naruto, stay close to Mr. Jiraiya. While my body still remains, I must seek a means of revival, Hyūga replied, prying Naruto's hand from his garment. Brother Baiwei, you must return, Naruto exclaimed. Without hesitation, Baiwei exited the gates of Konoha, leaving everyone to silently watch his vanishing figure, aware that this silhouette would never grace their presence again. The calamity at the Temple of Fire evoked memories of that fateful night 13 years prior. As Naruto walked the streets, he felt the unsettling gaze of passers-by, intentional or not, as they shied away from him, their eyes filled with terror, disdain, and hatred. Finally reaching Baiwei's home, he found solace in its warmth and care, calming his troubled heart. He reminisced about the lessons Baiwei had imparted. Resolving to start anew and solidify his foundation, he yearned to prove himself through diligence, asserting that he was no monster, but rather the protector of Konoha and the future Hokage. Garbed in weighted attire, Naruto engaged in monotonous physical training, adhering meticulously to Baiwei's standards without a hint of laziness. Each leg lift, every strike, each leap was performed with precision. Once fatigued, he would sit to cultivate his chakra. After resting, he practiced with shadow clones to refine his control over the blade of edge. When hunger struck, he relied on the soldier pills left by Baiwei, gradually isolating himself within the confines of the courtyard and within his heart, rigorously repeating his training daily. In Orochimaru's secret lair, he remarked with a smirk, I never anticipated you were still alive. I have heard all that transpired. I initially believed you had perished. What a shame that would have been. Bastard Orochimaru. I told you I would assist you in acquiring the Nine-Tails chakra, yet you caused such a ruckus that Konoha nearly succumbed to ruin, rendering my efforts futile. Biware roared in fury. Do not be angry. The allure of that power is simply irresistible. It is regrettable that I did not anticipate the conflict with my curse mark. That child's willpower is far too feeble, Orochimaru remarked. Humph. Ensure that your laboratory is prepared for me. I intend to conduct experiments. It is you who has unilaterally breached our agreement. Thus our transaction should still be upheld, Biway asserted. Not a problem. The laboratory has long been ready. However, the subjects for your experiments are not prepared here. I possess many that you may borrow, Orochimaru replied with a smile. That will not be necessary. Simply escort me to the laboratory. I shall procure the experimental materials myself, Biway responded. Wait for me. I am confident you will find it to your liking. I believe I possess the most comprehensive and advanced equipment available, Orochimaru boasted. The two swiftly arrived at the laboratory, and Biway, upon surveying the experimental apparatus within, was rendered speechless, marveling at Orochimaru's reputation as the most deranged ninja scientist. Could you provide me with the materials for your reincarnation technique, as well as the experimental data you have compiled for comparison with my own? Biway inquired. So you two intend to delve into the realm of forbidden techniques. Very well, I shall retrieve them for you, Orochimaru chuckled. As Biway examined the assortment of data and materials Orochimaru presented, disbelief washed over him. Some of the figures were startling, revealing an astonishing volume of data for identical experimental projects, indicating that Orochimaru had sacrificed countless lives in pursuit of his research. Your experimental data is exceedingly precise. It appears you have taken many lives. I wonder, would the Third Hokage be driven to fury upon witnessing these findings? Biway mused. Science is an endeavor of utmost rigor. It must be approached with seriousness, executed meticulously, and without deviation. I hope my data proves beneficial to you. I am eager to see what you ultimately create, Orochimaru replied. At that moment, Hyūga entered, confirming Biway's intuition. Indeed, you have not perished, Orochimaru remarked, regarding the sudden appearance of Hyūga with curiosity. Who is he? Why do I sense something extraordinary about him? Hyūga is my shadow clone. The purpose of this experiment is to transform him into an independent entity, Biway elucidated. It seems you have developed a rather intriguing jutsu, enabling a clone to maintain independence for such an extended duration, even at a considerable distance from the original, Orochimaru commented, licking his lips. Well, it is rather ordinary ninjutsu, combined with a bold idea that has led to his emergence, Biway replied. Your mind is quite fascinating. I am compelled to explore its depths. I am overwhelmed by an urge to claim your body as my own, to make you my vessel at this very moment, Orochimaru stated. Humph, suppress your sinister intentions. I shall not become your vessel. Should you dare, I will have no choice but to eliminate you, Biway warned, his tone icy. Orochimaru retorted. It appears you are rather arrogant, forgetting whose territory you are in. How dare you threaten me? Orochimaru, have you forgotten my eyes? The Sharingan is perpetually activated. Do you truly believe what you perceive is reality? Am I genuinely before you? Biway scoffed. In that instant, Orochimaru felt himself plunging into an abyss, his entire being sinking deeper as he struggled against the overwhelming force. How does it feel? The taste of illusion is far from pleasant, I assenti it. Biway snapped his fingers to awaken the great serpent. You're quite ruthless. One day, I shall reclaim what is mine. This laboratory shall be yours for the time being, and I sincerely hope you achieve satisfactory results. The great serpent, Orochimaru, trembled slightly as he exited the laboratory. Damn those Sharingan eyes. I must possess them, he vowed within his heart. How did you escape that colossal explosion? Everyone assumed you perished. The sorrow was palpable. Especially for Naruto, who has been in a deep depression, Hyūga remarked. In that critical moment, my Sharingan awakened to Kamui, allowing me to seal myself and the nine tails within my eye, Biway explained. Kamui, I see. You truly have remarkable luck. The nine tails has been captured. What remains for you to do? Do you still intend for me to merge with that body? Hyūga inquired. On my way here, I found a suitable vessel. The nine tails has now returned to human form. Let us check the activity level of the human pillar cells. If they have not been completely eroded by the nine tails chakra, I hope you can still possess the physique of a human pillar, Biway replied. Oh, is that so? When shall we commence the experiment? Hyūga asked. Immediately. But prior to that, I must prepare adequately. Orochimaru is scheming in the shadows, Biway stated, rather than worrying about his covert machinations. We should move the entire laboratory into the Kamui space, Huiyu suggested. That is indeed a splendid idea. Let us proceed as you propose, Baiyu affirmed. His left eye's cross pattern continuously revolved, while his right eye's cross pattern twisted at a 45-degree angle. In an instant, all the experimental equipment and data within the laboratory were completely relocated to the Kamui space. Huiyu gazed upon the Kamui space with envy. Orochimaru, visibly frustrated, watched the monitor as Baiyu activated Kamui, rendering the laboratory entirely devoid of presence. With a dark expression, he muttered, Baiyu, you fear my sabotage. But little do you know what I have already accomplished. Huiyu glanced at the two individuals on the ground, questioning, why is this faux human pillar so severely burned? Doesn't the Ninetales possess extraordinary regenerative abilities? I'm not certain. We shall conduct an experiment shortly to uncover the truth. It seems the cells have succumbed to the overwhelming erosion of the Ninetales chakra, resulting in their demise, Baiyu responded as he approached. Baiyu extracted some flesh from the empty vessel and placed it into a container, initiating the computer analysis. The experimental data quickly emerged, revealing that the cells of the empty vessel had perished, their original vitality extinguished, now merely animated by chakra. Curse that Orochimaru. It's all his fault for losing such a magnificent physique, Baiyu lamented. What a pity. Shall we still pursue the cell erosion experiment? Is it possible that your cellular erosion can reverse this predicament? Huiyu queried. Let me assess the situation. I hope for success. Otherwise, when you are resurrected, you will merely be a useless novice, Baiyu replied. Huiyu positioned the empty vessel on the experimental table, connecting various tubes. Baiyu injected the pre-prepared cellular activation solution into the empty vessel, attentively observing the computer's feedback while continuously adding different liquids. Baiyu's cellular vitality was robust. Yet the erosion experiment proved unsuccessful. The influence of the Ninetales chakra was profoundly severe, completely suppressing the erosion of Baiyu's cells. It seems unfeasible. Perhaps we should abandon this endeavor. If you insist on acquiring the Ninetales chakra, I suppose we could extract the chakra from Kong's body and infuse it into another vessel. Baiyu suggested. Do not jest. Such an outcome would render me no different from Kong. The entity sealed within me is not a true-tailed beast, and my body would inevitably succumb to the corruption of chakra, Huiyu retorted. You have a point. For now, let us put this aside. You should focus on becoming independent. Baiyu advised. If all else fails, we could follow Zhao's lead and seize another's tailed beast. Let's refrain from that. I have no desire to invite trouble. This is not the time to court danger, Huiyu remarked. Indeed, since we have resolved to forego this plan, let us proceed with completing that body by initiating cellular erosion and altering its genetic structure, Baiyu stated. Then let us begin. I feel the urge to explore beyond your confines, Huiyu replied. Departing to explore is precisely what I ought to do, Baiyu said. With all instruments prepared, various tubes were connected to the body. Baiyu injected her own cells into this form, having cultivated them to a remarkable completeness. The cellular erosion progressed swiftly, and the genetic structure of the body was visibly being rewritten. Baiyu and Huiyu conducted their experiment methodically, unaware that changes were unfolding on another bed, where Kong was undergoing a transformation. Once the genetic rewriting was successfully completed, Baiyu retrieved a prepared scroll and methodically enveloped the body with it. Everything was ready. All that remained was to extinguish the soul of this person and take their place, Baiyu declared. At that moment, Baiyu felt something brushing against her leg. Looking down, she was startled to find a small red fox at her feet. Baiyu exchanged puzzled glances with Huiyu, both wondering where the fox had come from. Suddenly, they seemed to realize something and turned their heads towards another experimental table, which was indeed unoccupied. Orochimaru, you scoundrel, how dare you deceive me? Baiyu exclaimed. He must have tainted your concoction with other biological cells, Huiyu remarked. This body won't undergo a transformation as well, will it? I have no desire to become an animal, Huiyu said. Checking the computer, it should not, Baiyu assured. The two hurried to the computer, and upon reviewing the data, they found no anomalies. Baiyu stated confidently. I remain uneasy. Perhaps we should wait a while longer, Huiyu suggested. Then let us wait, Baiyu replied, cradling the small fox. How perplexing. What could Orochimaru have mixed into the serum to cause such a transformation? Huiyu pondered. I am uncertain. Perhaps we should investigate further, Baiyu suggested. They placed the small fox on another experimental table, connected the instruments, and activated them. The computer data revealed that the fox's cells contained both its own genetic material and Baiyu's. Tell me, does this not qualify as a peculiar union of human and beast? Huiyu asked with a chuckle. Silence. Orochimaru, our business is not yet concluded, Baiwei bellowed. Huiyue erupted into laughter. Having spent approximately 3 days within the Kamui space, they confirmed that the physical body was intact. Now, I shall awaken him, employing illusion to slay him, while you inhabit his form. Extinguishing his soul and seizing this corporeal vessel, Baiwei articulated. I am prepared. Once born, I shall entrust you with him, declared Huiyue. Baiwei snapped his fingers, awakening the individual on the experimental table. Activating his Sharingan, Baiwei swiftly ensnared the person in an illusion, and within a brief span, their life value plummeted to 0, leading to their demise. Huiyue reclined upon the lifeless form, seamlessly merging with it, as Baiwei hurriedly executed the rebirth technique. Huiyue became wholly integrated. Baiwei then unfurled a meticulously prepared scroll, which instantaneously enveloped the corporeal body, as he infused it with a pre-formulated life activation fluid. Each step was undertaken with utmost diligence, leaving no room for carelessness. Once he completed the process, Baiwei silently monitored the computer data, one hand resting on the carotid artery, eagerly anticipating Huiyue's awakening. As time elapsed, Baiwei appeared petrified with anticipation. Suddenly, the slumbering little fox leaped onto the experimental table. Just as Baiwei prepared to embrace the fox, the chakra of the 9 tails surged within it, transforming into tendrils that continuously infused the lifeless body. The monitoring device on the computer began to register fluctuations, and gradually, a pulse emerged. The little fox's chakra persisted, and it settled upon the body, ultimately merging completely. Subsequently, the hair of the body elongated and turned crimson. The human ears vanished, replaced by fox ears atop its head, while a bushy fox tail sprouted beneath, causing the overall height of the body to diminish. The transformations ceased, and the body had entirely regained its vital characteristics. Baiwei awaited, filled with anticipation for Huiyue to awaken. At that moment, the body opened its eyes, revealing a newfound beauty. With a plethora of delightful thoughts, the creature exclaimed, "Meow." Baiwei observed it, a mix of amusement and exasperation evident in his expression. Please come down. I have something wonderful to show you. Huiyue leaped off the experimental table, sensing a foreboding in Baiwei's demeanor. Baiwei conjured a mirror of ice, and Huiyue stood entranced before his reflection. Baiwei, I shall confront you. Huiyue bellowed in fury. This is not my doing, Baiwei exclaimed, turning to flee. Within the realm of Shunhui, a playful chase ensued, and eventually, both were left breathless. How am I to face others in this guise? Huiyue lamented. As travelers, we were already peculiar enough, and now I have become the first beastman in the Naruto world. Will I be hunted down upon my emergence? I cannot say, Baiwei replied. Just wrap your tail around your waist, adorn your ears with a headband, and fashion them as decorations. How can I wrap a fox tail around my waist? This is all your fault. One day, I shall exact my vengeance upon you. It is your doing that has led me to this state. I was once handsome, with a towering physique, and now I have become this. Even my height has diminished. I am now shorter than Naruto. What joy remains in this existence? Huiyue voiced his grievance. It must be accepted. If you truly wish, perhaps you could find a block of tofu to end it all. But I cannot bring myself to do so, Baiwei replied. Humph, I refuse to perish. Now that I have gained independence, I have many tasks ahead. Equip me with the Sharingan. I shall make this world tremble. Huiyue asserted. All right, let me bestow upon you the Sharingan and observe the transformations, Baiwei remarked. Huiyue lay there, having been anesthetized by Baiwei, who devoted considerable time to the ocular transplant procedure. Huiyue's physique underwent a remarkable transformation once more, his height restored. As he unraveled the bandages, he barely had time to survey his surroundings before locking eyes with Baiwei. They both swiftly leapt away from their original positions, which ignited in flames. Huiyue's previous spot flickered with icy flames, ultimately transforming the experimental platform into mere ice particles. The area where Baiwei had stood was engulfed in white flames, vanishing into nothingness. What is happening? Is this Amaterasu? Huiyue inquired. Indeed, it belongs to both of us. Baiwei replied. How splendid. It seems I was formidable from the very beginning, Huiyue exclaimed with excitement. Yes, everything has been resolved. Let us proceed, Baiwei suggested. But something feels amiss, Huiyue interjected. Your height has returned, Baiwei noted. That's not it, Huiyue clarified. Are you referring to my eyes? Show me. Baiwei offered a mirror. Huiyue gazed at his Sharingan, which had once again morphed into a cross-shaped pupil. However, he shook his head. That's not the issue. It's your demeanor. Why so aloof? Baiwei replied coolly, You are my shadow clone. While you remain incomplete, my personality will not influence you. Now that you are fully independent, I embody the essence of pure, ultimate ice, which may appear somewhat frigid. Meanwhile, your disposition remains fervent. Ah, I see. I have my suspicions, Huiyu remarked. Now that this matter is concluded, shall we venture forth? I wonder how long we have been here. Your divine might feels like a miniature world, allowing us to linger for so long. I would love to possess such power. Yes, we shall explore gradually, Baiwei nodded. Wow, your response was rather succinct. Once we exit, should we give Orochimaru a good thrashing? Or perhaps eliminate him altogether? Huiyu suggested. Agreed, Baiwei affirmed. Your decisiveness is unbearable, Huiyu retorted. Welcome back, Baiwei. Orochimaru greeted warmly. Your turn, Baiwei said, his left eye spinning, restoring all experimental equipment to its original state. How did the experiment fare? Orochimaru inquired. Very successfully, Baiwei responded. Congratulations. I wonder if I might witness the results, Orochimaru said. Certainly, Baiwei replied, conjuring an ice spear that he swiftly hurled. Orochimaru dodged nimbly, exclaiming, I offer my assistance. And this is how you repay me? Has the quality of the Leaf Village shinobi deteriorated to such an extent that gratitude is lost? Die, Baiwei retorted, launching another ice spear. Orochimaru evaded again, amusement gleaming in his eyes as he observed Baiwei's frustration. Baiwei unleashed a flurry of ice spears towards Orochimaru, who continued to evade effortlessly. Soon, Baiwei's actions ceased, and white serpents coiled around him. Young man, do not act so impulsively. Such recklessness will lead to your swift demise. Orochimaru admonished. Baiwei stood there, calm and composed, gazing intently at Orochimaru. Amaterasu. In an instant, Orochimaru was enveloped in icy flames, causing his head to swiftly detach from his body and transform into a serpent that slithered away with remarkable speed. The white serpent coiling around Baiwei abruptly morphed into an ice shard, plummeting to the ground. Why did you let him go? Huiyu inquired upon his arrival. It's nothing. Baiwei replied nonchalantly. Return to Konoha. I shall journey to the land of snow. Baiwei declared. The land of snow? Very well, you ha-ha, Huiyu remarked, gazing at Baiwei with a hint of admiration. No, it's not that. There's a problem with my body, Baiwei explained. What sort of problem? Huiyue's expression turned serious. My chakra is depleting, which indicates that my meridians and acupuncture points remain blocked, Baiwei continued. The strength I possess now is a result of my eyes awakening a second time, absorbing the frigid power of Yuki Village, but its effects are gradually fading with use. What do you intend to do in the land of snow? It is transformed into the land of spring, Huiyue remarked. I am aware. I will simply turn off the heater. I will discuss it with Xiaoxue, Baiwei replied. Very well then. Alas, I had hoped to enjoy some leisure before returning to Konoha. What a bore this is, Huiyue sighed. At the seaside, Baiwei said, this is a letter I've penned for the Third Hokage. You shall take it back. As for the rest, I trust you know what to do. Regarding your current state, you can fabricate your own story. I shall not concern myself with it. When I return, I doubt he will inquire further. Let us go. Did you not declare your intention to become more aloof and reticent? Why are you so verbose? Huiyue complained. Baiwei departed on a vessel. As Huiyue watched the ship recede into the distance, a sense of elation washed over him. Baiwei had indeed shaped him, evoking an awkward sense of being Baiwei's son, leaving him feeling quite uncomfortable. Now that Baiwei had left, he was unshackled, feeling remarkably liberated. With a carefree tune on his lips, Huiyue made his way towards Konoha, although reluctant to return. He recognized that the narrative provided ample opportunities for him to exhibit his prowess, and he was loath to squander them. Sasuke, let us pause for a moment. I have prepared some pastries for you to sample, Haruno Sakura said, carrying a box of treats. Leave it there. I must continue my training. Uchiha Sasuke replied with a glance. Sakura reluctantly placed the box down, observing Sasuke engaged in physical exercises, her voice laced with resignation. Baiwei sacrificed himself to protect the village. I know you are grieving, as am I, yet you cannot torment yourselves in this manner. Both you and Naruto are pushing yourselves too hard. Such intense training can harm your bodies. Do you have any other matters to discuss? If not, please depart and do not disturb my training, Uchiha Sasuke said, his eyes filled with disdain. I am a member of the Uchiha clan. I will not allow our legacy to fade. Haruno Sakura glared at him in frustration, declaring, I care not whether you are Uchiha or a Jinchuriki. I wish for you to become naught but a failure. With tears brimming in her eyes, she turned and fled down the street. In her haste, She collided with Kakashi Hatake, who was engrossed in reading as he walked, and they tumbled to the ground. Sakura, why are you crying just because you fell? Kakashi Hatake inquired. Teacher Kakashi, I am fine. Please talk to Sasuke and Naruto. It has been 7 days now, and they have been engaged in rigorous training without proper meals or rest. If this continues, their bodies will not withstand it. I am aware, but I find myself powerless. Sasuke is still communicative, but Naruto has completely shut himself off. He is oblivious to anyone's words and merely follows his daily routine. If this persists, he is at risk of being consumed. Kakashi expressed his deep concern. Consumed by the Nine Tails? Didn't Baiwei seal the Nine Tails with a special technique? Wasn't it said that there would be a 3-year period? How could this happen? Sakura asked, her face etched with worry. The seal prevents the Nine Tails chakra from eroding Naruto's body. But now he is entirely closed off. He hears no voices but that of the Nine Tails within him. If this continues, who knows if he might be tempted to break the seal himself, Kakashi explained. Jiraiya, what is Naruto's condition? The third Hokage asked. Sensei, Naruto is in dire straits. The chakra cloak of the Nine Tails has manifested several times. Although Baiwei has sealed the chakra's physical encroachment, the psychological invasion remains uncontained. The only voice Naruto hears is that of the Nine Tails, and I fear that if this continues, the events of the Fire Temple might repeat, Jiraiya replied. Is there no effective solution to this predicament? The third Hokage inquired. This is quite challenging. The seal left by the fourth Hokage is not flawless. It was deliberately designed with a loophole, allowing Naruto to harness the Nine Tails chakra. Baiwei altered the seal to enhance the chakra's application, but the specifics of the formation remain unclear. Leaving us at a loss, Jiraiya articulated. In that case, we may have to resort to the divine demon sealing technique to completely seal the Nine Tails and Naruto. At the cost of the human pillar in Konoha, the third Hokage said. If Konoha loses its human pillar and other villages discover this, we will surely face a fierce assault. This is unacceptable, Jiraiya countered. I have already sent Kakashi to see if he can use his Sharingan to enter the sealing space and communicate with Naruto. Communicating with Naruto's psyche through the Sharingan is impossible, the third Hokage remarked. Kakashi possesses only one Sharingan, and he is not from the Uchiha clan. His Sharingan was acquired by chance, lacking the full bloodline limit of the Uchiha. This endeavor would be futile. Given our current circumstances, we have no choice but to gamble on this desperate measure. Sasuke's Sharingan lacks sufficient power. We can only allow Kakashi to attempt it, Jiraiya stated. It seems we must proceed this way. Let us hope for a fruitful outcome. The third Hokage nodded, his expression somber. Naruto, stop practicing and take a break. Sakura called out as she entered the courtyard. Naruto Uzumaki remained unresponsive, continuing his training, his shuriken striking the target center with unerring precision. Sakura Haruno seized Naruto Uzumaki's waist pouch, and Naruto, instinctively reaching for his side, found nothing and proceeded straight to the target. He picked up a shuriken and returned to his previous position, launching himself forward in an instant, striking the bullseye once more. Naruto, cease your training, Sakura declared, standing before the target with her arms outstretched. However, in Naruto's eyes, there was no trace of Sakura. He grasped the shuriken, aimed for her heart, and swiftly propelled it forward. Kakashi Hatake intercepted the shuriken with a kunai. Sakura, do not engage in reckless actions. Naruto is oblivious to his surroundings. He acts solely according to his own will, Kakashi said, pulling Sakura aside. Kakashi-sensei, please save Naruto. I cannot bear to see him like this. I would prefer he be a fool than to witness his current state, Sakura lamented, kneeling helplessly on the ground, tears streaming down her face. Naruto is in this condition, and so is Sasuke. With the death of Baiwei, my heart is heavy, but we cannot remain trapped in sorrow. You're absolutely right, Sakura. Step aside. I shall attempt to hypnotize Naruto using my Sharingan, Kakashi said, moving his forehead protector away from his eyes. He opened his eyes, the Sharingan locking onto Naruto's gaze, successfully awakening him from his stupor. As Kakashi endeavored to delve into Naruto's psyche, he was overwhelmed by anguish, collapsing to the ground, blood pooling in his Sharingan. Covering his eyes, he glanced at Naruto, who revealed nothing but an intense heat that transformed his vision. Kakashi-sensei, what has happened to you? Sakura inquired, rushing forward with concern. The Sharingan has been assaulted by the Nine Tails chakra, Kakashi replied, his voice laced with pain. I cannot see. The Sharingan is rendered temporarily blind. Sakura. I must promptly inform the third Hokage so that he can prepare accordingly, Kakashi said, vanishing from the courtyard while shielding his eyes. What a fool. Indulging in excessive sorrow accomplishes nothing, Sasuke Uchiha remarked disdainfully from his position. Kakashi, what is wrong with your eyes? Jiraiya asked. Lord Hokage, Jiraiya-sama, my eyes are fine. Merely temporarily blind. I just attempted to peer into Naruto's heart with my Sharingan and was burned by the Nine-Tails chakra. I have come to report, Kakashi explained, still covering his eyes. Kakashi, I understand. You should visit the medical team immediately, the third Hokage instructed. Yes, Kakashi replied as he exited the room. He yearned to inquire about the third Hokage's plans for Naruto, but hesitated, fearing an unfavorable response. It seems we have no choice but to resort to the sealing jutsu. The third Hokage sighed. The sealing jutsu is an even greater sacrifice than the dead demon-consuming seal. Must we truly proceed with this? Jiraiya questioned. In recent days, I have heard troubling sentiments from the villagers regarding Naruto. Should we employ the sealing jutsu on him, their disdain will likely intensify, the third Hokage admitted. Alas, it is unavoidable. We cannot predict when the Nine-Tails might overtake Naruto. At that moment, the village would be in grave danger. For the safety of the villagers, we must make this small sacrifice, the third Hokage concluded. Despite the third Hokage's resolute determination, his face was marred by sorrow. The demon sealing technique necessitated the presence of 12 individuals positioned at the 12 cardinal points. Zi, Cho, In, Chen, Si, Wu, Wei, Shin, Yu, Su, Hai. Among these 12, 2 individuals of each elemental affinity, wind, fire, thunder, water, earth, and livestock, were required to create a harmonious formation of mutual generation and restraint. This formation, once activated by the practitioner, would endure until the sealing concluded, inevitably demanding the sacrifice of their lives. Jiraiya lamented, finding these 12 individuals is no simple task. They must share similar chakra levels, be of comparable age, possess robust health, and have a unified life force. Indeed, these 12 were vibrant lives, destined to make such a sacrifice for the sake of the Hidden Leaf Village. I suddenly feel powerless, the third Hokage spoke, his voice heavy with sorrow. Had I known this would be the outcome, I would have performed the Reaper Death Seal myself, sparing the fourth from sacrificing his youthful life and allowing him to better protect his child. I truly feel like a useless old man, unable to safeguard his offspring. Teacher, please do not say that, Jiraiya consoled. I believe the reason he chose this path is that he trusts you to protect Naruto. As for Hakutsuki, he was deeply troubled during his journey, for the passers-by did not shy away from his peculiar appearance. On the contrary, children excitedly surrounded him, seizing the opportunity to tug at his tail, transforming its vibrant red hue into a kaleidoscopic array, leaving it greasy and necessitating numerous cleanings along the way. Through his skirmishes, Hakutsuki had confirmed that he had indeed arrived in the world of Naruto, yet the behavior of the pedestrians profoundly challenged his understanding of this realm, leading him to doubt that he had entered the universe of Dragon Ball instead. Upon reaching the entrance of the Hidden Leaf Village, the guarding ninja merely cast a curious glance at him, offering no resistance. As he traversed the streets, a few playful children, as if discovering a new world, trailed behind him, fascinated by his swaying tail, which they found delightfully soft to touch, resulting in an increasing throng of followers. Hakutsuki soon arrived at the Hokage's office. By way, you truly did not perish, you have returned, exclaimed Narashikaku in astonishment. Greetings, I am Uchiha Hakutsuki, I am not Baiwei, he replied. Hakutsuki, you bear a slight resemblance to him, Narashikaku noted. The details of appearances can be explained later. I would rather not repeat myself. Where's the third Hokage? Hakutsuki inquired. The third is in your courtyard. Naruto has shut himself away, his mind continuously besieged by the Nine-Tails. The third, fearing a recurrence of the events at the Temple of Fire, has resolved to employ the demon sealing technique to seal both the Nine-Tails and Naruto, Narashikaku responded, his tone tinged with resignation. I understand. The demon sealing technique demands significant sacrifice. It seems Naruto's self-isolation is quite severe, Hakutsuki remarked before vanishing from the office. Hakutsuki, by way, regardless of your identity, I hope you can awaken Naruto, Narashikaku said, gazing out the window, his voice filled with hope. Upon returning to his courtyard, Hakutsuki discovered that a barrier had been established around him. Kakashi Hatake, Sakura Haruno, and Sasuke Uchiha stood there, their expressions fraught with anxiety as they peered through the barrier to assess the situation. Long time no see, Hakutsuki greeted. Ah, brother Baiwei, you are alive. This is splendid. Please, awaken Naruto, Haruno Sakura said, her eyes brimming with tears. Uchiha Sasuke stepped forward, pulling Sakura behind him, his demeanor alert as he inquired, "Who are you?" "Sasuke." "Such a keen gaze, I truly admire it," Hyūga exclaimed with palpable excitement. "Let us set aside the reminiscing for now and attend to the matter at hand. Kakashi-sensei, I kindly request you to release the seal. I shall rouse Naruto," Hyūga continued. Kakashi Hatake instructed someone to unbind the seal, and Hyūga stepped inside. "Long time no see. Lord Third, Jiraiya-sensei," Hyūga remarked. "By the way, you have not perished. This is wonderful." The Third Hokage's worried expression vanished upon seeing Hyūga. "Indeed, I am alive. Please lift the divine seal, for I am here to awaken Naruto," Hyūga stated. Upon finishing his words, his Sharingan activated, revealing a cross-shaped pupil as he placed his hand upon the seal. The Sharingan and Naruto Uzumaki's eyes locked in a moment, transporting them into the ceiling space. Within this dimension, Naruto Uzumaki sat cross-legged, absorbed in meditation, the chakra of the nine tails gradually being drawn in. "Naruto, awaken. It is time to enjoy some ramen," Hyūga said. Crouching down to gently prod Naruto. Naruto opened his eyes, filled with astonishment, as he swiftly regained awareness of his body. "You filthy fox. While I was away, it seems you have not behaved," Hyūga exclaimed. "Another intruder? Who are you?" The nine tails bellowed. "Do you not recognize me? I am Hyūga." "You should be familiar with my eyes," Hyūga teased, pointing to himself. "Humph, detestable human. I recognize your eyes, yet you are not him. Who are you? And why do I feel an inexplicable affinity towards you?" The nine tails scrutinized Hyūga. "It is nothing extraordinary. I merely employed the Reaper Death Seal and other methods to merge the vessel that contained your chakra with my body, thus reviving myself. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Uchiha Hyūga, the shadow clone of Baiwei. He utilized a unique forbidden technique to resurrect me, allowing me to exist independently." Hyūga continued, "Your chakra is formidable, and I find it quite appealing. To amplify my own prowess, I have resolved to split you in two and seal one half within my body." "You dare?" The nine tails retorted. "Just wait and see if I have the audacity." "Farewell," Hyūga declared as he exited the ceiling space. "All right, Naruto should be awake now." Hyūga turned to the Third Hokage and announced. Naruto Uzumaki's eyes sparkled with joy. Upon recognizing Baiwei before him, tears filled his eyes as he embraced Hyūga, weeping heartily. Hyūga's tail swayed gently. "Enough, do not cry. A man must not shed tears easily," Hyūga soothed, running his fingers through Naruto's hair while his tail softly tapped his back. After a considerable time, Naruto ceased his weeping and grasping Hyūga's tail, asked, "Brother Baiwei, what is this? Is it a gift for me?" He then attempted to wrap it around his neck. Hyūga forcefully withdrew his tail, striking Naruto's head with his right hand, saying, "Do not pull at it so. It hurts." "Brother Baiwei, what are you saying?" Naruto inquired, perplexed. "I am Uchiha Hakutsuki, the shadow clone of Hakagetsu, who has independently emerged as a singular entity through the utilization of the formations and research left behind by Hakagetsu, alongside the forbidden technique of the impure world reincarnation," Hakutsuki declared. "What? You have employed a forbidden technique, yet why do you appear in this manner?" The Third Hokage inquired, perplexed. "It was impossible to conduct such experiments within the village, so I resorted to Orochimaru for this endeavor. Ultimately, I was deceived. He infused the cells of my body with those of a fox, leading to this transformation during the cellular invasion rewriting process," Hakutsuki elucidated. "The impure world reincarnation is a forbidden technique. I never granted you permission to witness it. How did you come by it?" The Third Hokage pressed. "What does it matter? To my eyes, it poses no challenge. I discerned it with ease," Hakutsuki retorted. The Third Hokage, incensed by Hakutsu's nonchalant demeanor, found himself at a loss for words. "Listen, whether you are the result of the impure world reincarnation or a mere clone, do not presumptuously prefix your name with Uchiha. The Uchiha name is not to be sullied by a creature such as you, and I shall not condone it," Uchiha Sasuke exclaimed in fury. "Oh, you may choose to deny it, but I shall acknowledge it. I am Uchiha Hakutsuki, and I possess the complete Uchiha bloodline limit. What can you do about it?" Hakutsuki asserted defiantly. "Enough. The matter is settled. You shall vacate my courtyard without further explanation. Should anyone outside dare to treat me with disrespect, I would not hesitate to teach them a lesson. I require a good night's sleep. This journey has been exhausting," he stated before retreating to his room. The Third Hokage surveyed the onlookers outside, contemplating before offering a formal explanation. Hakutsuki is an artificial being left behind by Hakagetsu, though complications arose during the experimentation process. Please, do not harbor prejudice or fear towards him. He is one of us. Upon his return, Getsu's daily existence was quite simple. Dedicated to rigorous training to enhance his physique, interspersed with sleep and warding off villagers who treated him as a rare beast. Each time, Getsu would express his irritation without crossing any lines, which only reassured the villagers, resulting in his celebrity-like status. He was followed wherever he went. Stop right there. This mountain is mine, and this tree is also mine. If you wish to pass this way, you must pay the toll. Getsu was startled by the abrupt voice as he strolled leisurely down the street. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Konoha, the grandson of the Third Hokage. Who is this little brat, daring to obstruct my path? Getsu proclaimed arrogantly. Humph. Listen well, I am Konoha, the grandson of the Third Hokage. It is an honor for you that I stand in your way. Come here. I have heard of your prowess, and I have decided to take you as my mentor. Konoha declared, puffing up his chest and crossing his arms in pride. TCH, the grandson of the Third Hokage? Do you believe I could send you spinning with a mere flick of my tail? Step aside, or I may be compelled to teach you a lesson, Getsu chuckled. If you accept me as your disciple, I will warm your bed, Konoha exclaimed, transforming into a plump and unattractive woman before Getsu. Get lost. Huoyu flicked his tail, sending Mu Yiwan flying without even glancing back as he strode forward. Truly, as I anticipated, my chosen mentor is indeed exceptional. Behold my harem technique. Mu Yiwan, undeterred, rose to his feet and approached, employing the shadow clone technique coupled with transformation technique. Observing a group of vengeful and plump women, Huoyu unceremoniously swatted them away with his tail. Suddenly, Uzumaki Naruto emerged from around the corner, colliding with Mu Yiwan. Mu Yiwan, what on earth are you doing? Can't you walk properly? Naruto inquired. Brother Naruto, I wish to apprentice under Brother Huoyu. But he refuses to accept me. I beg you, please help me, Mu Yiwan pleaded. All right, no problem, Naruto agreed. Naruto, don't waste your efforts. I shall not acquiesce. Huoyu remarked as he approached. Brother Huoyu, please agree to him. Naruto transformed into a nude beauty, gazing at Huoyu with a bashful expression. Huoyu beheld Naruto in this guise and, to be honest, found him strikingly beautiful, with a tall figure and alluring curves. Even his form had altered. Huoyu playfully grasped Naruto's bosom, eliciting a yelp of pain that caused Naruto to revert to his original form. Nice touch, but alas, it vanished too quickly. If you wish for my guidance, bring me a true beauty. Otherwise, our discussion ends here, Huoyu declared. How infuriating. Just you wait, I will certainly become your disciple. Mu Yiwan vowed furiously. Haha, I look forward to it, Huoyu said, swaying his tail as he departed. Naruto observed Huoyu, sensing a distinction between him and Baiyu. Brother Naruto, what should we do? Mu Yiwan implored, looking toward Naruto for assistance. I'm not certain. But Brother Huoyu seems to have a penchant for beauty. How about you approach Teacher Hong and Teacher Hongdo? Naruto suggested. Excellent idea. It's settled then. Mu Yiwan exclaimed, dashing toward the ninja academy, where the instructor often resided when not on missions. Teacher Hong, I need a favor. Mu Yiwan declared as he approached Yuhi Hong, pulling her towards the exit. Hold on, Mu Yiwan, why are you in such a rush? What urgent matter has arisen? Yuhi Hong questioned. Teacher Hong, I wish to apprentice under Brother Huoyu, but he has a request to accompany a beauty on a date. Please, help me by going on a date with him, Mu Yiwan implored. Before Yuhi Hong could respond, Mu Yiwan found himself lifted off the ground. Realizing it was Asuma Saratobi. You little rascal, your Teacher Hong is my partner. Now, what is the matter? Go play elsewhere, Asuma retorted. Before unceremoniously tossing Mu Yiwan outside. Teacher Hongdo, what brings you here? Huoyu inquired. It was Mu Yiwan who requested my assistance. Claiming that if a beauty were found to accompany you on a date, you would take him as your apprentice, Yuhi Hongdo explained with a smile. Haha. Do not heed his wild claims, I never said such a thing. What I stated was, if you could bring Teacher Hongdo to me for a date, I would instruct him, Huoyu replied with a suggestive grin. You mischievous boy, your intentions are clearly not pure, Yuhi Hongdo chuckled. Teacher Hongdo. Where shall we go? Huoyu asked, taking her hand with a charming demeanor. Do not get ahead of yourself. Who said anything about going on a date with you? Yu Shoujai Hongdo remarked. Teacher Hongdo, let us not spoil the atmosphere. Come, let us stroll, shop for clothes, indulge in some snacks, and converse about the fleeting beauty of life, Huoyu insisted, disregarding Yu Shoujai Hongdo's objections as she pulled her along the street. As they walked, passers-by admired their pairing, praising their handsome and beautiful appearances, akin to a wolf with a leopard. Thus, Uchiha Hakutsuki was compelled by Hyūga's insistence, gracefully making their way through the bustling streets, embodying their roles with tenderness and care. "You cheeky rascal, do you think this means I'll become your girlfriend? It seems you're quite full of yourself," Uchiha Hakutsuki said, shaking her fist from the book she held. "Teacher Hakutsuki, be gentle," Hyūga replied, his gaze burning with intensity as he looked at her, causing Uchiha Hakutsuki to waver under his stare. At that moment, she felt a hand brushing against her backside. Turning to Hyūga, she noticed his hands resting on her shoulders, adorned with a mischievous grin. This reminded her of that troublesome tale, and she couldn't help but feel that she had been taken advantage of throughout their walk. Suddenly, she reached out to grab Hyūga's tail, but he deftly caught her outstretched hand with one hand while his other slid down to embrace her waist. Without hesitation, Hyūga leaned in for a kiss. Initially taken aback, Uchiha Hakutsuki soon found herself reciprocating his affection, albeit with some reluctance. "Brother Hyūga, I'm back from my mission." Uzumaki Naruto entered the courtyard, appearing somewhat despondent. Hyūga looked at Naruto, puzzled. Just then, Kakashi Hatake and Sasuke Uchiha entered, with Kakashi saying, "Hyūga, Naruto is having some issues with his body. During the mission, his chakra was unstable, and he manifested a tailed beast cloak. How could this happen?" "Let me take a look," Hyūga said, activating his Sharingan to clearly observe the seals on Naruto. "The seals seem intact, and my seal on the Nine-Tails chakra is unaffected. This situation shouldn't arise. Jiraiya-sama shares this sentiment, and we hope you can discern something with your Sharingan. If the seals are fine, what should we do?" Kakashi inquired. "I'm uncertain." "Naruto, gather your chakra and attempt to release it outward," Hyūga instructed, furrowing his brow. "Understood," Naruto nodded, concentrating to channel his chakra. Soon, he found himself enveloped in the Nine-Tails chakra, forming a tailed beast cloak. "Brother Hyūga, this is it. What should I do?" Naruto said, his spirits low. From his observations, Hyūga noted that Naruto's gathered chakra did not reach its usual outward release, yet it had already formed the tailed beast cloak. "This is due to the Nine-Tails chakra saturating your cells," Hyūga explained. "It seems that during the last sealing ritual, although it was not activated, it still drew upon the Nine-Tails chakra. The ritual was interrupted, leaving the chakra neither released nor retracted, thus it became infused within your cells. What should I do? Am I going to turn into that filthy fox and harm Sakura?" Naruto asked anxiously. "Uncertain, I have not encountered such a situation in the scriptures. Currently, there appears to be but one course of action, to employ the divine demon sealing technique to completely seal the Nine-Tails within Naruto's body, thereby leaving Konoha without a Jinchuriki," said Hayayumi. "I shall report this matter to the Third Hokage. Naruto, for the time being, remain here with Hayayumi and see if there are alternative solutions," reassured Kakashi. "Very well, Naruto, stay here for now. I shall contemplate other methods," stated Hayayumi. "Yes," Naruto replied, feeling quite dejected as he retreated to his room. Uchiha Sasuke observed Hayayumi, his gaze filled with a peculiar intensity. Just moments ago, while Naruto's chakra surged forth, Hayayumi's own chakra had been drawn, revealing the presence of the Nine-Tails chakra within him through Sasuke's Sharingan. The divine demon sealing technique inflicts severe harm upon the ninja, although the last attempt was not fully executed. It had already injured those 12 individuals. Now, to seal the Nine-Tails again, we would require 12 more, which would be a considerable loss for Konoha, the Third Hokage remarked after a moment of silence. However, Naruto's situation is exceedingly perilous. His cells are saturated with the Nine-Tails chakra, and it is only a matter of time before he undergoes tailed beast transformation, resulting in a far greater disaster for Konoha, Kakashi stated. "This is indeed troublesome. Had I known, I would have directly sealed Naruto along with the Nine-Tails during the last attempt." Jiraiya expressed his frustration. "Does Hayayumi possess no alternative methods?" the Third Hokage inquired. Hayayumi claimed he had none, though I sense he is withholding something, Kakashi replied. "Is that so? It seems he harbors concerns. I shall personally pay him a visit," the Third Hokage declared as he rose. "Hayayumi, is there truly no other way regarding Naruto's condition?" the Third Hokage pressed. "You need not harbor any reservations. Whatever your demands, I shall fully comply. Regarding Orochimaru, what is his status?" Hayayumi asked. "According to the coordinates you provided, when the ninja team pursued him, Orochimaru had already departed," the Third Hokage informed. "Oh, I see," Hayayumi nodded. "What relevance does this matter have with Orochimaru?" the Third Hokage questioned in confusion. "Orochimaru covets the Sharingan, and my body is not uniquely bound to any one entity. If I can resolve Naruto's predicament, I shall become even more formidable, and Orochimaru will undoubtedly pursue me relentlessly. To protect the village, you will inevitably restrict my freedom. If you can assure me that my freedom will not be curtailed, I will assist you in addressing Naruto's issues. Otherwise, you may proceed with the divine demon sealing technique. For I trust that Naruto himself can fulfill his dreams, Hyūga articulated. I promise you that your freedom shall not be restricted, the third Hokage pondered before responding. Then it shall be simple, Hyūga smiled. Naruto approached, and Hyūga extended his right arm, placing it upon Naruto's shoulder for the sealing process. Rolling up his sleeve to reveal intricate patterns. Gathering chakra in his left hand, Hyūga gently touched Naruto's right arm. The divine demon separation technique was initiated. In an instant, Naruto and Hyūga became intertwined. The third Hokage and others sensed an extraordinarily potent chakra surging forth from Naruto, which soon flowed into Hyūga's being. Hyūga swiftly lowered his arm, forming seals with his hands, ultimately channeling the technique upon himself. You have divided a portion of the Nine Tails power and sealed it within yourself. Jiraiya inquired incredulously. Indeed, it is only in this manner that I can extract the Nine Tails chakra from Naruto's cells, and thus avoid the predicament faced by that little fellow from the Fire Temple. The reason for gathering everyone today is that the Chunin exams are fast approaching. Now, as we stand on the brink of the Chunin selection examinations, I would like to invite the instructors responsible for guiding the new Genin to step forward. Within the Hokage's office, preparations for the upcoming Chunin exams were in full swing. Upon concluding his statement, the third Hokage was joined by several instructors, including Kakashi Hatake, Asuma Sarutobi, and Kurenai Yuhi. The third Hokage continued, "Tell me, among the Genin you enter, are there any candidates worthy of recommendation?" After a brief pause, he added, formally, "The recommended Genin must have completed more than 8 missions, though it goes without saying that those who have accomplished twice that number would be even more suitable. Let us begin with you, Kakashi." Kakashi Hatake stepped forward and stated solemnly, "From Team 7, I recommend Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, and Haruno Sakura for participation in the Chunin selection exams, in my name, Kakashi." Kurenai Yuhi then stood up, declaring, "From Team 8, I recommend Hyūga Hinata and Izuka Kiba, and Aburame Shino for the Chunin selection exams, in my name, Kurenai." Next came Asuma Sarutobi. "From Team 10, I recommend Nara Shikamaru, Yamanaka Ino, and Akimichi CHG for the Chunin selection exams, in my name, Asuma." Once the 3 recommendations were made, the gathered shinobi began to murmur among themselves. All 3 instructors had recommended their students. It seemed rather presumptuous to allow these newcomers to enter the Chunin exams. Among them, Arika Umino was particularly restless, as all the candidates mentioned were his students, and he was intimately aware of their capabilities. Thus, he hurriedly stood up and said, "Please wait a moment, Lord Hokage. Allow me to express a few words. I apologize for my impertinence, but the 9 individuals mentioned are all my students from the Ninja Academy. They are indeed talented. Yet it is still too early for them to participate in the exams. They should accumulate more experience before attempting such a challenge." Kakashi retorted, "Irika, I was younger than Naruto and the others when I became a Chunin. They are not like you. Do you wish to hinder those children?" Irika, incensed, exclaimed loudly. Kakashi, unfazed, replied, "When accepting missions, they often talk more than they act. Perhaps it would be beneficial for them to learn a lesson. It might even be amusing to see them fail." After a pause, Kakashi added lightly, I was merely jesting, Irika-sensei. I understand your concerns and acknowledge your frustration. However, they are no longer your students, they are now my subordinates." Irika responded, "Yet, the Chunin exams are unlike any other." Before he could finish, the third Hokage interjected, "Irika, I comprehend your perspective. This time, we shall conduct a preliminary examination for these new Genin. Indeed, Fire Moon and White Moon's letter invited you to participate in the Chunin exam. How dare they deceive me?" Fire Moon lamented. Far away on a glacier in the continent, White Moon sneezed. In the classroom, candidates entered one after another. Upon the arrival of Naruto Uzumaki and his companions, each cast fearful glances at Naruto. Unfazed, Naruto proclaimed loudly, "Remember my name. I am Naruto Uzumaki, your future Hokage." His declaration incited public outrage, yet they dared not act, for Fire Moon had entered and stood beside Naruto. To become Hokage, one must pass the exam. This upcoming examination is far from simple. Kabuto Yakushi approached, adjusting his glasses, and remarked, "I have spent 4 years gathering substantial intelligence." He produced a card displaying the number of participants from various ninja villages in the Chunin exam. Kabuto continued, This is a ninja identification card, which uses chakra to encode information as a mark recorded on these cards. Why do you think the Chunin exam is held jointly among multiple nations? After a pause, Kabuto revealed the answer. Firstly, to promote friendly relations between nations. Secondly, it is said to enhance mutual strength. In reality, it is to gauge the capabilities of foreign ninjas, thereby maintaining a balance of power. Without such measures, smaller nations would be at risk of invasion by larger ones, leading to domination. Thus, the significance of this endeavor is likely to ensure mutual restraint. Sasuke Uchiha inquired. Do those cards contain detailed personal information? Indeed, Kabuto replied. Is there someone you particularly care about? Sasuke coolly named 3 individuals, Rock Lee from Konoha, Itachi Hyūga from Konoha, and Gaara from Sunagakure. Such detailed information including their residences and names makes them easy to locate, Kabuto remarked as he searched for the corresponding cards. Moments later, he produced 3 cards, stating, here we go. First is Rock Lee's profile. Lee Rock, age 13, with 20 D-rank missions and 11 C-rank missions, led by Guy Sensei. This year, he has significantly improved in taijutsu, although his other skills remain lacking. He garnered attention last year as a promising newcomer, but did not participate in the exam. Like you, this will be his first attempt, with teammates Ten and Itachi Hyūga. Consequently, Itachi has completed the same number of missions as Lee, but he is renowned as the greatest genius of this generation. Next is Gaara of the Sand, with experience in 8 B-rank missions, which is quite impressive for a genin, having undertaken 13 missions in total. Being a foreign ninja and a newcomer, detailed information about him is still scarce. However, it is said that he returns from each mission unscathed. Kabuto then retrieved another card, which contained intelligence on ninjas from various nations. He analyzed, this year, Konoha, Suna, Aim, Kusa, Kiryu, and Odo all have outstanding genin participating in the exam. As for the Sound Village, it is a relatively new nation, and information about it is still limited. However, do not underestimate any ninja village, for each possesses formidable strength. In other words, the lower ninjas here are all elites from various nations. Before Yakushi Kabuto could finish his words, 3 figures suddenly sprang forth from among the lower ninjas. They were the trio from the Sound Village. One of them, entirely wrapped in bandages like a mummy, charged at Kabuto with a punch. Kabuto nimbly dodged backward, narrowly avoiding the attack. Uchiha Sasuke and the others were oblivious to the fact that Kabuto was actually allied with these 3 sound ninjas, and they silently broke out in a cold sweat for him. After witnessing Kabuto effortlessly evade the assault, Sasuke scoffed, remarking that the assailant's speed was woefully inadequate. To everyone's astonishment, as soon as Sasuke finished speaking, Kabuto's glasses shattered, and he collapsed to the ground, retching in agony. The crowd was left in a state of fear and confusion, questioning how he could have been so severely affected despite having dodged the attack. Clearly, there was some underlying trickery at play. The sound ninja who had attacked Kabuto sneered, "What a joke, a veteran with 4 years of experience. And yet you're nothing remarkable." Another sound ninja chimed in, "Make sure to note it down. We from the Sound Village are destined to become Chunin." Just then, a plume of white smoke erupted from the podium, and a booming voice commanded, "Silence, you rascals." As the smoke cleared, a formidable man bearing 2 scars on his face, accompanied by a dozen Chunin, appeared on stage. It was Marino Ibiki and the examination team. Ibiki's presence instilled a sense of unease and oppression among all present. He truly embodied the authority of the Konoha Umbu's interrogation squad. "I apologize for the wait. I am Marino Ibiki, the chief examiner for the first round of the Chunin selection exam." Ibiki continued in his condescending tone, pointing at the trio from the Sound Village. "You lot from the Sound Village, refrain from causing any disturbances before the exam begins. Do you wish to be disqualified even before the examination?" The mummy-like sound ninja quickly offered an apology. "I'm sorry, it's just our first time here, and we got a bit too excited." Before he could finish, Ibiki interrupted, "Let me clarify. Without the examiner's permission, no sparring or fighting is allowed. Even with permission, any actions that could potentially lead to the death of an opponent are strictly forbidden. Anyone foolish enough to defy my orders will be immediately disqualified from the exam. Understood?" He then formally announced, "Now, let us commence the first round of the Chunin selection exam. Submit your application forms to me to receive your identification tags and take your assigned seats. We will then distribute the written examination papers." "What?" Naruto exclaimed. "There's a written test for the Chunin exam? The first round is going to be exceptionally difficult." Meanwhile, seated together over afternoon tea, Kakashi Hitaki, Asuma Sarutobi, and Kurenai Yuhi were discussing the status of their students. Kakashi, cradling his copy of Ika Paradise, smiled and remarked, "I hear the chief examiner for the first round is Marino Ibiki." Kakashi's expression shifted to alarm as he added, "This spells trouble for them in the first round." "Why did it have to be that sadist?" "Sadist?" Kurenai asked, intrigued. Asuma explained, "Kurenai, since you've recently become a jonin, you might not be aware, he is a masterful expert in interrogation and torture. Although the examination does not entail any physical torment, it employs interrogation techniques that inflict psychological distress. This is none other than Sanae Ibiki, the captain of the Konoha Umbu's Torture and Interrogation Division, often referred to as the Devil Muscular Man. The first round of the examination comprises several critical rules, and there is to be no questioning during the test, so pay close attention." Sanae Ibiki maintained his distinctive aura as he declared, "First, each of you begins with 10 points, and there are 10 questions, each worth 1 point. This examination follows a negative marking system. For every incorrect answer, 1 point will be deducted. For instance, if you answer 3 questions incorrectly, you will only have 7 points remaining. Secondly, the evaluation of whether a team passes will be based on the total score of the 3 members." As soon as Ibiki announced the second rule, the candidates in the audience began to murmur, with Haruno Sakura rising without hesitation to inquire, "Wait, why must we consider the team's total score?" In Sakura's perspective, while Uzumaki Naruto had shown tremendous improvement in combat, his theoretical knowledge was still in disarray. If the total score of the team were to be considered, they would undoubtedly face elimination. "Silence!" Ibiki bellowed. "There is a rationale behind this. Pay attention. Once you comprehend this, I shall reveal the most crucial third rule." At that moment, Hisashi stood up calmly and asked, "Examiner, I am alone without a team. How will my score be recorded?" Ibiki paused momentarily and replied, "State your name." Hisashi, "Oh, you are the one recommended by the White Moon," Ibiki acknowledged. "Lord Hokage has advised me that your score can be recorded individually. Do you have any further questions?" "None, thank you." Hisashi sat down composedly. Following this, Ibiki announced the third rule. If any candidate is found cheating or engaging in similar activities by the invigilators, they will incur a penalty of 2 points for each infraction. This means that by the time the final scores are determined, some may already be expelled from the examination room. Engaging in poor cheating practices is akin to self-destruction. To aspire to become a chunin, one must exhibit the conduct of an exemplary ninja. Furthermore, if any member of a team scores 0, all 3 members of that team shall be deemed failures. By the way, the 10th question will be revealed after 45 minutes. And the total duration of the examination is 1 hour. Ibiki glanced at his pocket watch, which indicated exactly 3:30 p.m., and announced, "The first round of the Chunin selection exam, the written portion, officially commences." With Ibiki's command, the assembled crowd, aside from the fidgeting Uzumaki Naruto, came to understand the true essence of this examination. The examiner's statement regarding poor cheating practices being self-destructive implied that the test was, in essence, a trial of one's ability to gather intelligence without being detected by the examiner, analogous to evading detection by an adversary. In a moment, the novice contenders began to showcase their unique skills. Gaara utilized his third eye for insight, and Izuka Kiba relied on Akamaru's keen sense of smell for analysis. Yamanaka Ino employed her mind-body switch technique, Hyūga Niji utilized his Byakugan, and Aburame Shino harnessed his insect communication techniques. The array of talents was endless, and even Ibiki, who could see through it all, secretly admired their ingenuity. Hoyu gazed at the examination questions on the paper, finding them exceedingly dull. He effortlessly completed them and then succumbed to slumber. The examination had scarcely lasted 20 minutes, yet among the more than 100 groups of candidates, 23 had already been disqualified for cheating. This only heightened the anxiety among the remaining candidates, particularly for Uzumaki Naruto, who found himself tormented by an internal conflict. As time passed, it soon reached the 45-minute mark. Ibiki surveyed the vacant seats and mused, those lacking in strength have mostly departed. Now we can delve into the main matter at hand. He then declared loudly, "All right, now I announce the 10th question. However, before we proceed, I must introduce a new rule for this final question." At that moment, Kenjio Lang, who had been using puppets to cheat, returned from the restroom. "Mori no Ibiki remarked, consider yourself fortunate. Has your puppet show concluded?" Kenjio Lang was taken aback, realizing that this person had seen through his ruse from the very beginning. Mori no Ibiki continued, "Allow me to explain. This is a rule that may induce despair." As he finished speaking, The candidates below felt an even greater sense of trepidation. Ibiki added, "First, you must choose whether to accept the challenge of this 10th question." A candidate inquired, "What does it mean to choose to accept or decline? Could you clarify?" Mori no Ibiki responded, "In essence, if you choose to decline, you will receive a score of 0, signifying failure, and your 2 companions will also be deemed unqualified." The candidates below erupted in discontent. What kind of choice is that? It's evident there is only one path to take. We cannot drag others down with us. Mori no Ibiki continued, "There is another rule. If you choose to accept but fail to answer correctly, you will forever lose the qualification to participate in the Chunin exams." Some candidates shouted in indignation, "What kind of absurd rule is this? Many of us have participated in the Chunin exams more than once." Mori no Ibiki chuckled maliciously. It is merely your misfortune. This year's rules are set by me. However, I have provided you with a chance for retreat. Those lacking confidence may choose to decline and attempt again next year or the year after." At this juncture, most candidates were nearly on the verge of collapse, internally battling their turmoil. What kind of rule is this? If one among 3 chooses to decline, then all shall fail. If one chooses to accept yet cannot answer correctly, they are condemned to remain a genin for life. Regardless of how one chooses, it seems a path of despair awaits. The pressure is something that ordinary individuals cannot bear. Now, let us begin. Those who choose to decline the 10th question, please raise your hands. As Ibiki's words fell, several individuals promptly raised their hands. This final 10th question astonishingly disqualified over 50 groups, leaving only 26 groups of 78 candidates, along with Huayu, totaling 79 individuals. Haruno Sakura silently prayed, hoping that Uzumaki Naruto would raise his hand and return another day. However, Naruto hesitated, reminiscing about his solitary journey under the cold gazes of others. Yet, through unwavering effort, Irika stood beside him, and soon, Kakashi Itachi, Sasuke Uchiha, and Sakura Haruno also gathered by his side. Are these not the finest testimonies? Thus, Naruto Uzumaki arrived at such a conclusion. He slowly raised his hand and slammed it down upon the table, proclaiming loudly, "Do not underestimate me. I shall never give up. Whatever the challenge, I am ready to face it. My aspiration to become Hokage is not merely a fleeting dream. I have always been a man of my word. And this is my ninja way. Even if I remain a mere genin for my entire life, I will demonstrate my worth as Hokage to all of you." This fellow. Even Ibiki was taken aback by Naruto's audacity, thinking to himself, what an intriguing little brat, effortlessly dispelling the unease among those present. With 79 participants remaining, more than he had anticipated, Ibiki decided that prolonging the wait would yield no fruitful outcome. He then announced, "Your determination is commendable. I hereby declare that all present have passed the first examination." Hisashi, yawning, observed Naruto, noting that this guy was still as he was in the original tale, having submitted a blank paper yet somehow passed the initial test. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as a dark figure burst through the window, unfurling into 4 corners, each corner adorned with a shuriken that secured itself to the podium. The candidates gazed in astonishment at the black curtain, upon which the words "The second examination officially begins" were inscribed in bold letters. At that moment, a female ninja clad in a fishnet outfit emerged from behind the curtain, none other than the proctor for the second examination, Mitarashi Anko. As the candidates stood bewildered, Anko struck a classic pose and declared, "This is not the time for merriment. I am Mitarashi Anko, the proctor for the second examination. Hurry along to the next test. Follow me." A collective sweat drop appeared on the foreheads of the candidates as they silently awaited to see what antics this proctor would present. Sakura Haruno even whispered, "Is this really the proctor? She's just like Naruto. I've heard she is Hisashi's girlfriend. I'm beginning to question his taste." Ibiki, from behind the curtain, seized the moment to remind her, "No one is here to appreciate your theatrics." Anko's face flushed with embarrassment as she sighed, then stated, 79 participants, Ibiki, and still 27 teams remaining? It seems your first examination was rather too easy." Ibiki replied, "It appears we have quite a number of exceptional ninjas this time." Anko sighed again, "Very well, for the upcoming second examination, I shall reduce the number of participants to below half." Ah, how thrilling. The candidates were taken aback by Anko's words. Reducing the number of participants to below half implied that the challenge was significantly more daunting than a mere elimination. Every individual present felt the weight of potential elimination looming over them. As the candidates approached the entrance to the forest of death, The eerie and foreboding atmosphere of the dense forest sent shivers down the spines of many, including Sakura Haruno. Suddenly, a hearty laugh rang out. It was Anko, who exclaimed, "You shall soon discover why this place is called the Forest of Death." Naruto Uzumaki playfully wiggled his backside, imitating the voice of Anko Mitarashi, declaring, "Soon. You will understand why this place is called the Forest of Death. Allow me to assure you, no matter what you say, I, Naruto Uzumaki, shall not falter." "Is that so? You certainly possess a vibrant spirit," Anko retorted, abruptly hurling a shuriken towards Naruto, which narrowly grazed his cheek, leaving a faint trace of blood. Before the others could comprehend the situation, Anko materialized behind Naruto like a specter, teasingly proclaiming, "Children like you are quite prone to meeting an untimely demise." Subsequently, she traced her finger along the bloodstain on Naruto's face, exclaiming, "The scent of blood is what I find most delightful." At that moment, Naruto was paralyzed with fear. Acutely aware that this examiner's murderous intent surpassed even that of Zabuza and Kakashi. "Anko-sensei, please do not frighten Naruto," Fire Moon interjected. "Humph, I require no oversight from you. Should you fall into my grasp once more, I shall make you regret it," Anko retorted. Disrupted by Fire Moon's intervention, Anko reluctantly ceased her antics. She then produced a stack of papers, stating, "Prior to the commencement of the second exam, you must sign this consent form." "Why, you ask?" "Because there is a possibility that someone may perish during this exam," Anko continued. "Thus, I must obtain your consent. Otherwise, the responsibility falls upon me." "Ahaha." After a brief pause, Anko elaborated. "Now, let me elucidate the rules of the second exam. In simple terms, this is a challenge to your survival limits. To begin with the terrain of the testing ground, the 44th training area is enclosed by 44 locked gates, encompassing forests, rivers, mountains, and canyons, with a central white tower known as the Tower of Sealing. Within this confined space, you will undergo survival training, centered around a ruthless contest for scrolls. With that, Anko revealed 2 scrolls, one inscribed with the character for heaven and the other with earth. Indeed, your survival training will revolve around the scroll of heaven and the scroll of earth. From the first exam, there are a total of 26 individual participants. 13 groups will possess the scroll of heaven, while the remaining 13 will hold the scroll of earth, with one individual designated to accompany Team 7 at the behest of the Hokage. Thus, each group will possess only one scroll, which means your task is to seize the scrolls of others. Your mission is for your trio to simultaneously possess both the scroll of heaven and the scroll of earth and reach the central tower of sealing within 7 days. Does that not imply that over half of the participants will be eliminated? The candidates gasped in astonishment. Anko casually replied, "Precisely so." Sighing, she continued, "That concludes my explanation. Lastly, I offer you a piece of advice. You are forbidden from viewing the scrolls of heaven and earth until you reach the Tower of Sealing. Should you do so, unforeseen consequences will ensue. Moreover, it is in your best interest to avoid death." After the candidates received their scrolls, they grouped together at the 26 gates, awaiting the signal from Mitarashi Anko to enter the arena. In Class 10, Shikamaru Nara, Choji Akimichi, and Ino Yamanaka had barely traversed 5 minutes down the path when Choji declared his hunger. Ignoring all else, he pulled out a bag of chips and sat down to eat. Fortunately, Shikamaru was vigilant. Otherwise, their presence might have been revealed. In Class 8, the trio of Kiba Inuzuka, Shino Aburame, and Hinata Hyūga first observed a group of aggressive river ninjas using Hinata's Byakugan. Together, Shino and Kiba set a trap with the Konoha leech. They utilized a decoy to lure the target group, achieving a swift victory. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the examination site, the 3 examiners stumbled upon a gruesome scene. 3 grass ninjas lay lifeless at the entrance of a gate, their bodies in a horrific state. The examiners could not ascertain the cause of their demise and promptly reported to the head examiner, Mitarashi Anko, who quickly arrived at the scene. Judging by their identification and personal belongings, it appeared they were candidates from the grass village participating in the Chunin exams. However, their faces had been grotesquely destroyed, seemingly dissolved away. One examiner reported to Anko, who meticulously surveyed the brutal scene. The lingering chakra in the air triggered a stinging sensation in her shoulder's curse mark. A sudden realization struck her. She clenched her fists and, with a grave expression, declared, "This situation is extremely dire. You must urgently inform Lord Hokage and request the dispatch of at least 2 teams of Umbu to the Forest of Death. I will pursue them first." Without further ado, Anko leaped into the foliage. Meanwhile, Fire Moon strolled leisurely ahead, followed closely by Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki. who shielded Sakura Haruno in the center. Recalling the Chunin exams, Fire Moon remembered the ominous atmosphere created by the presence of a certain white moon. He had feigned death during that exam, and it was rumored many others had perished as well. Can we kill our opponents here? Sakura inquired. Of course, Fire Moon replied. What Orochimaru said is true. The Chunin exams are designed for mutual understanding and maintaining equilibrium. How do we maintain balance? It is essential that the number of exceptional ninjas from each generation remains roughly equal. Thus, during the exams, it is not uncommon for ninjas from other villages to go to great lengths to eliminate their opponents, aiming to eradicate potential threats to their villages. How can this be? This is utterly dark, Naruto exclaimed. Can't we all just sit down and converse? Once I become Hokage, I will change all of this. Naruto, you talk too much. Stop dreaming, Sasuke retorted. As long as I am here, you will never become Hokage. Exactly. Sasuke is far superior to you, Sakura added. How infuriating. I will prove you wrong. Naruto shouted. Enough. Both of you quiet down. The enemy will arrive shortly, Fire Moon cautioned. Naruto, Sasuke, this is an examination. You have the power to transform it into a bloody battlefield, or you may choose to create a bridge for the inception of friendship. The choice is yours, spoke Hyūga. Hyūga, what do you mean by that? Are you planning to leave us? Questioned Haruno Sakura. To me, this is merely a formality. I shall not partake. You have already endured numerous missions and practical experiences, so it is entirely in your hands, Hyūga replied. Rest assured, I will protect you from the shadows. With my appearance, no one can utilize transformation techniques to replicate me. Farewell, and do your utmost. With that, Hyūga vanished. Hyūga, you are too cunning. We are a team, Naruto Uzumaki exclaimed. Nonsense, Naruto. Lower your voice. With Hyūga gone, we must rely on ourselves, Sasuke Uchiha stated. First, let us remove our weights. I forgot to take them off during the written exam. Indeed, I shall remove my weights as well. Baiwei said that wearing weights is for training, but in battle, it is irresponsible to burden oneself and one's comrades with such encumbrances, Naruto asserted. Naruto, why do you refer to Baiwei? Are Baiwei and Hyūga not the same person? Sakura inquired. The same person? Although they bear a striking resemblance, their auras are distinctly different. Hyūga is amiable, but he lacks the qualities that Baiwei possesses, Naruto pondered, tilting his head in contemplation. You are burdened with weights. It seems you are quite formidable, a sinister voice echoed. Sasuke turned to see a large serpent's head resting on a branch, with a figure standing upon its tongue. In an instant, Naruto drew a kunai imbued with explosive tags. Swiftly retreating, the tags were devoured by the serpent, resulting in a tremendous explosion that obliterated the creature, yet Orochimaru emerged unscathed. The trio positioned themselves atop a branch, their eyes brimming with vigilance, watching the deceptive ninja impersonating the serpent. Such spirited little leaf ninjas. I possess the heavenly scroll, and you hold the earthly scroll. By eliminating you, I shall acquire the earthly scroll, Orochimaru declared, revealing his own scroll and grotesquely swallowing it with his elongated tongue. How disgusting. You win. The earthly scroll is yours, Naruto conceded, tossing the scroll from his pouch. Sasuke swiftly pulled Sakura down to the ground. An explosion erupted as Naruto's thrown scroll detonated. The trio hastily retreated. The dense foliage rendered the area unsuitable for combat. Orochimaru, like a serpent, slithered effortlessly among the trees. Little ones, are you attempting to flee? You cannot escape my grasp, Orochimaru taunted, licking his lips with his tongue extended. Who says we are fleeing? Sasuke retorted, rapidly forming hand seals. Fire release, fire dragon technique. A colossal fire dragon erupted from Sasuke's mouth, crashing into the tree trunk and forcing Orochimaru to leap down. Naruto and Sasuke shielded Sakura from harm. How intriguing, little ones. It seems you wish to engage in battle, Orochimaru remarked, releasing an aura of malevolence. The trio felt the weight of impending doom, collapsing helplessly to the ground. With a mere hint of intimidation, the seemingly useless prey collapsed in fear, dampening the mood. Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha remained resolute, while Sakura Haruno sat there, utterly petrified. Orochimaru approached them with a graceful stride, and both Naruto and Sasuke wished for their bodies to move fluidly. However, they found themselves rigid and slow in their movements. Simultaneously, they plunged their kunai into each other's thighs, pain triumphing over fear. Sasuke, are you jealous of me? How could you be so ruthless, making me limp? Naruto exclaimed as he rose, shouting, You fool, protect Sakura, and keep your eyes on my fight. With that, his Sharingan activated, and he dashed forward. Shuriken flew swiftly from his hands, prompting Orochimaru to evade deftly. Sasuke, drawing closer, ignited flames in his right hand and struck fiercely at Orochimaru. In an instant, Orochimaru was engulfed in flames, transforming into a burning log just as Sasuke landed. Orochimaru reappeared behind Sasuke, remarking, "A commendable ninjutsu." Hearing Orochimaru's voice whispering ominously in his ear sent chills down Sasuke's spine. Just then, Naruto charged in, delivering a knife-hand strike at Orochimaru. Sensing danger, Orochimaru swiftly dodged, causing Naruto to cleave a large tree trunk in half with a powerful swing. Naruto pulled Sasuke back to Sakura's side. "Hey, Sasuke, why are you so stiff? Are you frozen in fear?" "My affairs are none of your concern," Sasuke retorted, pulling out a kunai and stabbing it into his own thigh. Internally vowing, "I must not falter here. I cannot allow this fool to look down upon me." Who would have thought the young ninjas of Konoha could wield such dangerous techniques? It seems their current sensei is quite irresponsible, Orochimaru mused. "Enough chatter, you repugnant serpent. Today, I shall end you," Naruto declared defiantly. It is commendable to possess vigor. However, overestimating oneself and speaking without restraint is foolish, Orochimaru replied. "We shall see," Naruto retorted, channeling all his chakra. His eyes turned crimson, and his teeth sharpened as he unleashed the shadow clone technique, filling every tree and ground with duplicates of himself. "Today, you shall learn the consequences of provoking me, the great Naruto Uzumaki," he proclaimed, executing wind release, cutting whirl. With that, all the Narutos charged toward Orochimaru. Aware of the technique's lethal potential, Orochimaru braced himself, knowing that even a direct confrontation would inflict some damage. He bit his fingertip, swiftly forming hand seals for the summoning technique, disappearing into a snake. Blood flew as all the shadow clones attacked, leaving the serpent in tatters. "To challenge me is folly. I am destined to become the future Hokage, a title you cannot contest," Naruto declared triumphantly, surveying the bloodied remains of the shattered serpent. Orochimaru emerged from a fragmented mass of flesh, delivering a fierce onslaught. The chakra radiating abundantly indicated your connection to the Nine Tails. 12 years have passed, and I never anticipated your survival. In an instant, Orochimaru's tongue lashed out, ensnaring Naruto Uzumaki, while his hands swiftly formed seals to execute the 5 elements sealing technique. Layered over the Reaper death seal, Naruto cried out in agony, his body succumbing to weakness. Orochimaru flung him aside, and Sasuke Uchiha swiftly caught Naruto, placing him beside Sakura Haruno. Sasuke regarded Orochimaru, who, with his tongue extended and a mocking glint in his eyes, gazed at him with amusement. Sasuke retrieved an explosive tag from his pouch and hurled it, the explosion resonating in the air. Seizing the moment, Sasuke embraced Sakura and Naruto, hastily retreating. Sakura awakened, her gaze falling upon the wounds on Sasuke's leg, a profound sense of helplessness gripping her, biting her lip to stifle her cries. Tears flowed silently as she channeled her chakra to heal Sasuke, focusing solely on superficial injuries. Once Sasuke's wounds were mended, Sakura tended to Naruto's injuries, yet he remained unconscious. Sakura handed Sasuke a soldier pill, stating, "This was made by Brother Hakayuki. Naruto found it and gave it to me." "Thank you," Sasuke replied as he consumed the pill, the weariness dissipating and his chakra replenishing. Sakura took one herself and forcefully fed a pill to Naruto. Upon awakening, Naruto remained silent, probing his chakra, a grimace crossing his face as he lamented, "My connection to the Nine Tails is sealed. I cannot access its chakra." "What do you mean?" Sakura inquired, perplexed. "It means I'm currently quite weak, a burden," Sasuke bluntly remarked. "Sasuke, don't speak nonsense. I'm not as feeble as you think. I just can't unleash my powerful techniques as before. I must conserve chakra," Naruto retorted. "Understood. That guy's murderous intent far exceeds Kakashi-sensei's. We are no match for him. It's best to proceed with caution," Sasuke advised. "Indeed, caution is paramount," Sakura concurred. Orochimaru's sinister voice resonated, and the serpent beneath him lunged toward Sakura. Naruto pushed her aside, but he himself was unable to evade, getting swallowed by the serpent's maw. "Naruto, you vile, persistent fiend. I will fight you," Sakura exclaimed in fury. Sakura dashed forward, but the serpent's tail swept her violently away, crashing into a tree and rendering her unconscious. "A fine gaze. I admire it," Orochimaru remarked, observing Sasuke's Sharingan, his tongue flicking in anticipation. "What do you intend?" Sasuke demanded. "Nothing much. It would be better for you as leaf ninjas to simply vanish," Orochimaru replied with a smile. Extending his long neck, he relentlessly assaulted Sasuke with a mocking demeanor. Just as he was about to bite Sasuke, the serpent beneath him exploded, and a multitude of Narutos descended upon the ground. The detestable creature nearly met its demise, its sticky form utterly revolting. That wretched little imp dared to thwart my intentions. I shall see to your end. Orochimaru spoke with a hint of fury. At that moment, a kunai accompanied by an explosive tag hurtled towards him, as Mitarashi Anko swiftly led them away from Orochimaru. Yet, he soon closed the distance. Ah, Anko, it has been quite some time. Orochimaru greeted her. Do you wish to hinder me as well? Anko remained silent, extending her left hand forward, issuing a sharp command. Serpent Shadow Hand. Suddenly, several snakes erupted from her sleeve, ensnaring Orochimaru tightly and swiftly drawing him closer. Anko then deftly produced a shuriken, pinning her left hand and Orochimaru's right hand to the tree trunk, before lifting his left hand, saying, Orochimaru, lend me your hand to form a seal. Upon seeing the hand seal, Orochimaru exclaimed in shock, the twin serpents duel. Anko, do you wish for your own demise? Anko replied coolly, indeed, today I intend for us to perish together. Suddenly, Orochimaru let out a chilling laugh, transforming into a puddle of mud, only to re-emerge from the tree behind Anko. Anko, you mustn't rely too heavily on the forbidden techniques I taught you. They bear little consequence for me. He approached the terrified Anko, gently caressing her face, and remarked, you resent me for not taking you with me back then. Don't you? Huh. If only you had been born with a more distinguished lineage, perhaps I would not have abandoned you. Hokuyu, you scoundrel. If you don't show yourself soon, I shall perish. Anko shouted into the air. Fear not, I am well aware. Hokuyu casually appeared behind Orochimaru. Orochimaru, stepping away from Anko, gazed at Hokuyu in astonishment, exclaiming, I did not expect you to have transformed in such a manner. Spare me your pretense. Had you not sabotaged me from the shadows, I would not have ended up like this, Hokuyu retorted angrily. It seems my efforts were insufficient, allowing Hakuyu's experiment to succeed. Orochimaru replied, licking his lips. Oh, what a pity to disappoint you. Your aspirations have not materialized, Hokuyu countered. Then let me see what makes this imitation so special. Orochimaru said. Rest assured, I shall not let you down, Hokuyu declared before swiftly advancing, rapidly forming hand seals. Fire release, fireball technique. Hokuyu unleashed a barrage of fireballs upon Orochimaru, who nimbly evaded them. Seizing the opportunity, Hokuyu lunged forward, executing wind release, cutting blade, striking Orochimaru's arm. That troublesome Jinchuriki's dangerous techniques were taught by you. It seems you are quite the capable teacher, Orochimaru said, staunching the flow of blood from his arm and licking the crimson liquid, his eyes glinting with malice. Humph, spare me the idle chatter, today. I shall ensure you remain here, Hokuyu proclaimed before launching another assault. If you continue your onslaught, you may indeed succeed. However, should you linger, the opportunity shall slip away. Orochimaru warned darkly. Oh, is that so? Wind release, cyclone blade. Hokuyu retrieved a shuriken from his pouch, casting it into the air while his hands deftly formed seals. The shuriken, enveloped by the wind's embrace, whirled with a piercing sound before soaring away in an instant. Suddenly, a massive serpent materialized, lunging towards the spinning blade. The creature was cleaved in two, its blood splattering across the ground. Just as Hokuyu prepared to charge forward, he found himself utterly immobilized. Heh. You still have a long way to go, kid, Orochimaru taunted with a sense of triumph. Curse you. You set a binding array using the serpent's blood, Hokuyu retorted. Indeed, as one of the legendary three ninjas, my skills are truly elusive, Orochimaru replied, reveling in his mastery. Hokuyu struggled to regain control over his body. Yet it remained unresponsive. Heh, too kind, too kind. Your physique is quite exceptional. I'll gladly take it, Orochimaru said, once again placing his hand on Hoyu's shoulder. Akatsuki. My dear student, you continue to disappoint, he remarked, casting a glance at Mitarashi Anko, who had become ensnared by a snake, unable to move. In a swift motion, Orochimaru turned his attention to Uchiha Sasuke. Boy, this is my gift to you. Itachi annihilated your entire clan. With your current strength, you are far from adequate. Amaterasu. Hokuyu watched as Orochimaru suddenly unleashed Amaterasu. Flames engulfed him, and in an astonishing sight, his head detached from his body, transforming into a white serpent with a human head, hastily retreating into the forest. Hokuyu broke free from his bindings and rushed to Uchiha Sasuke, who lay on the ground, writhing in pain. The curse seal burned upon his skin, rapidly spreading across his body. Hokuyu rendered Sasuke unconscious, causing the curse seal to dissipate. How are you, Sasuke? Are you all right? Anko inquired. I'm fine, but Sasuke is in dire condition. We must exit this examination for now. Huyu replied. Huyu hoisted Uchiha Sasuke onto his back while Mitarashi Anko reluctantly carried Naruto Uzumaki. Huyu, I must participate in this exam. Sasuke murmured weakly as he regained consciousness. How troublesome. Just stay on my back, and I shall see you through, Huyu said, carrying Sasuke with ease. Anko bore Naruto, while Haruno Sakura followed behind. Huyu effortlessly seized the heaven scroll, and the 5 of them arrived at the seal tower. As they activated the scroll, a cloud of white smoke billowed forth, and Irika Umino emerged from between the 2 scrolls. It turned out that these were scrolls for a possession technique, designed to test the candidate's ability to maintain secrecy. If a candidate opened the scroll prematurely, they would be hypnotized by the ninja contained within until the examination concluded. Ah, long time no see, Irika exclaimed as he stepped out, startling Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. How could it be you, Irika-sensei? Naruto and Sakura asked in unison. It seems you have endured quite a bit. At the conclusion of the second exam, we Chunin will come to assist the candidates, and by chance, I have become your essential messenger, Irika explained. Messenger? He added, checking his pocket watch casually. Time is nearly upon us. Congratulations to all of you for passing the second exam. Although I intended to treat you all to ramen to celebrate your success, before I could finish my sentence. Naruto Uzumaki, who had been eagerly awaiting, suddenly exclaimed, That's fantastic, and immediately leaped onto Irika Umino. Irika, feeling flustered, exclaimed, Hey. Naruto, let me finish my words. Really, you can never sit still. Ah, by the way, Irika-sensei. Sakura Haruno pointed at the calligraphy on the wall and asked, What does this say? None of us can comprehend its meaning, and it seems to be missing some characters. Naruto, brimming with excitement, replied, Who cares what it means? We've already passed. Eating ramen is what matters most. A few lines of black appeared on Irika's forehead, and he awkwardly explained, What is inscribed here actually refers to another of my tasks. This is a reflection on the experiences of Chunin written by the Hokage. The character heaven represents the mind, while earth signifies the body. Without heaven, one lacks the wisdom to prepare for challenges. Simply put, for you, Naruto, since your weakness lies in intellect, you must learn various principles to be ready for impending tasks. Then there's earth, which means without physical strength, one cannot pursue benefits. For instance, Sakura, your weakness is stamina, thus you must diligently exercise every day. If one can possess both heaven and earth, no matter how perilous the mission, you can steer it towards a safe outcome. The missing character in the middle is person, symbolizing the Chunin. This 5-day survival training was designed to assess whether candidates possess the fundamental abilities of a Chunin, and you have splendidly passed this phase. A Chunin is equivalent to a team leader and bears the responsibility of guiding the team's actions. I hope you will gain a deeper understanding of the significance of knowledge and executing tasks and the necessity of physical strength. Keep this insight in your hearts as you continue to take the next steps. This is all I wish to convey to you. Upon hearing Irika's extensive explanation, the 5 of them echoed in unison, Understood. After a pause, Irika added, However, do not push yourselves too hard in the final exam, especially you, Naruto. Although you have learned a great deal from Hakutsuki and have grown significantly, you still remain the one I worry about the most. Before Irika could finish, Naruto solemnly interrupted, Since I received this leaf headband, I am no longer a student of the academy. You need not worry. Moreover, this headband was given to me by you, Irika-sensei, signifying that you recognize my capability to stand on my own. Though I may still be as reckless as before, I am no longer a child. I am now a ninja. Sasuke Uchiha and Sakura Haruno concurred. That's what I wanted to say too. Upon hearing these words from Naruto and the others, Irika felt a weight lift from his heart, and he responded with relief. Then I apologize, everyone. Irika's guidance came to a close here, and now Naruto and the others needed to proceed to the highest level of the sealing tower to await the examiner's orders. All right, you have completed the exam. Let us depart, said Hozuki. Irika, something has occurred. We must leave now, Anko stated gravely. Did you say that Orochimaru infiltrated the Forest of Death? The 3 of them wore serious expressions. Indeed, both Sasuke and Koyuki have been marked with cursed seals, stated Mitarashi Anko. Sasuke's condition is quite dire. We should seal this cursed mark first, Koyuki said. Very well, Kakashi, the 3rd Hokage nodded in agreement. Hatake Kakashi stepped forward, his hands deftly weaving through a series of hand seals, ultimately sealing the cursed mark on Uchiha Sasuke, alleviating his suffering and allowing him to drift into a deep slumber. Koyuki, let me seal the cursed mark on you as well, Kakashi remarked. Kakashi-sensei, you should take a rest. You've exhausted too much chakra, and besides, there's no way to seal the mark on me, Koyuki replied. With Sasuke's predicament resolved, the focus turned to Naruto, who had been subjected to a seal by Orochimaru that severed his connection to the Nine Tails. Jiraiya approached, saying, Naruto, let me see your seal. Uzumaki Naruto lifted his shirt, channeling chakra to reveal the seal. It is the five-element seal. Orochimaru must have been in quite a rush. It seems you've caused him considerable trouble, Jiraiya remarked, pressing his hand against the seal and dispelling it. If he hadn't severed my training with the Nine Tails, I would have certainly torn him apart, Uzumaki Naruto exclaimed, feeling the rush of chakra from the Nine Tails and brimming with excitement. Enough boasting. You all should return and rest, for there is an exam tomorrow, Koyuki admonished. Haruno Sakura supported Uchiha Sasuke as the trio exited the Hokage's office. Are you truly all right with your cursed mark? The third Hokage inquired. Do not worry, I am fine. Even if there were an issue, I cannot seal it. I intend to use this cursed mark to sense him and locate his lair to eliminate him. Koyuki replied with unwavering determination. In that case, all is well. Orochimaru poses a serious threat. He could potentially be among the candidates. This is crucial for our relations with various nations, complicating our ability to investigate, the third Hokage stated. Tomorrow's exam relies on your careful scrutiny. Konoha has entered a state of heightened alert. We must ensure this examination proceeds without disruption. Understood. Koyuki returned to her residence, reluctant to seal the cursed mark, as she had resolved to use it as a conduit to manipulate the chakra of the Nine Tails. Under ordinary circumstances, she would never resort to using the Nine Tails chakra. This body had been imbued with the Nine Tails chakra upon completion, complemented by the genes of the small fox, rendering her a veritable human-tailed beast. Should she recklessly exploit the Nine Tails chakra, she risked losing her human essence. Uchiha Sasuke stared blankly at the ceiling, meticulously recalling the events in the Forest of Death. He felt a profound sense of helplessness. Having failed to protect his comrades, always relying on others for protection, particularly on Uzumaki Naruto, whom he had fundamentally disdained. Yet, sometimes, it was not the individual he recognized, but rather the indomitable spirit they embodied. Uchiha Sasuke found himself acknowledging Uzumaki Naruto and the latter's unwavering resolve. However, he could not concede to Naruto's abilities, even as Naruto repeatedly shielded him that day. Would you seal the Nine Tails within me? Uchiha Sasuke implored, his gaze filled with fervor as he looked at Koyuki. Why? You are already remarkable and capable. Why desire the power of the Nine Tails? Koyuki questioned, puzzled. Due to my lack of strength, I require that power to validate my existence, Uchiha Sasuke declared, somewhat obsessively. Lacking strength to prove yourself? You are the most formidable genius in our cohort, endowed with an unparalleled Sharingan. What further power do you seek? Fire Moon inquired. Yet I do not possess the immense strength of Naruto. Why should he stand beside me? Why must I rely on him for protection? Why must I gaze upon his back? It is solely because he wields the power of the Nine Tails, a force I lack. Despite our equal efforts, it is my abilities that surpass his. However, the Nine Tails' power has left me trailing behind, Sasuke retorted, seething with anger. Oh, I understand now, Fire Moon replied calmly. Are you willing to grant me the Nine Tails? Sasuke asked. First, you must stabilize your emotions. I can provide it, but not at this moment. Without Bayue's return, I cannot transfer the power of the Nine Tails and seal it within you, Fire Moon stated. Why? Sasuke lamented, his spirits low. For no particular reason. A Jinchuriki who loses their tailed beast will perish. I can offer you the power of the Nine Tails, but without Bayue's return, I am utterly incapable of fulfilling that. Fire Moon explained. Oh, very well, Sasuke said quietly, sitting in silence. The moon shone dimly, and the night was enchanting. Fire Moon perched on the rooftop, gazing at the heavens, inwardly lamenting. Bayue, where are you? Are you also gazing at the moon as I am? Today, Sasuke's request for the power of the Nine Tails astounded me. In the original narrative, Sasuke never sought the strength of a tailed beast. I never anticipated he would desire the power of the Nine Tails today. Is it due to our presence that so much has been altered? Or did he always yearn for that power, only lacking someone in the original tale who could truly understand and instill confidence in him? The situation is deteriorating at an alarming rate. If this continues, we may deviate entirely from the original narrative. Without a grasp on events, will we be left to suffer dire consequences, or have we inadvertently caused this world to descend into chaos? In the icy expanse, Bayue also gazed at the starry sky. Reflecting on life, Fire Moon, how far have you come? Are those little ones faring well? My situation is dire. The blockage of my chakra pathways is insurmountable by the training methods of the Naruto world. I feel like an ice statue, my body continuously absorbing the chilling force. Yet it invades like tailed beast chakra, consuming my entire being. I genuinely fear I may become a humanoid tailed beast, one that is disposable. Once the icy energy within me is fully released, I might be left as a mere husk, with only the chilling power able to rescue me. But each act of salvation inflicts greater harm, akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. Today, the arena was in a tumultuous uproar. For it was the site of the Chunin preliminary exams. Ahem. The third Hokage cleared his throat, stating, "We shall now proceed to the third exam. Before I elaborate, I must clearly convey an important matter regarding the true purpose of this examination. Why do the allied nations come together to host this test? It is for the sake of camaraderie among allies, to mutually enhance our skills. I hope you do not misconstrue its genuine significance." The third Hokage took a moment, exhaling a plume of smoke before continuing. This exam is but a microcosm of the war among the allied nations. A glance at history reveals that the current allies were once neighboring countries engaged in relentless conflict. To avoid the needless squandering of military strength and to prevent mutual destruction, they designated this battleground, which is the very inception and purpose of the Chunin selection exam. Why must it be so? Naruto Uzumaki inquired, perplexed. Isn't this exam meant to select Chunin? Indeed, replied the third Hokage. It serves to identify those ninjas who possess the strength of a Chunin. However, it also stands as a battleground where ninjas, bearing the weight of their nation's prestige, fight with their utmost resolve. In this third exam, we will invite the feudal lords and esteemed figures from various nations who have entrusted us with their tasks. The lords and leaders of each ninja village will observe your battles. Should there be a stark disparity in national strength, the stronger nations will garner more commissions, while those deemed weaker will see a decline in opportunities. This also serves to convey to neighboring countries a message of our formidable prowess, effectively exerting diplomatic pressure. Even so, why must we fight for our lives? Questioned one of the participants. The third Hokage responded succinctly. The strength of a nation is synonymous with the strength of its ninja village, and the strength of a ninja emerges only through life and death battles. This exam is an opportunity to demonstrate the capabilities of our ninjas to the world. It is precisely the life-risking nature of this exam that imbues it with significance. This is why our ancestors pursued it as a worthy aspiration. But what a friendship! Another voice interjected. Thus, the third Hokage reiterated, do not misconstrue its true meaning. The so-called friendship in the ninja world is maintained through the balance of bloodshed, a fight for one's dreams in the honor of their ninja village. After a brief pause, he continued. Although we are eager to commence the third exam, I must first address an urgent matter. Before he could elaborate further, a ninja swiftly appeared before him. It was one of the examiners for the third round, Moonlight Gale. Forgive my impudence, Lord Hokage, Moonlight Gale exclaimed. I shall take charge of the proceedings henceforth. Upon receiving the third Hokage's assent, Moonlight Gale coughed several times, as though afflicted by a severe asthma condition, causing the candidates to furrow their brows in concern, silently wondering about the examiner's well-being. Greetings, everyone. It is a pleasure to meet you, he said, donning a comically pained expression. Before we proceed with the third exam, there is a preliminary round that determines your eligibility for the official test. At this announcement, the candidates erupted in indignation. Preliminary round? What does that entail? Have we not already survived a grueling trial? We demand a reasonable explanation. Under the pale moonlight, the wind of the moon spoke with a weary breath. As the previous two examinations proved to be exceedingly simple, the number of remaining participants has swelled. Therefore, in accordance with the regulations of the Chunin exams, a preliminary selection will take place to diminish the number of candidates for the third examination. As the Hokage has just mentioned, the upcoming exam will attract numerous guests, hence it cannot afford to linger, and time is of the essence. Thus, those who feel unwell or wish to withdraw should report now and may leave immediately, as the preliminaries are about to commence. Clearing his throat, the wind of the moon continued. The forthcoming preliminaries will be conducted on an individual basis, and participants may voluntarily raise their hands to exit. I withdraw, he declared. And at that moment, Kabuto raised his hand and exited amidst the puzzled gazes of newcomers like Naruto Uzumaki. The wind of the moon glanced over the roster and remarked, "You're Kabuto from the Leaf Village, then you may take your leave." Observing Kabuto's departure, the third Hokage mused, I have encountered that child several times. I recall he also withdrew during the last selection process. What could be his reasoning? Why Hikarinai flipped through the roster and noted, Kabuto has, according to records, failed to qualify for 6 consecutive times. He was never a standout student in ninja school, achieving merely average grades and barely graduating after 3 attempts. His completed missions tally a meager 2A rank and 14B rank, with no particularly remarkable achievements, although these incidents seemed to predate his enrollment. Eh? The third Hokage inquired, intrigued. Do you recall? He was one of the boys brought back from the battle at Kekkei Mountain, Kurenai reminisced. That boy was a remnant of the enemy forces and was later taken in by the medical unit of the Leaf Village. The third Hokage suddenly grasped the situation. Ah, that child. He continued. Next, there are still 21 candidates who have chosen not to withdraw. The electronic board will swiftly match your names for combat, with the last participant receiving a bye directly into the finals. After a brief pause, the Wind of the Moon elaborated. The upcoming battles will be conducted without rules, proceeding until one party is incapacitated or concedes. Therefore, if you wish to avoid demise, it is prudent to surrender swiftly. However, should I determine that victory is assured, I will intervene to prevent unnecessary casualties. He gestured towards the electronic display on the wall. The fate of your matches will be dictated by this electronic bulletin board, which will reveal the randomly selected opponents for each duel. Now, let us announce the first matchup. As the Wind of the Moon's voice faded, the electronic board flickered to life, igniting anticipation among the candidates. First match, Uchiha Sasuke versus Chid Armor. Hisashi glanced at Sasuke as he stepped forward, stating, "No lethal techniques permitted." Understood, Sasuke replied confidently. The spectators gradually took their seats, leaving only the 2 combatants, marking the commencement of the third examination. Begin, commanded the Wind of the Moon, prompting Chid Armor to swiftly form seals. Gathering a layer of pale blue chakra upon his right hand while retrieving several shuriken from his weapon pouch, launching them towards Sasuke as a straightforward greeting. Uchiha Sasuke was already prepared. Before the kunai could close the distance, his shuriken deftly intercepted each one. Unexpectedly, at that moment, the right hand of the Crimson Armor, charged with chakra, swiftly lunged at Sasuke. Seizing the opportunity, Uchiha Sasuke swept at the lower half of the Crimson Armor, firmly grasping its right hand. Just as Sasuke was poised to take further action, the right hand of the Crimson Armor had already latched onto his chest. In an instant, Sasuke felt an overwhelming drain of his chakra, realizing that it was being siphoned away by the hand of the Crimson Armor. This was the ability of the armor. Such a significant loss of chakra was not a trivial matter for Uchiha Sasuke. Acting decisively, he forcefully kicked the Crimson Armor away, finally liberating himself from its grasp. As the Crimson Armor prepared to strike again, Sasuke activated his Sharingan, boldly proclaiming, "Though I am unaware of your abilities, beneath these eyes, whatever power you wield is insignificant." The spectators, witnessing the sudden surge in Sasuke's aura, could not help but think, truly, he is the scion of the Uchiha clan. Having already discerned the trajectory of the attack, Sasuke was no longer vulnerable. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from the Crimson Armor's field of vision. By the time the armor regained its senses, Sasuke had appeared behind it, delivering a powerful kick that sent it soaring. Following this, with a graceful leap, he struck the Crimson Armor once more, repeatedly kicking its back and propelling it higher into the air. Finally, Sasuke executed a soaring descent, his leg crashing heavily onto the abdomen of the Crimson Armor, shattering the ground beneath them. Sasuke landed effortlessly, his gaze upon the Crimson Armor devoid of any glimmer. Approaching the armor, which lay gasping for breath, Moonlight Gale declared, "There is no need for further confirmation. I hereby terminate this match. The victor of the first round is Uchiha Sasuke." "Wonderful!" exclaimed Naruto Uzumaki and Sakura Haruno in unison from the audience, while Kakashi wore a look of satisfaction. Sasuke approached Fire Moon casually, remarking, "That was too easy. Isn't it good that it was simple?" The final match is the crucial one. The reputation of the Uchiha clan has waned. You must reignite the ninja world's recognition of our clan through that match. "Rest assured, I shall," Sasuke replied. The electronic board displayed the name of the second match. Second match, Yamanaka Shino. Is Shino going to be all right? Hinata Hyūga expressed her concern from the audience. "Infallibly so," declared Kiba Inuzuka with confidence. "That guy is exceptionally strong. He is the only opponent I would prefer to avoid." Now, let the second round begin. Yamanaka Shino assessed the sound ninja, Saku, and calmly stated, "If you engage me, you will not rise again, so I suggest you forfeit." In Saku's eyes, the bespectacled man in a high-collared trench coat was utterly boastful, prompting him to retort, "I need not exert my true abilities to handle a lowly opponent like you." With that, Sak suddenly lunged towards Shino Aburame, who effortlessly thwarted his assault. Sak smirked slightly and remarked, It seems I have been underestimated. No sooner had he spoken than he bellowed, Void Slash. A tremendous sound echoed as Shino was propelled backward. After landing a successful strike, Sack arrogantly taunted, "Hey, get up. You lackey. Weren't you just boasting a moment ago?" Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Shino gradually rose to his feet, causing a stir as many noticed countless insects crawling out from beneath his skin. Feeding insects with one's own body, what a repulsive creature. While Sack pondered his next move, an unsettling wriggling from behind filled him with dread as he beheld swarms of insects advancing toward him. Shino released a single insect from his fingertip and explained, "These are called parasitic insects. They prefer to attack their targets en masse and consume their chakra. If you are overwhelmed by such a horde, it is certain you will not rise again. The wisest course of action would be to forfeit. If you insist on attacking, these insects will assault you from behind. And should you attempt to strike them, I will seize the opportunity. Thus, your defeat is inevitable. It is prudent to reserve some strength. Do not underestimate me." Sack roared, directing his left hand at Shino and his right at the approaching insects. He then shouted, "Extreme Void Slash." Shino stood unfazed, hands tucked in his pockets, exuding an air of assured victory. As Sack's attack fell flat, he instead let out a piercing scream, his bandages and sleeve shredded by the backlash of chakra. "Ah, my hand." Trembling, Sack lifted his hands only to find swarms of insects emerging from the wound where the Void Slash had struck. Shino swiftly maneuvered behind the incapacitated Sack, stating, "When I advised you to concede, I took precautionary measures regarding the insects, sealing your troublesome wind tunnel with my body and remaining still. This is what I meant by truly reserving strength." Fearful, Sack attempted a desperate counterattack, but by now his chakra had been nearly depleted by Shino's parasitic insects. Before his feeble strike could reach Shino, the latter delivered a decisive chop, signaling the conclusion of the match. "It appears to be over," the swift Moonlight Gale declared. "The victor is Shino Aburame. Who is he?" Observing the newcomer's effortless triumph, Rockley inquired in astonishment, "Niji, who exactly is this individual?" Niji Hyūga stepped aside, swiftly forming hand seals. "Byakugan, activate." Upon activating his Byakugan, Niji was even more astonished. What an extraordinary person. If he merely summoned insects, it would be one thing. But he has allowed them to parasitize his own body. "What?" Lee exclaimed in shock. The passionate guy then elucidated, he hails from the Aburame clan of Konoha, masters of insect manipulation. Thus, I have also heard tales of a clan that, from the moment of birth, regards their bodies as mere vessels for insects, employing these creatures in battle. Hyūga Niji remarked that they can deftly manipulate the insects, entrusting nearly all aspects of combat to them, while binding themselves to a contract that uses their chakra as sustenance for the bugs. Lee Rock, with a challenge gleaming in his eyes, inquired whether he was a descendant of that clan. Tors, a member of the Sound Ninja trio and the bandaged figure previously mentioned, gazed at the medical ninjas carrying away Sack and lamented, "What a pity, Sack." Jean then questioned, what could have caused Sack's hand to end up like that? It is likely that the individual named Aburame Shino seized the opportunity to block Sack's chakra outlet with his insects. In such a state, utilizing the air slash technique would cause the energy to seek an escape route within the arm, resulting in a dangerous expansion. After a pause, Tors continued, "Consequently, Sack's hand, acting as a cannon, exploded. I fear his hand is irreparably damaged from now on." Following this, Tors sighed deeply, stating, "Though we are merely comrades entrusted with the same mission, I shall certainly avenge this grievance." In the third match, Sword Triangle Kanjiro. Unlike Kai, I shall not show mercy even to the young. Sword Triangle boldly declared, "I will speak plainly. When I unleash my technique, you must concede." I intend to conclude this swiftly. Kanjiro, unclasping the puppet from his back, replied, "I, too, shall be swift." The third round commenced. At the command of Moonlight Gale, Sword Triangle charged fiercely towards Kanjiro. "I will not grant you the opportunity to strike first," he declared, and as his words fell, the two engaged in a fierce exchange, each in a stance of opposition. Suddenly, to the astonishment of the spectators, Sword Triangle's limbs became as agile as serpents, coiling around Kanjiro and successfully constricting his neck. Having ensnared Kanjiro, Sword Triangle announced, "I can dislocate every joint in my body and manipulate it with chakra, rendering it extraordinarily pliable. Thus, until your bones shatter, I can maintain this grip. As long as you do not forfeit, I shall tighten my hold, regardless of the ninjutsu or tools you possess. Once bound, they are rendered meaningless. At this rate, I might very well snap your neck, so surrender quickly." Humph. Kanjiro showed no signs of distress, instead chuckling coldly. I shall not concede. Do you wish for death, fool? Kanjiro retorted, the one who shall perish is you. Before Kanjiro's words could settle, in a fit of rage, Sword Triangle audibly snapped Kanjiro's neck, shocking the audience. Yet, Gaara remained unperturbed, remarking, how dull. A fool who knows not the moment. Sword Triangle boasted. I have killed you with my overzealous grip. But at that moment, Kanjiro's skin began to gradually peel away, and the once broken neck abruptly twisted around. What stood before them was no longer Kanjiro, but a mere puppet. The puppet addressed Sword Triangle, saying, now, it is my turn. As the puppet concluded its statement, several specially crafted arms emerged from its abdomen, firmly binding Sword Triangle. At that moment, the object that had fallen to the ground after the attack, initially perceived by Jin Sanjiao as a mere tool of deception, suddenly stirred. The bandages enveloping it scattered, revealing the true form of Kanjiro. Observing the 5 strands of chakra in Kanjiro's hands, the bound Jin Sanjiao exclaimed in astonishment. Could this fellow be a puppeteer? Before he could utter his intention to forfeit, Kanjiro's fingers twitched, followed immediately by Jin Sanjiao's anguished cries and the sound of cracking bones. Kanjiro sneered. Humph, if you shatter your bones, won't you become more pliable? The moonlight and swift winds approached to confirm the situation, subsequently declaring, as the match can no longer proceed, the victor is Kanjiro. Witnessing the Sand Ninja's victory, Uzumaki Naruto voiced his discontent from above. Isn't it rather despicable to engage in a 2-on-1? Is this really acceptable, Kakashi-sensei? There's nothing despicable about it. That is a puppet. Kakashi Hatake responded. It's a technique of puppetry, manipulating puppets with chakra, akin to the use of shurikens and other ninja tools. In the 4th match, Haruno Sakura versus Yamanaka Ino. Yamanaka Ino remarked, I never anticipated that I would face you, Sakura, and so soon at that. Begin. Haruno Sakura refrained from further conversation, charging directly at Yamanaka Ino to engage in hand-to-hand combat. Both were evenly matched in their physical techniques and the application of ninja tools. Once the best of friends, their rivalry had intensified due to Uchiha Sasuke, leading them to this unprecedented conflict, yet they fought without understanding the reason behind their strife. Is true friendship rendered worthless amidst jealousy and manipulation? This profound question lingered in their minds as they battled. Fragments of their childhood memories surged forth, and the two, panting, momentarily separated. Hey, Ino, Haruno Sakura exclaimed. If a flower fails to bloom, it withers away, rendering its existence meaningless. Hearing this, Yamanaka Ino seemed to be struck by an inner chord. She paused momentarily before responding. Indeed, from this moment on, I shall not hold back. Let us engage in a serious battle. With that, they both retrieved their ninja headbands and donned them with solemnity. Thus commenced the authentic and honorable battle of fate. They embodied the true essence of friendship through the fervor of their chakra. Although their combat may not have been dazzling or of the highest caliber, the audience perceived a steadfast and indomitable spirit in these two female ninjas. The two continued their physical confrontation, neither willing to concede defeat. And the match extended longer than any other, surpassing 10 minutes. As their stamina waned, Yamanaka Ino severed her braid with a kunai, casting it between them. This shall be my final strike. Haruno Sakura looked at Yamanaka Ino in confusion as Yamanaka Ino raised her hands, forming a triangle with her thumbs and middle fingers. Locking onto Sakura. Mind-body switch technique. Yamanaka Ino's consciousness entered Haruno Sakura's body, granting her complete control. The art of mind and body transformation allows one to enter another as consciousness, exerting control over their physical form and prompting them to act. At this moment, Sakura was entirely under such control, and Ino's next step was to concede defeat, thereby securing Sakura's qualification for the competition. Observing the unfolding scene, Hinata turned to Naruto and Sasuke, exclaiming, Who are you to kiss Sasuke? Naruto suddenly cried out in surprise. Upon hearing of another girl kissing Sasuke, Sakura's suppressed consciousness awakened, and she expelled Ino from her body. Both Ino and Sakura directed fierce glares towards Naruto, who had dared to deceive them. You are doomed, they said in unison before losing consciousness. After the match concluded, the unconscious Ino and Sakura gradually regained their senses. You're finally awake, Sakura, Ino remarked. Our match has come to an end. Did I lose? Sakura fell into a contemplative silence, tears brimming in her eyes. Ino, with a wry smile, responded. I should be the one crying. I never anticipated that despite my efforts, we would end up in a stalemate. She then returned Sakura's headband, adding, You have finally blossomed, becoming a resplendent flower. However, next time we clash, I will not merely knock you out. Also, I have no intention of yielding Sasuke to you. Sakura was momentarily taken aback before her anger flared. I will return that statement to you. The two exchanged smiles and then turned their attention to Naruto, who suddenly felt an ominous aura envelop him, cold sweat trickling down his back as he hid behind Hinata. Sakura, let me explain. I said that to help you, otherwise, you would lose. That is unacceptable, Naruto. To manipulate a girl's emotions is an unforgivable sin. Come here quickly, or my retribution will not be a simple punch. Sakura warned, her eyes narrowed. All right, Sakura, let us teach Naruto a lesson after the preliminaries. He has a match to prepare for, Hinata interjected. On behalf of Hinata. I'll deal with you later, Sakura declared. In the fifth match, Hinata faced off against Kiba. As Hinata leapt down from the stands, swaying her tail leisurely, she stood there, exuding confidence. Isn't this the charming artificial clone created by teacher Hakuyu? Tintin remarked. Indeed, it's quite impressive, Lee added. The spectators gazed at Hinata. Admiration etched on their faces as they cheered. Hero. Hero. Hinata, feeling somewhat bashful, rubbed her nose and humbly bowed to the audience, saying, Thank you for your compliments. Kiba, noticing the crowd's enthusiasm, grimaced, This is not good. I might easily become the village's enemy. Not at all. They'll only say I'm too gentle. Come on. Kiba declared, immediately feeding Akamaru a soldier pill before consuming one himself. Utilizing the four-legged technique, Kiba and Akamaru charged at Hinata at high speed, standing her ground. Hinata delivered a kick that struck Kiba squarely in the abdomen, sending him flying, while her tail came crashing down, forcefully slamming Akamaru into the ground. Thus, both the boy and his dog lost their combat effectiveness. The fifth match concluded with Hinata's victory. The audience erupted into increasingly fervent cheers. The sixth match displayed the names of Tion and Shoju on the electronic board. Just as Tion was about to step forward, you intervened, saying, Tion, concede this match. Why teach her by you? Tion asked, perplexed. Because she fights with the wind. Your ninja tools cannot harm her unless you engage her in close combat, you explained. I understand. Tion turned to the referee and declared, I concede. Oh dear. A battle brimming with youthful passion has just vanished, sighed rebellious Kai. Without experiencing the pain of failure, how can one truly grow? Fool. Huoyu shot a glance at rebellious Kai. Huoyu gazed at the names on the digital board, pondering that some things remain unchanged. This was a fateful confrontation. The battle between the Hyūga clan's main family and branch family was about to commence. One could only wonder if Hinata would end up bloodied like in the original narrative. How unexpected to face you, Niji uttered, his tone laced with condescension. Brother Niji, Hinata's voice was soft and hesitant. What? They're siblings? Uzumaki Naruto exclaimed in surprise. Actually, they are not siblings, Hatake Kakashi clarified. Sakura Haruno looked at Kakashi in confusion, but at that moment, Wii stepped forward and explained. They are both from the oldest noble clan of Konoha, the Hyūga clan, but they are not siblings. They represent the main family and the branch family. Hinata belongs to the main family, while Niji is from the branch family. The ties between the main and branch families are fraught with complex entanglements. At times, their blood relationship is as thin as water, and at other times, thicker than blood. As the branch family sacrifices themselves to protect the main family, a new branch family heir is chosen. Hinata's father and Niji's father were twin brothers. Hinata's father was born first, remaining in the main family, whilst Niji's father became part of the branch family. Now, the ninth round begins. With a command from Moonlight Gale, Niji assumed his stance, while Hinata stood still. Her emotions a tumultuous sea. Before we begin, Niji cautioned, I must advise you, Lady Hinata, to forfeit. You are not suited to be a ninja. You are too kind-hearted, yearning for peace and avoiding conflict. You often seek to please others and lack confidence, always feeling a sense of inferiority. Therefore, I believe you should be content as a lower-ranked ninja. However, since the Chunin exams require teams of 3 to register, you are here reluctantly, unable to resist the persuasion of your teammates, Kiba and Shino. Am I correct? No, that's not true, Hinata protested. I just want to change myself through my own efforts. Observing Hinata on the field, her instructor, Yuhi Kurenai, suddenly recalled their conversation on the first day Hinata became her subordinate. From now on, Hinata will be my subordinate. Most missions carry the risk of death. Are you truly prepared for this? Kurenai asked. Hinata Hyūga, if she wishes to perish, so be it. I shall not concern myself with her. She pales in comparison to Hanabi, who is 5 years my junior. The Hyūga clan has no need for such a burden. If you have finished speaking, Kindly take your leave and cease to be an obstruction. Hinata merely sought to transform herself in her own way, observing her on the field. Yujito thought, this child possesses remarkable resilience. Indeed, you are the heiress of the clan. A person will never truly change. A laggard will always be a laggard. And neither character nor strength will undergo any transformation. Itachi Hyūga remarked, it is precisely because people cannot change that disparities arise, leading to terms like elite and laggard. Individuals are judged by their appearance, intellect, abilities, physique, and the nature of their character, and likewise, they are subjected to the judgments of others. People must endure these immutable factors throughout their lives, much like the unalterable reality of my branch family status compared to your main family standing. I have perceived much through my Byakugan, thus I understand that you are merely putting on a brave face. In truth, you wish to escape this place. No. That's not true, Hinata trembled as she protested. Byakugan! Itachi called out sharply, activating his Byakugan and fixing his gaze on the quaking Hinata. He continued, you cannot deceive my eyes. Just now, your gaze shifted to the upper left upon sensing my oppressive presence, indicating that you recalled past painful experiences. Then, your eyes darted to the lower right, signifying that you were envisioning both physical and mental anguish. This means you are projecting your previous experiences onto the outcome of this match, envisioning your defeat. The manner in which you placed your hands over your chest suggests you wish to erect a barrier between us, distancing your true feelings from my scrutiny. For my words have struck a chord, and your gesture of touching your lips signifies a wavering of your resolve, indicating that your instinct for defense is softening your tension and anxiety. Thus, you must realize that changing oneself is an absolute impossibility. Yes, it is possible, Naruto Uzumaki shouted. Having overheard their exchange, he had long harbored resentment toward Niji's words. Clenching his fists, Naruto exclaimed, you have no right to judge another's heart, you jerk. Hinata, defeat this guy swiftly. Hinata, you should retort as well. Just watching this makes me unable to contain my anger. The initially wavering Hinata, upon hearing Naruto's words, suddenly found her resolve solidified. Others may not know, but she was acutely aware of Naruto's efforts throughout the years. Thus, Hinata resolved, indeed, Naruto-kun has changed himself through hard work and has progressed so far. How can I falter at this moment? Though I am uncertain of the extent to which I can achieve, as long as I steadfastly pursue my convictions, whether in success or failure, I will have proven my own ninja way. Yes, I truly wish to fight, to battle for my own ninja way. Thank you, Naruto-kun. At this moment, Hinata cast aside all her tension and anxiety, her hands resolutely hanging by her sides, leaving Niji astonished at her transformation. Hinata Niji gazed at the prepared Hinata Hanabi. His fists clenched tightly, harboring a desire to shatter her resolve in this match. He lifted his gaze to Hokuyuki, who regarded him with a gentle demeanor. In that moment, Niji recalled the first encounter with Baiwei, who had imparted invaluable lessons to him. Before the match, Hokuyuki had stood by his side, clearly stating that should he face Hanabi, he need only unleash a menacing aura to intimidate her, for their battle held no significance. It would not reveal the fallacies of the Hyūga clan's doctrines. Hanabi, if you wish to fight, then let us engage, though I doubt you possess the courage to do so. Upon concluding his words, an overwhelming aura of menace erupted from Niji, enveloping the arena, palpable to all present. What a formidable presence! What sort of battles has he endured? Mused the Third Hokage. It was said that Niji, following a recent mission to eradicate bandits, had frequently taken on bounty hunter tasks, enduring experiences of violence unimaginable to his peers. Facing such an intense aura, Hinata trembled, her legs quaking, yet her gaze remained resolute as she gritted her teeth, ultimately succumbing to unconsciousness. This match evolved into the most tedious, yet simultaneously the most riveting spectacle. Is Niji truly a demon? Inquired Naruto, his body trembling with trepidation. At last, it is my turn. I can hardly contain my excitement, exclaimed Rock Lee. Go forth, ignite your youthful fervor. Encouraged the spirited guy. Hokuyuki approached, instructing Lee. Remove your weights immediately. Is that necessary, teacher Baiwei? I am brimming with confidence. Lee responded enthusiastically. Remove them, for you are not merely facing a prodigious ninja. You are confronting the Grim Reaper. He reigns supreme among bounty hunters, and while not a villain of unspeakable heinousness, many harbor dread of him and wish for his demise. Known in bounty hunter circles as the Grim Reaper, he hails from Sunagakure and has endured a life of solitude, feared by all and wished dead by many. He cannot resonate or communicate with the Jinchuriki, and no one has unsealed him, yet he wields the power of the Jinchuriki. Each day he grapples with tailed beasts, perpetually in a state of wakefulness, for slumber invites the tailed beasts to invade his psyche, leading to the deaths of many. Hokuyuki articulated, "Who are you? How do you know of my affairs?" Gaara, standing at the center of the arena, inquired as sand transformed into sharp spears, hurtling towards Hokuyuki. With an air of calm, Hokuyuki regarded the suspended sand spears, declaring, "I am Uchiha Hokuyuki, the artificial avatar of Baiwe, a bounty hunter known as the Cross-Eyed Demon. I was tasked with eliminating you. But after observing you, I withdrew. Thank you for your counsel, Teacher Baiwe. I understand now." Lee shed his weights and stepped into the arena as the 10th match commenced. "Upon learning of your introduction by Teacher Baiwe, my excitement has only intensified. I shall give my all," Lee proclaimed to Gaara, who responded with indifference, "Boring. Behold my wood style, wood whirlwind." Lee surged forward with remarkable speed, launching a sweeping kick at Gaara. Just as the kick was a mere centimeter away from Gaara, it was thwarted by a wall of sand. Rock Lee swiftly retreated, his excitement palpable as he observed the immovable Gaara, astonished by his prowess, declaring his intent to engage. Lee persistently advanced, launching a barrage of punches and kicks, each narrowly missing Gaara's body, only to be blocked time and again by the sand barrier. Throughout the encounter, Gaara remained stationary, impervious to Lee's acrobatic assaults, demonstrating that his absolute defense was indeed formidable. "Lee, you must slow down. This is becoming untenable," Fire Moon remarked with exasperation, observing Lee's monkey-like antics. "That poor boy has been rendered foolish by Master Guy's teachings. Gaara's sand is so powerful that if Lee slows down, he will undoubtedly be countered, reducing his chances of victory." Lee paused, retrieving 2 scrolls from his pouch. Unrolling them, he unveiled a pair of nunchaku. As Gaara directed his sand towards Lee, Lee deftly maneuvered the nunchaku, gradually creating a defensive barrier around himself, successfully deflecting Gaara's relentless sand attacks. Lee advanced toward Gaara, while Gaara continued to assault him with sand. Yet each strike was repelled. It appeared that Lee had indeed mastered the iron wall technique. One could only ponder the efficacy of this against Gaara. Fire Moon mused, "What remarkable defense! I never anticipated Lee's skill to be so profound. Surely, this must be a result of your teachings, Fire Moon. I wish to learn as well." "You can't, for while Lee's fervor is akin to magma, yours resembles a volcanic eruption, ill-suited for such a measured approach," Fire Moon retorted. With resolute determination, Lee braved the onslaught of sand, closing the distance to Gaara. He swung the nunchaku with great force, but just then, he relinquished them and delivered a powerful punch to Gaara's abdomen, sending him staggering back. "Now is my moment," Lee thought, propelling himself forward with a fierce kick. Gaara's sand defense still lingered behind, yet this kick struck Gaara once more. Following that, Lee executed a spinning kick that landed forcefully against Gaara, propelling him downward, though the sand ultimately cushioned the impact. "You truly are remarkable. It seems I must resort to my ultimate technique," Lee declared, facing the unscathed Gaara. "Go for it, Lee. Ignite your fervor," roared Guy, the embodiment of passionate encouragement. With a determined nod, Lee proclaimed, "The 8 gates, open the first gate, the second gate, the third gate, and the fourth gate." As he unleashed the 4 gates, his chakra surged with incredible intensity. "Guy, you are far too reckless for teaching him such a perilous technique," Kakashi observed through his Sharingan. "Yet, it's astounding that at such a young age, he can open 4 gates. At your age, you could only manage 2. It appears he is indeed a prodigy." Amidst the fray, Guy, brimming with confidence, remarked, "Indeed, Lee may lack ninjutsu and genjutsu, but he has diligently trained in the summoning arts solely to better protect his comrades. Thus, it can be said that ninjas are exceedingly rare. For Lee, the only path to continue existing as a ninja lies in the mastery of taijutsu. While some prodigies rely on a combination of 9 parts talent and 1 part effort, Lee embodies a singular talent augmented by an unwavering dedication. Only those who do not squander their innate gifts can achieve victory." As Rock Lee opened all 8 gates, his speed surged dramatically, propelling him toward Gaara. With a swift kick, he struck Gaara before the sand could react, initiating a relentless barrage of punches and kicks that landed squarely on Gaara. The sand was utterly incapable of keeping pace with Lee's ferocious onslaught. The arena's stone floor, unable to withstand the tremendous force unleashed by Lee's 4th gate, began to shatter, sending clouds of dust soaring into the air. The grandeur of the spectacle left the audience in awe, silencing even the sand ninja who previously boasted of Gaara's assured victory. As Gaara's sand armor gradually fell away, revealing his fair skin, Kankuro remarked enviously, "With such good looks, why be a ninja? You should be a pretty boy." You are indeed a tenacious adversary, Lee shouted. Now, for the final blow. Fifth gate, the door of death, open. It is this technique that will bring you down, the lotus of inner Lee. With a thunderous crash, the arena fell into an eerie silence, leaving everyone to feel only the aftershock of the fifth gate's power, unaware of the true events unfolding within. As the dust settled, the devastation wrought by Lee's attack became apparent. The arena lay in ruins. Having unleashed the fifth gate, Lee's muscles and veins were severely damaged, rendering him bloodied and incapacitated. Yet, through sheer willpower, he managed to rise. Conversely, Gaara, when faced with the blow of the lotus, had his gourd transform into sand, significantly mitigating the impact of the attack. Thus, in comparison, Lee bore the greater injuries. Gaara glared at the standing Lee, his voice dripping with malice. Since you seek your demise, then perish. Sand binding coffin. As soon as he uttered the incantation, the sand surged towards Lee. In a burst of fervor, Guy rushed forward and dispersed the sand with a powerful kick. Gaara wins. Today's match concludes here. The next will take place in a month, announced Mizuki Kazekage. Sensei. I haven't fought yet. Naruto Uzumaki exclaimed. Naruto, you have a bye and will proceed directly to the next round, replied Mizuki Kazekage. As the Chunin exited the arena, Naruto approached Gaara, who regarded him with confusion. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, a ninja from the Hidden Leaf Village, and the Nine Tails is sealed within me, he introduced, extending his hand. What a fool. The identity of the Jinchuriki is a secret. How could he reveal it? Kakashi Hitaki thought, exasperated by Naruto's naivety. Karui and Temari watched the oblivious Naruto, at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Maki stood nearby, his hands trembling with excitement, thinking, I must find an opportunity to eliminate this Jinchuriki. Gaara sidestepped Naruto Uzumaki, who pursued him and inquired, There are still 2 weeks until the competition. Are you all returning? Avoid him, Temari interjected, pushing Naruto aside. Hey, Gaara, if you're not in a hurry, I'll treat you to ramen, Naruto said, perplexed by Gaara's indifference. The four sand shinobi ignored Naruto and headed towards their designated accommodations. All right, Naruto, not everyone shares your choices, Hayashi remarked, patting Naruto on the shoulder. Is there really a difference between Gaara and me? We are both Jinchuriki, Naruto replied, his voice tinged with melancholy. There is indeed a distinction among all Jinchuriki. You are the most exceptional, while others, faced with disdain and ostracism, choose solitude, eschewing friends, family, and emotions. You strive tirelessly for acceptance, willing to give and hoping to forge friendships. Hayashi explained. Look behind you. There are those who acknowledge your existence. Naruto turned around, only to find emptiness. Hayashi, you liar. There's no one. They've all left, he exclaimed. Ha ha ha, they've simply grown weary and returned home. Let us depart as well. I shall prepare a delightful meal, Hayashi chuckled. Hinata Hyūga, hiding in a corner, secretly observed Naruto. Hayashi, you're so slow, Sakura Haruno complained as they approached. Indeed, Bayue-sensei, you are quite tardy, Tintin added. Bayue-sensei, we have prepared all the ingredients. We await your culinary expertise, Rock Lee chimed in. The competition is over. Today, I shall indulge in a hearty drink, Guy declared, entering with a flask. Alcohol can be harmful. It would be wise to consume in moderation, Guy, Kakashi advised. Kakashi, the children are still young. Could you refrain from exposing them to your inappropriate literature? It could negatively influence their development, Guy retorted. Hey, this is my home, and I did not invite you all. Hayashi remarked, exasperated. Let us cook, everyone collectively urged. Reluctantly, Hayashi ventured into the kitchen, where Sasuke assisted by slicing ingredients, Niji peeled vegetables, and Lee chopped meat. You all truly baffle me. I asked for your assistance, not for you to train. Cooking is an enjoyable process, yet you seem oblivious to the joys of life. Now that your tasks are complete, you may leave, Hayashi sighed, looking at the trio. Before long, Hayashi had prepared a splendid feast, each dish exquisite and visually appealing. As they gathered around the table, he questioned, It is ready. What are you waiting for? We are waiting for Naruto, Hayashi's companions replied. The foolish one has run off again, claiming he would summon Gaara to dine, Sakura Haruno exclaimed in annoyance. Naruto Uzumaki arrived at the abode of the Sand Shinobi, just in time to witness Gaara and his companions preparing to depart. Splendid. Gaara, you haven't left yet. Brother Hokage has prepared a sumptuous feast, and I invite you to join us. With that, he grasped Gaara's hand and pulled him along. Initially, Gaara contemplated using sand to repel Naruto. But upon observing the fervent enthusiasm on Naruto's face, the sand that had enveloped Naruto's arm receded, allowing him to be swiftly led away. Temari and Kankuro exchanged astonished glances, their eyes wide with disbelief. This was the first individual who could approach Gaara without being rebuffed. As elder siblings, they had never been this close to him. They quickly followed suit, while Matsuri, watching Gaara accompany Naruto, contemplated that it might be a good opportunity to eliminate this Jinchuriki. Upon entering the dining hall, the once boisterous atmosphere fell silent, as expressions varied among the onlookers. Hokage observed Gaara with a hint of surprise and softly beckoned, "Come, take a seat here." Naruto ushered Gaara to sit beside him. The ambience grew somewhat peculiar, as Naruto fully embraced his simple-minded, oblivious nature. He served a bowl of rice to Gaara and filled a large bowl for himself. "Try this. Brother Hokage's cooking is delightful, though not quite as exquisite as Brother Itachi's. Enjoy this. These are kola chicken wings, this is braised pork, and here is pineapple sweet and sour pork," he exclaimed, diligently placing each dish into Gaara's bowl. Initially taken aback by Naruto's fervor, Gaara found himself captivated by Naruto's sincere smile. Forgetting the gazes of others around him, he picked up his chopsticks and sampled a dish. Finding it quite delectable, he proceeded to try another, equally delightful. Gaara had never considered dining to be a source of joy. A hint of a smile graced his usually frosty visage. Kankuro and Temari entered just in time to witness this scene, with tears glistening in her eyes. Temari turned to Kankuro and choked out, "Gaara. Gaara is smiling." Kankuro nodded in stunned silence. They had never witnessed Gaara display such a radiant, sunlit smile. In that moment, their perception of Naruto shifted. Gaara had never before shown such happiness, such a sunny smile, all because of an unrelated individual. Perhaps they had never truly contemplated his perspective, hence failing to understand the pain he had endured. It was Naruto who, having shared a similar plight, could empathize with Gaara's suffering. Thus, he was willing to think for him and share his own joy. "Delicious, isn't it? I must tell you, this isn't even the best. The finest dish is Brother Itachi's ramen. Now that is truly scrumptious." "Indeed, it is delightful," Gaara nodded, his voice brimming with contentment. The onlookers were moved by the two, setting aside their biases against Gaara, eagerly joining in to serve him food. Laughter and joy filled the air as everyone relished the meal together. Youth is radiant, passionate, and fervent. How wonderful it is. The spirited Akai eagerly downed a glass of wine, savoring its delightful flavor. Kakashi Hatake also partook in the drink, while Huayu discreetly observed, unable to discern how Kakashi managed to consume it. The meal was filled with joy and laughter, culminating in a lively atmosphere. Once it concluded, Naruto Uzumaki lingered behind to assist Huayu with the cleanup, while the others shamelessly departed. As Naruto stepped outside, he spotted Gaara standing there. "Do you have many people accompanying you every day?" Gaara inquired. "Not really. These are friends I've made since graduating from the Ninja Academy," Naruto replied, gazing into the distance. "For a long time, I was all alone. I never understood why the adults despised me, feared me, and loathed me, even forbidding their children from playing with me, labeling me a monster. Throughout the years, I harbored a dream to prove myself and become Hokage. I constantly played pranks, whether they cursed or chased me. I sought to affirm my existence. Only by doing so could I hold on to hope, for I had people around me. Today, I saw that Kakashi-sensei is the leader of Team 7, consisting of Sakura, Sasuke, and myself. Together, we train, undertake missions, and face life and death situations. Lee, Niji, and Tenten are my comrades. For a period, when Kakashi-sensei was on a mission, we were guided by Byakugan, honing our skills and engaging in various fundamental exercises. Today, I learned that Huayu is a shadow clone of Byakugan. Byakugan is an exceptionally powerful ninja, and Huayu utilized remarkable ninjutsu to transform from a shadow clone into an independent entity. Listening to Naruto's incessant chatter, Gaara felt both perplexed and envious. Reflecting on his own past, he questioned why he lacked such experiences, grappling with jealousy. Yet, as he gazed at Naruto, he found it difficult to harbor resentment, sensing that he, too, could possess everything. "It's getting late. I should head to bed. Would you like to come to my house?" Naruto asked. "No, I must return." Gaara replied. "I heard from Huayu that you've never slept. Is that true?" Naruto suddenly queried. "Not exactly. It's just that ever since my mother passed away, I haven't been able to sleep. Each time I do, Shikaku emerges and takes control of my body," Gaara stated with a calm demeanor. "Oh, I see. What tailed beast do you harbor? That sounds formidable. I've never encountered such a phenomenon," Naruto remarked. "One-tailed Shikaku," Gaara said with a hint of disdain. "The nine tails must be more powerful. I've never experienced anything like that. It must be a problem with the seal. Let us consult with you to see if there's a way to help you, Naruto suggested, pulling Gaara down from the rooftop. Huiyu examined Gaara's seal and remarked coolly, the seal is intact. The issue you're experiencing likely stems from the tailed beast itself. Allow me to take a look. As his Sharingan activated, he entered the ceiling space, standing in the vast expanse of yellow sand, gazing upon the colossal tanuki. The raccoon cat lazily opened its eyes, puzzled by the presence of an outsider, especially with the unpleasant scent of the nine-tails lingering nearby. You are quite a large feline indeed, remarked Huiyu. Human. How did you come to be here? Asked, its eyes filled with disdain. Oh, it's nothing much. Your host hasn't been able to sleep at night. So I thought I'd come and take a look, Huiyu replied. Sleep? Why should he sleep? How can I bear the solitude? If he sleeps, who will keep me company? Retorted. He doesn't sleep, and you two don't communicate either, Huiyu remarked. But seeing him suffer alone each day brings me a sense of balance and joy, declared. What kind of logic is that? Your happiness comes at the cost of someone else's sleep? Do you dare to challenge me? Huiyu's eyes sparkled with intensity. Humph, you little brat with your Sharingan. I am sealed now. What can you do to me? Replied defiantly. What can I do? If you push me too far, I will split you in two, sealing one half within me. After all, I already have the other half of the nine tails sealed inside, Huiyu warned. Ah. So that's why you carry the stench of the nine tails. Go on. If you have the ability, seal me. Do you think I fear you? Responded indignantly. Then I shall not hold back. I am also curious about what would happen if I were to seal you both within one body, Huiyu stated. Huiyu withdrew from the sealing space. The tailed beast was indeed a challenge, excessively restless and agitated. Its previous host could communicate and bond with it, earning its acceptance. But alas, that host had perished, leaving it resentful towards other hosts, which led to its mischievous tormenting. Huiyu, is there any way to calm it down so that I can let Gaara sleep? Uzumaki Naruto inquired. There are two methods. The first involves reinforcing the seal to restrict the chakra output of, similar to how it is done with the nine tails within you. This seal would be temporary. The second method would involve splitting and sealing its other half within another host, thereby constraining its power and allowing Gaara to manage and finally get some rest, Huiyu explained. Regardless of the method, these decisions are beyond my authority. Gaara is a ninja of the Sand Village, not the Leaf Village. Thank you. But let us put this matter aside, Gaara said, rising to depart. The day is drawing to a close. Sleep here for the night. I can help you suppress. Allowing you to rest, Huiyu offered. I appreciate it, Gaara replied. Huiyu employed his Sharingan to hypnotize the overly vigilant, and Gaara felt the chakra within him gradually calm, allowing him to relax and drift into sleep. Gaara slumbered deeply, not awakening until the sun was high in the sky. Temari and Kankuro guarded their brother throughout the night on the rooftop. Gaara, take your time, come back early. Uzumaki Naruto said as he stood at the village entrance to see Gaara and the others off. Naruto, I'm leaving. See you at the tournament, Gaara stated. All right. I will practice diligently in the coming days. I hope we can settle things on the battlefield, Uzumaki Naruto declared with enthusiasm. Indeed, Gaara nodded, watching Gaara depart. Uzumaki Naruto felt a surge of motivation within him. Huiyu, I was just about to seek you out. I entrust my training to you from this point onward. Uzumaki Naruto approached Huiyu in front of the Hokage office. I have matters to attend to. I cannot instruct you, Huiyu replied. Come with me, and I shall find a formidable individual to teach you. Huiyu, does Naruto have something to discuss? The third Hokage inquired. I wish to learn the summoning technique. Naruto has come to seek training from Jiraiya-sensei, Huiyu explained. Oh, I see. You may go find Jiraiya. He will be able to teach you. The third Hokage contemplated before responding. Very well, but where might Jiraiya-sensei be? Huiyu asked. He should be somewhere in the village. You may go and search for him. The third Hokage replied, albeit with uncertainty. Huiyu, where do you think Lord Jiraiya might be? Uzumaki Naruto asked. Come, I shall take you to bathe, Huiyu said. Upon arriving at the bathing area, they spotted a silver-haired man near the edge of the men's section, close to the women's. That fellow peeping at the women bathing is Jiraiya-sensei, Huiyu pointed out. Huiyu, what jest is this? Why should I learn from this voyeur? Uzumaki Naruto exclaimed loudly. The women in the bathing area, upon hearing Naruto's words, instantly cried out. A pervert. Capture the lecher. In an instant, the women's bathing area was deserted. Jiraiya grimaced as he looked at Uzumaki Naruto and Huiyu. Greetings, Jiraiya-sensei. We are here on the orders of the third Hokage to learn from you. Huiyu said with a smile. You wish to learn from me? You have disrupted my peaceful observation. Do not even think about it, Jiraiya said, visibly displeased. Ah, I see. Since Jiraiya-sensei is unwilling to teach, I shall instruct you instead. There remains but one technique I have yet to impart to you. This technique is rather ultimate. It is called the transformation into the Nine Tails. By completely harnessing the chakra of the Nine Tails, one transforms into the Nine Tails itself. However, this technique is exceedingly difficult. One misstep, and you may be consumed, resulting in the destruction of Konoha. After all, it is not your fault. When battling an enemy, if your techniques are thwarted, you can only resort to this one, and no one will blame you. Ultimately, your desire to win is to protect Konoha, is it not? Well, you stated with utmost seriousness. I fear you too. What do you wish to learn? I shall teach you, Jiraiya remarked. Observing the mixture of confusion and excitement on Uzumaki Naruto's face, worrying about the consequences should Naruto learn the transformation into the Nine Tails. I only wish to learn the summoning technique. As for Naruto, teach him all that you know. After all, Jiraiya-sensei is the disciple of the Third Hokage and the mentor of the Fourth. Naruto, who aspires to become Hokage, will surely benefit from your extensive knowledge, will you articulate it? Very well, since you wish to learn the summoning technique, I shall explain its principles, Jiraiya said. The summoning technique is a unique form of ninjutsu. Essentially a means to summon creatures to assist ninjas in battle. It is a highly practical and distinctive combat-oriented ninjutsu, favored by many skilled ninjas. The summoning technique is primarily divided into two categories, blood summoning and non-blood summoning. The principle involves the user establishing a blood contract with any chosen creature and then utilizing ninjutsu to summon it at their convenience. It is a form of spatial ninjutsu. In essence, summoning creatures exist within the realm of reality, and the art of summoning serves the purpose of bringing these distant entities into one's presence. The foremost requirement of this summoning process is blood. A blood contract must be established as a medium to convey to the summoned being who is calling upon it. The signatory bears a blood mark on the contract, and once the summoning creature recognizes it, they may be summoned. Thus, blood summoners must shed blood prior to the summoning, concentrating their chakra and blood in the hand that has signed the contract, using it as a medium to call forth the summoned entity. After Jiraiya explained, he produced a scroll stating, "Come, sign the blood contract, and then I shall teach you the art of summoning." The prospect sounded impressive, and Naruto Uzumaki eagerly signed the contract without hesitation. "Jiraiya, is that a contract for summoning frogs?" questioned Hyōga with a look of disdain. "I certainly do not wish to sign that." "Ah, Hyōga, why did you not mention this sooner?" "Had I known, I would not have signed either," Naruto complained. Jiraiya performed the summoning technique, and Gamabunna appeared. "Jiraiya, what do you want this time?" "I was in the midst of enjoying my tea," Gamabunna grumbled. "Nothing significant. Merely introducing my new apprentice who has just signed the summoning contract. He believes frogs are not handsome enough, so I summoned you to teach him a thing or two." Jiraiya said mischievously. "Naruto, pay attention. I have matters to attend to," Hyōga stated before vanishing. Naruto gazed at Jiraiya with a forlorn expression, and Jiraiya reassured him, "Very well. Young one, all blood summoning techniques utilize the same seal in the order of Hai, Su, Yu, Shin, and Wei. Let us commence our practice." Naruto attempted to perform the summoning technique according to the steps, but instead summoned a tadpole. "You fool. This is merely an infant. It cannot fight," Gamabunta exclaimed angrily. "Try again," Jiraiya urged. With each attempt resulting in the same unfortunate outcome, a pitiful tadpole, Naruto grew increasingly frustrated. "Jiraiya, why do I sense the chakra of the Nine Tails within him?" Gamabunta inquired. "Because he is that child. However, he currently bears half of the Nine Tails sealed within him, while the other half resides in the child who just departed," Jiraiya explained. "Hey, kid, refrain from using the Nine Tails chakra. Try using your own," Gamabunta advised. Taking a deep breath, Naruto realized that during his training, drawing on the Nine Tails chakra had become second nature. Suddenly severing the connection felt strange. He attempted once more to perform the summoning technique, and this time, he successfully summoned Gamakichi. "Father, where am I?" Gamakichi asked, seeing Gamabunta with confusion. "Ah, I did it. I successfully summoned you, Master Jiraiya," Naruto exclaimed, lifting Gamakichi in excitement. "Why are you back? Did you not find Jiraiya?" the Third Hokage inquired. "I found him, but he made me sign a contract for summoning frogs, which I hesitated to do. I wanted to ask if there are other summoning creatures available for contracts," Hyōga replied. Despite the current era of peace, friction persists between villages and nations. The summoned beasts, bound by spiritual contracts, are dispersed throughout various regions. Some possess an understanding of warfare, and thus, certain villages, despite having the capacity for such contracts, refrain from establishing them. Otherwise, the summoned beasts could pose a threat to their communities. Consequently, few contracts can be signed at present. Shortly, I will arrange for someone to escort you to view the available contracts, and you may select one. At that moment, a shadow operative burst in, exclaiming, "Lord Hokage, Shippo has fallen." "What?" "Convene a high-level meeting immediately," the third Hokage commanded. "I must take my leave, Lord Hokage," Hozuki replied. "Hozuki, stay," the third Hokage insisted. Hozuki nodded in confusion. The conference room quickly filled with Jonin and elite Jonin. The purpose of this gathering was to address the death of a ninja within the confines of Konoha, Moonlight Shippo. "What? Shippo? I can scarcely believe my ears." Kakashi Hitaki murmured in disbelief. "Indeed, he was discovered at the outskirts of Konoha today," the third Hokage confirmed. "Was it Orochimaru's doing?" Mitarashi Anko inquired, her voice laced with indignation. "Let us refrain from jumping to conclusions. However, Orochimaru is indeed scheming something," Kakashi stated. "Shippo is tracking the sudden departure of Yakushi Kabuto. If he is a ninja from Sound Village, that is indeed alarming," the third Hokage remarked. "Lord Hokage, I propose we cancel this upcoming Chunin exam," Ibiki Marino suggested. "No, we cannot halt the Chunin exam. Orochimaru has made his presence known to Anko and has threatened us against canceling the exam. This gathering of allied nations is critical. Orochimaru possesses the strength to conquer a small nation, and every enemy nation covets him. His insistence on the continuation of the exam indicates a traitor among our allies," the third Hokage asserted. "In summary, from the limited information we have, we must enhance our vigilance for this Chunin exam. All ninjas must be on high alert, and those returning from missions must undergo identity verification," the third Hokage concluded. "Hozuki, I am assigning you 2 pairs of ninjas. I need you to locate Orochimaru's potential strongholds nearby and eliminate him," the third Hokage instructed. "Lord Hokage, I cannot accept this proposal. With only a month until the next exam, relying on cursed seal perception is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. I am concerned that I may not return before the exam. If Orochimaru attacks Konoha during that time, our village's defenses will struggle to withstand it," Hozuki argued. "Do you seem to know something?" Kakashi probed. "It is not that I know, but rather that I can speculate," Hozuki replied. "Orochimaru may infiltrate the Forest of Death disguised as a candidate, with intentions that extend beyond merely targeting Mai and Sasuke's Sharingan. He also aims to incite discord among our allied nations. Many candidates perished in the Forest of Death, predominantly from allied nations, while Konoha's losses were minimal. Some candidates who should have met their demise somehow evaded death or sustained only minor injuries. In the Land of Wind, only 3 individuals from Sunagakure participated in this examination. And remarkably, all 3 emerged unscathed. Most of the fatalities were attributed to their actions. This examination, a brutal contest of life and death, adheres to specific regulations. As long as the rules are fulfilled, success is assured. The trio, with their formidable prowess, easily achieved this, yet their stubbornness in resorting to murder is perplexing. The outcome of this examination may deceive the allied nations, as a semblance of an agreement has formed between the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind, suggesting a potential alliance that could incite a minor conflict. While the allied nations may perceive the relationship between Sunagakure and Konohagakure in this light, we must consider the implications of Sunagakure's blatant disregard for the sentiments of Konoha. Is their audacity merely a consequence of amicable relations between the 2 nations? I think not. This reflects the insidious nature of Sunagakure. Our primary concern during the Chunin exam must be Sunagakure. Our most significant ally may very well turn against us at a critical moment. As Fire Moon's analysis echoed in the room, disbelief washed over the crowd. This is unfathomable. How could Sunagakure, our ally, undertake such actions? While many found his reasoning compelling, the majority dismissed his perspective, with only a few aligning with Fire Moon's assessment. Enough of this discord. Regardless of the validity of Fire Moon's analysis, our mission remains to ensure the smooth conduct of this Chunin exam and to safeguard the lords of each nation. Let us proceed as previously discussed, the third Hokage declared with a heavy heart. As the assembly dispersed, only the third Hokage and Fire Moon remained in the meeting room. Fire Moon, how far do you believe the truth lies within your analysis? The third Hokage inquired, fatigue lacing his voice. It should be within reach. I have sown the seeds of inquiry. The true allegiance of Sunagakure will reveal itself during the Chunin exam. My friendship with Gaara will provide insight upon his return, as his demeanor towards Naruto will be telling. Gaara has not enjoyed restful slumber in years. I have proposed 2 potential solutions when the Kazekage arrives. His stance on this matter will be illuminating. If our alliance endures, he will certainly address this issue with you, hoping I can see it through. However, if he remains silent, it would suggest that they view Gaara merely as a weapon, indicating that Sunagakure is poised to betray Konoha and launch an assault, Fire Moon articulated. Indeed, your assessment holds merit. You may take your leave, the third Hokage replied wearily. After Fire Moon departed, Shimura Danzō appeared in the office. That lad has provided a thorough analysis. It appears the situation is quite grave, Danzō remarked. I am fully aware of the accuracy of his insights, however. Until an incident occurs, we remain powerless to act. Our current existence is too comfortable, and many have lost the concept of warfare, eroding our vigilance. Whether this incident is genuine or fabricated, it is time to awaken them. Our task is to prepare adequately, minimizing casualties, and ensuring they learn from this experience. The third Hokage contemplated. I understand. Rest assured, Konoha will persevere. We shall protect our village, Danzō affirmed. Under the shade of a tree stood Hitachi Kakashi and Mitarashi Anko. Kakashi, how much of what Hgitsu said is true? Anko inquired, a hint of unease in her voice. I am uncertain, yet his analysis seems quite plausible, Kakashi replied. Indeed, I never anticipated Orochimaru would orchestrate such a grand scheme. It appears that our village, Konoha, is facing an unavoidable calamity, Anko lamented. Kakashi. I can sense Orochimaru's location through the cursed seal. Perhaps we should confront him together and eliminate him. Anko, do not jest. You are Orochimaru's student. You are well aware of his formidable power. Engaging him would likely result in my demise while he remains largely unscathed, Kakashi said gravely. Must we truly wait for disaster to strike? Anko sighed in resignation. Following this, Hgitsu accompanied Kiyoshi to the scroll chamber. He pointed to the first row of shelves filled with scrolls, saying, These are the summoning beasts with whom Konoha has maintained a harmonious relationship for many years. Each scroll bears a simple illustration. Just select one you favor and sign the contract. What about those? Hgitsu inquired, gesturing towards the shelves at the back, which were sealed within boxes. Those belong to enemy nations. Some refuse to cooperate with Konoha due to the ravages of war, while others are forbidden entities. Though they do not possess the power of tailed beasts, their strength is still considerable, and once summoned, they may disregard the summoner's commands and unilaterally break the contract. Kiyoshi explained. For the safety of the village and individuals, those scrolls are specially sealed and cannot be easily accessed, Kiyoshi added. I understand, Hgitsu replied. Hgitsu meticulously examined each scroll, gaining a clear understanding through their descriptions, ultimately selecting a contract named Vajra. He used his own blood to sign the contract before returning the scroll to its place. Upon leaving the scroll chamber, no one witnessed the original text of the contract vanish, replaced by new inscriptions. Upon returning home, Hgitsu pricked his finger, formed seal swiftly, and pressed his hand to the ground. A puff of white smoke enveloped the area, and as it dissipated, a bear materialized before him. Hgitsu gazed at the creature. Realizing it bore no resemblance to the description, its fur was black, adorned with 3 white wavy stripes on its front, donned in a tiger skin skirt, and wielding 2 blades upon its back. Most peculiar was the white crescent mark upon its dark forehead. Who are you? Your forehead protector is quite unique. Where is this place? The bear inquired. Who are you? You are not the summoning beast I contracted, Hgitsu retorted. What are you babbling about? I am Bruce, the Great Destruction King, the Waikai Bear. I am not a mere insect that you can summon, Bruce declared arrogantly. Is that so? Then why was I able to summon you using the summoning technique? Hgitsu scoffed. Oh, is that the case? Summoned beasts can always be returned. Do give it a try and see if you can send me back, Bruce replied, a mocking glint in his eyes. In a moment of desperation, Hyūga attempted to perform a summoning seal to send the arm bear Bruce back, only to be met with a mysterious force that rebounded upon him, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Now you understand, don't you? Bruce sneered, demanding, Who are you? And where is this place? I am Uchiha Hyūga, bearer of the Uchiha clan's crest. This is Konoha, came the reply. What? This is Konoha? Bruce roared in fury. With that, he struck Hyūga, sending him flying out of his courtyard. Hyūga crashed into the house, leaving it in ruins. Struggling to rise, he pressed his hand against his chest and staggered out. What transpired here? I sense a formidable presence, Uchiha Sasuke remarked. It's nothing, just signed a summoning contract, and unexpectedly summoned a monstrous bear. Upon learning this is Konoha. I was injured, Hyūga replied weakly. Quickly, inform Kakashi-sensei to deal with that bear, he added. Meanwhile, Bruce dashed out of the courtyard, racing toward the Hokage's office. At that moment, the third Hokage was engrossed in administrative duties when suddenly, the glass shattered behind him, revealing Bruce standing there. Third Hokage, it's been a long time. Bruce declared in anger. Who are you, and why have you appeared here? Narashikaku rushed in immediately. Third Hokage, return the lives of my clan. Bruce demanded, extending a claw menacingly. Bruce, how did you end up here? The third Hokage exclaimed, swiftly evading, his eyes filled with confusion. A little brat named Hyūga summoned me. Bruce replied, Third Hokage, return the lives of my clan. He reiterated, launching another strike. Bruce, listen to me. I am deeply saddened by the destruction of the Arm Bear clan. Yet the demise of your people was not due to any negligence on our part, the third Hokage explained. We made a pact, vowing to assist you in the Fourth Great Ninja War, and you expected our protection for your clan's peace. Yet what did you do? After the war, you abandoned us, disregarding our plight. Our brave warriors sacrificed everything for Konoha, only for our lands to be invaded after the conflict, leading to our annihilation. Even sparing no cubs. Bruce lamented. Bruce, it is not that we did not wish to assist you, but rather that we were powerless. The reverse summoning portal was sealed. We received word of the situation, yet we were unable to intervene, the third Hokage said, his tone filled with regret. Third Hokage, you brush aside the gravity of the situation with a mere unable to assist. Our clan exerted every effort for Konoha, only to face utter extermination in the end. I refuse to accept this. Bruce howled, his voice resonating with boundless fury. The crescent-shaped mark upon his forehead shimmered, transforming from white to crimson as his physique grew larger, and his claws elongated and sharpened. Today, I shall make Konoha pay for the demise of my clan. Bruce roared, his voice echoing like thunder, sending waves of panic throughout the village. The atmosphere grew tense as Hyūga approached with a dark expression. You foolish bear, regardless of your grievances with Konoha. How dare you mock me, waste my emotions, and exploit my summoning to come here? It seems you seek death. Today, I shall end you and annihilate your clan. Ha ha. Little one, how brazen you are. Pray tell, what can you possibly do to me? The boisterous Shiong Bruce retorted. Without a word, Hyūga removed his shirt, activating his cursed seal. His muscles bulged, his skin turned crimson, and intricate demonic patterns emerged across his body, while his Sharingan gleamed with a cold light. Who are you? Shiong Bruce asked, his eyes wide with horror at Hyūga's transformation. You need not know my name. Today, you will either submit to me or vanish from existence. Hyūga declared. Ha ha ha. I am eager to see how you intend to make me disappear, Bruce laughed heartily. In an instant, Hyūga closed the distance, seizing Bruce and leaping through the window. Hyūga clutched Bruce's neck, rendering him immobile despite his struggles. With a thunderous crash, Hyūga slammed Bruce into the ground. Looking down upon him with a tone filled with authority, submit to me, or die. Only the Shiong warriors who perish in battle refuse to surrender, Bruce declared resolutely. Ah, but your clan will be extinguished, and you alone shall survive. Who will believe there are warriors among you who do not surrender? Hyūga mocked. Now, submit to me. With that, Hyūga unleashed a flurry of blows, leaving Bruce defenseless as he shielded his head. I shall grant you one last chance to submit to me, Hyūga stated disdainfully. No, absolutely not, Bruce replied firmly. Then, prepare to die, Hyūga proclaimed, rising and tossing Bruce high into the air before leaping after him. Now's my chance, Bruce shouted, drawing his dual blades and spinning midair into a diving position, crossing his weapons in front of him. As Hyūga collided with Bruce, suddenly, the tail behind him elongated and struck Bruce fiercely, sending him hurtling away. In midair, Hyūga executed a flip and landed heavily upon Bruce, creating another large crater in the ground. Bruce lay there, having reverted to his original state. Hyūga picked up the fallen blade, a cold smile gracing his lips. Since you refuse to submit, you shall meet your end. With that, he swung down the blade. The third Hokage intervened, blocking the strike with a kunai. Enough. Let him go. Konoha was indeed at fault in the past. Returning to his original form, Hyūga's tail swayed restlessly. Let him be. My summoning contract would be wasted otherwise. If I do not slay him, how can I sign a summoning contract and possess a summoning beast? The summoning contract can be signed multiple times, though it is discouraged due to the similarity of the summoning techniques. Summoning beasts are our partners in battle, not our subservients, the third Hokage explained. I see now. Very well, I shall spare him and sign again, Hyūga said with a smile. The ape arm bear, Bruce, lay there, his eyes devoid of life, feeling an overwhelming sense of grievance. For heaven's sake, you imbecile, could you not possess a modicum of common sense? You illiterate fool, I nearly met my demise. With that, he resolved to retire for the night. Yu cast aside his blade and departed. The third Hokage assisted Bruce to his feet, expressing his regret over the plight of Bruce's clan, lamenting the lack of support from Konoha. I am truly sorry, the third Hokage remarked. Bruce's voice was heavy with sorrow as he replied, It's futile. My obsession has led me astray, and I have failed to emerge from my grief. My clan has perished. Their blood nourished my form, there will awaken my spirit, all in the hope that I would seek vengeance. Now, I find myself incapable of such, and I cannot face the memory of my kin. With those words, he drew a blade from the third Hokage and took his own life. Yu approached, a look of pity on his face. Why such despair? I still wish to inquire if I should sign another contract with the Bear clan, perhaps to ensure the continuation of their lineage. The third Hokage looked at Yu, utterly speechless. With a snap of his fingers, everyone regained their senses and surveyed their surroundings. The third Hokage and others remained upstairs, while Yu held Bruce firmly on the ground. It appears we have been ensnared in an illusion, the third Hokage acknowledged. Yu returned to his original state and turned to Uchiha Sasuke, saying, You meddlesome fool. I painstakingly mastered the Sharingan illusion, and you have ruined it. You all made such a ruckus that it disrupted my training, Sasuke retorted, his Sharingan activated. I am alive. Thank goodness, I am alive. Bruce exclaimed with exhilaration. What now is your choice? Submit or perish? Yu inquired of Bruce. If what you say is true, and you will sign another contract with the Bear clan, I shall obediently follow you, Bruce said, ingratiating himself. Hey Bear, how about I find you a monkey? Yu suggested. I am a bear, Bruce insisted emphatically. Third Hokage, I wish to sign again, Yu stated. The third Hokage glanced at Bruce and nodded in agreement. Very well, choose one. Qing Quan, cautious, suggested they first verify that the contract had not been altered by an invisibility technique. He led Yu and Bruce to the scroll room. You may select. Which Bear clan catches your eye? Yu prompted. Bruce perused the images, flipping through them until he suddenly clawed at his trousers. I want this one. Yu took a look and exclaimed, a cuddly bear. With a maximum height of half a meter, adorably clumsy, a medical ninja of support type. At your size, are you certain it can tolerate your stick? Do not accidentally impale it. I prefer the mighty King Kong bear, Yu commented. I want this one. Otherwise, I will obliterate Konoha, Bruce declared with unwavering conviction. You foolish bear, do you not believe I could make you take your own life in an instant? Yu activated his Sharingan. I was mistaken, master. This one will suffice, please. Bruce lamented. Yu, exasperated, finalized the contract and proceeded to perform the summoning technique. The endearing cuddly bear materialized, a melodious female voice resonating. Cuddly bear, Kawaii, has arrived. Are you the new partner of our clan? Indeed, the clumsy bear behind you has taken a fancy to the maidens of your clan, which is why I have signed a pact with you. I was merely passing through, Fire Moon remarked. Kawaii turned her gaze toward the imposing figure of the ape arm bear, Bruce. You appear quite formidable, hence, I accept you. From this moment forth, you shall be my consort. Fire Moon, exasperated, sent Kawaii back, who departed with Bruce. How do I dissolve this contract? I have no desire for such an arrangement. Fire Moon inquired. Simply erase it, replied Clear Spring. I shall assist you, as I too detest such unfit companions. Clear Spring obliterated the pact, and Fire Moon established a new one. Was that the power of the cursed seal? Sasuke Uchiha queried, touching his own mark. Yes, and no, Fire Moon responded, shaking her head. What do you mean? Sasuke pressed. Orochimaru's cursed seal is essentially a key to harnessing natural powers. By unlocking the seal, one opens their body to receive natural energy, resulting in a transformation. However, it comes with a caveat. Orochimaru can manipulate one's body through this seal, influencing the flow of chakra and even physical movements. By utilizing the chakra of the Nine Tails and my mastery of the formation, I forcibly alter the seal. Now, it is free from any external influence, allowing me to accept natural energy through its release. Future generations of mine will inherit this seal as it will be passed down through the Uchiha bloodline, Fire Moon elucidated. Sasuke regarded the seal on Fire Moon's shoulder, resembling a cross star with 4 tomo arranged in reverse. Can you help me alter this seal? He asked. Currently, I cannot. Forcibly changing the seal's power requires the chakra of a tailed beast. Tailed beasts are, in essence, powerful conglomerates of chakra, which originates from nature. To alter the seal, One must possess sufficient chakra to turn this key, Fire Moon explained. Why must it always involve tail beasts? Sasuke grumbled. Enough of that. Your understanding of the Sharingan's utility is nearly complete. Now, for the upcoming exam, you must diligently train, Fire Moon instructed. Sasuke, Fire Moon is correct. From this day forth, I shall provide you with one-on-one guidance, Kakashi Hatake announced. Sasuke, focus on your training and do not overthink. I have matters to attend to, Fire Moon stated. Where are you going? Are you not participating in the competition? Sasuke questioned. I shall return before then, Fire Moon replied, exiting the courtyard. In the land of wind, Sunagakure, Gaara and his companions returned to the village. The third Kazekage observed Gaara and sensed a change within him, though he could not pinpoint the exact nature of this transformation. Maki, Kankuro, and Temari recounted the events of their time in Konoha in great detail. Are you saying that the Jinchuriki of Konoha has become friends with Gaara? The third Kazekage asked incredulously. He turned to Gaara, noticing a faint smile on his usually impassive face, and observed that he was no longer clad in sand armor. Indeed. And there is someone who can enter the ceiling space and converse with the tailed beast. With their assistance, I have managed to sleep soundly, Gaara affirmed. Kankuro's face broke into a joyful smile as he spoke. That individual proposed two methods. One was to seal Shikaku at the bottom, and the other was to split Shikaku in two, sealing part of it within another person. This way, Shikaku would not disturb Gaara's slumber, Temari remarked. Humph. I see he has ill intentions. To seal Gaara, the strongest weapon of the Sand Village, is outrageous, the third Hokage exclaimed angrily. The strongest weapon? Gaara's voice was icy as he replied. The third Kazekage turned to Gaara, whose eyes were devoid of any emotion, sand covering the entire meeting room. Indeed, in my eyes. You are merely a weapon, one that I can wield to protect the land of wind, the third Kazekage said in a remarkably calm tone. Kankuro and Temari wished to speak up, yet they hesitated. Weapons are meant for killing. Today, I shall show you the might of this weapon, Gaara declared. His tone rife with bloodlust. You insolent wretch, do you dare lay a hand on me? The third Kazekage shouted. With a cruel smile, Gaara departed. Leaving behind the third Kazekage, whose gaze was filled with hatred, Kankuro and Temari exchanged glances, sensing that a great calamity was imminent. Casting a quick look at the third Kazekage, they hastily followed after Gaara. Upon exiting the Kazekage's office, they were struck dumb. The streets were drenched in blood, walls splattered with crimson, and the sands littered with the corpses of Sand Village ninjas. Temari, quickly inform our father. Gaara has killed. Kankuro urged anxiously as he followed the trail of blood. Each step revealed a harrowing scene, bodies strewn about, blood saturating the ground as Kankuro caught up with Gaara, shouting, Gaara, stop! Gaara turned to Kankuro, who was filled with terror, devoid of any other emotion. Stop? Why should I stop? I am a weapon, forged to protect the Sand Village. As long as I eradicate everyone in the Sand Village, I shall no longer be a weapon. Ha. Gaara's eyes lacked any semblance of humanity, his voice echoing with endless bloodshed. The third Kazekage and Temari arrived, imploring Gaara, please, stop this. You cannot continue down this path. Naruto would not wish to see you like this, Temari said, her tone laced with concern. Naruto, we are both Jinchuriki. Why does he have friends while I do not? Why? Gaara roared in anguish. The surrounding sand writhed in turmoil, giving rise to sandstorms, pits, and spears as any ninja approaching him met their demise. Sand chains. Sand binding. Seizing the moment while Gaara's mental state was faltering, the third Kazekage unleashed consecutive binding techniques, restraining Gaara's movements. The Kazekage approached Gaara, rapidly forming hand seals to execute a sealing technique. At that moment, one of Gaara's arms transformed into sand, breaking free from the bindings, and his other hand followed suit. With a cruel smile, Gaara delivered a devastating punch to the third Kazekage, sending him flying with a swift sweep of his tail. No, Gaara is completely losing control. As Kanjuro gazed upon Gaara, his voice trembled with palpable fear. Ha. I shall annihilate you all. Today, I will eradicate every last one of you. Gaara's voice resonated like that of a demon emerging from the depths of the abyss. This is dreadful. It is all over, Temari uttered in despair. The third Kazekage charged towards Gaara, his eyes filled with determination. In this moment, he resolved to eliminate Gaara, vowing to eradicate this latent menace, regardless of the consequences for the Hidden Leaf Village. Wind release, wind spiral crack. The third Kazekage swiftly formed hand seals to unleash his jutsu. In response, Gaara expelled a projectile of sand, declaring, wind release, sand blast cannon. The two techniques clashed, neutralizing each other. Just as the third Kazekage prepared his next jutsu, one of his arms became ensnared by sand. Wind release, sand binding coffin, Gaara's icy voice echoed, and the sand crushed the Kazekage's arm. Blood trickling down in a grim cascade. You wretched child, how dare you harm me? The third Kazekage roared. Child, who is your child? Am I not a weapon? Ha ha, a weapon. Gaara's emotions spiraled into chaos. He relentlessly employed his sand techniques to slaughter the ninjas attempting to obstruct him, advancing towards the rock of the wind shadow. At the entrance of the sand village, a peculiar-looking youth emerged from the swirling sands. This is the sand village. Who are you, and why have you come here? Hgitsu observed the two sand ninjas and shook his head, bemused by their need to interrogate a passerby. Compared to the Hidden Leaf Village, their approach seemed woefully inadequate. I am Uchiha Hgitsu from the Hidden Leaf Village, here to seek Gaara, he declared. A Hidden Leaf ninja? Nonsense. We have seen the headbands of the Hidden Leaf. And yours is not one of them. You must be a spy from another village, Aotaka challenged. This is the emblem of the Uchiha clan. As the clan leader, I am entitled to wear this symbol of my heritage, Hgitsu explained. Ha ha ha, the Uchiha clan leader? If you are the Uchiha clan leader, then I must be the fourth Hokage, Aotaka retorted. Are you seeking death? How dare you insult the fourth Hokage as an ally? Do you wish to perish? Hgitsu bellowed. Oh dear, my heart. I am so frightened. You look so strange, with those fox ears and tail. Are you some sort of fairy? Aotaka mocked. Speak such nonsense here again, and I shall not hesitate to show you no mercy. Hgitsu responded. In that case, do not blame me for being impolite. With that, Hgitsu swiftly knocked Aotaka unconscious with a kick and followed up with an elbow strike to the other ninja. Hgitsu dashed into the village, sensing Shikaku's chakra. What has happened to you? He inquired. At the sound of his voice, Temari turned to see Hgitsu standing there. Mr. Hgitsu, Gaara has lost control. Please help him, she implored, tears brimming in her eyes. Gaara is on the verge of losing his humanity. He has become akin to a tailed beast. What transpired? He was fine when he returned from the Hidden Leaf. Hgitsu asked, furrowing his brow. Gaara was in good spirits. We even shared methods to assist him with Lord Kazekage. However, Lord Kazekage referred to Gaara as a weapon, which wounded his heart, Temari lamented. Oh. The barriers within Gaara's heart were just slightly breached by Naruto, and yet you choose this moment to stab him with daggers. How remarkable you are, remarked Kazekage with a tone heavy with disappointment. As he activated his Sharingan, infused with chakra, he bellowed, Shikaku, you little kitten, withdraw from Gaara's essence at once, or I shall seal you completely, rendering you unable to see or feel. You will perish in solitude. Once again, you. How detestable. I have not yet had my fill. Gaara retorted. With that, the sand surrounding him began to fall away relentlessly, and ultimately, he returned to his original state. Seeing Kazekage brought Gaara immense joy, and he rushed toward him, only to faint. Quick, someone, confine Gaara, commanded the third Kazekage. Do you dare? Kazekage shot a glance at the third. Upon meeting his gaze, the third, with his crossed pupils, fell silent and turned away. Mr. Kazekage, is Gaara all right? Temari inquired. Nothing serious, he merely experienced an overwhelming emotional shock. The encroachment of Shikaku has severely affected him, which is why he has fainted, Kazekage explained. Thank goodness you arrived in time, or Gaara would have annihilated Tsunegakure, Kankuro remarked. But may I ask, Mr. Kazekage, what brings you to our village? Nothing of great importance. Merely to dissuade the Kazekage from contemplating an attack on Konoha during the final round of the Genin Exams, Kazekage responded. Surely you jest, Maki commented. Humph. Whether it is jest or not, you know in your heart the truth, Kazekage replied. Mr. Kazekage, you are mistaken. The land of wind and the land of fire are allies, and Konoha and Tsunegakure share a bond of cooperation. We would never entertain such thoughts, Maki insisted. Ah. I hope that is the case, Kazekage said. Should Tsunegakure dare to assault Konoha, I would unleash Shikaku's fury through my Sharingan, resulting in the ruin of your village. Perhaps we should descend now. Gaara needs his rest, Temari suggested. Very well, Kazekage agreed, lifting Gaara and following her down from the Kazekage rock. Maki observed Kazekage's retreating figure, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his eyes, yet with Gaara in his grasp, he dared not act recklessly. Mr. Kazekage, please remain here for a moment. I will go speak with the Kazekage, Temari said. Go ahead, I will keep watch over Gaara, Kazekage replied. Kazekage sat quietly, observing as Gaara's breathing steadied and his emotions appeared to calm. now drifting into dreams. How is Gaara? He is asleep, Temari noted, glancing at Kazekage. Uchiha Kazekage. Is it not said that the Uchiha clan was annihilated by Itachi, leaving only Sasuke? Where has he emerged from, and why does he possess a foxtail? The third Kazekage questioned. Father, among the bounty hunters, there is one with crossed pupils. This Kazekage is that individual's artificial doppelganger, not a true Uchiha by any means. Kankuro explained. Orochimaru appeared during the exams in the Forest of Death, and Mr. Kazekage clashed with him before ultimately retreating. I see. What is his purpose for coming here? The third Kazekage inquired. He wishes for us to abandon our plan to assault Konoha during the Genin Exams in front of the daimyos of all nations. If he disagrees, after our assault on Konoha, he will allow Shikaku to invade Gaara, annihilating our sand village, Maki remarked. I see. I shall ponder this matter further. The third Kazekage replied, falling into silence. Lord Kazekage, is he not capable of splitting Shikaku in two for sealing? Perhaps we should request that he seal a portion of Shikaku within your being. Thus, Gaara will remain under control, and you shall acquire greater power, Maki suggested. Indeed. Since he came for the sake of Konoha, inform him that I shall not breach our covenant nor attack Konoha. However, he must seal half of Shikaku within me. The third Kazekage stated. Prepare yourselves, relax your bodies. I am about to enter the sealing space to bifurcate Shikaku's power. Using my form as a conduit to channel half of Shikaku into your being, Lord Kazekage, said Getsu. Gaara seethed in silence, while the third Kazekage nodded. Getsu entered the sealing space, and upon seeing him, Shikaku felt a twinge of fear, realizing that this once unmatched tailed beast had fallen to such a fate. It longed to scream for freedom, to battle for 300 rounds. Yet, the moment it met Getsu's gaze, dread consumed it. Little kitty, I have proclaimed that I shall transform you into a twin, and so I shall. Submit obediently, or you shall face dire consequences, Getsu declared. Separation of the divine and demonic techniques, activate. With his right hand slicing through the air like a blade, Shikaku was indeed cleaved in two. Getsu's left hand grasped the void, summoning Shikaku's chakra, which began to coalesce, forming a new Shikaku. With his right hand, Getsu extracted Shikaku from Gaara's seal and confined it within himself, then resealed Gaara with his left hand, pressing down on his own seal, and once more drew forth Shikaku from his own body to transfer it into the third Kazekage. With swift hand seals, he enacted the sealing technique to bind Shikaku. In an instant, the third Kazekage felt his strength surge. Then, the third Kazekage fainted. Let them rest. They will be well in a moment, Getsu said. After speaking, Getsu closed his eyes, becoming enveloped in silence. His consciousness entered the sealing space, where he discovered it had expanded. One cage contained the Nine Tails, while another held Shikaku. Both cages standing in stark contrast, their chakras distinctly separated. You brought this little kitty here for what purpose? The Nine Tails grumbled. Humph. I would rather not be in your company, you foul fox, Shikaku shot back at the Nine Tails. You both would do well to keep quiet. Coexisting peacefully while lending your power to me. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite. Getsu smiled as he spoke. Young one, we are tailed beasts, impervious to annihilation. Humanity seeks to restrain us solely to harness our power. However, the acquisition of such strength is contingent upon our disposition. Although we are sealed within your being, should our spirits be troubled, you shall not receive an ounce of our power, stated Shikaku. Is that so? I wonder if my ocular prowess can ensnare the tailed beasts within an illusion. Perhaps we could give it a try. Rest assured, I shall ensure that you all engage in affectionate camaraderie within the illusion, culminating in the birth of an adorable nine-tailed raccoon, Fire Moon remarked with a smile. Kyubi and Shikaku were struck by Fire Moon's radiant smile, which, despite its brightness, instilled a sense of dread. How did you manage to divide us? Sealing us from our original confinement into your own being? Inquired Kyubi. With the consent of the host, your agreement, and my own. All three must concur for me to accomplish such a feat as for the techniques of partitioning and transferring seals. Those are my own innovations. I shall take my leave now. Do not quarrel, Fire Moon replied. Third Hokage, how do you feel? Asked Maki. Excellent. I sense an immense surge of chakra within me, magnified exponentially. However, I must remain calm to avoid Shikaku's backlash, the third Kazekage responded. Congratulations, third. What shall we do about Fire Moon? Maki inquired. Konoha is likely aware of our movements. We must not act against Fire Moon. Let him be. Our current objective is to incapacitate Konoha. Striking with a decisive blow when the time is right, the third Kazekage declared with satisfaction. Once I stabilize Shikaku, I shall emerge as the strongest among the 5 Kage. At that point, even if Konoha prepares defenses, what could they possibly do? Agreed. I shall proceed with the previous plan, Maki affirmed. Indeed, carry on. Let all unfold according to plan, quietly, so that Gaara and Fire Moon remain unaware, the third instructed. Understood. Maki withdrew. The third Kazekage gazed upon the statues of his predecessors, his eyes shimmering with ambition. Amidst the swirling sands. I shall finally escape this wretched place and establish a village in a more beautiful land. The land of wind shall not command me. Konoha will look up to Sunagakure. He laughed heartily. During the initial ninja wars, when the nations had yet to establish their ninja villages, it was Senju Hashirama who quelled the chaos and founded the villages in concert with national governance. The lords of each nation harbored divergent intentions. The feudal lord of the Land of Wind at that time was a coward, while Sunagakure elected a Kazekage who was both domineering and ambitious to secure his own standing. The lord chose the most arid region of the Land of Wind, falsely proclaiming it the most suitable for cultivation, though it was the most inhospitable land, devoid of resources and self-sufficiency. This would effectively stifle the growth of Sunagakure, as the supply of fruits and grains remained under the lord's control, thereby allowing for clear surveillance over the movements of Sunagakure's ninjas. The ultimate aspiration of each Kazekage throughout the ages was not merely to become the strongest ninja or the mightiest village, but to escape this desolate land of sand and wind, providing a better living environment for their villagers. Yet, despite generations of effort, the Kazekage had not succeeded in this quest. Instead, they were often compelled to forge alliances with others for survival, sometimes even bowing low for sustenance. The third wind shadow perceived the truth of the matter. Strength equates to the utmost authority. Thus, he aspired to become the strongest. For only through unparalleled might could one command reverence and admiration. Amidst the swirling sands, Fire Moon, Gaara, Temari, Kankuro, and Matsuri ventured forth. Gaara, now liberated from the burdens of Shikaku, found himself in high spirits and resolved to journey to Konoha to seek Naruto Uzumaki. How do you survive in such an environment? Fire Moon inquired. It is merely sand and wind, rendering production impossible. Everything in Sunagakure relies on trade, Matsuri explained. Consequently, the remuneration for missions we undertake is relatively low. However, we complete the highest volume of tasks annually, aimed at earning enough to improve the lives of our villagers. Have you never considered relocating? This desolate place offers no prospects for development, Fire Moon remarked. There is no choice, Matsuri replied. When the ninja war subsided, the feudal lord of the Land of Wind granted us this territory. As citizens of the Land of Wind, we must comply. How absurd. What nonsense about being citizens of the Land of Wind. With the relentless sandstorms, one's only concern should be survival, Fire Moon retorted. Mr. Fire Moon, do you possess any solutions for the current plight of Sunagakure? Kankuro asked. By wielding strength to assert authority. One could seek a new location or betray the Land of Wind to ally with another nation, Fire Moon suggested. Mr. Fire Moon, both of your proposals would invite destructive retribution upon Sunagakure, Matsuri countered. Ah, then it depends on your courage. To attain a better life, sacrifices must be made. Fire Moon responded. Matsuri asked, if you were to betray Konoha, would you do so? Pointing to his forehead protector, Fire Moon declared, I am of the Uchiha clan. Though I reside in Konoha, the annihilation of my clan has rendered this village insignificant to me. I must ensure the continuation and revival of the Uchiha lineage. As for the rest, it depends on my mood. If I feel displeased, then let Konoha fall. I have no desire to partake in its fate. Your words are quite audacious, Mr. Fire Moon, Matsuri remarked. One must adhere to principles while seeking freedom, Fire Moon asserted. Gaara, you have arrived. Naruto exclaimed with excitement upon seeing Gaara. What are you up to, Naruto? Gaara inquired. I am off to train. Jiraiya-sensei awaits me. I have learned some impressive jutsu that I will demonstrate for you, Naruto proclaimed proudly. Summoning jutsu. Naruto swiftly performed the necessary hand seals, and upon witnessing the tadpoles that appeared, Gaara burst into laughter. That's infuriating. It was supposed to work. Naruto said, clearly embarrassed. Very well. You should return to your training with Jiraiya-sensei. I have matters to attend to here. This is truly quite embarrassing, Fire Moon commented. Gaara, I shall take my leave for now. I will come find you later, Naruto said, furrowing his brow in confusion as he walked away, muttering to himself. Let us go. Do not mind him. He is simply a fool, unable to grasp things even after numerous explanations. Some concepts require careful, step-by-step elucidation. while others can be understood at a glance. The multiple shadow clone technique, considered forbidden due to its high chakra requirements, was mastered by Naruto merely by observing it once. Fire Moon noted, "Perhaps you should take a shower first. You appear quite travel-worn from the journey." "I shall report my mission to the Hokage," said Kagetsu. "Take care." "Brother Kagetsu," replied Gaara. "What is the attitude of the Kazekage?" inquired the third Hokage. "His demeanor? He denies any wrongdoing and claims he would never jeopardize our alliance." Kagetsu responded, "That is reassuring." The third Hokage sighed with relief. "I visited the Sand Village and observed their living conditions. The words of the Kazekage cannot be trusted. This upcoming Chunin exam presents an excellent opportunity. Even if he harbors no intentions of betraying the Wind Country, he will inevitably launch an attack on Konoha. He seeks to demonstrate the might of the Sand Village and himself among the feudal lords of the various nations, thereby gaining leverage to negotiate the relocation of the Sand Village to a more favorable environment. So, an assault from the Sand Village is unavoidable," the third Hokage remarked gravely. "Indeed, it is unavoidable," Kagetsu affirmed. "What should we do now?" the third Hokage asked. "As per our previous arrangements, we shall proceed accordingly. This time, I assisted Gaara in sealing Shikaku. He is now capable of managing his emotions well, allowing him to rest peacefully without the influence of Shikaku. Thus, the Sand Village's most formidable weapon has been neutralized. Unless they employ special means to provoke Gaara, our prior plans remain intact," Kagetsu explained. "Sealed? Into whose body did your father seal Shikaku?" the third Hokage queried, his tone heavy. "Into the body of the Kazekage, for there were no other options," Kagetsu replied. "The Kazekage is the strongest of all his predecessors. With Shikaku's power, he will only grow stronger. Your actions undoubtedly create a formidable opponent for Konoha," the third Hokage said, visibly frustrated. "And so what? No matter how powerful he is, he remains a contender against the Hokage. As long as the Hokage can contain the Kazekage, the rest will be manageable. No matter how strong an individual may be, they are but a feeble chicken in the face of an army," Kagetsu retorted nonchalantly. "Very well. You make a valid point. I understand now. You may leave," the third Hokage conceded, somewhat exasperated. As Kagetsu exited the Hokage's office, he paid no heed to the third Hokage's concerns. For one who was aware of the unfolding narrative, he understood the challenges that lay ahead. He was merely curious whether Orochimaru could overcome the Kazekage. He found the situation increasingly intriguing with his arrival. Returning to his courtyard, Kagetsu discovered it was bustling with activity. "Brother Kagetsu, we have come to dine," exclaimed Naruto, drooling. "I am aware. The ingredients have been procured. Am I to shoo you away?" Kagetsu replied, slightly bemused. "Can someone explain the presence of this pig?" Kagetsu called from the kitchen. "Brother Kagetsu, I have a hearty appetite. I brought this pig." Akimichi Choji sheepishly poked his head into the kitchen. "Very well, I understand," Kagetsu said, utterly bemused. Choji appeared significantly larger than depicted in the manga, his footsteps echoing as he moved. "Naruto, how goes your training?" Gaara inquired. "Moderately well. I still have much to improve," Naruto admitted, somewhat embarrassed. "Demonstrate it for me," Gaara urged excitedly. "All right, summoning technique," Naruto declared. Naruto Uzumaki swiftly formed hand seals to perform the summoning technique. As white smoke billowed and dissipated, Gamabunta appeared before the gathering. He promptly leapt onto Naruto's head. "So many people. What a lively scene. What are you all up to, Naruto?" Gamabunta inquired. "We're about to feast," Naruto replied. "I do enjoy a grand meal," Gamabunta remarked. "Silence. What is your father doing? Why isn't he here?" Naruto asked. "He's asleep. It's your own foolishness that is to blame," Gamabunta retorted. "Watch this. Summoning technique." Naruto executed the technique once more, and this time, Gamakichi sprang forth. "Big brother, where are we?" "It's so noisy that it disturbed my sleep," Gamakichi said, his eyes devoid of focus. "Naruto is quite impressive, far better than a tadpole," Gaara chuckled. "Cursed failure. You all return. It's your fault I've been humiliated," Naruto complained. "A feast? I want none of it." Gamabunta and Gamakichi quickly leapt away. "Enough of this. Relax." "You will have your feast," Gaara reassured. "Humph. A fool is forever a fool, unable to change," Sasuke Uchiha mocked. "Sasuke, be quiet. You dare lecture me? Your ninjutsu is impressive, yet you managed to summon a flock of chattering birds. How irritating," Naruto retorted. "Idiot," Sasuke replied, visibly exasperated. Kakashi Hatake, overhearing the exchange between Naruto and Sasuke, found himself somewhat bemused by Naruto's intellect. "Chattering? Did you teach Sasuke Chidori?" the enthusiastic guy quietly inquired. "Yes, our attributes align." And I have little else to impart. This is my only notable technique, Kakashi responded. Ah, that is indeed the case. In the face of the Sharingan's abilities, the jutsu that can be taught are limited to those with specific requirements, Guy remarked. The dinner was a raucous affair, with guests coming and going like the wind, leaving behind a scene reminiscent of an explosion. Hoshigaki utilized the multi-shadow clone technique to clean up, only to vanish once the mess was settled. Days passed swiftly in training and laughter, and soon, dignitaries from various nations began to arrive in Konoha, with the final round of the Chunin exams set for the morrow. Esteemed seniors, tomorrow marks the day of the exam. Why are you so idle? Would you care to visit my home? Hoshigaki asked Kakashi, Asuma Sarutobi, Anko Mitarashi, Kurenai Yuhi, Guy, and Jiraiya. With the exam approaching, we are primarily here to discuss defense strategies, Asuma stated. As a mere genin, I have an exam tomorrow as well. Why come to me? I wish to sleep, Hoshigaki replied candidly. Hoshigaki, you have visited Sunagakure. You are familiar with their strength. We hope you can provide us with insights. Anko requested. All ninjas share fundamental techniques. What remains are the variations due to differing environments and specialized elemental jutsu. There is nothing more to add, Hoshigaki said, somewhat impatiently. I wish for you to clarify how many J-nin, ch-nin, and Genin they possess, Kakashi insisted. I did not pay attention to such details. They offer no assistance for your defenses, Hoshigaki replied dismissively. Huiyu remarked, some of you have visited the Sand Ninja Village, while others have not. Surrounded by relentless winds and sands, the village struggles to produce anything. All their daily necessities and food must be purchased. Therefore, the villagers of the Sand Ninja Village can be considered true ninjas, as it is a village of full-fledged shinobi. Whether it is the assault on Konoha or the attack on the daimyo, their objective is to demonstrate their strength and gain leverage in negotiations with the daimyo, in hopes of securing a favorable location to establish a new Sand Ninja Village. You have failed to grasp the essence of the situation and come to me with concerns about defense. I am currently preoccupied with the state of tomorrow. I should contemplate whether I ought to flee and return only after the turmoil has subsided. Well, you spoke languidly. What kind of talk is that? As a ninja of Konoha, your thoughts should be centered on protecting our village, Uchiha Hondo exclaimed, slamming the table and glaring at Huiyu. My apologies. But you seem to have misunderstood something. I am Uchiha Huiyu. My current mission is to ensure the continuation of the Uchiha lineage and to restore its former glory. As for the safety of Konoha, it holds little significance for me at the moment. If you fail to defend yourselves and suffer greatly from an attack tomorrow, I would not hesitate to add insult to injury, Huiyu declared loudly. Uchiha Hondo was rendered speechless in her fury. Let us be on our way, Jiraiya suggested. Lord Jiraiya, have you seen his attitude? Uchiha Hondo remarked. Enough, our lord is still present. There is truly no need for a child to take on our responsibilities. Protecting Konoha is a task for us, and he bears the heavy burden of the Uchiha name, Jiraiya replied nonchalantly. Let us depart. Kakashi Hatake was the first to leave. Confident in Huiyu's abilities, considering him an equal among ninjas, and hoping for his assistance. Early in the morning, Konoha was abuzz with excitement. Huiyu strolled lazily through the streets, observing the fleeting forms of the Konoha Yenbyu, nodding in approval of Shimura Danzo's efforts in that regard. Huiyu leaped onto a rooftop, surveying the surroundings. Konoha's defenses appeared relaxed, with numerous hidden ninjas, yet the overall defense seemed somewhat lax. Mr. Asuma, are you in charge of Konoha's defenses today? Sarutobi Asuma nodded in response. I just observed that the defense perimeter is too extensive. Some areas are inadequately guarded. I suggest reducing the 7 layers of defense to 3 or 4. Although this is a defensive battle, a dire situation, it is also an opportunity to eliminate a substantial number of enemy ninjas, which would greatly benefit the stability of Konoha, Huiyu proposed. Well, our primary objective is to protect the daimyo and Konoha, focusing on reducing the enemy's combat capability, Sarutobi Asuma replied. That is up to you. I have made my suggestion. Huiyu turned to leave. Uchiha Hondo approached and inquired, what did that brat say to you? Huiyu suggested narrowing the defense perimeter and taking the opportunity to eliminate a significant number of local ninjas, thereby diminishing the enemy's strength, which would be advantageous for Konoha's standing in the ninja world, Sarutobi Asuma explained. Do not pay him any mind. He is just a passionate youth. Utterly ignorant of the larger picture, Uchiha Hondo scoffed. I now hand over the command to you. I am heading to the arena, Sarutobi Asuma declared. Rest assured. It will be no problem. I will ensure that not even a fly can pass through, Mitarashi Anko replied. After Sarutobi Asuma departed, Mitarashi Anko promptly issued orders to tighten the defensive perimeter. How naive, This is such a splendid opportunity. It appears that the little brat is quite the scheme. And I find it delightful. At that moment, a sly smile graced Mitarashi Anko's lips. Hazuki arrived at the arena, where the stands were filled to capacity. As he gazed up at the audience, an overwhelming excitement coursed through him. He had never experienced such attention in his previous life. I am honored to preside over this tournament, Daisuke announced. This time, there are no rules. I will intervene when necessary. The matchups were then revealed. Hazuki versus Akimichi Choji. Uzumaki Naruto versus Hyūga Neji. Nara Shikamaru versus Temari. Aburame Shino versus Karui. And Uchiha Sasuke versus Gaara. The first match commenced. And the remaining competitors were asked to vacate the arena. Hazuki observed his opponent, Akimichi Choji, munching on chips, and said somewhat exasperatedly, "Choji, you should really consider withdrawing. I can't bring myself to fight you. I know you're strong, but Asuma-sensei promised me 5 meals of barbecue if I win," Choji replied, putting the chips away. "Defeat me, and it's barbecue," Hazuki retorted with a mocking glint in his eyes. "I won't even need my hands. My tail alone will send you flying." "Oh, really? Just watch me," Choji exclaimed, swiftly doubling his hands and charging at Hazuki with a punch. Hazuki deftly twisted his waist, allowing his tail to strike Choji's fist, sending him hurtling backward. The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. Choji rose, anger flashing in his eyes. He had never experienced such humiliation since he began his missions. "Just watch. I will crush you," he declared, launching another punch. Hazuki sidestepped the attack and retaliated with a blow from his tail to Choji's stomach, sending him flying once more. "You can't escape this," Hazuki said, as his tail came crashing down, embedding Choji into the ground. "The first match concludes with Hazuki as the victor," Daisuke announced. The second match pitted Uzumaki Naruto against Hyūga Neji. "I didn't expect to face you today. I'm truly disappointed. I had hoped for a spectacular battle. But now I lack any interest," Neji said, his voice tinged with disappointment. "Enough with the bravado, Neji. Today, I will show you my true strength," Naruto retorted angrily. "Oh, is that so? Don't forget, we've both been trained by Brother Hakayuki, and I see right through your abilities. No matter how much you grow. The fact that you lag behind will not change," Neji scoffed. "Why waste words? We'll see who prevails after we fight," Naruto declared. Activating the Shadow Clone Jutsu to surround Neji. Neji took a stance, looking disdainfully at Naruto. "I knew you would use this technique. Can you not come up with anything else? Enough with the trivialities. Let us converse once you have bested me," declared Naruto Uzumaki, charging towards Neji Hyūga. Neji, with a slight turn of his body, calmly addressed the oncoming swarm of Narutos, stating, "Hack Kaiten," as Neji unleashed chakra from his chakra points. His body spun at high speed, annihilating the shadow clones one after another until the last one was eradicated. In the stands, Heishi Hyūga rose suddenly when Neji executed the Kaiten, for it was a secret technique of the main branch, unexpectedly wielded by a member of the branch family. "Is it not surprising?" Fire Moon's voice resonated beside Heishi. "I never anticipated he would cultivate to such a degree," Heishi mused. "Indeed, genius is genius. Even though this is a technique of the main family, he has forged it through his own experiences," Fire Moon remarked. "He is your brother's son, your nephew. There is truly no need to treat him with such disdain. Sometimes, the distinction between the main and branch families need not be so rigid. Talent should be recognized as the foundation for a family's continuity." "I will consider it," Heishi replied stubbornly. Neji turned his gaze towards Naruto, asserting that the Kaiten was cultivated for an impenetrable defense. "No matter how many shadow clones you conjure, you shall not breach my defenses. Surrender, the underdog remains the underdog. You cannot triumph over me. Neji, you are far too arrogant. Cease your presumptuous declarations. Today, I shall demonstrate my might," Naruto retorted. Employing the multi-shadow clone technique as the clones surged towards Neji, Neji dismissed Naruto with a glance. "It matters not how many times you attempt. The outcome remains unchanged." Once more, Neji spun, encasing himself in a protective barrier of chakra. Naruto unleashed chakra from his right hand, forming an air blade and executing the wind release, Blade of Wind. He charged forward, shattering Neji's Kaiten and delivering a kick that sent Neji sprawling. Rising in disbelief, Neji gazed at Naruto, astonished that he had penetrated his defenses. "It appears I underestimated you," he conceded. "Humph, now you comprehend my prowess? Do not indulge in self-delusion," Naruto proclaimed proudly. "This is a lethal technique taught to me by Brother Baiwei. Mastering it required considerable effort. You were fortunate I controlled it well enough not to end your existence." "Ha, do you truly believe you possess the ability to slay me?" Neji countered, releasing his killing intent. The pressure surged towards Naruto like an overwhelming tide, inducing a suffocating sensation that filled him with dread, prompting his feet to retreat involuntarily. Naruto. You fool. Do you not aspire to become Hokage? Why are you retreating? You truly are a coward. Sakura Haruno shouted as she witnessed Naruto's withdrawal. Sakura. Naruto managed to turn his head, glancing at the audience, where Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno, and Gaara observed him intently. Turning back to Neji, Naruto, with unwavering resolve, declared, Even in death, I shall not falter. I am destined to become Hokage. Having spoken, he retrieved a kunai from his waist pouch, lifted his arm, and plunged it deep into his thigh. In the whirlpool of pain, Naruto Uzumaki momentarily forgot his fear. Once more, he employed the shadow clone technique and charged at Neji Hyūga. Neji, adeptly utilizing his Byakugan, successfully dispelled the clone's assault. Naruto seized the opportunity to advance with a razor-sharp strike towards Neji. Naive, Naruto. Such tactics are futile against me, Neji declared as he grasped Naruto, delivering a relentless barrage of blows before delivering a final kick that sent Naruto sprawling. Lying helplessly on the ground, Naruto struggled to rise, feeling utterly devoid of chakra. Yield. I have sealed your chakra points. You cannot access your chakra. In this state, you are nothing but a liability. Continuing this fight is utterly pointless. Accept your fate. You are the tail end of the race, Neji spoke calmly. I refuse to concede. Today, I will defeat you and show you my true strength, Naruto retorted, closing his eyes in concentration as he entered the ceiling space. Dreaded fox, lend me your power. Watch your tongue, insolent brat. How dare you speak to me like that? The Nine Tails roared. Enough with the chatter. If I lose this match, I will allow my brother to seal you away completely, leaving you in eternal darkness, Naruto declared resolutely. Valwretch, I shall blind you with those eyes one day. Prepare to receive my power. A tempest suddenly swirled around Naruto, a formidable chakra erupting outward, vividly manifesting as a fox's head in the air. Naruto opened his eyes and charged once again at Neji. Endlessly relentless, you are truly vexatious, Neji remarked. Activating his 8 trigrams palm, 4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms, 64 palms. Naruto suffered grievous injuries, collapsing to the ground like a rag doll. Neji turned to the referee, confident that the battle was concluded. Referee, you may declare my victory. Just as the referee was about to announce the outcome, the ground beneath Neji cracked open, and Naruto's rising phoenix struck Neji squarely on the chin, causing him to fall, utterly drained of chakra. Meanwhile, the fallen Naruto vanished from sight. In the second match, Naruto emerged victorious. The third bout featured Shikamaru Nara against Temari. Just as Shikamaru was about to enter the arena, Temari declared, I concede. Daisaburo glanced at the third Hokage seated in the stands, who nodded in approval. The next match pitted Shino Aburame against Kankuro. I concede. Kankuro also announced his defeat. Upon hearing Temari and Kankuro's concessions, Hikaru felt a sense of unease and hurried to Sasuke Uchiha's side. Sasuke, you must concede this match, Hikaru urged. Why? Why can't I compete? Sasuke retorted angrily. Hikaru leaned closer and whispered, the Sand Shinobi are planning to attack Konoha. Can't you see Gaara's current state? It's evident he is on the brink of losing control. You could very well perish in this match. I care not for that. This is my fight, and I will participate, Sasuke insisted defiantly. Uchiha Sasuke spoke resolutely. Very well, if you insist on participating, I grant you permission to utilize the fire release, fireball jutsu. Getsu's voice was laced with an icy demeanor. Rest assured, I shall be fine, Sasuke declared firmly before leaping down from the spectator's platform. Getsu, what is amiss? Kakashi Hatake inquired, bewildered. The two sand ninjas have refrained from participating in the tournament to conserve their strength. I suspect Gaara's condition is markedly unstable. There is a high likelihood he may unleash his fury during the match, which could lead to an imminent attack. It is best to prepare in advance, Getsu murmured. Kakashi glanced at Kankuro and Temari, nodding in acknowledgement. I understand. Kakashi leaned close to the fervent Guy and whispered a few words. Got it, Guy replied, promptly escorting Tintin and Rock Lee away from the viewing area. Sensei, where are we headed? Lee questioned, exiting the arena. The sand ninjas may seize this opportunity to strike Konoha. We must make our way to the outer perimeter, Guy responded. But Sensei, the sand village is not our enemy. Are they? Lee protested. I wish it were not true. It is better to prepare for the worst than to regret inaction. For the sake of Konoha, let us hasten, Guy urged. In no time, the teachers and their accompanying ninjas departed the viewing area. Sakura Haruno, puzzled, asked, "Sensei, where did Lee and the others go?" "It is nothing. They had an urgent matter to attend to," Kakashi replied. "No, Sensei, are you hiding something from me?" Sakura pressed. "No, just watch the match," Kakashi insisted with certainty. Meanwhile, in the arena, Uchiha Sasuke and Gaara stood at the center, their eyes locked in a silent duel. Their arms hung loosely at their sides, exuding an air of relaxation. Yet their gazes were fixed on one another, ready to retaliate at the slightest movement. Gaara wore a pained expression, his left hand cradling his head, his brow furrowed deeply. "Make your move already. What are you waiting for? Strike him, Sasuke. You are a Uchiha prodigy," shouted a member of the audience, urging the two combatants who had remained motionless for far too long. Unable to contain himself, Uchiha Sasuke was the first to act. With remarkable speed, he surged forward, delivering a swift kick aimed at Gaara. The sand instinctively rose to defend, but Sasuke's strength was formidable. He broke through the sandy barrier and landed a strike upon Gaara's chin, sending him hurtling backward. Gaara steadied himself, the sand armor on his body cracking and cascading to the ground. Sasuke approached again, launching another kick. This time, a wall of sand materialized to thwart his assault. Undeterred, Sasuke pressed on with his next attack. Although the sand was swift in its defense, it could not match Sasuke's velocity, resulting in Gaara sustaining multiple injuries. Seizing an opportunity, Gaara's sand ensnared Sasuke's ankle, hurling him away. Behind Gaara, the gourd on his back began to morph into sand, swirling and eventually forming a spherical sand shield that enveloped him. "It is the absolute defense. I did not expect Gaara to employ such a technique. It appears that Sasuke possesses formidable strength," Kankuro remarked. Gaara's expression was one of profound agony, hinting at an imminent breakdown. "We should leave now," Temari suggested. "There is still no signal. Do not rush," Kankuro replied. A wisp of sand began to coalesce in the sky, ultimately forming an eye. Sasuke Uchiha dashed forward, but spikes protruded from the protective barrier. He narrowly evaded them, or else he would have been skewered. Beneath this defense, Sasuke's physical attacks proved futile, as Gaara's absolute defense boasted a sand density far surpassing that of his usual grains. Moreover, with the aid of the third eye, the sand could adaptively counter the opponent's movements. As Gaara unleashed this technique, the spectators fell into an eerie silence. The false Kazekage, Orochimaru, eagerly mused, "Sasuke, what will you do next?" "I can hardly contain my anticipation." Sasuke surveyed the formidable sand sphere, recognizing its impenetrable strength and its ability to adjust the thickness of the sand wall through its eye. It seemed he had no choice but to resort to his most powerful technique. With this thought, Sasuke swiftly leaped backward, his feet adhering to the wall as he prepared to harness the significant drop to amplify his Chidori's acceleration. In an instant, he formed a series of seals and called out, "Lightning release, Chidori." Suddenly, a brilliant chakra surged in his right palm, radiating fierce lightning to demonstrate its might, accompanied by the sound of chirping birds. "That looks simple," Hoshigaki remarked, swiftly forming seals as brilliant flashes danced across his right hand. "How did you do that, Hoshigaki?" Naruto Uzumaki asked, tinged with envy. "It's nothing. It's quite simple. I learned it after seeing it just twice," Hoshigaki replied nonchalantly. Sakura Haruno inquired, "What kind of ninjutsu is this, Kakashi-sensei? Why can I clearly see the chakra?" "It's merely a thrust," Kakashi Hatake explained. "That is my unique original technique. The ultimate move for assassination. The secret lies in the speed of the thrust and the physical activation that generates a massive amount of chakra, concentrating it at the tip of the thrust, synergized with extraordinary speed. Thus, it produces a sound reminiscent of thousands of birds chirping, hence the name Chidori. This technique demands exceptional speed, which can only be achieved with the assistance of Sasuke's Sharingan." While they conversed, Sasuke surged forward with incredible speed, delivering a powerful blow that pierced through Gaara's absolute defense, the sand shield. The audience fell silent once again, and Kankuro broke into a cold sweat, incredulous as he exclaimed, "No way. He actually breached Gaara's absolute defense. This is impossible." Temari echoed in disbelief. The third Hokage admired silently, noting that technique is indeed Kakashi's Raikiri. Lightning attributes are advantageous against earth attributes. I never anticipated that this young Uchiha had grasped such profound theoretical knowledge and could apply it in the heat of battle. Disguised as the Kazekage, Orochimaru secretly marveled at the prowess of the young Uchiha, exclaiming, "Indeed, the Uchiha clan does not disappoint." In the arena, After Sasuke pierced Gaara's sand sphere, Gaara suffered an injury to his left shoulder, and for the first time, blood flowed from him. This unexpected pain ignited a ferocious rage within Gaara, awakening the Shikaku, the sand spirit, which stirred restlessly within him. Gradually, Gaara transformed into a semi-complete form of Shikaku. Sasuke felt a sharp pain in his wrist, as if something had gripped him, and in haste, he withdrew his hand, only to find a terrifying claw emerging from the hole. Tension gripped Sasuke as he glanced towards the audience, where Hayashi leaped down from the stands. Suddenly, Gaara's sand sphere shattered, revealing his semi-complete form before the astonished crowd, including Sasuke. All present were taken aback by this monstrous transformation. Maki, the leading jonin of the Sand Village, attempted to intervene upon witnessing Gaara's transformation. However, due to prior arrangements with Orochimaru regarding their Jinjutsu, he hesitated to act under the watchful eyes of Konoha's Umbu. Having achieved his semi-complete form, Gaara, infused with the chakra of Shikaku, fully healed his injured left shoulder and significantly enhanced his strength. With a mocking grin, the semi-complete Gaara taunted, "Uchiha Sasuke, you have not disappointed me. How much more excitement can you bring?" Hee. As his words faded, he extended his claws, and a torrent of quicksand surged towards Sasuke. Unprepared for the monstrosity before him, Sasuke sensed the overwhelming and chaotic chakra emanating from Gaara, realizing it was beyond his current capabilities to contend with. Consequently, he was forced to evade Gaara's onslaught while devising a strategy for confrontation. Meanwhile, Naruto, witnessing Gaara's state, began to comprehend the situation and leaped off the spectator platform. "Hayashi, what has happened to Gaara?" he inquired. "He has succumbed to Shikaku's influence. Gaara appears unwell, his emotions are unstable, and Shikaku has taken advantage of this vulnerability," Hayashi explained. "What shall we do now?" Naruto asked, concern evident in his voice. "There is no need for haste. The match is still underway, and Sasuke has a plan," Hayashi reassured him. Naruto glanced at Sasuke, who was manipulating flames with his hands. "Fire style, fire palm. Hayashi, if Gaara is struck by that, he will perish," Naruto exclaimed, panic rising within him as he prepared to rush forward. "Stay put. If Sasuke can control his Chidori to avoid fatality, he can likewise temper his fire palm to prevent lethal harm," Hayashi cautioned, restraining Naruto. Gaara charged at Sasuke, who adeptly sidestepped the attack and landed a palm strike on Gaara, engulfing him in flames. The intense heat provoked a response from Gaara, prompting him to regain his composure as the sand rapidly shed from his body. Hayashi rushed forward, delivering a precise strike to render Gaara unconscious. He then cradled Gaara in his arms. Sensing that the situation was spiraling out of control, Maki triggered a signal, and with the explosion's echo, the ninjas positioned outside the village commenced their assault. As Kanjiro and Temari dashed out, Kakashi Hitaki swiftly appeared behind them, rendering them unconscious. Hatsuki entrusted Gaara to Naruto Uzumaki, saying, "Take care of Gaara, and quickly escort him away from here." After speaking, Hatsuki charged towards the rooftop. Naruto hoisted Gaara onto his back, urging Sasuke to hurry. Uchiha Sasuke followed closely behind as they exited the training grounds. "What are you planning to do, Lord Kazekage?" the third Hokage inquired, rising to his feet. "Nothing much. I merely intend to obliterate Konoha, my esteemed teacher," Orochimaru replied, tearing off the Kazekage's garments. "Orochimaru, how did you come to be here? Where is the third Kazekage?" the third Hokage questioned. "That fool. I sent him to hell," Orochimaru retorted, licking his lips. "A disobedient, unworthy creature is of no use to keep alive. Today, I shall end your life, Orochimaru." The third Hokage's bodyguard transformed into Jiraiya. "Long time no see, Jiraiya. I never expected your return. How goes the writing of your little yellow book?" Orochimaru mocked. "Orochimaru, I never anticipated our reunion would come so swiftly," Hatsuki declared from the stands. "Heh, you dare to challenge me, despite your limitations?" Orochimaru sneered. "The four corners sealing array has been established. We are now reinforcing the barrier from within." "Damn it. This barrier can only be breached from the inside," Orochimaru remarked. 3 against 1 is quite unfair, don't you think? Today, I bring you a gift, my teacher." With swift hand seals, Orochimaru performed the earth and water resurrection technique. A wooden coffin appeared before him, inscribed with the character for 1, followed by a second coffin marked with the character for 2. "How dare you disturb the rest of the ancestors?" the third Hokage exclaimed, quickly forming seals to prevent the emergence of a third coffin. The earth and water resurrection technique. "I never imagined you would master such a forbidden jutsu," the third Hokage said in astonishment. Haha, my teacher, I possess many other abilities until I discover the secret to immortality, Orochimaru cackled. Now it is 3 against 3. Quite fair indeed. The coffin opened to reveal 2 figures. Who are these summoned individuals? Why do you appear so anxious? The dark-haired figure was the first Hokage, while the white-haired figure was the second Hokage. This is going to be troublesome. The first Hokage, upon seeing the third, spoke with surprise. It has been a long time. The second Hokage remarked, it seems you have aged. Of course, you too, esteemed Hokage. My teacher has indeed aged. You have been summoned here by the earth and water resurrection technique. I never expected to see you both under such circumstances, Jiraiya said. Earth and water resurrection? Tobirama Senju turned to Orochimaru, realizing, indeed, this young man has summoned us with a forbidden technique. What an extraordinary individual. It appears that warfare exists in every realm. Sarutobi, you must hold on, otherwise we shall be deemed the sinners of Konoha, Tobirama added. Enough of your idle chatter, you old geezers. Let us engage in battle, Orochimaru declared, producing cursed kunai and launching them at Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju. The two immediately lost their former essence, transforming into true, mindless puppets. Orochimaru, you have gone too far. And today I shall resolutely strike you down, proclaimed the third Hokage, shedding his shadowy cloak, his voice laced with a palpable aura of vengeance. Lord Third, let us each confront one opponent, suggested Getsu. Very well, I entrust the first Hokage to you, while Jiraiya shall contend with the second Hokage. I will personally execute Orochimaru, declared the third. Very well, Getsu replied, immediately activating his cursed seal. His muscles swelled, and demonic patterns emerged upon his crimson skin. In an instant, he charged forward, seizing the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and propelled himself towards the barrier. Getsu and Hashirama descended into the arena. My apologies, Lord Orochimaru, murmured Keimaru. Fear not. You are quite discerning. You understand that illusions hold no sway over me. You have cleverly deceived them into momentarily opening the barrier, Orochimaru responded. Yet, escaping the battlefield changes nothing. Before the first, he would still meet his demise. What a pity for my vessel. Getsu gazed upon the first Hokage, his heart brimming with excitement. Despite the fact that the current first Hokage was but a mere shell of his former self, his mastery of ninjutsu remained intact. He was a scion of the Senju clan, a co-founder of Konoha alongside Uchiha Madara, as the elder brother of the second Hokage and the grandfather of the fifth Hokage, as well as the mentor of the third Hokage. His unwavering commitment to the village and his perception of it as an extension of his very being profoundly influenced every inhabitant of the village. The first Hokage epitomized the pinnacle of a ninja. He had once quelled turmoil, founded Konoha, and ascended as its inaugural Hokage. In the past, he had vanquished numerous formidable adversaries during the Great Ninja War, and it was said that in the early days of Konoha, the leaders of the other 4 nations sought to unite against the village, only to be thwarted by the first Hokage. Facing 4 foes simultaneously speaks volumes of his prowess. His forte lay in wood release and the control of tailed beasts. Following the war, he allocated the 9-tailed beasts among the nations to maintain a balance of power. Who still possesses such capability today? However, one cannot assess the first strength merely by the outcomes of the Hokage Wars, for as a puppet, his abilities could not compare to his living days. He was referred to by Madara as the strongest Hokage, and in the Valley of the End, monumental statues of him and Uchiha Madara stand tall. Their rift stemmed from management disputes, leading to their fierce battle in the Valley of the End, where he ultimately overcame Madara. The remarkable ability to control tailed beasts was what Getsu yearned to experience, especially as he currently bore the powers of the 9 Tails and Shikaku. Swiftly, Getsu charged towards Hashirama, unleashing the Great Fireball technique. Hashirama evaded with remarkable speed, his hands effortlessly forming the Earth-style, Earth Wall technique without the need for seals. What was intended as a defensive ninjutsu transformed into an offensive maneuver, accurately rising beneath Getsu's next landing point. Getsu executed a backflip, narrowly escaping the wood release, with spike that Hashirama unleashed. As the gravity of the situation dawned upon him, Getsu acknowledged the astounding combat instincts of Hashirama, whose seamless execution of ninjutsu rendered defense nearly impossible. Illusions held no power over the dead. At that moment, Hashirama summoned the wood release, forest of trees, causing additional trees to sprout within the already wooded arena, their branches resembling limbs reaching out towards Getsu. As Getsu continuously dodged, Hashirama stood poised, gently directing his fingers. commanding the trunks to assault Hgitsu from all directions. In a moment of miscalculation, Hyūga was struck in the back by a tree trunk, collapsing onto the ground. The remaining tree branches swiftly ensnared him, suspending him in midair like a character in a grand character. It was infuriating. These roots rendered him incapable of close combat. Even if I were to incinerate every tree in this arena, the progenitor would merely employ his ninjutsu to make them grow anew. While struggling against the branches to avoid being torn apart, Hyūga pondered his next course of action. At that moment, Senju Hashirama brandished a wooden spear, preparing to hurl it at Hyūga. Sensing the imminent threat to his life, Hyūga thought bitterly, "Damn it, Kai-bai, lend me your power. Impudent child, daring to scold me now. If it comes to it, we shall perish together, and I shall inhabit that boy's body," Kai-bai threatened. "Humph, you refuse my goodwill. So I shall drain you dry," Hyūga retorted angrily. He unleashed his ninjutsu, fire release, fire feather of the four directions. Flames enveloped his entire being, and fiery feathers shot outward. The trees were completely incinerated, and at the very moment Hashirama hurled his spear, Hyūga landed on the ground. Cloaked in the aura of the tailed beast, three tails swayed behind him. To think you are a host of the tailed beast in this generation. Alas, all tailed beasts are under my dominion, thus your demise is inevitable today. For the sake of Konoha, I truly wish not to destroy you. Yet my body acts against my will, Hashirama declared as he charged towards Hyūga, invoking Earth Release, Earth Dragon Rising. A dragon of earth burst forth from the ground, rushing towards Hyūga. In response, Hyūga swiftly performed his ninjutsu, fire release, fire serpent dance. 9 fire serpents appeared, ensnaring the earth dragon, momentarily halting its advance. However, this was merely a temporary reprieve, as the earth dragon remained unyielding. Hashirama loomed above, gazing down at Hyūga. Infuriating. A dead man yet so formidable, Hyūga exclaimed. Suddenly, Hashirama descended with great force, causing the earth dragon to break free from the grip of the fire serpents. The serpents dissipated, and the earth dragon surged once more towards Hyūga. At that crucial moment, Hyūga activated his curse mark, sprouting 2 wings and soaring into the air, narrowly evading the impending assault. This transformation is not merely a gift from Kai-bai. Utilizing natural chakra, you belong to the pseudo-sage clan. I am astonished that the legendary sages truly exist, Hashirama mused. With a sudden shift, he invoked Earth Release, Earth Flow River, and Water Release, Water Torrent. As Hyūga hovered in the air, the ground beneath him began to shift incessantly, resembling a tank tread. Then, torrents of water emerged. Just as Hyūga was bewildered, the combined forces of earth and water formed a mudslide, crashing towards him like a tidal wave. Hyūga quickly ascended, forming hand seals with great speed. Unleashing Fire Release, Fire Dragon Rampage. A colossal fire dragon erupted from Hyūga, colliding with the mud wave, instantly evaporating it and halting its advance. With a sigh of relief, Hyūga found that a large tree had sprouted behind him, invoking Wood Release, Wood Prison. The tree's trunk rapidly extended, producing numerous wooden stakes that ensnared Hyūga from all directions, rendering him immobile. Senju Hashirama approached Hyūga, who immediately shifted his form, channeling the chakra of Shikaku, employing Sand Release, Sand Waterfall. In the fleeting moment as Senju Hashirama approached Hakuyuki, a whirlwind of sand abruptly enveloped the towering tree, swiftly ensnaring Senju Hashirama himself. Ha ha ha, how amusing. I never anticipated that you still possessed the strength of the Shikaku within you. It seems you are quite the audacious individual, Hashirama exclaimed, laughter echoing with excitement. Utilizing the Sand Release, Sand Binding Coffin, Hakuyuki once again activated the powers of Shikaku. In an instant, Hashirama was ensnared by the sand, his limbs utterly destroyed. At this juncture, Hakuyuki unleashed Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique, igniting Senju Hashirama in flames until he vanished amidst the inferno. Yet, the tree that bound Hakuyuki did not dissipate. Just as Hakuyuki began to feel perplexed, Hashirama's voice resonated from the main trunk. You're quite impressive, little one, a prodigious ninja, indeed. However, it is a pity that if you cannot extricate yourself from this tree, you shall never defeat me. The Wood Release, Nurturing Technique took effect, and Hakuyuki felt his chakra being siphoned away. How infuriating. In that case, do not blame me, he retorted, activating Sand Release, Yellow Sand Covering. In an instant, the entire arena was shrouded in yellow sand. Let's see how much chakra you have left for such reckless usage, Hashirama scoffed disdainfully. Hakuyuki remained silent, quickly drained of his energy. Just as Hashirama prepared to emerge from the tree, Hakuyuki stood up from the yellow sand. I didn't expect you to employ the substitution technique in such a manner, Hashirama remarked, surprise evident in his gaze. Using sand release, sandstorm funeral. All the yellow sand was instantly enveloped by the great tree. With a clenched fist, Hakayuki obliterated the entire tree in a moment. Fire release, fire dragon tornado. Concerned, Hakayuki unleashed the fire technique, incinerating the great tree completely. As he beheld the ashes of the tree and the arena restored to its former state, Hakayuki exhaled softly, his body feeling as though it had been hollowed out, trembling with exhaustion. At that moment, branches erupted from beneath his feet, and a towering tree sprouted forth. You don't truly believe that by absorbing so much of your chakra, I intended for you to lose your strength, do you? Hashirama emerged from the sand pile. Hakayuki was utterly astonished to discover that Hashirama's intention in absorbing his chakra was this very outcome. You are quite commendable, but alas, your opponent is me. Hashirama approached Hakayuki, drawing a kunai to slice open his hand, dipping his fingers in Hakayuki's blood. With swift hand seals, he pressed his palms against Hakayuki's forehead. Invoking the wood release, evil sealing technique. Suddenly, cursed seals flowed across Hakayuki's limbs and forehead, transforming into 5 wooden hoops, causing him to lose the ability to channel chakra and communicate with the sealing space. Kurama, it seems we are to change masters once more, Shikaka remarked. Damn it. Useless wretches, once I escape, I will surely destroy this world. He roared. I am truly sorry, my beloved children. I could not protect you. And now I have harmed you, Hashirama lamented, his consciousness fading as his figure became increasingly ethereal until he vanished entirely. As Hakayuki walked through the woods leading to Konoha, a faint metallic scent of blood wafted through the air. Activating his cross-eyed gaze, he peered into the depths of the forest, his eyes detecting an overwhelming presence of chakra. How peculiar. Why are there so many people? Could it be an assault on Konoha? Byakugan pondered with a hint of confusion, reflecting that it should be the Chunin exams, with the sand ninjas launching an assault on Konoha. He was taken aback by the progression of events and wondered about Huiyu's condition. Swiftly, Byakugan dashed towards Konoha, encountering the lifeless bodies of ninjas strewn along his path. Suddenly, a flurry of shurikens hurtled toward him, and he deftly evaded them. Tion. Employing the techniques I taught you against me? That merits a reprimand, Byakugan jested. Tion, realizing her error, sheepishly replied, I apologize, teacher Byakugan. I didn't expect it to be you returning. Not to worry. What are you all doing here? Why has the Sand Village chosen to attack Konoha? Byakugan inquired, feigning ignorance. I'm not entirely sure. The attack on Konoha was initially discovered by teacher Huiyu. We have already withstood 3 waves of assault here, and we remain uncertain about how many more the Sand Ninjas intend to unleash, Tion explained. Allow me to assist you, Byakugan offered. Summoning technique. Jiraiya invoked the summoning jutsu, and the toad Gamabunta appeared beneath him. Jiraiya, you have once again interrupted my rest, Gamabunta grumbled. My apologies. But a grand battle awaits us today, Jiraiya replied with utmost seriousness. Orochimaru, the second Hokage, what is the meaning of this? Gamabunta questioned. Orochimaru seeks to annihilate Konoha, and the second Hokage has been revived through the reanimation jutsu. We must confront him now, Jiraiya clarified. Must you always disturb my peace? Gamabunta complained. Water release, water dragon jutsu. A colossal water dragon surged towards Jiraiya, and Gamabunta leapt to evade its onslaught. Impressive. To wield such potent water techniques in a dry environment, truly befitting the second Hokage, Jiraiya marveled. Enough of your musings. What is your plan in summoning me? Gamabunta pressed. I am uncertain. The second Hokage is indeed formidable and excels in water techniques, Jiraiya replied. You are mistaken. My greatest strength lies in taijutsu, Senju Tobirama interjected. With a blade in hand, Senju Tobirama lunged forward. Gamabunta drew his weapon to parry Tobirama's strike. Such overwhelming force. Jiraiya, think of something quickly, Gamabunta urged. Do not fret. Hold your ground. I shall summon the 2 great sages to engage in battle with sage mode, Jiraiya declared. Very well. Senju Tobirama's strikes were swift, and Gamabunta continuously leaped to avoid them. Summoning technique. Jiraiya invoked once more. The sages Fukasaku and Shima appeared on Jiraiya's shoulders. Long time no see, young Jiraiya. Sage Fukasaku greeted. Now is not the time for pleasantries. Enter sage mode quickly, or I shall meet my demise. Gamabunta implored. Our opponent is the second Hokage. It is no wonder we have been summoned. Sage Shima remarked. Let us commence, old man. Sage mode. I will not fail you, he asserted. Water release, water shockwave. Senju Tobirama swiftly performed hand seals, unleashing a massive wave that surged toward Gamabunta. With a mighty leap, Gamabunta narrowly escaped the torrent. "You may depart now, child," Sage Shima instructed. "I shall take my leave," Gamabunta said, vanishing before he even touched the ground. Jiraiya fell awkwardly, feeling embarrassed. "This is Sage mode? It appears quite ungraceful," he lamented. Senju Tobirama declared, charging forward. Jiraiya unleashed a fireball from his mouth, hurling it towards Senju Tobirama. As the fireball soared, Tobirama's blade descended swiftly towards Jiraiya. In that moment, Jiraiya raised his hand to grasp the descending sword. Spiraling sphere. The collision between the spiraling sphere and the sword resulted in an explosion, allowing Jiraiya to retreat swiftly. "How can we counter the reincarnation technique?" Jiraiya inquired. "It requires the complete destruction of the caster's physical form or the sealing of their soul," Sage Fukasaku replied. "Then it must be the destruction of the physical form," Jiraiya responded. "Do not lose focus during battle." Tobirama's voice echoed behind Jiraiya. Reacting swiftly, Jiraiya performed a forward roll to evade Tobirama's strike. Tobirama's brother, Hashirama, followed up with a kick that sent Jiraiya crashing into the ceiling barrier. "Toad oil bullet!" Jiraiya exclaimed as he stood, finally expelling a stream of toad oil towards Tobirama. Tobirama swiftly formed hand seals, summoning water release, water clean stream. The water erupted from his mouth, colliding with the toad oil and neutralizing Jiraiya's ninjutsu. At that moment, Jiraiya's hair grew wildly, each strand as sharp as a needle, rapidly ensnaring Senju Tobirama. Tobirama relentlessly slashed with his sword, only to find it dulled by Jiraiya's hair. Discarding his weapon, Tobirama gazed at Jiraiya with a mocking glint in his eyes. "Youngster, brace yourself. 8 gates, open. First gate, rest gate, life gate, wound gate, limit gate, view gate, shock gate, death gate." Tobirama's body radiated a scorching heat, his chakras surging like a torrential wave. "This is bad. It's the ultimate technique of the 8 gates," Jiraiya thought in dread. This technique, created by the second Hokage, is legendary and notoriously difficult to master. "Enough with the lamentations, boy. Sage art. 5 right guards," Sage Fukasaku proclaimed. "Understood," Jiraiya responded, once more unleashing toad oil, while Sage Fukasaku utilized wind release and Sage Shima employed fire release. The 3 techniques intertwined, surging toward Jiraiya. Tobirama vanished from sight, reappearing before Jiraiya and delivering a powerful punch. Jiraiya staggered, and Tobirama lifted his foot to strike Sage Shima. Sage Fukasaku swiftly extended his tongue to ensnare Tobirama's retreat. "Toad oil bullet." Jiraiya strained to raise his head and expel the toad oil. At that moment, Sage Shima unleashed fire release, igniting Tobirama in flames. Tobirama quickly retreated, forming hand seals to summon water release. Just then, Jiraiya's shadow clone appeared behind Tobirama, tightly binding his arm to prevent him from completing the seals. Tobirama struggled fiercely, but Jiraiya's clone held him fast. The clone transformed into toad oil, intensifying Tobirama's flames until he was reduced to ashes. Witnessing Tobirama's demise, Jiraiya let out a sigh of relief, barely managing to rise as his sage mode faded. "Youngster, we shall return. Farewell." Sage Fukasaku and Sage Shima vanished. "Sarutobi-sensei, who would have thought we would face each other once more after a decade? Alas, you have grown old," Orochimaru remarked. "Orochimaru, I deeply regret my decision a decade ago to spare your life. I never anticipated the peril you would bring to Konoha," remarked the third Hokage. "Indeed, Sensei Sarutobi, you are correct. Alas, your compassion has proven to be your weakness. Today you shall witness the fall of Konoha, its existence reduced to mere memory. Many harbor the desire for the village's obliteration. This world of ninjas ought to be steeped in bloodshed. Yet the presence of Konoha has stilled the winds of conflict for far too long," Orochimaru replied with fervor. The two stood locked in a fierce gaze, their formidable chakra swirling through the air, causing the tiles upon the rooftop to tremble ominously. Ninjutsu, tile shuriken. The third Hokage initiated his assault first. Orochimaru, with a swift flick of his tongue, transformed it into a long, serpentine appendage, aiming for the Hokage's neck. Just as Orochimaru prepared to inject venom through his fangs, the third Hokage astonishingly morphed into a puddle of mud. He reappeared behind Orochimaru, his hands forming seals at a rapid pace. Earth release, earth flow river. Earth release, earth dragon bullet. Orochimaru found himself ensnared in a quagmire as the head of an earth dragon emerged, relentlessly spewing mud projectiles. The third Hokage continued his rapid hand seals, fire release, fire dragon bullet, unleashing a torrent of flame. How impressive! The Hokage has seamlessly combined earth and fire release techniques. Orochimaru was engulfed by the mire. The third Hokage observed the vanishing figure of Orochimaru within the sludge and remarked calmly, "Come forth, you cannot be so easily vanquished." Orochimaru's form eerily emerged from the debris, declaring, "Sensei, it appears you have truly aged. Your jutsu lacks its former potency." Summoning technique. The third Hokage bit his finger and swiftly formed seals, conjuring forth a great ape before him. The king of monkeys, Enma, gazed at Orochimaru, affirming that the anticipated confrontation had indeed come to pass, lamenting the Hokage's earlier mercy. So it is the old monkey, he mused. Summoning technique. A colossal serpent materialized behind Orochimaru. "Orochimaru, you disturb my peace once more," the immense serpent hissed, its eyes gleaming with a chilling light. "Enough chatter, eliminate this old monkey." Orochimaru commanded fiercely. "Understood," replied the serpent, charging towards Enma. Enma leapt into the air, meeting the serpent's attack with a powerful fist. The two forces colliding and both retreating. Wind release, wind dust blast. Orochimaru rapidly formed seals, unleashing a tempest toward the third Hokage. In response, the third Hokage swiftly formed his own seals, earth release, earth wall of 1,000 layers. A series of earthen walls arose. The fierce winds sliced through the walls like blades, continuing their assault until the last barrier crumbled. As the third Hokage prepared to strike, two colossal serpents coiled around his body, causing him to cough up blood. Orochimaru, observing the third Hokage, taunted, "Sensei Sarutobi, you have grown old. Your reflexes are sluggish." At that moment, a resounding crash echoed as the wounded serpent collapsed to the ground. Enma tore through Orochimaru, rescuing the third Hokage. What a useless creature. Orochimaru lamented as he gazed upon the fallen serpent with disappointment. As the serpent vanished, the third Hokage grasped the Vajra rod in his hand. Orochimaru gazed towards the barrier. Observing the first Hokage and Hashizuki, realizing that the battle had come to an end. The first Hokage had employed a sealing technique, confining Hashizuki's power, and then vanished completely. How infuriating. Just how much power does that little brat possess to necessitate the use of a sealing technique? Orochimaru thought, astonished by the scene before him. Are you surprised that the first Hokage, who performed the sealing technique, has disappeared? Hashizuki sealed half of the 9 tails within himself to prevent Naruto from going berserk. The third Hokage explained. Therefore, do not entertain the notion that anyone can aid you. Today, I shall ensure your demise. Oh, is that so? No wonder such formidable power emanates from him. It's a pity I have just switched bodies. Otherwise, I would certainly seize this one for myself, Orochimaru remarked, licking his lips as he gazed at Hashizuki. Shadow Shuriken Jutsu. At that moment, the third Hokage launched an offensive ninjutsu, with shurikens piercing Orochimaru's form, which transformed into countless small serpents. Just then, the third Hokage executed a swift spin, swinging his staff. However, Orochimaru evaded once more. Teacher, it appears you wish to engage in taijutsu. I am quite intrigued and shall indulge you in this game, Orochimaru declared, unleashing the Kusanagi sword from the air. Prepare yourself. Monkey King. The third Hokage charged towards Orochimaru. With a strike of his staff, Orochimaru astonishingly withstood the blow, resulting in a clash of strength. At that moment, a hand emerged from the King Kong staff, grasping the Kusanagi sword. Orochimaru's hand transformed into multiple snakes, coiling around the Monkey King's arm, their venomous fangs piercing through. The Monkey King momentarily reverted to his original form. I apologize, Sarutobi. I can no longer maintain this transformation. It's all right. Just restrain him for me. The third Hokage replied. With that, he began to weave hand seals, invoking the Shikifuin technique. Gradually, a figure materialized behind the third Hokage, a ghastly visage with horns and a menacing expression, clutching an ancient dagger, adorned in tattered garments with prayer beads wrapped around its wrists. Upon seeing the Shinigami behind the third Hokage, the Monkey King immediately comprehended the ninjutsu about to be unleashed. The Monkey King relentlessly attacked Orochimaru with his fists, while Orochimaru countered with the Kusanagi sword. Despite sustaining injuries, the Monkey King's every assault inflicted minimal harm upon Orochimaru. Observing the black blood on the Kusanagi sword, a cruel smile crept upon Orochimaru's lips. Since you were so unafraid of death, then allow me to fulfill your wish. He thrust the sword deep into the Monkey King's body, who then grasped Orochimaru firmly. Now you cannot escape. Orochimaru felt a sense of impending doom, struggling to break free. Yet the Monkey King held him steadfast. Approaching the third Hokage, the Monkey King urged, Sarutobi, now is the moment to slay him. The third Hokage once again formed hand seals, as the Shinigami behind him summoned a multitude of runes upon its arms. With arms imbued with these runes, it pierced through the third Hokage's body and reached into Orochimaru's form, extracting his very soul and sealing it within the third Hokage. The Shinigami opened its mouth, wielding the dagger in its left hand, while with its right, it tore Orochimaru's soul from the third Hokage, cleaving it in two and consuming it. Orochimaru was petrified, reduced to dust by the Monkey King as the third Hokage collapsed to the ground. A white serpent coiled around Doya's neck. We must depart, he declared. Lord Orochimaru has given his orders. The other three, fully aware of Orochimaru's demise, were puzzled but recognized that this was not the moment for inquiries. They retracted the barrier and swiftly exited the Hidden Leaf Village. Asuma Sarutobi, accompanied by Shikamaru Nara, Ino Yamanaka, and Shoji Akimichi, arrived at the battlefield, their expressions laden with confusion. Anko Mitarashi approached them and, noticing Asuma's bewildered gaze, remarked, "This is the first line of defense. I have reduced the 7 lines to 4. Do you truly believe our leaf ninjas to be so feeble? It seems you are prepared for a massacre." Indeed, the ninjas of the leaf are not to be trifled with. How fares the third Hokage? Asuma inquired. Jiraiya is by his side. There should be no issue, he answered, his gaze filled with concern towards the arena. Do not worry. He is our Hokage and will be safe, Anko reassured him. Very well. Asuma turned to Shikamaru and the others, saying, This is your battlefield. Neither the sound ninjas nor those from the sand must pass through. Organize and repel any enemy that dares approach. This task falls to you. What a hassle, Shikamaru grumbled. With that, Asuma departed from this line of defense. Their line was situated deeper, and his presence here was merely for inspection. Shadow Possession Technique. Shikamaru immediately activated the technique, ensnaring the enemy. Human Bullet Tank. Choji leaped into the air, his body enhanced, spinning rapidly as he crashed down upon the foe. Ino swiftly dispatched the remaining adversaries. This is hardly challenging, Choji remarked with a grin. Don't take all the credit, Ino retorted. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, this is the first line of defense for the Leaf. This is where the enemy appears most frequently. You have faced numerous missions and encountered life and death. Today, I will impart to you the final lesson, titled Protection. Guard this place fiercely. Do not let a single enemy pass through, Kakashi Hatake instructed. Kakashi-sensei, where are you going? Sakura asked. To the last line of defense. The most critical point in safeguarding the Leaf Village. Do not engage to the point of death. If overwhelmed, retreat immediately, as others will intercept. Farewell. Kakashi vanished in an instant. Sakura, stay behind Naruto and me, ready to provide support, Sasuke instructed. Of course, behind every successful man stands a woman. Sasuke, I am willing to be that woman for you, Sakura said dreamily. Sakura, standing behind the future Hokage will showcase your greatness, Naruto chimed in. Naruto, just go away. Sakura said, her expression icy. Get ready, Naruto, Sasuke urged. I understand. Watch me, Naruto replied. Wind Blade Slash. With both hands, Naruto released chakra, forming an air blade as he charged forward, slicing through the center of the Sound Ninja Squad, taking down several opponents with a swift movement. Fire Style, Fireball Jutsu. Uchiha Sasuke unleashed a powerful strike, turning the individual on the ground into ashes. There was no escape. Haruno Sakura sent one ninja flying with a punch, causing him to crash against a tree and lose consciousness. Uchiha Sasuke approached and swiftly snapped his neck. Wai Kurenai glanced at Hyūga Hinata, urging her, Hinata. This is a battle of guardianship. Do not cower any longer, bravely move forward. Protecting this place means safeguarding your father and sister. Have faith in yourself. You can do it. Hinata, with determination glimmering in her eyes, responded, Yes, teacher, you can rest assured. I will. Tooth, I entrust Hinata's care to you. Wai Kurenai declared before departing. With her Byakugan activated, Hyūga Hinata gazed into the distance. Numerous insects crawled from Aburame Shino's body, dispersing onto the trees. They're coming, Hinata announced, and Inuzuka Kiba readied himself. What is it? He inquired, spotting 3 children. It seems Konoha has fallen behind. Just then, the Sand Ninja charged forward. Akamaru. Fung over Fang. Kiba and Akamaru transformed into a whirlwind, piercing through the attacking squad. Ninjas perched in the trees were swiftly engulfed by insects, their lives extinguished in an instant. Hinata flung her kunai with remarkable speed, striking numerous foes. Damn it, I wish I could have taken part in that, Keeble lamented. Focus on defense. There might be another wave, Shino advised. Here they come, White Moon announced. Watch this, Heavenly Maiden scattering flowers. Tintin rushed forward, unfurling 3 scrolls in an instant, sending kunai and shuriken raining down like a storm. Ice feathers, White Moon stated calmly, as frosty blue feathers soared through the air, speeding towards the adversaries. Look at this, Lee Rock complained, noticing the corpses on the ground. Why did you all finish them off? I wanted to showcase my talents. He gestured animatedly while complaining. Fool, this is the time to resolve things swiftly, Tintin retorted. The Sound and Sand ninja squads relentlessly attacked, charging towards Konoha, where fierce clashes erupted. Regrettably, they could not breach the second line of defense. The numbers of Konoha's ninjas at the first line exceeded their expectations. There were simply too many, with no gaps in defense. Even if they managed to break through, they would be met with the ninjas of the second line. They awaited the victory of their Kazekage and their Sound leader, peering through telescopes at the Konoha arena, only to see a blurred barrier, unable to discern the situation within. White Moon felt anxious, deeply concerned for Hatsuki. If Hatsuki had not emerged, he must be battling within Konoha, specifically at the arena. His worry for Hatsuki's safety intensified. Teacher White Moon, you need not worry about Teacher Hatsuki. He is remarkably strong, Tintin reassured him. Strong? I am well aware of his capabilities. In a battle of shadows, what role can he possibly play? White Moon replied. Shadow level. Hatsuki should be nearby. He cannot be at the arena, Lee Rock stated. We have a sensing ability within a certain distance. Since I cannot feel him now, it indicates he is quite far away. The fighting is ongoing on the outskirts, so it is impossible for me to not sense him. Thus, he must be within Konoha. White Moon concluded. At that moment, a large bird soared through the sky, and by way vaguely discerned several figures upon its back. They bore a striking resemblance to the 4 guardians under Orochimaru, one of whom was clutching another. Sarutobi Asuma and Yuhi Kurenai pursued closely behind. Damn it. We can't catch up, Asuma exclaimed. What has transpired? Baiwei inquired. Baiwei, you have returned. Those are Orochimaru's subordinates. They have taken Hanabi. Kurenai replied. It seems the battle at the arena has concluded, Baiwei remarked.